Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Divine King. On the heated crimson stone bed, the youth stirred. Chu Ci slowly opened his eyes, and the moment he was greeted by the morning sun streaming through the window, he instinctively squinted. Such a slight motion was enough to awaken his drifting consciousness. Where am I? I'm not dead, haha. I have been reborn. Astonishment first crossed Chu Ci's face, soon replaced by overwhelming joy. Old Shiman, old Chun, I bet you never imagined that amidst your meticulous schemes, this king still managed to retain a wisp of remnant consciousness and escape. Even though you defeated me to the point where I couldn't even manifest a thought form, here I am, in a new body that I in my previous life. It took me 38,000 years to ascend to the throne of the divine realm now. I shall traverse this path anew, and in a mere 10,000 years, I shall return. Await your reckoning, for I shall repay you 100-fold for the grievances you have inflicted upon me. Since the heavens have granted me the chance to live again, in this life, I, Chu Ci, shall seek justice against my enemies high above the 9 heavens. In this life, my fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. In this life, I shall ascend to the skies, stepping upon the corpses of my foes. In this life, I shall dominate all realms. As Chu Ci's emotions stabilized and the two souls merged, fragments of the previous owner's memories gradually surfaced in his mind. The western border, the Crimson Flame Sword sect, outer disciples Chu Ci. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. Before the 3 youths entered, their voices already echoed through the room. 3-2, chew the waste. Hurry up and get lost. This room has been claimed by Brother, who. The previous owner of this body was also named Chu Ci. 3 years ago, at the age of less than 12, he became an outer disciple of the Crimson Flame Sword sect with a body refinement level of the 2nd stage. However, 3 years later, Chu Ci had only reached the 4th stage of body refinement. Not only had he fallen to the bottom among his peers, but his cultivation was also inferior to many juniors who joined later. 2 minor stages in 3 years. His progress was akin to a tortoise's crawl. Thus, he earned the title of 3-2 waste. In half a month, the new year would arrive, and if Chu Ci remained at the 4th stage, his title would likely evolve into 4-2 waste. Watching the 3 youths stride in, Chu Ci's gaze turned icy. Having merged with the previous owner's memories, he immediately recognized the 3 before him. Feng Peng, Zhu Cheng, Huang Jing. These were all sycophants of Cheng Hu. The reason the divine king Chu Ci could be reborn was precisely because these 3 had humiliated and beaten the Chu Ci of this world yesterday, causing a surge of anger and injury that led to one death and another's reincarnation. Images of the earlier humiliation flashed rapidly through his mind, and the youth's eyes turned as cold as ice. Rest in peace, my brother. I shall repay the humiliation you suffered 100-fold. Having inherited this body, he willingly accepted its past grievances. Chu Ci would repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Only with clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity, and a pure heart, could he aim for the great path, ascend to the upper realm, achieve immortality, and avenge the ultimate vendetta. Oh, you not hear my words, you worthless wretch named Chu. That room has been claimed by Brother, who you should leave at once. Do you seek a beating? Upon seeing Chu Ci rise, Feng Peng's fury ignited. He stepped forward, raising his hand to strike Chu Ci. With venomous curses, he continued, "You refuse to heed my warning, and today I shall." Before he could finish, the sinister grin on Feng Peng's face abruptly faltered. As his hand swung down, Chu Ci moved with unexpected swiftness, lifting his right foot to deliver a forceful kick to Feng Peng's abdomen. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the typically submissive wretch would dare to retaliate. Feng Peng cried out in pain, his body propelled backward, crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground like a sack of broken clay, hands clutching his belly, a ghostly pallor of pain and cold sweat covering his face. What? Zhu Cheng and Huang Jing gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Chu Ci, this worthless individual, had suddenly found the audacity to resist? But even if this fool dared to fight back, how could he possibly send Feng Peng flying with a single kick? Feng Peng, a servant of Cheng Hu, though not an official disciple of the Qian Sword sect, had benefited greatly from his years alongside Cheng Hu. Now at the 5th level of body refinement, how could he be so easily overpowered by someone they deemed a trivial waste? Chu Ci cast a glance at the astonished Zhu Cheng and Huang Jing, then turned to Feng Peng with a cold voice, stating, "You, relying on your master's influence, should know your place." Feng Peng, as a mere servant, daring to seize a cultivation room belonging to an official disciple of the sect. According to the sect's rules, I could slay you without consequence. Today.at that moment, a number of outer disciples had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Chu Ci desired a crowd. For the more witnesses there were, the swifter the news would spread. Kill. Oh, you worthless fools still possess the audacity to speak of murder. Huang Jing, regaining his composure, spoke icily. Come now. Chew the trivial. Try to kill me if you dare. With that, Huang Jing stepped forward confidently. If you so much as touch a finger of mine, I shall cripple you today, rendering you a permanent waste. Yet before Huang Jing's thoughts could fully form, Chu Ci truly made his move. He advanced, fingers extended in a blade-like gesture, swiftly pointing at Huang Jing's abdomen, precisely at his dantian. The speed of his strike was akin to a flash of lightning. Huang Jing had no time to evade. Though the gesture appeared light, Huang Jing doubled over as if struck by a forceful blow, his abdomen twisted in agony. The most shocking realization for him was that he felt his internal energy rapidly dissipating. With a single finger, Chu Ci shattered Huang Jing's dantian, obliterating years of hard-earned vitality and strength. For Huang Jing, who dreamed of becoming a martial soul practitioner, this was a fate far worse than death. Slap. Slap? Chu Ci did not relent after crippling Huang Jing's martial foundation instead. He unleashed a flurry of rapid slaps, transforming Huang Jing's face into a grotesque visage. Chu Ci, you seek death. In a panic, Zhu Cheng dared not approach unarmed. Instead, he drew a Qingfeng longsword. The Qingfeng longsword, a standard weapon for outer disciples, rested firmly in hand. Instilling an audacious courage, Chu Ci, prepare to meet your demise. A glimmer of ruthless intent flickered in Zhu Cheng's eyes as he lunged forward, his Qingfeng longsword transforming into a streak of azure light aimed directly at Chu Ci's throat. Without a doubt, should this blade find its mark, Chu Ci would surely perish. Swish, a hand materialized, and with miraculous precision, two fingers clamped down upon the sword's blade. What? Zhu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be that this worthless Chu Ci managed to seize his sword with merely 2 fingers? Though he was at the pinnacle of the 5th level of body refinement, his arms possessed a strength of 400 pounds. Even the peak of the 7th level, Brother Hu, would find it difficult to grasp his sword with just 2 fingers. This must be an illusion. Zhu Cheng yanked forcefully, but to his astonishment, it felt as if his sword was held fast by an iron vice impossible to withdraw, thrust, or twist. Is this all the power you possess? A hint of mockery danced on Chu Ci's lips. Though his current physique was merely at the 4th level of body refinement, his past experiences and insights far surpassed Zhu Cheng's. Zhu Cheng's strike appeared ferocious. Yet to Chu Ci, it was riddled with flaws. The seemingly simple act of gripping the sword with 2 fingers was, in fact, a profoundly intricate soul martial technique known as the Lingxi finger. With a flick of his fingers, he seized the opponent's sword. Release it. The fingers gripping the sword's tip twisted suddenly. Zhu Cheng felt an uncanny force emanating from the sword's body. This force was not overwhelming, yet his 5 fingers suddenly tingled, and the sword slipped from his grasp. Swish, a hand reached out, catching the sword. The instant the sword was in his hand, Chu Ci's aura transformed like a long-dormant blade unsheathed. It became fierce and sharp. Swish, the sword flashed, crimson droplets cascaded. A severed hand plummeted to the ground. Chapter 2. The Chaotic Dragon God Technique. Zhu Cheng let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Yet in the next moment his cries ceased abruptly, as if a duck had its neck grasped, a bloodied sword tip now pressed against his throat. Chu Ci's voice, cold as ice, rang out. Considering our 2 years as fellow disciples, I shall only sever one of your hands to die as small punishment for a grave transgression. Now begone. With a flick of his wrist, crack, the sword's edge diverted, striking heavily against Zhu Cheng's shoulder. He staggered backward. The 3 did not dare linger, hastily fleeing the scene. As they burst from a room, Chu Ci's voice echoed once more. Return and inform Cheng Hu that today's matter is far from over. 3 days hence at noon, I shall meet him on the martial arena for a battle to the death. What? The martial arena? A battle to the death. This revelation left not only Zhu Cheng and his companions in shock, but also the surrounding outer disciples, all of whom stood with mouths agape at the spectacle. The Qi and Sword sect is one of the 9 esteemed star sects of the Western frontier. There exists a distinction between outer and inner disciples. Only by condensing a martial soul and becoming a soul master can one elevate to the ranks of inner disciples. And it is the soul masters who are the true powerhouses in this realm. The outer disciples of the Crimson Flame Sword sect number as many as 30,000. Among them are those endowed with extraordinary talents and members of illustrious families. However, as long as one has not condensed their martial soul and become a true soul master, they are regarded by the higher echelons as mere mortals. And mortals are not worthy of the upper ranks' attention. The path of the soul master is one of relentless struggle against heaven, earth, and humanity. The leaders of the sect, deeply aware of this truth, intentionally cultivate a spirit of competition from the outer gate. The outer gate epitomizes the principle of the survival of the fittest, where as long as no lives are lost, acts such as oppressing the weak, seizing resources, and monopolizing training grounds are all too common. The martial combat arena is specifically established for disciples to resolve their grievances. Among the various methods of settling disputes, the life and death duel stands as the most brutal. Once both parties agree and step onto the arena, it becomes a fight to the bitter end. Thus, when Chu Ci proclaimed his intention to engage in a life and death duel with Cheng Hu, the entire assembly was taken aback. Chu Ci was notorious in the outer gate as the 3-2 waste, while Cheng Hu was a celebrated prodigy, having entered the outer gate in the same year as Chu Ci and risen from the second level of body refinement to the 7th in just 3 years. Most crucially, Cheng Hu had an elder sister who was an interdisciplinary, true soul martial practitioner. This relationship afforded Cheng Hu a considerable degree of arrogance in the outer gate, where even those at the 8th and 9th levels of body refinement dared not provoke him. Lightly what? Did I hear correctly? This waste dares to challenge the young master to a life and death duel? Feng Peng was initially taken aback, only to soon feel a surge of excitement. If this waste sought death, he would be obliged to oblige. Chu, I shall inform my young master. In 3 days, prepare to meet your demise. Feng Peng glared menacingly at Chu Ci, then raised his gaze to survey the surrounding outer disciples who were eagerly watching. Suppressing the pain in his abdomen, he clasped his fists and declared, "At noon in 3 days, I invite all brothers and sisters to the martial combat arena to witness my young master's duel with this 3-2 waste." Upon hearing Feng Peng's words, a sardonic smile crept onto Chu Ci's lips. Although the immediate cause of the previous owner's death lay with Feng Peng and his companions, the true orchestrators were Cheng Hu and the Cheng family behind him. Thus, the ascent in this lifetime would commence with the obliteration of Cheng Hu and his kin. Bang! Chu Ci slammed the door shut, disregarding the clamorous crowd outside. As he settled onto the crimson cloud stone bed, Chu Ci's consciousness focused on a unique space within his mind-to-soul consciousness space. This extraordinary realm is the hallmark of a true soul master. Now, even at merely the 4th level of body refinement, Chu Ci possessed such a space. Were the leaders of the Crimson Flame Sword sect to discover this, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment, and they might even seize him for experimental dissection. At this moment, floating within this peculiar space was a jade token of a deep green hue, the divine dragon order. To possess this token is to command the celestial dragons. Yet this very jade token was also the true reason behind Chu Ci's tragic downfall. Marvelously, the divine dragon order has also accompanied me on this journey. A glimmer of joy illuminated Chu Ci's face as his consciousness reached out to the divine dragon order. In an instant, his mind was engulfed by a deafening roar, and when he regained awareness, he was astounded to find his surroundings transformed. In the void, an ancient altar loomed majestically, flanked by 2 colossal dragon skeletons, each extending over 1,000,000 zhong, safeguarding the grand, archaic structure. At that moment, Chu Ci stood upon this enormous altar that a desolate yet magnificent aura enveloped him. Beside the towering altar rested an imposing dragon chair, adorned with swirling starlight. Suspended to the left of the chair was a radiant long blade, gleaming in hues of azure and crimson. Upon casting a fleeting glance at the blade, Chu Ci felt a piercing burn in his eyes, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. As he surveyed his surroundings, his attention was irresistibly drawn to the 2 dragon skeletons. With a single glance, he recognized them as the genuine remains of the celestial dragons, each exceeding 1,000,000 zhong in length. Such monumental dragon corpses? Chu Ci trembled, shock flickering in his eyes. He realized they were the long-lost yin and yang dragons. Missing for 1,000,000 years, the dragon chair, shimmering with the brilliance of the galaxy, was none other than the long-lost supreme throne of the dragon clan, the primordial Hongmeng dragon crystal chair. The azure and crimson blade was the Taichu divine dragon blade, crafted from the primordial chaos crystal by the ancestors of the dragon clan, an authentic chaos artifact. Such top-tier artifacts were exceedingly rare in the entire celestial realm. Even though Chu Ci had once been a celestial king in his past life, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming joy akin to a person who had starved for 7 days and nights, only to suddenly have a massive pie fall from the heavens, nearly overwhelming him with bliss. With a long, deep breath, Chu Ci steadied himself and shifted his gaze to a golden point of light hovering above the altar, his eyes radiating joy and determination. Old dragon, come forth. I shall ensure that your clan's supreme secret arts are returned in their entirety. Whoosh. The golden point of light transformed into a stream of brilliance, entering Chu Ci's forehead. In the next moment, he felt as if his mind might burst from the torrent of information surging within him. After an indeterminate time, as his consciousness returned, he discovered 2 new techniques and 1 powerful skill residing in his mind. The chaotic dragon divine art, the supreme technique of the dragon clan, the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, the supreme body refinement technique of the dragon clan, the 9 styles of the divine dragon, the 9 ultimate moves of the dragon clan. The latter 2 techniques, Chu Ci instinctively shielded from his mind, recognizing that his current physique lacked the cultivation strength to practice them. Yet, the divine art was the foundation of all. In his past life as a celestial king, Chu Ci possessed numerous techniques, but none could compare to the chaotic dragon divine art, a truly ancient and law supreme method. Moments later, within this extraordinary space, the sound of dragon roars echoed in Chu Ci's abdomen, as if countless warm little mice scurried beneath his skin. Amidst the crackling sounds, explosive noises erupted from within Chu Ci's body like firecrackers. After a prolonged struggle, the 4th level of body refinement was effortlessly transcended in this moment, and a formidable surge of power coursed through. 2 hours later, a peculiar radiant space flickered, and Chu Ci emerged. With a slight clench of his fists, he unleashed a punch in the next instant. With a resounding bang, his fist collided with the void, causing the air itself to erupt in a deafening roar. I end the divine dragon space. After 2 hours of cultivation, he had merely scratched the surface of the 1st level of the chaos divine dragon technique. However, Chu Ci's body underwent a transformative metamorphosis akin to a profound cleansing of the marrow, propelling his cultivation from the 4th level of body refinement to an astonishing 6th level at an alarming pace. Most significantly, with the transformation of his physique, his power at the 6th level surpassed that of many disciples at the 7th level of body refinement, rivaling even those at the 8th level. However, within the realm of consciousness, the divine dragon's aura had now dimmed. Without the replenishment of energy, it could not once more open the gateway to the sacred space for cultivation. Moments later, after tidying himself, Chu Ci stepped out of his room. Chapter 3. Qin Shou bestows wealth. As soon as he emerged, a multitude of gazes converged upon him, accompanied by a cacophony of murmurs that reached Chu Ci's ears. He has come out. Is this the infamous Chu Ci, the notorious third-rate waste of the outer sect? Goodness, this waste possesses some audacity. Daring to challenge Qing Hu directly on the life and death martial platform. Is he courting death? This waste has endured relentless humiliation over the past 2 years. He likely lacks confidence in passing the year-end assessment, knowing he is destined to be expelled from the sect. Thus, he has chosen to defy fate, opting for a bold stand. Better to perish on the martial platform than to be cast out of the sect. In the face of such discussions, a faint smile graced the corners of Chu Ci's lips. He paid them no mind. Someone as insignificant as Qing Hu was hardly worthy of his attention. Even Qing Hu's sister, the so-called inner disciple, in a few days' time, he would possess ample means to ensure she tasted defeat. Though this body had considerably strengthened after the initial baptism in the divine dragon's realm, Chu Ci still deemed it insufficiently powerful, too weak, indeed, to wield the myriad of divine techniques at his disposal. At this moment, Chu Ci contemplated venturing to the commercial street behind the mountain to procure some medicinal herbs, concoct elixirs, and further fortify his physical form while simultaneously enhancing his cultivation level. He aimed to prepare adequately for the life and death battle scheduled in 3 days, as well as for the impending retribution from the Chung family. Upon arriving at the entrance of the commercial street, 3 youths clad in outer sect attire positioned themselves directly in front of him. These 3 had heard of Chu Ci's challenge to Qing Hu, and with thoughts of seizing what they could before his imminent demise, they obstructed his path. Good dogs do not block the way. Step aside, Chu Ci remarked coolly, casting a disdainful glance at the trio. He recognized the leader, who he recalled was named Qin Shou, a notorious scoundrel who had previously tormented the former owner of this body. A flicker of anger crossed Qin Shou's face, and he showed no intention of feigning civility. Chu Ci, if you wish to avoid corporeal punishment, You should surrender all your valuables and silver. What? Do you intend to rob me? Not at all. It is merely a voluntary contribution. And what if I refuse? Then my fellow disciples and I shall have to engage in a bit of friendly sparring with you. Such exchanges are highly encouraged within our sect. Qin Shou taunted, clearly reveling in his own words. However, one must be cautious. During our sparring, if by chance a few of your bones were to get fractured, do not blame your senior brother. Beast? Filth? Very well. I have just broken through in my cultivation. You shall serve as a practice target. Chu Ci replied indifferently. A beast? A filth? You are but a waste of space. Qin Shou seethed, his expression contorting into a menacing snarl. You have successfully provoked my ire. Today, if I do not break your hands and feet, I shall not bear the surname Qin. With that proclamation, Qin Shou lunged forward, his hands outstretched like claws, aiming for Chu Ci. The commercial street was bustling with onlookers. And as Qin Shou and his companions blocked Chu Ci's path, a crowd began to gather to witness the unfolding drama. This was precisely why Qin Shou had spoken of sparring. Had it not been for the throngs of spectators, he would have commanded his two henchmen to join him in a brutal assault to strip Chu Ci of his possessions. Brother Qin's black tiger claw is merely a hair's breadth from reaching full mastery. Chu Ci, your fate is sealed. One of Qin Shou's lackeys exclaimed with excitement. Yet, before his words could fully resonate, the dynamics of the scene shifted dramatically. Chu Ci did not evade. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck directly at the opponent's claw with a powerful blow. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Qin Shou staggered back 3 steps, his right arm hanging limply at his side. Not only were the 5 clawed fingers shattered, but even the bone of his arm had been broken by the tremendous force. What kind of martial art is this waste employing to defeat Brother Qin with a single strike, shattering his arm in the process? This scene left the other two utterly astonished. The intense pain caused Qin Shou to gasp repeatedly. You, Chu Ci, dare to employ treachery and ambush. Qin Shou gazed at Chu Ci, his face filled with terror, and in the next moment, his gaze shifted to his 2 bewildered lackeys, bellowing, What are you two still doing? Go and incapacitate this brat. Upon hearing Qin Shou's roar, the other 2 trembled in unison, regaining their senses. If even Qin Shou, at the peak of the 5th level of body refinement, could be defeated by a single punch, how could they, who had just entered the early stage of the 5th level, possibly contend with Chu Ci? Brother Qin, perhaps we should let this brat go today and return to find Brother Fu. You 2 scoundrels. Do you still need to call me brother for such a waste? Qin Shou fumed, for Qin Fu was his cousin, who had entered the outer sect of the Qiyin Sword Sect 5 years ago and was now at the 9th level of body refinement. He was likely to activate his martial soul early next year, becoming a true spirit martial artist. To tell Qin Fu that he had been defeated by that notorious waste from the outer sect was a humiliation Qin Shou could not afford. Seeing Qin Shou's fury, his 2 lackeys felt apprehensive, wanting to intervene but lacking the courage. Fortunately, Chu Ci was quite considerate of them. He advanced, and, with a few punches and kicks, sent Qin Shou's lackeys sprawling to the ground. Moments later, the 3 of them, bruised and battered, found all their possessions thoroughly confiscated by Chu Ci. Well, one cannot say confiscated. Rather, the 3 voluntarily surrendered their belongings. Under the dual massage of Chu Ci's palm and fist, the trio, nearly resembling swollen pigs, naturally complied. The items surrendered by Qin Shou and his companions were indeed substantial. There were 12 gold leaves, 1,800 silver taels, and most importantly, 3 bone-strengthening pills. However, in Chu Ci's eyes, these 3 pills of the body refinement realm were of such inferior quality that they could hardly be considered even low-grade. At the largest medicinal shop in the commercial street, Judan Pavilion, Chu Ci exchanged his possessions and the 3 bone-strengthening pills for medicinal materials. And with the remaining 500 taels of silver, he rented a pill refining room, embarking on his grand endeavor of alchemy. Today, Chu Ci plans to concoct 2 types of elixirs. One is the bone-strengthening pill, and the other is the qi and blood pill, both fundamental potions for the physical realm. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, Chu Ci could not help but furrow his brow. The facility was exceedingly rudimentary. Apart from a standard bronze alchemical furnace, there lay a mere pile of ordinary firewood, with only 4 meager pieces of high-temperature catalysts. The 9 elixir pavilion boasts superior geothermal alchemy chambers, yet their exorbitant rental fees are beyond his means. Currently, Chu Ci finds himself destitute, unable to afford even the most basic of facilities, so he must make do with this humble alchemy chamber. Well, Simplicity shall suffice. He ignited the catalysts, stoked the firewood. And as the flames roared, Chu Ci deftly controlled the blaze while casually tossing in various medicinal ingredients. His movements were effortless and unhurried, resembling not so much an alchemist at work, but rather a carefree chef simmering a pot of porridge, adding whatever he wished. As time trickled by, a gentle fragrance of herbs began to waft through the air. Purification, extraction, shaping, solidification, and extinguishing the flames. At the moment the fire was snuffed out, Chu Ci sprang into action. He executed the 9 palace steps, his hands striking in a rhythmic sequence. Bang, bang, bang. 9 resounding strikes landed upon the furnace. With a hum, the lid of the furnace was propelled into the air, and in the next instant, whoosh, 10 pills shot forth, filling the chamber with a rich aroma of elixirs. Just from the intensity of this fragrant essence, it was evident that although these were all bone-strengthening pills, the quality of these 10 far surpassed those distributed to the outer disciples of the sect. Chapter 4. Lin Wanro. 8 superior-grade pills, 2 medium-grade pills. Chu Ci grasped the freshly concocted pills in his hand, a slight frown creasing his brow, clearly not wholly satisfied. Had there been an alchemist present at that moment, they would have undoubtedly gaped in astonishment at Chu Ci's apparent discontent. Typically, with such a modest furnace, producing 3 pills in a single batch is considered a satisfactory achievement. 6 pills would be deemed excellent, while 10 pills would epitomize perfection. Moreover, among the 10 pills Chu Ci had refined, 8 were of superior quality, accomplished under such rudimentary conditions. Taking into account that he had not crafted such low-tier elixirs for several millennia, and considering his current cultivation level, achieving this standard was indeed remarkable. Were another individual, even the most esteemed alchemist from the, to attempt the same with this furnace and firewood, they would undoubtedly fail to produce 10 pills. Before long, midnight had arrived. Chu Ci grasped 9 freshly forged blood chi pills, a glimmer of joy dancing upon his face. In just half a day's time, he had successfully refined 6 batches of elixirs, 30 bone-strengthening pills, and 27 blood chi pills. Among these, 5 bone-strengthening pills were of medium quality, while the remainder were all of superior grade. With these potions in hand, ascending to the 9th level of body refinement was undoubtedly within reach. Consequently, he would effortlessly secure a position among the top 100 in the upcoming end-of-year competition, thereby gaining the opportunity to enter the soul pool and condense his martial soul, becoming a soul master in the new year. Even if he were to forego entering the soul pool, Chu Ci was entirely confident in his ability to condense his martial soul. Nevertheless, his current cultivation level was still rather low, and it was essential to temporarily rely on a relatively powerful sect to access richer resources. This approach was undoubtedly more expedient than his solitary quest for resources to enhance his cultivation. Chu Ci directly cast 3 bone-strengthening pills into his mouth. Sitting cross-legged, he began to operate the chaotic dragon god technique. The medicinal power of the pills swiftly diffused, and Chu Ci could feel warm currents flowing through his limbs and bones. Soon, a gentle tingling sensation enveloped his muscles and bones. Excellent. This potency is remarkable. Just as he was filled with joy, a sudden vibration emanated from the dim dragon command within his soul space. In the next moment, he felt the medicinal energy, which was about to permeate his muscles and bones, as if summoned by an extraordinary force, flowing towards his soul space like rivers converging into the sea. In mere moments, the energy of the 3 bone-strengthening pills was entirely absorbed by the dragon command, leaving not a single drop behind. Was it not said that the dragon command required the energy of soul crystals? Why could it also absorb the power of this elixir? Even Chu Ci, with his vast knowledge, was momentarily taken aback. However, within seconds, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. The dragon command was undoubtedly his greatest trump card since his rebirth. Not only had he acquired the supreme techniques and divine arts of the dragon clan, nor the creation artifact, the primordial dragon blade, but the rich spiritual energy within the dragon space, far surpassing that of the outside world, and the cultivation speed tenfold that of the outside world, made it worthwhile to exert great effort to restore the energy of the dragon command. With the dragon command and dragon space, in this lifetime, he could undoubtedly reach the heights of his previous life within 10,000 years. At that time, possessing the primordial dragon blade, a creation artifact, slaying his enemies would be within reach. Previously, Chu Ci understood that only soul crystals could restore the energy of the dragon command. However, soul crystals were the cultivation stones for soul masters, and outer disciples could never obtain them. But now, the elixir could also do so, which undoubtedly filled Chu Ci with astonishment and delight. Without hesitation, Chu Ci tossed 3 more bone-strengthening pills into his mouth, 3 by 3, in an instant. The medicinal power of 21 bone-strengthening pills was completely absorbed by the dragon command. Once again, he picked up 3 more, his eyes flickering as he switched them out and cast 3 blood-revitalizing pills into his mouth. Merely 10 breaths later, the potency of the 3 blood-revitalizing pills was also absorbed. After consuming 15 blood-revitalizing pills, Chu Ci paused. The dragon command had regained its luster, and moreover, he needed to reserve some pills for at dawn. He intended to exchange these pills for materials to refine more bone-strengthening pills and blood-revitalizing pills. The next morning, Lin Chen, the head steward of the 9 Pillars Pavilion, smiled warmly at Chu Ci. "Young master, how does this sound? You requested 20 portions, and from now on, we will supply the materials for refining these 2 types of pills free of charge. Our only condition is that the bone-strengthening pills and blood-revitalizing pills you refine will be exclusively sold to us. Of course, the price will not disadvantage you. Bone-strengthening pills are 600 silver taels each, and blood-revitalizing pills are 800 silver taels each. What do you think? To be candid, esteemed shopkeeper, after today, I shall no longer concoct these 2 types of elixirs. However, if you truly wish to engage in a long-term endeavor, I am willing to part with the formulas for these 2 potions." "Formulas? For sale?" Lin Chen's eyes instantly glimmered with excitement. After a brief interlude, the esteemed alchemist Huang Yong, a dedicated practitioner of the Jiudan Pavilion, scrutinized the formulas in his hands, nearly tugging at his goat beard in distress. These 2 formulas were leagues apart from the bone-strengthening pill and blood vitality pill he was well acquainted with. Yet, the existence of finished products before him, of a quality far surpassing that of this seasoned alchemist, who had immersed himself in the alchemical arts for nearly 50 years, left him in a quandary. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a gentle voice interrupted. "Third uncle, why are you opening the door so early today?" A young maiden clad in a lake blue dress entered. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. "Wanru, come quickly." Lin Wanru, not only the most exceptional member of the younger generation of the Lin family, but also the youngest second-tier alchemist of the Qi Yin sword sect, was a disciple of Ouyang Ming, the revered master of the Dan Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the Qi Yin sword sect, a true powerhouse within the sect. Lin Wanru's beautiful eyes fixated on the 2 formulas, growing increasingly radiant with understanding. Half an hour later, within the finest fire chamber of the Jiudan Pavilion, the astonishment in Lin Wanru and Huang Yong's eyes intensified. In Lin Wanru's gaze, the youth before her, leisurely crafting elixirs, took on an imposing stature. Reminiscent of the first time she witnessed her master at work several years ago, the young man's movements were both concise and fluid, appearing effortless yet revealing a familiarity that suggested these actions had become second nature to him, as if he had performed them countless times before, with a precision so innate that he could execute them blindfolded. Despite being merely 14 or 15 years of age, he exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient sage. As Chu Ci executed the 9 palace steps, he swiftly delivered 9 strikes. With a hum, the furnace lid soared, releasing 10 elixirs imbued with a rich fragrance. Among them, 3 glimmered with a purple hue. The purple vein pill, a superior elixir. Out of the 10 bone-strengthening pills, 3 exhibited the prestigious purple vein markings, while the remaining 7 were of high quality. In that instant, Lin Wanru and Huang Yong exchanged astonished glances toward Chu Ci, a genius in the alchemical arts, unprecedented in the entire western frontier, nay, the entire wilderness soul continent, a prodigious talent in alchemy. In a single batch of 10 elixirs, with the lowest being of high quality and 3 being exceptional with markings, such a prodigy had never been heard of. Even the foremost alchemical masters of the wilderness soul continent would struggle to achieve such heights. "Master, might I inquire if you are still accepting disciples?" Huang Yong stammered, utterly flabbergasted by Chu Ci's prowess. "Your talent is woeful. You shall only ever reach the 3rd tier at best," remarked Lin Chen. "But the young lady from the Lin family possesses considerable talent." Chu Ci nearly uttered the subsequent phrase that would qualify him as the designated disciple of this esteemed master. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure in time. "A 3rd-grade alchemist, master, do you truly believe I can attain the rank of a 3rd-grade alchemist in this lifetime?" Huang Yong trembled with excitement, and in the next moment, with a resounding thud, the elderly man, over 60 years of age, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, beseeching, "Please, master, guide me. Achieving the status of a third-grade alchemist implies that one's cultivation level would at least reach that of a Grand Soul Master. In his youth, Huang Yong had suffered severe injuries to his martial spirit, and now his cultivation remained stagnant at the third-tier Soul Scholar realm, showing no signs of advancement. At the Nine-Dan Pavilion, he was only capable of refining some elixirs suitable for body refinement realms. The highest-grade elixirs he could currently concoct were merely first-grade, second-tier, which was a chasm away from the third-grade elixirs. Most importantly, the journey from Soul Scholar to Soul Master, and then to Grand Soul Master, represents a significant leap of two major realms, with a disparity in lifespan of nearly 200 years. Hearing Chu Ci express the possibility of reaching the Grand Soul Master level and being able to refine third-grade elixirs was akin to a terminally ill person discovering a miraculous remedy for Huang Yong. If Chu Ci had not been reluctant to accept him as a disciple, Huang Yong would have willingly prostrated himself before him, eager to pledge his allegiance. Chapter 5. The Three-Day Pact in Alchemy. The sequence of materials is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is the control of temperature and the technique of refinement. The 9-Zhuang alchemical star technique is suitable for the majority of elixirs. Diligent practice will suffice. Temperature can be crudely categorized into 4 tiers and 12 levels. The temperature for Qiyun leaves must be maintained at the 2nd tier, 4th level, while the temperature for Jingtong, which should be at the 3rd tier, 8th level. Chu Ci continuously provided guidance from the side. At this moment, within the Earth-Fire Alchemy Chamber, Lin Wanru and Huang Yong had transformed into diligent apprentices, focused on concocting brand new muscle and bone pills and Qi blood elixirs. Master Chu Ci, here is the storage ring you requested, containing 500 soul crystal stones, the soul weapon-flowing cloud sword, and other currencies. Please take a look. As night fell, the chief steward, Lin Shun, delivered a storage ring. Chu Ci, this is our Dan Hall token. Please keep it. Should you require assistance, you may present this token to me in the inner chamber or to any member of our Dan Hall. As long as the matters are not exceedingly complicated, we will certainly be able to assist you. Lin Wanru handed Chu Ci an exquisite token. Master Chu Ci, I have little of worth to offer, but this piece of black bone possesses the ability to clear the mind and focus the spirit. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Huang Yong produced a small, dark fragment of bone from his robes and presented it to Chu Ci. Without hesitation, Chu Ci accepted everything that came his way. As he grasped a small fragment of bone, a subtle tremor coursed through the realm of his consciousness, momentarily stunning him. He then scrutinized the fragment with keen interest, and in an instant, his gaze ignited with realization. This was a piece of the bone of the Azure Dragon's Claw. It was no wonder that the Divine Dragon's decree reacted so immediately. Such an object was indeed a treasure. Even this small fragment held considerable value. Old Huang, remember to diligently cultivate the technique I imparted to you. Persist for 3 months, and you should witness a breakthrough in your cultivation. Chu Ci turned to Lin Shun and requested, Master Lin, could you assist me in finding a quiet room, just until tomorrow morning? The warm winter sun shone brightly overhead. At this moment, the outer sect of the Qian Sword Sect was bustling with several hundred disciples gathered at the martial arts arena. This assembly was due to the impending life-and-death duel between Chu Ci and Qing Hu. The martial arts arena served as a venue for the outer sect disciples to settle their grievances. However, such life-and-death duels were a rarity, after all. True enemies seldom escalated matters to the brink of mortal combat. When a life-and-death duel did occur, it was understood that only one party would emerge alive. As there was no concept of surrender here, the very choice of engaging in a life-and-death duel indicated a commitment to fight to the finish, with the victor's leniency being almost non-existent. Over the past 30 years, there had been no fewer than 800 life-and-death duels in this arena, with the defeated party meeting an inevitable fate. What a fool Chu Ci is he blind to his own limitations? Challenging Cheng Hu to a life-and-death fight? Isn't that akin to courting death? Murmured a voice in the crowd. Who knows what that fool is thinking? This year alone, he seems to have engaged in 20 to 30 life-and-death duels. This one should be the least suspenseful of them all. The only question is, how many moves will it take Cheng Hu to dispatch Chu Ci? I wager it won't exceed 5 moves. 5 moves. You're overestimating Chu Ci. Surely you're aware of his infamous moniker? He is notoriously known among our outer sect as the 2-3 waste. If Qing Hu applies himself, he could likely finish him in a single strike. Indeed, with Chu Ci's pathetic abilities, having only progressed 2 minor realms in 3 years, he is a disgrace to our sect. Not only would Qing Hu best him, but even I could easily subdue him. Ideally, Cheng Hu would dispatch that waste with a single sword stroke to spare our sect the embarrassment. Look, Cheng Hu and his entourage have arrived. Oh, and brother Niu Feng is with them? How curious that he has come alongside Cheng Hu. Niu Feng, the one from the top 10 outer disciples? What brings him here with Cheng Hu? Ah, my junior brother, you may not grasp the situation. While the Cheng family may not be a top-tier clan, they are certainly a formidable lineage. It is said that Niu Feng's sister has become a concubine to a young master of the Cheng family. With Cheng Hu, the young master of the Cheng family, in a life and death duel, how could Niu Feng not accompany him? Wow, the Cheng family's influence is so vast. No wonder Cheng Hu is so arrogant among the outer sect. Shu, junior brother, be cautious with your words. If this reaches Cheng Hu's ears, it could spell trouble for us. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Cheng Hu, clad in an ornate silver robe, approached, flanked by Niu Feng, Feng Bo, and others. Cheng Hu cast a disdainful glance over the nearly 1,000 outer disciples surrounding him, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. Chu Ci, you worthless fool, he sneered. I shall not simply behead you with a single strike, for that would be too merciful. Instead, I will methodically shatter every bone in your body, allowing you to wail in agony for an hour before I sever your head from your shoulders. Suddenly, Cheng Hu's brow furrowed, realization dawning upon him. Where is that useless Chu Ci? His pace quickened as he approached the martial arena, directing his gaze at a sect steward serving as the judge. It is already noon. Where is Chu Ci? Surely he has not fled from the battle. At his words, many outer disciples who had gathered to witness the spectacle snapped back to attention. Indeed, where was Chu Ci? By prior agreement, he was supposed to arrive before noon. Yet the hour had passed, and even a quarter of an incense stick's burning time had gone by without a sight of him. Could it be true, as Cheng Hu claimed, that the coward had fled in fear of defeat? Young Master Hu. It appears Chu Ci is aware of his inevitable loss and has chosen to protect his miserable life by not showing up, Niu Feng remarked. Casting a glance at Cheng Hu, I have long suggested that I could eliminate this waste for you. There is no need for you to squander your time on him. However, before Niu Feng could finish his sentence, a sharp-eyed disciple suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in excitement, Chu Ci is here. This outcry instantly drew the attention of all present. In the distance, a young man was striding forward with purpose, anticipation palpable in the air. The moment has arrived for Chu Ci. What? You worthless fool dare to show up. Cheng Hu's expression darkened. Part the crowd. Let us sign the life and death duel contract. Just as Cheng Hu was about to leap onto the martial platform to personally inflict torment upon Chu Ci, Niu Feng reached out with a firm grip, halting Cheng Hu. Having successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement just days prior, Niu Feng gazed at the calm visage of the youth before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Xiao Shan, you go. Niu Feng directed his gaze toward another slender youth beside Cheng Hu. Young Master Hu? Go on. Make this waste suffer. Very well. With Cheng Hu's approval, Cheng Xiaoshan nodded, and with a swift motion, he leaped onto the martial platform. He fixed his gaze on Chu Ci and coldly shouted, You, Chu, a mere outer sect waste at the bottom, dare to challenge my young master. If you wish to battle young Master Hu, you must first pass through me. Now, I challenge you to a life and death duel. What? This sudden turn of events left the outer sect disciples watching in uproar. Can one really substitute participants in a life and death duel? Why not? The crux lies in whether someone is willing to risk their life on your behalf. Only the prominent Cheng family can have branch family members willing to fight for their young master. Others, do they possess such courage? The Cheng family's face has been rather harshly slapped, shattering any hopes Chu Ci had of gaining notoriety before his demise. I recall that one can refuse this substitution, correct? Do you think Chu Ci will decline? Voices of speculation arose. At that moment, the judge's voice resounded. Chu Ci, do you accept Cheng Xiaoshan's challenge? If you accept, you shall engage in a life and death duel with Cheng Xiaoshan first, and if victorious, you may continue your battle with Cheng Hu. Of course, you may also refuse. I accept. Without waiting for the judge to finish, Chu Ci replied resolutely. I accept. The has indeed accepted. In that instant, the outer disciples surrounding the martial arts arena were left utterly astonished. The Chu Ci is not only a waste, but also a fool. Chapter 6, Two Fists of Death. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Chu Ci maintained an expression of indifference. After uttering these words, he ascended step by step onto the towering martial arts platform. Cheng Xiaoshan, a disciple of the Cheng family branch, possessed an initial cultivation level of the 7th stage of body refinement, serving as the foremost enforcer under Chu. Chu Ci, should I commend your audacity or deem you utterly foolish? Rest assured, given your willingness to accept this challenge, I shall engage with you thoroughly. Young master who has instructed me to avoid killing you immediately. Instead, I will first shatter your limbs, then methodically break each of your bones, and finally, deliver the final blow. A twisted crimson hue spread across Chen Xiaoshan's face. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoshan's words, the expressions of the outer disciples below shifted dramatically. This was exceedingly cruel. Killing is merely a matter of striking the head to the ground. Although the life and death agreement had been signed, the demise of the weak was expected. Yet such torment was uncalled for. You of the Chung family seem to relish this manner of death. Worry not. I shall endeavor to fulfill your desires. Chu Ci smiled faintly, yet within his heart, a surge of murderous intent had already begun to rise. Seeking death, Chen Xiaoshan's countenance turned icy. With a powerful push of his right foot against the solid surface of the platform, he lunged forward like a leopard, his right hand curling into a claw resembling that of a tiger. With a swift motion, he unleashed a gust of wind, a wave of force that descended upon Chu Ci with the ferocity of a tiger roaring through the mountains. The black tiger's claw, however, the technique that Chen Xiaoshan executed was far superior to the one Qin Shou had demonstrated that day, having truly reached the pinnacle of mastery. Such strength. It seems that Chu Ci may be swiftly defeated in a single blow. In this moment, many outer disciples watching from below cast sympathetic glances towards Chu Ci. Initially, it appeared that Chen Xiaoshan intended to mercilessly torment Chu Ci's side, but now, it is evident that Chu Ci's recent words have thoroughly provoked Chen Xiaoshan, prompting him to unleash the formidable black tiger claw at the perfected realm. Thus, this battle has lost all sense of suspense. In the realm of the Chu Ci, doom seems inevitable at this level of combat. Suddenly, a voice filled with disdain echoed across the martial arts arena. Without evasion, he stepped forward with his left foot, clenched his right fist, and unleashed a powerful strike. A mere, straightforward step accompanied by a fierce punch. The impact, devoid of any elaborate techniques, took place as the spectators looked on in astonishment. Crack! The sound of shattering bones reverberated through the air. Chen Xiaoshan's right hand disintegrated from his fingers to his palm and then up his arm, his frail body hurtling backward like a tattered sack. The figure of Chu Ci soared like a sharp arrow, swiftly catching up to Chen Xiaoshan in the blink of an eye. With a powerful uplift of his right fist, he struck down with incredible force. Bang! The blow landed squarely on Chen Xiaoshan's chest. Thud! The lean frame of Chen Xiaoshan plummeted to the hard surface of the martial arts arena like a meteor. Gush! A copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth. There was a conspicuous indentation on his chest, and a fractured rib had deeply pierced his heart. The fierce glint in Chen Xiaoshan's eyes had long vanished, replaced by a creeping terror. He struggled to raise two fingers, pointing towards Chu Ci, emitting a rasping sound from his throat, yet no words escaped his lips. Only a gurgling stream of blood flowed from his mouth and nose. The two fingers he had lifted faltered within 2 seconds, drooping helplessly, his head tilted. And he breathed his last. An eerie silence enveloped the martial arts arena. Everyone stood frozen, utterly unable to believe their own eyes. With merely 2 punches, Chen Xiaoshan, a practitioner of the 7th level of body refinement, had been crushed by Chu Ci. How could this be possible? What had transpired for Chen Xiaoshan to meet such a fate? My goodness, are you truly convinced that this Chu Ci is a waste? Which so-called waste possesses such prowess? Capable of vanquishing a master of the 7th level of body refinement with just 2 strikes? Chu Ci is playing the role of the underdog. Haha. This martial arts arena is certainly a spectacle. Given Chu Ci's strength, Cheng Hu may not even stand a chance against him. The onlookers, a group of eager disciples, gaped in astonishment, each bearing expressions of disbelief, for this outcome was utterly unforeseen. Shock, sheer shock. Yet soon, the emotions of the onlookers were ignited. Now this is entertaining. If Chu Ci were truly a waste, to be effortlessly slaughtered, it would have been dreadfully dull. Cheng Hu's complexion darkened to a shade of iron. His grief was not for Chen Xiaoshan's demise, but rather for the humiliation of his own reputation. Cheng Hu, young Master Chen, did you not vow to shatter my limbs and break every bone in my body? Come on, I await your arrival. Chu Ci beckoned to Cheng Hu with a casual gesture. Do not presume that just because you have defeated that fool Chen Xiaoshan, you have transformed from a waste into a genius. Today, I shall teach you that you, a mere chicken, will forever remain incapable of becoming a phoenix. You are still far from being my rival. Cheng-Hu leaped onto the martial arts stage with a single bound. In the next moment, a formidable aura erupted from Cheng-Hu's body. 8th level of body refinement. The disciples surrounding the arena, upon sensing the overwhelming presence of Cheng-Hu at the 8th level, exhibited expressions of astonishment. The difference between the 7th and 8th levels may seem slight, yet the disparity in power is monumental. Moreover, Cheng-Hu was already immensely strong. Even at the same level, Cheng Xiaoshan was no match for him. Despite the stunning display of prowess by Chu Ci, who had just dispatched Cheng Xiaoshan with 2 powerful blows, the moment Cheng-Hu revealed his cultivation at the 8th layer of body refinement, many spectators cast glances of pity towards Chu Ci. The majority believed that Chu Ci was no match for Cheng-Hu. However, the protagonist, Chu Ci, harbored a different sentiment. Unknown to all, he had also reached the 8th layer of body refinement. Earlier that morning, he had once again entered the divine dragon space. And after 3 hours of intensive training, his cultivation had ascended by 2 levels. Practicing the supreme technique of the upper realm, the chaotic dragon god art, Chu Ci's physical strength now exceeded that of many genius disciples at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement from the outer sect. As for combat ability, should Chu Ci desire it, he could effortlessly instill a sense of existential doubt in those top-tier disciples. At the 8th layer of body refinement, Chu Ci, if not invincible among all soul masters below the continent of arid soul, certainly held an unassailable position as the foremost practitioner in the remote western territories. With a fleeting glance at the arrogant Cheng-Hu, Chu Ci uttered a single remark that sent Cheng-Hu into a furious rage. Noisy. If you possess any lethal techniques, unleash them quickly, lest you meet a fate as grim as your own cowardly existence. Cheng-Hu's expression darkened as he unsheathed an exceptionally sharp Qin Feng sword with a resounding clang. This Qi Feng sword was not the standard-issue blue steel longsword provided by the sect. Rather, it was a specially crafted blade imbued with several precious materials, its value nearly rivaling that of even the most rudimentary soul weapon. Cheng-Hu was acutely aware that Chu Ci merely possessed formidable strength and a modicum of skill. He was determined not to engage in such comparisons. No matter how powerful Chu Ci's punches were, they could not possibly thwart the might of his Qin Feng sword. I shall sever your arms, turning them into mere sticks. Chapter 7. The sword's intent in the air as the sword gleamed. Cheng-Hu flicked the blade lightly with his left finger. A clear, resonant sound echoed, causing the sword to tremble and emit a blue halo reminiscent of tranquil lake waters. Dazzling to behold. A cold, ruthless smile crept across Cheng-Hu's face as he sneered. Chu, in terms of cultivation and weaponry, you fall short in every aspect. What do you possess to contend with me? To eliminate a worthless creature like you, a single strike will suffice. However, I shall not grant you such a swift demise. I have devised a more fitting punishment. I will use this sword to sever your limbs and preserve them in a jar, transforming you into a grotesque figure. Initially, Chu Ci's eyes brightened at the sight of the sword in Cheng-Hu's hand. It was indeed a remarkable weapon, a treasure in the realm of physical cultivation. He contemplated seizing the sword for himself, only to be met with Cheng-Hu's cruel and venomous words. The notion of being preserved in a jar as a grotesque figure. What kind of deep-seated hatred could incite such a gruesome act? A fierce, killing intent flickered within the depths of his gaze. Grotesque figure, merely uttering those 2 words. Cheng-Hu, you shall meet your end. The countenance of Chu Ci darkened, and as he spoke, a short sword materialized in his hand. It was none other than the soul artifact, the flowing cloud sword, which Chu Ci had instructed Lin Shen to procure in advance. However, at this moment, Chu Ci wielded the soul artifact as though it were an ordinary blade. With the sword in hand, his demeanor transformed instantaneously, exuding an aura of sharpness that soared to the heavens. A gentle tremor coursed through the short sword, and a faint glimmer of sword light flickered into existence. Almost simultaneously, a clear and resonant sword chant reverberated through the air, sending a wave of sharpness that made every hair on the bodies of those present stand on end. What was this? Over 99% of the attendees were left utterly bewildered. In the next instant, everyone was astonished to discover that regardless of whether it was held in hand, slung over shoulders, or hung at their waists, every sword seemed to have received a mysterious summons, resonating in unison as if yearning to be drawn from their sheaths. Sword intent. My heavens, sword intent. This was indeed sword intent. Everyone was rendered speechless. Sword intent, a phenomenon that existed almost solely in legends, had manifested here today, and astonishingly, it had emerged from an outer sect disciple. This was an unprecedented event in the history of the Qian sword sect, which had spanned over a millennium. In that moment, figures from several peaks within the inner sect of the Qian sword sect soared into the sky. Immediately, the gazes of these eminent figures converged upon the lingering sharp sword intent in midair. Indeed, it was sword intent, albeit still in its nascent form. It was undeniably genuine. Based on current perceptions, it appeared to be the most rudimentary aspect of sword intent. Yet, even this fledgling sword intent marked Chu Ci as an extraordinary talent. Among the 3,000 inner sect disciples of the Qian sword sect, only 3 elite core disciples had comprehended sword intent thus far. However, all 3 had attained this understanding only after becoming inner sect disciples, while this nascent sword intent had manifested within an outer sect disciple, thus creating a historic milestone for the Qian sword sect. Several prominent figures transformed into streaks of light and hastened toward the source of the phenomenon. As the essence of the sword from the Chu Ci surged forth with a resonant hum, the azure blade in Chung Hu's grasp quivered violently, seemingly yearning to break free from his hold. What is this? Beneath the martial stage, Niu Feng's expression abruptly shifted. This is dire, the essence of the sword. Halt. Chu Ci, I command you to cease this instant. Yet, before Niu Feng's words could fully escape his lips, Chu Ci's flowing cloud sword glided gracefully, emitting a faint glimmer of sword light that arced like a lightning bolt, slicing through Ching Hu's form. With a crisp sound, a head was sent soaring into the air, a severed head. Chu Ci, you seek death. A furious roar erupted as Niu Feng leapt onto the martial stage. His visage contorted with a grotesque fervor, eyes ablaze with wrath as he fixated on Chu Ci, bellowing, Chu Ci, did you not hear my command to stop? You dare slay young Master Hu. Today, you shall meet your end. For Niu Feng, while Chung Hu's demise incited his fury, what truly ignited his rage was Chu Ci's audacity to disregard his command and proceed to kill Chung Hu regardless. This was a blatant slap in the face, a public humiliation before nearly 1,000 outer disciples. Fool. Chu Ci cast a dismissive glance at Niu Feng, uttering 2 words. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. I said you are a fool. In the arena of life and death, the vanquished must accept the possibility of being slain. Do you think your command holds any weight? Those 5 succinct words landed like stinging slaps against Niu Feng's face, contorting his features in anguish. Within the outer sect, even those few prodigies ranked above him would not dare to belittle him so. Yet here stood Chu Ci, a notorious wastrel, brazenly disparaging him publicly. Very well, today, if I, Niu Feng, do not rend you into 1,000 pieces, I shall write my name backward. Niu Feng felt his rage boiling to the brink of explosion, a roar escaping his lips as his peak 9th-tier physique radiated a colossal aura. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the mountain-slicing blade from his back. However, Chu Ci simply gazed upward, paying no heed to the poised Niu Feng. Instead, he turned to the officiating elder and spoke mellifluously. I may refuse this fool's challenge, correct? Indeed. Almost simultaneously with the elder's affirmation, Chu Ci sprang down from the martial stage. Casting a glance back at the disheveled Niu Feng, he calmly remarked, henceforth, you shall be known as Mad Bull. The foulness is simply intolerable. Thus, dear brothers and sisters, please refer to this horse-faced fool as Mad Bull from now on. Oh, I shall kill you. Niu Feng could no longer contain himself. With a long stride, he swung his blade downwards in a violent arc towards Chu Ci. How dare you? The rules of the martial stage are not to be trifled with. A chilling voice suddenly rang out, and in an instant, a dark figure appeared between Chu Ci and Niu Feng, delivering a powerful strike. With a resounding thud, Niu Feng was sent reeling backward, along with his weapon. A cold-faced middle-aged man in black stood tall before Chu Ci. He was none other than the previously mentioned adjudicator. Adjudicator, you. Niu Feng's expression shifted as he stumbled back 3 steps. The sect's rules must not be violated. The adjudicator wore a mask of impartiality. Must not be violated indeed. At that moment, Niu Feng felt a strong urge to curse. Damn it, you lot are only fixated on Chu's comprehension of sword intent. Adjudicator. This brat has killed the young master of the Chung family. Are you certain you wish to protect him? A genius who has grasped sword intent is undoubtedly deserving of protection. The adjudicator scoffed lightly. The Chung family, huh? He then turned his gaze towards Chu Ci, and on his cold face appeared a faint smile. I did not expect an outer disciple to comprehend sword intent. Quite impressive. Boom. As the adjudicator uttered the words sword intent, The crowd erupted in fervor. Although they had previously speculated that it might be sword intent, doubt lingered in their hearts. But now, with the adjudicator's confirmation, it was undeniable. Chu Ci had indeed grasped the legendary sword intent. In the Qi Yin sword sect, there were 30,000 outer disciples and 3,000 inner disciples, yet only 3 had comprehended sword intent. And those 3 were among the elite core disciples in the inner sect. To comprehend sword intent ensured that Chu Ci's ascension to inner disciple was a certainty. No wonder Chu Ci dared to challenge Cheng Hu. It turned out he had grasped half a step of sword intent. The fact that Chu Ci had comprehended sword intent meant he could awaken his martial soul, become a soul warrior, and enter the inner sect, thereby securing his place among the core elite disciples of the sect, with an unlimited future ahead. Cheng Hu had indeed run into a solid wall, his demise now inevitable. The Cheng family would find it difficult to seek revenge. Chapter 8. The powerful Cheng family. Thank you, adjudicator, for your kindness. My comprehension of sword intent was merely a coincidence. Had I not been provoked by the young master of the Cheng family, I might not have had this opportunity. I must express my gratitude to the young master of Cheng. With that, Chu Ci bowed to the decapitated body of Cheng Hu and proclaimed, "Thank you, young master Cheng." Niu Feng glared fiercely, his eyes radiating a lethal intent that could surpass even the most formidable sword intent of Chu Ci by countless degrees. The steward referee wore an expression of profound disapproval, rendered speechless by Chu Ci's actions. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor, fixating on the advancing Niu Feng. Niu Feng's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions, yet he ultimately refrained from taking another step forward. At that moment, a dozen streaks of light flashed, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, as thousands of outer disciples stood muted, their hearts pounding heavily in the stillness. In the realm of the Chu Ci, profound awareness prevails, as every eminent figure present possesses an existence surpassing that of a grand soul master. With two nearing the esteemed rank of soul sect, such a gathering of distinguished individuals is seldom witnessed. Typically reserved for the selection of the elite core disciples within the inner sect, where even the selection of inner disciples remains an elusive affair. Yet, here stands a mere external disciple, a trifling individual, whose comprehension of a singular sword intent has incited the presence of so many illustrious figures. Greetings to all esteemed lords. The steward, taken aback, hastily bowed in reverence. The other disciples, upon hearing this, quickly followed suit, bending in respect. Niu Feng, however, sensed an opportunity arising. For among the distinguished individuals, he discerned 2 who were allied with the Cheng family. Honorable lords, as an external disciple, Niu Feng has a request, he boldly proclaimed. The steward judge, filled with indignation, aimed to intervene but was preempted by another voice. "No matter, what is your request?" inquired the esteemed Lord Zhang Yunzi, the master of the blade peak, as he stroked his short beard and regarded Niu Feng with a smile. At the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement, once he condenses his martial soul, his future holds boundless potential, a disciple he had long since favored. The external disciple Chu Ci has committed the heinous act of slaying his fellow brother Cheng Hu. I wish to challenge Chu Ci on behalf of young Master Cheng. I implore the lords to grant permission. Niu Feng's face remained flushed with anger, his hand trembling slightly around the hilt of his blade. My lords, Chu Ci and Cheng Hu have an agreement to settle their fates on the martial combat stage. The steward judge interjected swiftly to clarify. You are Chu Ci? Lord Zhang Yunzi disregarded the steward's words and turned to face Chu Ci. Disciple Chu Ci pays his respects to the esteemed lord. In response, Chu Ci humbly acknowledged the situation. The martial combat arena, designated for external disciples to resolve their grievances, had devolved into an arena of life and death. However, the weak were being bullied. Zhang Yunzi was unaware of who Cheng Hu was, nor was he familiar with the opponent's realm. Upon hearing Niu Feng's explanation, he felt that Chu Ci must have been suppressing others with his realm, yet he refused Niu Feng's challenge. Wait a moment, my lord. Cheng Hu has already attained the 8th level of body refinement, and Chu Ci has just grasped a fragment of sword intent. As the steward judge uttered these words, Chu Ci was immediately enveloped by the fervent gazes of several prominent figures, their soul senses sweeping over him, eager not to miss any detail. Impossible. How could it be? A 6th level body refiner comprehending sword intent? No, it cannot be. You claim he killed the 8th level Cheng Hu? How could that be possible? Zhang Yunzi shook his head repeatedly. Although the notable figures did not voice their thoughts, their expressions of astonishment spoke volumes. "Who dares to harm my grandson? Come forth and pay with your life." A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Chang Gong, clad in a gray robe, with long hair flowing, held a long sword that shimmered with a blue light, emanating a chilling aura. It was a mid-grade yellow tier soul weapon. Upon a mere glance, Chu Ci discerned that the sword held by the individual was no ordinary weapon. Elder Chung. Several prominent figures nodded slightly, for he was indeed a significant merchant with considerable standing in the Western territories. Grandfather Chung. Young Master Oh. The young master met a most tragic end. Niu Feng hastily stepped forward to pay his respects. I entrusted you with the protection of Huer, yet now, Grandfather Chung, they are impeding my actions. At this juncture, Niu Feng found himself with no other recourse. Chu Ci had already grasped the essence of the sword technique and would only grow stronger. Having become an adversary, it was prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. What? Are you shielding the murderer? Cheng Gong glared fiercely at the distinguished guests, appearing ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. The daily expenses of the Qi Yin sword sect were significantly supported by the Cheng family's low-cost provisions, alongside various donations, rendering them somewhat respectable. This time, Cheng Gong had brought a substantial shipment to the Qi Yin sword sect, and, having just completed the transaction and prepared to descend the mountain, he was incensed to learn that his grandson had been slain on the martial arena. Unable to contain his fury, he rushed over in haste. Elder Cheng, you misunderstand. Cheng, who was slain during a life-or-death duel agreed upon with his fellow disciples on the martial arena, and the opposing party refused to accept Niu Feng's challenge. According to the rules, Niu Feng could not intervene. The officiating steward, seeing no one else speak, reluctantly stepped forward. None of the peak masters wished to take a stand, given the current ambiguity of the situation. Although the realm of Chu Ci may be humble, it has grasped the essence of swordsmanship, promising an illustrious future. The Cheng family, a prominent clan from the western frontier, is akin to the deity of wealth presiding over various peaks. One cannot possess both fish and bear's paw. A choice must be made, yet the pursuit of both necessitates action. What nonsensical rules are these? To take a life and refuse to accept a challenge, such cowardice. How can such timidity be compatible with these rules? Who among you dares to step forward? Cheng Gong's anger surged, his face flushed with indignation. I am but an unworthy individual, Chu Ci. Stepping forward, Chu Ci spoke softly. You, a mere 6th layer of body refinement, dare to claim that my grandson, at the 8th layer of body refinement, was slain through deceit. Cheng Gong scrutinized Chu Ci, his expression one of disbelief, for the latter's realm was too low. However, there were thousands of outer disciples present who could attest to the fact. Cheng, who was indeed beheaded by a single sword strike, devoid of any trickery. The adjudicator stepped in front of Chu Ci, wary that the elder might act rashly and harm him before assistance could arrive. Niu Feng. Clearly, Cheng Gong had little faith in others. Indeed, the young master was slain by a single sword, no trickery involved. Chu Ci has grasped the essence of the sword. What? Just moments ago, it was he who comprehended the sword's intent? Cheng Gong himself had been drawn here by the palpable sword energy, arriving only to receive news of his grandson's demise. Instantly, he regained his composure. It was no wonder that the old fellows from the Qi Yin sword sect displayed such attitudes. Yet, Cheng Hu could not die in vain. This man must be dealt with, or he would undoubtedly become a formidable enemy to the Cheng family in the future. Moments later, Cheng Gong bowed deeply to several prominent figures, startling them. Today, I have a request, and I implore you all to grant it. Otherwise, the Cheng family will sever ties with the Qi Yin sword sect. What? Cheng Lao, do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly, Zhang Yunzi urged anxiously. I had intended to slay this boy for my grandson's vengeance, but I do not wish to fall out with the Qi Yin sword sect. I earnestly request that Niu Feng be permitted to challenge Chu Ci for a duel to the death. Impossible. Chu Ci is merely at the 6th layer of body refinement, while Niu Feng is at the 9th layer. Moreover, duels to the death on the martial stage require the consent of both parties. This precedent cannot be set, lest it lead to further bloodshed. Ouyang Ming, the master of Danfeng, could no longer contain himself, for his esteemed disciple, Lin Wanru, had highly praised Chu Ci. Would you all rather sever ties with the Cheng family over a mere 6th-layer individual? Cheng Gong pressed forward aggressively. Ouyang, please tread carefully, Cheng Lao urged. Suppressing his anger, let us deliberate. Zhang Yunzi did not wish to lose the Qing family's support, aside from receiving funds from the Qian sword sect. The Blade Edge had privately accepted significant financial contributions from the Qing family, which were essential for cultivating resources. Esteemed colleagues, let us prioritize the greater good. I suggest we agree. But if we set this precedent, what will become of us in the future? This shall be a singular exception, never to be repeated. That would be unjust. Without the Qing family's support, how shall we have enough resources for our cultivation? Ouyang, there is no need to be troubled. Chu Ci is aware that he has brought trouble to the Qian sword sect and is willing to accept Niufeng's challenge for a duel to the death. Despite his frail stature, the situation surrounding Chu Ci has escalated significantly, with several inner disciples arriving. Among them a woman whose fierce gaze emanates an intimidating chill. She must be the legendary Cheng, Hu's sister. Moreover, Lin Wanru has surprisingly made her appearance as well. If he does not proactively accept the challenge, it is only a matter of time before he is compelled to do so. Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to forfeit your life? The steward referee is eager to silence Chu Ci. Thank you, esteemed steward, but for now, this is the only viable solution. With a wry smile, Chu Ci expressed a hint of helplessness, leaving the referee momentarily speechless. Come forth, do not retreat like a timid turtle. Niufeng, seemingly anxious that Chu Ci might have second thoughts, promptly leaped onto the martial arts stage. What is the rush? Would it not be better to observe the splendor of the mortal world a while longer? With an air of languid grace, Chu Ci ascended the martial arts stage, brandishing the flowing cloud sword in hand. Its sharpness was unmistakable, and with the slightest movement, the sound of the sword song enveloped the entire arena. A manifestation of sword intent once more. Several esteemed figures found themselves in a state of profound conflict. Wait a moment, I suspect there is something amiss with your sword. Such a low realm cannot possibly comprehend sword intent. The master of Blade Peak, Zhang Yunzi, suddenly contemplated a troubling possibility. Zhang Yunzi, you are being unreasonable. Ouyang Ming bellowed in response. However, the other eminent figures remained silent, perhaps wishing to ascertain the truth for themselves. Chu Ci chuckled softly. Very well. Mad cow? Chu Ci gazed at Niufeng and spoke in a tranquil tone. You are the mad cow. Your entire family consists of mad cows. Do not be angry. Allow me to offer you a favor. What favor? Since everyone suspects this sword is problematic, shall we exchange our weapons? After all, swords and knives serve similar purposes. An exchange it is, but do not regret it. After hearing Zhang Yunzi's words, Niufeng felt that Chu Ci's sword was indeed extraordinary. What harm could there be in swapping weapons? Considering his swordsmanship was commendable as well, Niufeng cheerfully accepted the Lu Yun sword, his fingers involuntarily caressing the blade, feeling a chill intermingled with a subtle warmth. Chu Ci glanced at Niufeng with a faint smile, perhaps reveling in the moment, but it would not last long. As the long sword was grasped, within the sea of consciousness, the divine dragon command stirred, causing the Taichu divine dragon blade to quiver gently. A subtle aura of the blade materialized from thin air, rippling outward in waves. At that moment, a crisp sound of the sword echoed through the air, soaring into the heavens. The clang of weapons resonated, as the disciples present felt their long swords, short swords, and other weapons hum in response. What was this? Could it be? Impossible. The intent of the blade? No, it could not be. This was not merely blade intent. All the esteemed figures were left dumbfounded. Even those who had yet to arrive were now soaring into the air. In the brief span of an incense stick's burning time, two such formidable sword intents had emerged in succession, unprecedented. No, this was not blade intent. It was sword intent. Indeed, this young man had grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Zhang Yunzi was unwilling to accept it as blade intent, convinced it was sword intent, something he himself had yet to comprehend. Niufeng, what are you waiting for? Chengong, now impatient, had doubted moments ago, but witnessing the reality before him, he was determined to eliminate the threat swiftly. Niufeng regained his composure, no longer hesitating. As he lunged forward, his long sword aimed directly at Chu Ci's chest. Chapter 9. Entering the mountains faced with Niufeng's vicious strike, Chu Ci did not flinch. With his keen perception, a mere glance revealed the trajectory and vulnerabilities of Niufeng's attack. As the sword tip approached, he sidestepped with his right foot, evading the strike, while simultaneously delivering a thunderous punch to Niufeng's abdomen. The dull sound of impact echoed as Chu Ci's fist struck flesh. Niufeng's expression changed dramatically, feeling as though he had been struck by a rampaging bull, stumbling back 3 paces. the ninth level of body refinement, useless if not wielded effectively. To Chu Ci, engaging in close combat with blades was akin to brawling with thugs. Niufeng, shaken from his stupor, looked up at Chu Ci with fury. In that moment, Chu Ci remained standing resolutely, his right hand enveloped in the flowing light of the long sword, unyielding. Niufeng was about to unleash a tirade when suddenly, a flash of the blade appeared before him. Alarm surged within him, mirrored by the shock of those around. The scene of Lu Yun's sword severing Cheng Hu's head was still vivid in their minds. With a crisp crack, a large portion of the stone post beside Niufeng was cleaved away. Stealing a glance at the severed post at the edge of the martial platform, Niufeng could not help but touch his neck, relieved to find his head still intact, sweat pouring down in torrents. Today, if I do not eliminate you, on the day of the outer sect competition, old grievances and new grudges shall be settled together. Chu Ci harbored no desire to create excessive bloodshed. Otherwise, the events of today might culminate in dire consequences. In the days to come, he had matters to attend to. In truth, just moments ago, while evading, Chu Ci sensed a hint of strain. Although his vision and discernment surpassed those of everyone present, and he understood how to cope, the actual execution left his body and consciousness somewhat misaligned, resulting in his evasive maneuver being 3 beats slower than usual. Had Niufeng possessed ample combat experience, he might not have been able to entirely evade that strike. Of course, this was a consequence of Chu Ci deliberately concealing his strength, maintaining himself at the 6th level of body refinement while confronting Niufeng. Were he to unleash his full prowess at the 8th level, he could easily obliterate Niufeng in a direct confrontation. The appearance of Cheng Gong, along with that of his sister Cheng Hu in the vicinity, compelled Chu Ci to exercise caution, refraining from excessive displays. The life or death of a petty figure like Niufeng mattered little. The paramount concern was enhancing his own strength. Niufeng was taken aback, having never anticipated that he would escape with his life. In that fleeting moment, upon witnessing the blade in Chu Ci's hand emanating the same ominous glow that had previously felled Cheng Hu, he felt the cold grip of death. "Humph, I shall personally slay you in due time," Niufeng declared, his voice strained, yet devoid of the earlier bravado. With a gentle smile, and without uttering a word, Chu Ci threw his long sword forward, stepping up to seize the flowing cloud sword from Niufeng's grasp. With a flourish, he twirled the sword and gracefully descended from the martial arena. In truth, the sword intent he had just comprehended was sufficient for him to become an inner sect disciple. Why not express gratitude for the esteemed elder's good intentions? However, he felt his strength was still lacking, making it difficult to command respect. "I shall return on the day of the outer sect competition," he vowed. Yet, the elder hesitated, longing to caution Chu Ci about the danger he faced after offending the Qing family and several others. Nevertheless, the confidence radiating from Chu Ci's visage compelled him to trust the young man, albeit with an inexplicable instinct. As Chu Ci vanished from sight, the clamor erupted. "So formidable! It seems he has genuinely grasped the sword intent. The sect gains another strong contender." They mused about his return, acknowledging that while he had comprehended the sword intent, he was still merely at the 6th level of body refinement. He was no longer among the ranks of the utterly useless. Indeed, in the span of mere days, he had shed the label of a lowly cultivator, elevating himself to the 6th level. The crowd fell silent once more, although within Cheng Gong's eyes lurked a fierce determination. He would not rest until he avenged his grandson. Niufeng was also a failure. It was truly pathetic that a 9th level cultivator could not best a 6th level one. Several other gazes, from various directions, were directed toward the place where Chu Ci had departed. These looks bore contemplation, significance, and mostly, a sinister sharpness. With less than half a month remaining until the outer sect competition, and only a step away from the 9th level of body refinement, Chu Ci felt it was far from sufficient. Given the opportunity for rebirth, he was determined to reach his utmost potential. He aimed to utilize this time to undertake a crucial task, refining his body, honing his physique to perfection at every stage, laying a solid foundation for swiftly cultivating the 9 transformations divine dragon body. In comparison to his previous life, this time he was endowed with the supreme chaos dragon god technique, granting him a much higher starting point. Yet, without a physique to match, it would be futile. Thus, body refinement was imperative. Since he had chosen the path of cultivation to enhance his strength, some preparatory work remained to be done. Upon re-entering the 9-Dan pavilion, Lin Chen personally greeted him, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Having learned of the events at the martial arena from Lin Wanru, Lin Chen showed even greater respect toward Chu Ci. Master Chu, please allow me to prepare some medicinal materials for you. I wish to concoct some pills. And I will settle the payment later. Master Lin, you jest. Whatever you need, feel free to ask. It will all be complimentary. Please head to the pill chamber. I shall join you shortly. Lin Chen smiled and beckoned a servant to lead him away before dashing off. The entire afternoon was spent within the Earthfire pill chamber of the Nine-Dan Pavilion, where Lin Wanru, Huang Yong, and Chu Ci tirelessly refined pills. With a hum, another batch of medicinal concoctions reached completion. 10 pills, exuding a rich fragrance, soared into the air. 10 pills shimmered with a captivating purple luster. This marked the third consecutive batch of exquisite elixirs adorned with purple halo patterns. Lin Wanru and Huang Yong, initially astonished, had gradually acclimatized to the occurrence. It seemed peculiar that Chu Ci would fail to produce superior elixirs. After dedicating another half a day to stockpile sufficient quantities of bone-strengthening pills and vitality pills, while also reserving some inventory for the 9-pill pavilion, Chu Ci proceeded to extract the remaining herbs and began the refinement of another type of elixir, the marrow-cleansing pill. Both Huang Yong and Lin Wanru were suddenly invigorated, as these herbs were intended for a concoction they had yet to witness. In truth, Chu Ci was merely familiar with the prescription. He had never attempted its creation before. With meticulous control over the fire for half an hour, he was apprehensive about the slightest misstep. Observing Chu Ci's intense focus, the duo refrained from uttering a word, even minimizing their breaths to the faintest whisper. After the duration of an incense stick, following Chu Ci's intricate footwork and remarkable hand techniques, the lid of the furnace sprang open. A rich, fragrant aroma, distinctly different from the previous concoctions, wafted forth, enticing one to inhale deeply. Subsequently, 10 pills soared into the air, their entire bodies of vibrant green, with 2 of them radiating a subtle crimson glow, undoubtedly exquisite. With a satisfied smile, Chu Ci proceeded to refine 2 more batches of the exquisite soul-slicing elixir, culminating in a total of 7 precious pills. Ultimately, he decided to leave 5 of these elixirs at the Nine-Dan Pavilion, indifferent to their worth. With all preparations in place, Chu Ci ventured into the West Wilderness Mountain Range, a treacherous frontier separating the Western territories from the outside continent. Renowned as the most perilous area within the region, despite possessing a wealth of combat experience and skills from his previous life, the seamless integration of those abilities with his current physique proved challenging, necessitating practical engagement to enhance his prowess. The mountain range is rife with various beasts, including soul beasts. And the deeper one ventures, the higher the levels of these creatures become, with the most formidable soul beasts reaching the soul sect level. In the depths of the mountains, there exist rare soul beasts that can be tamed and are of a growth type, although their numbers are scant. Consulting the map provided by Lin Chen, Chu Ci discerned his direction, aiming to reach a relatively safe resting place before dusk. Not long after entering the mountain range, he found himself the target of some wild beasts, as visitors to this region were indeed scarce. Shortly thereafter, a sense of alertness surged within Chu Ci's mind. Scanning his surroundings, he noted the lush greenery and a variety of rare herbs, some of which were invaluable medicinal plants. However, he had no time to indulge in these distractions, for the sudden onset of alertness could not arise without cause. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, causing Chu Ci to instinctively take a half-step back as a gray shadow burst forth from the thicket, lunging directly at him. It was none other than a formidable gray bear. Chapter 10. Slaying the Junyan with a swift movement, the figure of Chu Ci darted outward, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, and with a sharp sound, several droplets of blood erupted from the tattered garments. The movements of the Chu Ci are already swift enough, yet they could not entirely evade. The campaign has begun unfavorably. Witness how this king shall vanquish you. With a swift retreat, Chu Ci took 2 hasty steps back, casting a glance at the shallow wound on his chest. This was the unfortunate consequence of a disconnection between mind and body. In simpler terms, his physique was simply too feeble. With a clang, he flipped his right hand and drew forth the flowing cloud sword from his back. Yet, in the very next moment, with another clang, Chu Ci sheathed the sword once more, opting for hand-to-hand combat to refine his skills further. As he faced the grizzly bear, which had just turned to confront him, Chu Ci clapped his hands together in a provocative gesture. This act of defiance instantly incited the bear's wrath. With a thunderous roar, the massive creature lunged towards him. Rather than retreating, Chu Ci advanced, lowering his stance as he unleashed two lightning-fast punches, one striking the bear's jaw and the other landing on its neck. A pitiful cry erupted as the bear's colossal form was sent tumbling backwards. After a brief struggle, it rose once more, charging at Chu Ci with renewed ferocity. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Chu Ci deftly maneuvered through the 9 palace steps, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the grizzly bear. Turning to its side, he unleashed a trio of powerful punches to the bear's midsection. The massive creature staggered twice before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to finish it off. With a sudden leap, Chu Ci soared high, bending his legs as if he were a weight of 1,000 pounds. Descending upon the neck of the grizzly bear, crack! A sharp sound echoed as the bear's eyes dimmed, blood gurgling from its mouth and nostrils. Its breaths now mere exhalations devoid of inhalation. Drawing forth the flowing cloud sword, he plunged it into the beast, ending its life. Moments later, a dark green bear gallbladder appeared in Chu Ci's grasp, a splendid ingredient for alchemy, not to be squandered. He then severed the 4 bear paws and bagged them. Poised to depart. Suddenly, applause erupted as 3 young men emerged. To his astonishment, the infamous trio of wastrels from the outer sect had transformed into formidable talents, capable of slaying bears. "Who are you?" Chu Ci inquired with a slight furrow of his brow, having been so engrossed in dispatching the grizzly that he failed to notice their approach, a clear sign of his insufficient prowess. You dare to harm my brother, yet remain oblivious to the existence of his elder sibling? Today, I shall bring you to ruin. I know not who you are. I am Zhu Niao, brother of Zhu Cheng. Now that you are aware, you may resign yourself to your fate." A sinister grin spread across Zhu Niao's face. "Oh, so your intent is not merely to incapacitate me, but to ensure my demise." Chu Ci replied with a chilling smile. "First, I shall render you powerless, subjecting you to torment, and then I will end your life." The gaze of Chu Ci instantly turned frigid. "Eliminate him." With Zhu Yan's command, 2 young men, around 16 or 17 years of age, simultaneously drew their long swords and charged towards Chu Ci. As Chu Ci moved, his figure swayed like a drifting willow catkin, causing the long swords of the 2 young men to miss their mark entirely. Before they could regain their composure, the flowing cloud sword in Chu Ci's hand flashed with a swift motion. With 2 distinct sounds, the heads of the 2 young men were sent soaring into the air. A single strike, a double kill. Zhu Nian's mouth gaped wide in astonishment, resembling a large O, ample enough to accommodate a sizable duck egg. Although he had heard tales of Chu Ci slaying Qinghu with a single sword and defeating Niu Feng, he had never witnessed such feats firsthand. Moreover, he had enlisted 2 companions for this encounter, believing that even if Chu Ci surpassed Niu Feng, their combined strength would surely subdue him. Little did he anticipate that his 2 allies would be so effortlessly dispatched. Damn it, this so-called waste, Chu Ci, had truly soared to greatness, becoming an unparalleled genius. "Speak. Who sent you here? Reveal your master, and perhaps I shall spare your life," Chu Ci said calmly, blowing the blood from the flowing cloud sword. "And no," Zhu Nian stammered. "You have been given a chance to live, yet you refuse it. Do not blame me then." Chu Ci had never intended to grant mercy. The identity of Zhu Nian's backer was inconsequential. As long as he was an enemy, Chu Ci would wield his sword with lethal intent, delivering a decisive blow. The echoes of his words lingered in the air. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Chu Ci propelled himself forward like a predatory leopard lunging for its prey. The blade gleamed like a rainbow, aimed directly at Zhu Niao. In an instant, Zhu Niao perceived a blinding flash before him. The sharp tip of the sword, still glistening with the last remnants of blood, was already upon him. Such swiftness in the strike. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he swiftly retreated, simultaneously executing a horizontal slash with the Qingfeng sword gripped tightly in his hand. As a practitioner of the 9th layer of body refinement with considerable combat experience, Zhu Niao understood that evading this lethal blow was nearly impossible. His only recourse was to engage in a life-or-death struggle, a desperate gamble to force Chu Ci to change his tactics. And indeed, he succeeded. Yet, the outcome was starkly different from what he had anticipated. Indeed, the Chu Ci has transformed its tactics. The originally direct blade suddenly veered and slashed. The sword's edge grazed the wrist. With a sharp sound, Zhu Niao's severed hand fell alongside the longsword. "Spare me." Zhu Niao's plea for mercy remained unvoiced. In a flash of steel, a head was sent soaring into the air. With a flick of his sword, blood dripped from its blade as Chu Ci calmly uttered, "Your pleas for mercy come too late. These three miscreants were indeed impoverished. After thoroughly searching Zhu Niao and his companions, Chu Ci's final spoils amounted to a mere 600 taels and silver notes, 5 golden leaves, and several utterly mundane body-refining pills, which he regarded with disdain and chose not to touch. He made no effort to dispose of the 3 corpses. In this forest, it would not be long before the sin of blood attracted wild beasts, who would soon devour Zhu Niao and his companions' remains completely. Time passed swiftly, and Chu Ci had already spent 3 days traversing the western wilderness mountains. In the depths of the forest, he moved with the grace of a nimble civet, when suddenly he brought forth the flowing cloud sword, which elegantly severed half of the head of a black python that had slithered down from a tree. In an instant, several beams of sword light flashed, and the black python was swiftly cleaved into multiple segments. As Chu Ci tucked away the snake gall, he remained oblivious to the faint purple mist emanating from the remnants of the black python. This mist seamlessly merged into the storage ring on the middle finger of his left hand. At that moment, within the confines of the ring, the small segment of the azure dragon's claw, gifted by Huang Yong, levitated gracefully, swiftly absorbing every drop of the entering purple mist, glowing faintly before descending to the bottom of the space. He casually gathered a few fine medicinal herbs and some wild fruits, continuing his journey deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a melodious call echoed, capturing Chu Ci's attention. Although the roars of wild beasts had been a constant presence along the way, they had remained distant. This particular call felt not only close at hand, but also exuded a sense of familiarity. Unbeknownst to him, his path began to veer off course, instinctively drawn toward the sound. After traversing a thicket, Chu Ci beheld a peculiar mountain peak ahead, resembling 3 fingers piercing the sky. Beneath these colossal, finger-like formations lay a small, pristine pool. Upon surveying the surroundings and finding no immediate danger, Chu Ci hastened his steps to the water's edge. He refreshed his face with a splash and, after stirring the water, cupped his hands to take a drink. However, when he reached into the water for a third sip, he was astonished to see a colossal silhouette reflected in the crystal-clear depths, a giant eagle. Chapter 11. The struggle of eagle and python. He had underestimated the situation. Without even needing to look up, the immense form mirrored in the water, coupled with the overwhelming aura exuded by the giant eagle, made it clear to Chu Ci that this was a soul beast, most likely of a rank equivalent to that of a soul sovereign. Such a soul beast was nearly a sovereign entity within the Shiwang mountain range. Had he still possessed his status as a divine king from the upper realm, or even a mere fraction of his former peak strength, merely emanating his aura would have sent this giant eagle fleeing in terror. Yet, the grim reality was that he was now merely an ordinary person, unable even to condense a martial soul. Chu Ci found himself in a state of deep discontent. Logically, this region should not be considered the depths of the western wilderness mountains. In fact, it could be classified as a peripheral area. To his astonishment, he had merely come to wash his face and quench his thirst, only to encounter the most formidable soul beast within this mountain range. While he pondered his escape, he suddenly felt a strange sensation in his earlobe, and his expression shifted drastically. In the next moment, the forest trembled, and towering ancient trees began to topple in clusters to his left. A colossal eagle soared through the sky, emitting a resounding cry as it swooped down with immense force. With the movement of the giant eagle, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and a chilling gale swept through the air. Hiss! Within the forest, a massive serpent raised its head high. This was unmistakably another powerful soul beast, having also reached the level of a soul sovereign. In an instant, the giant eagle and the enormous serpent collided with no finesse whatsoever. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted throughout the mountains, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Centered around the eagle and serpent, a terrifying shockwave surged forth like a hurricane, uprooting trees and sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The countenance of Chu Ci altered dramatically. The fierce clash between 2 soul beasts of the soul realm unleashed a formidable wave of residual energy, far beyond the capacity of a mere body-refining martial artist like him to withstand. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ci leaped into the water. Plunging swiftly towards the depths of the pool, the grass danced wildly. A terrifying shockwave swept across the edge of the pond. With a rush, nearly a third of the crystal-clear water transformed into a torrential downpour, soaring into the sky. Just as Chu Ci reached the bottom of the pool, he felt a violent tremor. A surge of overwhelming force bore down upon him through the water, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the shockwave arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. With a crash, the deluge of rain cascaded down, However, at this moment, the water level of the pristine pool had already receded by more than 2 feet. The figure emerged from the water, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Upon surfacing, he was astonished to behold the 3 colossal peaks, resembling giant fingers, that framed the serene pond. The trees and moss adorning their rocky cliffs had been nearly obliterated by the residual force of battle. On the far right, a jagged cliff face revealed a vast opening, its lower edge a mere 10 meters above the ground. Suddenly, a cry erupted, reminiscent of a great duck, resonating from within the cavern. With a slight start, Chu Ci discerned from the call that another small spirit beast resided within the cliff cave, likely born not long ago. Judging by the current circumstances, it must be a descendant of the great eagle. There was no need for him to interfere in the battle between these spirit beasts. With his present strength, he could not possibly make a difference. As Chu Ci emerged from the water, poised to leave, a sudden rustle ensued. Nearly 7 meters in length, sprang forth from the fallen trees. Its finely scaled body shimmered with a greenish luminescence, revealing it to be a spirit beast of the same lineage as the colossal python outside, belonging to the realm of soul masters. Given its size and the aura it emanated, it was surely at least a level 7 spirit beast. Chu Ci swallowed hard. With his current prowess, even if he were to wield the flowing cloud sword and invoke its sword intent, he would likely only be capable of vanquishing soul beasts of levels 1, 2, or 3, mere low-tier soul masters. Such beings are beyond his capacity to contend with at this moment. Chu Ci gradually extended his left hand, a benign smile gracing his face. Ahem. I merely pass through and shall not interfere in your conflict. As for me, as Chu Ci sought to withdraw, the opposing entity remained indifferent, the words unspoken yet hanging in the air. The small green python across from him glinted with a fierce light in its serpentine eyes. With a hissing sound, the python flicked its tongue, and with a swift motion of its tail, its 7-meter-long body surged forth like an arrow piercing the void. Its gaping maw, lined with sharp fangs, lunged towards Chu Ci with deadly intent. How infuriating! With a fierce curse echoing in his heart, Chu Ci exhibited no hesitation in his movements. He executed the 9 palace step, swiftly shifting his body to the side, and with a decisive strike, brought his sword down upon the head of the serpent. A light clang resonated as the flowing cloud sword met the finely scaled surface of the azure python's head, sending sparks flying. The python's momentum was abruptly halted, leaving a slender wound on its head from which a trickle of blood began to seep. Chu Ci, in quick succession, retreated 3 steps, his right arm trembling slightly. Hiss! The young azure python emitted a furious roar, launching itself forward once more. Clang! 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 With a sword in hand, Chu Ci danced through the air, his movements akin to a nimble cat darting about, desperately fending off the assault of the small green python. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the serpent's tail swept through the air, sending both Chu Ci and his sword hurtling away. He soared 8 meters before crashing to the ground with a thud, the fabric of his garments torn at the waist, nearly suffocated by the force of that strike. Before he could rise from the earth, a foul wind rushed towards him, and the gaping maw of the serpent loomed before his eyes. In this moment of life and death, within the realm of his soul, the dragon token resonated with a deep thrum, emanating an aura of noble majesty that was both vast and imperious from Chu Ci's very being, though it was but a mere trace of the dragon's essence. It was far beyond the capacity of a mere green python to withstand. The small serpent froze in place. In an instant, the flowing cloud sword pierced directly into the gaping mouth of the python, and with a swift tug, splash, the serpent's blood sprayed across Chu Ci's face, and the python's head, once held high, crashed to the ground, cleaved in 2. Exhausted from the effort of delivering that fatal blow, Chu Ci could no longer hold on. His head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the forest, flashes of dark crimson light flickered, accompanied by the sounds of roars and cries. Had Chu Ci remained conscious, he would have witnessed feathers fluttering and remnants of flesh being scattered amidst the chaos in the left thicket. The battle raged on, undeterred by the encroaching night. When Chu Ci finally stirred back to consciousness, the moon hung high in the sky, and the howls of wild beasts echoed around him, yet none dared approach this vicinity. Hearing the fierce sounds of battle nearby, Chu Ci's expression shifted. He made a small incision on the python's body with his sword and leaned in, greedily inhaling the cool, warm blood, feeling rejuvenated. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. The safest refuge lay within the cave atop the cliff. Moments later, Chu Ci gazed at a creature within the cave that resembled a large, fluffy duck, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment at its appearance. The small eagle, far from being a majestic sight, displayed neither joy nor disdain at Chu Ci's arrival. It merely regarded him with its tiny eyes before returning to gaze out at the world beyond the cave, a hint of sorrow lingering in its gaze. Chu Ci paid no heed to the great plush duck, instead seeking a pristine spot to sit cross-legged, disregarding the fierce battle between the eagle and the python nearby, and focusing intently on healing his wounds by consuming 2 medicinal pills. As the morning light cascaded down, the tumult outside the cliff cave finally dissipated into silence, and with it, Chu Ci's injuries were nearly mended. Upon opening his eyes, he sensed the presence of an object beside him. It was none other than the great plush duck. Observing Chu Ci rouse from his meditative state, the duck gently nudged him with its small head, emitting a soft quack. With a gentle sigh, Chu Ci extended a hand to caress the soft, downy feathers of the large duck, which felt remarkably smooth to the touch. "Very well, let me take you to see," he said. In the distance, he spotted the massive serpent's lifeless body sprawled nearby, while the enormous eagle lay weakened on the ground, resembling a colossal plucked chicken. Hearing the commotion, its vast form stirred slightly. The large duck swiftly dashed forward, nuzzling beside the eagle's wings before moving to its head. Indeed, Chu Ci mused. This large duck was the offspring of the mighty eagle. At that moment, the eagle lifted its gaze towards Chu Ci. "Come closer." In the depths of his mind, a voice resonated, calling out from an unknown origin, ethereal and enchanting. With a flicker of thought, Chu Ci approached. As the wings of the colossal eagle stirred, an extraordinary force enveloped Chu Ci's form, propelling him to the source of the eagle's call. In the next heartbeat, the eagle opened its beak, releasing a peculiar orb that, before Chu Ci could comprehend, had already entered his willingly parted lips, and, with a soft gulp, was swallowed whole. Chu Ci felt a wave of nausea, as though he were on the verge of retching, yet his body remained immobile. After a brief moment, the colossal eagle closed its eyes, its breath extinguished. The young duck, or rather, the little eagle, shed a tear from the corner of its eye, once again liberated from his corporeal constraints. Chu Ci gazed upon the 2 enormous soul beasts before him, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. These were indeed 2 soul beasts of the Soul Master realm, possessing immense value. Chapter 12, the 9th level of body refinement. With the flowing cloud sword, Chu Ci delved into the immense wound torn by the formidable talons of the giant eagle. Penetrating deep into the serpent's body, he extracted the soul elixir from within and filled 2 large bags with the serpent's blood, subsequently laboriously slicing off several pieces of its internal flesh to offer to the young eagle. Though this fledgling had only recently hatched, its digestive capabilities were remarkably efficient. Pecking vigorously, it soon devoured the internal flesh of the giant serpent that Chu Ci had discarded, its body visibly growing at an astonishing rate. As he gazed upon the colossal serpent's carcass, it loomed before him like a small mountain. Chu Ci felt a sense of despondency. The task at hand was far too monumental for him to manage with his current capabilities. The storage ring that Lin Chen had procured for him was insufficiently spacious to accommodate such a colossal python. As Chu Ci despondently struck the massive carcass of the serpent, pondering how to transport this treasure trove, the dragon token within his soul consciousness space stirred once more. In an instant, Chu Ci was astonished to feel a torrent of formidable blood and flesh energy surging into his right hand. Alarmed, he realized that this was the essence of the python's blood energy. Given his present cultivation level, he was ill-equipped to endure such overwhelming vitality. He feared that within mere seconds, he would be overwhelmed and perish. As he attempted to withdraw his right hand, he found it utterly impossible. Yet, in the midst of his terror, what followed was a transformation of dread into exhilaration. Upon the discovery of the ancient verses, Chu Ci felt an overwhelming surge of vital energy coursing through his being. Rather than being stored within, this potent essence was instantaneously absorbed by the dragon token residing in his spiritual realm. The previously dim dragon token began to radiate brilliance at a visibly accelerated pace. Simultaneously, the colossal body of the giant python, which loomed like a mountain, astonishingly shrank and withered at an incredible rate. Once the entirety of the python's lifeblood had been consumed by the dragon token, a resonant pulse echoed through the spiritual space, releasing a wave of peculiar energy. In the next moment, both Chu Ci and the fluffy duck were momentarily taken aback. As the desiccated corpse of the giant python, and that of the enormous eagle mysteriously vanished without a trace. The gaze of Chu Ci flickered slightly as a possibility dawned upon him. It was likely that the corpses of these two soul beast entities, at the level of soul sects, had been absorbed into the dragon god space. If this were indeed the case, then henceforth, the dragon god space would serve as an immensely vast storage realm. This would prove invaluable for his future endeavors of hunting beasts and acquiring treasures. No. As a high-ranking divine monarch, how could one indulge in indiscriminate killing or thievery? Rather, it would be the pursuit of beasts and the acquisition of rewards. No matter how formidable the soul beasts or how abundant the treasures, there would be no concern for a lack of space to contain them. In this moment, Chu Ci's eyes shimmered with brilliance. After a brief pause, he returned to the cavern on the cliff, carrying the lifeless form of a small green python. Accompanied by the now significantly larger great duck, observing the creature beside him, Chu Ci felt an undeniable bond, as if this little companion had grown closer to him. With a decisive motion, he cast the python's corpse aside, declaring, "Feast upon this, grow stronger, and I shall lead you to conquer the world." Chu Ci paid no heed to whether the big plush duck understood, as he made his way to the depths of the cliff cave, settling cross-legged upon the stone bed. Today had yielded bountiful gains, and he urgently needed to digest them. As the chaos dragon divine art circulated within him, the energy from the serpent's blood he had consumed surged forth, causing his entire body's meridians to resonate, as if drawn by an unseen force, filling him with excitement. At that moment, the dragon token in his soul space flickered slightly, pulling Chu Ci's consciousness back into its depths. Upon entering the dragon space, he beheld the previously vanished corpses of the giant python and giant eagle displayed before a grand altar. However, the once mountainous giant eagle now appeared shriveled, and the python's remains were noticeably smaller than before. The consequence of this transformation was a denser energy within the dragon space compared to before. In contrast to the outside world, this place was a veritable paradise for cultivation. Retracting his gaze from the eagle and python, Chu Ci wasted no time and directly activated the Chaos Dragon Divine Art. His skin and meridians grew even more invigorated as waves of energy coursed through his body. After an hour, a throbbing pain in his bones emerged, akin to countless ants gnawing at him. This signified a breakthrough. Although he had experienced some discomfort during his previous breakthrough, it paled in comparison to this ordeal. A powerful wave of pain enveloped him, nearly provoking a cry of anguish. With a soft crack, the pain peaked, and in the next instant, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Chu Ci's aura surged, propelling him into the 9th level of body refinement. Nearly another hour passed before he was ejected from the dragon token once more. Nearly 5 days had elapsed since his last breakthrough. This time, by refining a substantial amount of serpent blood in the dragon space, he ascended to the initial stage of the 9th level of body refinement. With the assistance of the Chaos Dragon Divine Art, his physical strength now rivaled that of a 2nd-level soul master trained in body refinement soul techniques. Leaping from the stone bed, he executed a powerful kick into the air. Bang! The sound of air shattering resonated, filling him with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Just then, a dark figure burst in from outside. Chu Ci cast a fleeting glance at the plump, fluffy duck, which had noticeably grown in size within just a few hours. Indeed, having an old soul master as a companion proved advantageous, as he had swiftly attained the 4th-level soul master realm. It seemed that the consumption of python meat had been quite beneficial. The fluffy duck, seemingly aware of Chu Ci's uplifted spirits, affectionately nudged against him, demonstrating a delightful camaraderie. As he reached out to stroke the duck's head, intending to speak, a sudden roar of a beast echoed through the air, causing Chu Ci's gaze to darken with intensity. The fluffy duck's wings quivered slightly, its previously serene demeanor transforming into one of commanding presence. Ah, this little creature is rather impressive. Exuding an aura reminiscent of a young eagle king, Chu Ci gently patted the head of the great plush duck. As he and the eagle approached the cave's entrance, they realized that dawn had already broken, and some demonic beasts were beginning to roam outside the cliff cave. Last night, they had not observed closely, but now, upon inspection, a vast area of the once lush forest lay devastated. Previously, the presence of a colossal eagle, a spirit beast of the soul sect realm, had deterred ordinary spirit beasts and demonic creatures from venturing near. However, the tumultuous events of the previous night, coupled with the demise of both the gigantic python and the great eagle, had resulted in the disappearance of their remains, leaving behind an absence of oppressive aura. Gradually, The surrounding demonic beasts began to gather. A howl. This time, the beast's roar was not only clearer but also closer. The trees ahead began to sway. The demonic creatures, initially drawn by the prospect of scavenging, scattered in haste. Soon, a bear with striking blue eyes emerged. This was a spirit beast, boasting a formidable rank of level 5 spirit master. In the past, such a creature would never have dared to approach this area. However, with the scarcity of spirit beasts nearby, this level 5 giant bear had grown increasingly brazen. Chu Ci smiled gently. A soul beast with merely the strength of a 5th-level soul master was evidently not beyond Chu Ci's capability to handle. Before Chu Ci could make a move, the bear began to approach the cave slowly, seemingly directed towards us. With a gentle smile, Chu Ci patted the fluffy duck and remarked, "The name Fluffy Duck lacks a certain charm. From now on, you shall be called Little Black. Now, Little Black, go and vanquish that foolish bear." With a joyful cry, Little Black flapped its wings and dove downward with vigor. With no hesitation, Chu Ci leaped into action, plunging downwards. Thud! There was no display of extravagant techniques as the eagle and the bear, two soul beasts, collided with one another. Clang! The flowing cloud sword was unsheathed, and Chu Ci dashed forward with swift strides, seizing the moment while the two soul beasts were momentarily disoriented from the impact. He lunged forward with a sword aimed at the bear's head. The strike was executed with remarkable speed. However, the formidable bear, possessing the strength of a 5th-level soul master, adeptly evaded, causing the blade to slice through the air and sever half of its ear. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Chu Ci transformed the flowing cloud sword from a thrust into a slashing strike, fiercely aiming at the massive bear's head. The colossal bear propelled itself upward with a powerful push of its hind legs, standing tall as its enormous claws reached out to grasp Chu Ci. In a swift motion, he retracted his sword, advancing rather than retreating, deftly maneuvering between the two giant claws. With a deft horizontal slash, a deep gash appeared across the bear's chest and abdomen, spilling forth a crimson stream. At that moment, the small black figure also began to exploit its aerial advantage. A sharp cry echoed as its claws lunged directly at the bear's eyes. The bear, taken aback by Chu Ci's close-quarters combat, grew flustered as the little eagle swooped down upon its head, hastily rolling to the side. Chapter 13. A dual breakthrough. The Chu Ci was also swept into turmoil as the flowing cloud sword in hand was thrust forward with great speed. With a sharp hiss, the keen blade pierced into the neck of the massive bear. Upon witnessing this, the little black creature let out another cry, lending its claws to the assault. The gigantic bear, with a sudden exertion, struggled to rise, although it managed to evade the further penetration of the flowing cloud sword. It could not escape the onslaught of the little black's claws. With a chilling sound, blood gushed from two gashes on the bear's head, blinding one of its eyes. No longer willing to continue the fight, the bear turned to flee in desperation. With a sudden leap, Chu Ci drew his sword, exclaiming softly. The flowing cloud sword sliced through the air with grace, seemingly weightless yet imbued with a fierce sword intent. The intense sword, sweeping past with a swift motion. With a soft thud, a substantial portion of the giant bear's neck was severed, blood gushing forth in torrents. The massive creature staggered forward a couple of steps before crashing to the ground, the light in its eyes dimming. Once the bear breathed its last, Chu Ci, wielding the flowing cloud sword, made a precise incision across the bear's belly to extract the essence core. Subsequently, accompanied by Little Black, he eliminated several nearby beasts, ensuring that the vicinity of the cave would remain undisturbed for the next few days. Upon returning to the cave, Chu Ci discarded several substantial portions of prime bear meat and 4 bear paws to Little Black before reclining once more upon the stone bed. He retrieved a vial of bone-strengthening pills, tossing 2 of the pills into his mouth. Sensing the fragrant aroma of the pills, Little Black abandoned the bear meat and approached eagerly, gazing longingly at the bone-strengthening pills in Chu Ci's hand. "Want this?" Chu Ci paused momentarily, then poured out 1 pill. In the next instant, a sharp beak darted forth, snatching it up with a gulp. Astonished, Chu Ci realized that Little Black truly consumed the pill. The ensuing days brought both joy and pain to Chu Ci. The pain stemming from the fact that Little Black was an insatiable glutton. In a crunch, another pill was devoured, followed swiftly by yet another. The elixirs carried by Chu Ci have, to his astonishment, found their way into the voracious belly of the gluttonous Xiaohong, with over half consumed. As time swiftly passed, a week had elapsed. During this period, Chu Ci ventured into the divine dragon space twice, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. For the majority of these 7 days, Chu Ci and Xiaohong spent an overwhelming 95% of their time within the cliff cave, occasionally stepping outside merely to deal with invaders encroaching on their territory. Due to the previous presence of formidable soul beasts, such as the giant eagle, within this region, no particularly powerful soul beasts had appeared during this time. Typical soul beasts of the soul master level were easily dispatched by Chu Ci and Xiaohong in concert. As Chu Ci ascended to the apex of the body refinement realm, Xiaohong, too, experienced remarkable growth, reaching the 9th level of soul master, albeit at the cost of exhausting all the elixirs in Chu Ci's possession. All right, Xiaohong, bid farewell to your home. I shall take you to explore the outside world. Chu Ci gently patted the glossy black feathers of Xiaohong. No longer merely a large duck, Xiaohong had transformed into a true black eagle, standing tall. It was not shorter than Chu Ci. With a cry, Xiaohong seemed to comprehend. However, instead of rushing out of the cave, it walked to a corner, flapping its wings and stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, Xiaohong, what are you doing? Chu Ci waved away the dust, revealing a large iron box in the corner of the cave. Upon opening it, Chu Ci discovered several tomes on soul techniques, but they were disappointingly low tier, utterly worthless. Among them were a dozen elixir bottles, either empty or containing potions whose efficacy had significantly diminished, rendering them practically useless. Fortunately, the iron box also held a substantial amount of silver coins, banknotes, gold ingots, and gold leaves. After a brief count, Chu Ci was astonished to find over 800,000 taels of silver, 135 tael gold ingots, and more than 800 gold leaves. Chu Ci, without any hesitation, collected all the silver coins, gold ingots, and golden leaves into his storage ring. As he retrieved a considerable amount of silver, he soon discovered 2 jade pendants inscribed with numerous characters. However, disinterested in scrutinizing them, he simply added them to his collection. For his attention had been captivated by an object resembling a waste token, shimmering with a faint blue light. He reached out and grasped the blue crystal token. In the next instant, a radiant smile graced his lips. He had been pondering how to accommodate the formidable creature, Little Black, and unexpectedly, this beast-controlling token had emerged. Indeed, this crystal token, glowing with a soft blue luminescence, was a beast-controlling token capable of housing spirit beasts. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, and a drop of blood fell from his left index finger onto the beast-controlling token. As of now, Chu Ci had yet to activate his martial soul, necessitating the use of this blood sacrifice method to refine the token. After a brief interval, roughly the time it takes to savor a cup of hot tea, as Chu Ci's countenance brightened with a faint smile, he gently gestured with his fingers, beckoning, "Little Black, come in. From now on, this shall be your home. Emerge only when necessary." A flash of azure light ensued, and Little Black vanished from the ground. Subsequently, the beast-taming token glimmered once more, and Little Black reappeared in the same spot. "What do you think? Quite a lovely new abode, isn't it? Now, please step inside, for I intend to lead you out of this western wild mountain range." After uttering these words, another burst of azure light flickered, and Little Black disappeared again. With this beast-taming token in hand, Chu Ci could directly summon Little Black back to the sect. Although Little Black's prowess had already reached the level of a 9th-rank Soul Master, amidst the formidable high-ranking Soul Masters, Grand Soul Masters, and even the powerful soul beasts of the Soul Sect within the western wild mountain range, it remained quite tender and fragile. With only 2 days remaining until the Outer Sect Grand Competition, it was indeed time to return. This journey had yielded substantial rewards. Not only had he attained the pinnacle of body refinement, significantly enhancing his physical strength and combat capabilities, but he had also acquired Little Black, a soul beast. A flying soul beast is an invaluable asset, especially when one's own strength is still developing. There was still time. Chu Ci was not in haste, collecting all the spiritual herbs he encountered along the way that could be used for alchemy. Once he successfully condensed his martial soul and ascended to the rank of Soul Master, these would prove to be treasures. Is someone approaching? As Chu Ci was excavating a strand of 3-star grass, he sensed the approach of at least 3 individuals. Has the trio of incompetents transformed into prodigies? Have they perhaps taken to the path of alchemy? Lu Yuan sauntered out from the thicket, wielding a hefty blade upon his shoulder, his face adorned with disdain, clearly dismissive of Chu Ci. To outsiders, Chu Ci was merely at the 6th level of body refinement. Brother, this is the lad. If we eliminate him, not only can we avenge the young master, but we could also reap a handsome reward. The debts from our previous gambling losses could easily be settled. Zhu Hai stepped forward, regarding Chu Ci as if he were a trove of golden leaves. The third young man remained silent. So, it appears you are indeed here to take my life. Might you enlighten me as to my current worth? Chu Ci carefully stored away the 3-starred grass and, lifting his gaze towards the 3 individuals, spoke in a soft voice. Not bad. 5,000 taels of silver. However, if you manage to capture them alive, they would be worth 8,000 taels. Otherwise, you might as well surrender. Lu Yuan grinned widely, his stomach playfully jostling a few times in response. 8,000 taels. The Chung family is being rather stingy, don't you think? Chu Ci cast a glance at the 3 individuals and shook his head, inquiring whether they intended to confront him collectively or one by one. With unabashed bravado, it seemed that this young man was truly courting his own demise. Lu Yuan, taken aback by Chu Ci's words, soon erupted into laughter, as though he were observing a fool. The other 2 shared a similar reaction. Hurry up, will you? I am pressed for time. By the way, do you have any last words? Otherwise, you might find yourself without the chance to speak later. With a light clap of his hands, Chu Ci dusted off the soil clinging to his palms and brushed away the dirt from his garments. Casting a sidelong glance at the trio. Fools, he thought, to think a mere waste at the 6th stage of body refinement merits my attention. Lu Yuan, incensed by Chu Ci's nonchalance, let out a series of furious roars as Zhu Hai and his companion charged forward, both wielding Qing Feng long swords. They were unmistakably outer disciples of the Qian sword sect, although they shared the same sect. Their intentions at this moment were not to discuss camaraderie but to eliminate Chu Ci. Lu Yuan and his companions had been scouring these woods for several days. And with only 2 days remaining before the outer sect competition, they were on the verge of abandoning their search and returning to the sect when, unexpectedly, they encountered Chu Ci. As Zhu Hai and his companion rushed closer, a glint of cold determination appeared at the corners of Chu Ci's mouth. One at the initial stage of the 9th level of body refinement, and the other at the 8th level. How audacious of them to think they could take my life. Whoosh. The Chu Ci surged forth, akin to a leopard leaping into action, swiftly traversing the 30 meters that separated the 2 parties. 2 gleaming azure swords lunged forward with precision. In the midst of the Chu Ci, the figure swayed slightly, causing 2 long swords to simultaneously plummet to the ground. Before Zhu Hai and his companion could recover from their astonishment, time stood still, with a flourish akin to twin dragons probing the depths of the sea. Chu Ci unleashed a pair of fists, striking upward with the intent aimed squarely at the chins of his adversaries. The air was pierced by 2 agonized cries followed by the ominous sound of shattering bone, as Zhu Hai and his companion were sent reeling backward. Before Lu Yuan could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, Chu Ci darted forward with remarkable speed, intercepting the 2 individuals still suspended in midair. With a swift motion, he seized their feet and yanked them backward, causing them to rebound from the ground. In the next instant, Chu Ci relaxed his grip, aligning his fingers, and with a deft twist of his hands, transformed them into blades, striking toward their throats. Chapter 14. The Auction Crack. Crack. The resonant sounds echoed as the throats of the 2 men were ruthlessly severed, rendering them lifeless on the spot, as their bodies were propelled once more into the air. Chu Ci reached out with his right hand, snatching the Qingfeng long sword from Zhu Hai's grasp. With a sharp clang, the sword sang as he thrust it toward Lu Yuan, who had just begun to react and was preparing to launch his own counterattack with a sweeping strike of his broadsword, slicing through the air with formidable force aimed at Chu Ci's neck. With no retreat, Chu Ci stepped sideways, drawing closer to Lu Yuan. In a swift motion, he twisted his body to evade the flash of the broadsword. The Qingfeng sword in his hand inverted, transforming a thrust into a strike, which he directed forcefully towards Lu Yuan's back. Under the pull of the broadsword, compounded by Chu Ci's blow, Lu Yuan lost his equilibrium and lurched forward. Before he could regain his footing, a sharper sound of a sword echoed behind him, more piercing than before. Clang! The sound sliced through the air. Blood gushed forth. Lu Yuan's head soared into the air, the crimson arc painted by blood glimmering brilliantly under the sun. With a swift toss of his azure peak longsword, Chu Ci expertly rifled through the belongings of the 3 individuals. Each of these fellows appeared woefully impoverished, possessing little more than a handful of mundane elixirs. To his surprise, he also discovered an IOU. It seemed that even in the underworld, they ought to express their gratitude to him. Rest assured, this debt shall not require repayment. Chu Ci shook his head, plucked a few leaves, and rubbed them together to cleanse the blood from his hands before continuing his journey. Although he was on the outskirts of the western wilderness mountains, the presence of monstrous beasts was still considerable, and he dispatched several along the way. However, the time taken was significantly reduced compared to before. On one hand, his cultivation had advanced, enhancing his strength, and on the other, the coordination between his mind and body had improved remarkably. At last, as dusk fell, Chu Ci stepped once more into the nine-dan pavilion. It seemed as though the inhabitants were aware of his return at this hour, as the gathering was quite complete. Lin Wanru, Huang Yong, and Lin Chun were all present. Master Chu, you have finally returned, Lin Chun exclaimed, hurrying forward with a look of utmost respect. What is the matter? The songs of Chu may not be too familiar to a few individuals, and it is unlikely that there are any matters directly concerning oneself. The situation is as follows. The outer sect competition of the Qian sword sect will commence the day after tomorrow, and we are concerned that you may not return in time, hence our urgency. Furthermore, there will be an auction tomorrow, and we would like to request your esteemed assistance in concocting some elixirs. Lin Chen appeared somewhat bashful, slightly bowing his head. Oh, I assure you, your efforts shall not go unrewarded. For any elixirs crafted by you, you may retain 90% of the proceeds, he hastily added, having forgotten to mention this in his excitement. No need for that, 50% would suffice. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Ci did not decline the offer, as he was in need of both the elixir and the monetary reward. Moreover, he held a keen interest in the forthcoming auction. Heeding Master Chu's directives, he vowed to fulfill any requirements that arose. Lin Chen once again bowed deeply, his body trembling with excitement. Master Chu, might I trouble you for a moment? Lin Wanru inquired, her cheeks flushed and her voice barely above a whisper. Chu Ci was taken aback. This voice and expression, could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Although I am indeed graceful and charming, I do not entertain such trivialities. Huh, what is it? Master Chu, I have prepared a set of clothes for you, Lin Wanru said, casting a shy glance at Chu Ci, her cheeks flushing deeper. Oh, you mean this? Let us go. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci felt a slight flush on his face, clearing his throat, realizing he had erred in judgment. It was a miscalculation. Amidst the western wild mountain range, he had torn his clothing within the first 2 days and had grown accustomed to it thereafter. Fortunately, his return occurred at night. Otherwise, he might have been mistaken for a wandering spirit and subjected to public scrutiny. Lin Wanru, with her meticulous nature, had not only prepared clothing in advance, but also shoes that fit him perfectly, much to Chu Ci's satisfaction. Lin Wanru was delighted upon seeing this, as she had initially intended for him to wear them during the outer sect competition, but fate had rendered them useful at this very moment. By the way, a few days ago, my master spoke to me about the outer sect disciples competition, advising you to exercise caution, as many may target you. The Chung family wields considerable influence and has connections with several peak masters. It would be prudent for you to wait until later to make your entrance, thus avoiding those who may deliberately create difficulties for you. You only need to secure a place within the top 50 to ascend to intersect status. However, I must inquire about your cultivation level. After speaking, Lin Wanru glanced at Chu Ci, noting with concern that his cultivation remained at the 6th level of body refining, showing little progress, which stirred a hint of worry within her, leaving traces of melancholy upon her countenance. Fear not, I can easily handle their trifles. Moreover, are there any noteworthy items at tomorrow's auction? Chu Ci harbored little interest in the outer sect competition, merely participating to spark his martial soul's entrance into the inner sect. Given his current prowess, who could he fear? The outer sect was filled with mere ants. Most of them relied on medicinal pills, beast cores, and a few soul artifacts. The finest among them was a blade of yellow rank, a rarity even for high-tier soul masters. Lin Wanru pondered for a moment and concluded that this was likely the only thing to pique Chu Ci's interest. The Judan Pavilion almost always held its auctions during the outer or inner sect competitions of the Qian sword sect. This was a deliberate strategy by Lin Chun, for during such times, any valuable items would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. The following day, Chu Ci sat in a private room on the upper floor, with Lin Wanru standing by his side, introducing various items as they emerged. With little else to occupy their time, Lin Chun had intentionally arranged for Lin Wanru to accompany Chu Ci, ensuring that any intriguing treasures could be secured at the earliest opportunity. As for whether Linda, The chief steward had ulterior motives that remained uncertain. The Chu Ci holds little significance in my eyes. It has long been subjected to ridicule, universally recognized as mere trifles, and has never graced grand occasions. This time, however, I seek to fulfill a wish of the former owner of this body, and should fortune smile upon me, I would not mind acquiring some valuable treasures. As Lin Chun unveiled the first auction item, the crowd of thousands below erupted in astonishment. He revealed an ancient, ornate box, from which a fragrant aroma of elixir wafted through the air, enveloping the entire auction venue. It was the spirit consolidating pill. Undoubtedly, it was the spirit consolidating pill. This elixir could only be concocted by a second-grade alchemist. The spirit consolidating pill, known for its ability to enhance cultivation speed, comprised 20 pieces in total, with 10 being of exceptional quality. The starting bid for the finest pills was set at 2,000 taels, while the ordinary spirit consolidating pills began at 1,000 taels. Such exorbitant prices. With an involuntary exclamation, Chu Ci expressed mild astonishment. Naturally, in the past, such elixirs rarely exceeded 5 in number. It was already remarkable to have a single exquisite pill at auction, rendering them as rare treasures. This time, the auction prices were relatively modest. Lin Wanru smiled gently, responding with a calm demeanor. This particular elixir was crafted from medicinal herbs that Chu Ci had fortuitously brought back from the western wilderness mountains, an unexpected acquisition, as he had not originally intended to refine it, given its limited significance to him at present. Ultimately, most of the elixirs were acquired by the Chung family, of which Chu Ci was indifferent, having merely raised the bidding a few times. The average transaction price for the Supreme Spirit Concentration Pill reached 13,000 taels each, while the Common Spirit Concentration Pill fetched 6,000 taels apiece. Chapter 15. Spitting Blood Repeatedly. Following this, several more elixirs were auctioned, the majority of which were refined by Chu Ci, with a small number crafted by Huang Yong. Previously, at the Nine Dan Pavilion, Huang Yong's elixirs were the mainstay. But with Chu Ci's emergence, the quantity of exquisite elixirs surged, causing Huang Yong's creations to pale in comparison. However, the profits ultimately multiplied. It was only when a dagger made its appearance that Chu Ci slightly lifted his gaze, and Lin Wanru smiled, pleased to find her assumptions vindicated. The Chu Ci indeed requires a masterful blade. Unbeknownst to many, its true strength lies not in swordplay, but in the art of the knife. In fact, on that day when Niu Feng provoked, as the prominent figures from the Qing family and the Qian sword sect were present, he unleashed a fragment of his knife intent. The Luyun sword, though barely sufficient, was merely of the yellow-grade medium tier. It sufficed during the soulist phase, but became rather inadequate upon reaching the soul master stage. A suitable knife would greatly benefit Chu Ci, and after solidifying his martial soul and becoming a soulist, he would indeed need to practice his knife techniques, for ultimately, he must wield the Taichu Shenlong blade from the divine dragon space. The Feiyu blade, a rare yellow-grade supreme soul weapon, was introduced by Lin Chun, setting the assembly ablaze with excitement. A yellow-grade supreme soul weapon is a rarity, even among soul master practitioners, as it is not common for everyone to possess one. Typically, such auctions yield a single yellow-grade upper-tier soul weapon at best, yet this occasion presented a yellow-grade supreme soul weapon. Uncle said that if Master Chu Ci desires it, he could acquire it at half price. Originally, it could have been gifted freely. However, the owner of the blade was not from the western frontier and would not engage in private transactions. Lin Wanru, with a gentle smile, conveyed the information, albeit with a tinge of anxiety as she subconsciously clasped her hands tightly, worried that Chu Ci might be displeased. I understand. I shall take this blade, Chu Ci declared. And as he spoke, the bidding soared to 160,000 taels of silver, initiated by Niu Feng, who was accompanied by someone strikingly similar to Cheng Hu. Niu Feng, I shall assist you in securing this blade. Once you become a soul master, it shall belong to you. However, you must eliminate Chu Ci in the upcoming grand competition, Cheng Yuan stated with a fierce countenance, casting a cold glance at Niu Feng. Upon hearing the initial offer, Niu Feng was immediately thrilled at the prospect of acquiring a yellow-grade supreme blade, but his excitement waned upon hearing the final condition. Uncle Cheng, I will exert my utmost effort. However, the sect competition does not permit the taking of lives, Niu Feng replied in a hushed tone, aware of the pressure before a soul master. You need not fret. I have my ways, Cheng Yuan mused. Harboring a lingering fury towards Chu Ci and believing that as long as someone was eliminated, there would be no repercussions for the Chung family, and he would stop at nothing to achieve this. 183,000, 190,000, 200,000. Minutes passed, and the only bidders remaining were Cheng Yuan and Lin Wanru from the private booth. 280,000. Cheng Yuan's eyes widened in fury as he gazed towards a booth on the second floor, trembling with indignation. Had it not been for this individual, the blade would have already been his at 200,000. Although the excess of tens of thousands was insignificant to the Chung family, few dared to disregard their authority in this region. Thus, Cheng Yuan felt the heat rising in his cheeks, aware that onlookers were reveling in the Chung family's embarrassment. Add 100 taels. With a mischievous smile, Chu Ci exclaimed. Ah! Lin Wanru paused momentarily, then a smile graced her lips. 2,800,001 taels. Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Cheng Yuan's complexion darkened as he shouted, 2,900,000 taels. Lin Wanru replied, 2,900,001 taels. 3 million taels. 3,001 taels. 3,500,000 taels. Cheng Yuan stood up, directing his gaze towards the private booth above as he inquired. May I ask which young lady dares to contend with the Chung family for this blade? I would appreciate the honor of a meeting. Cheng Yuan endeavored to suppress the fury raging within him. The anguish of losing a child had left him in torment, and now, even the acquisition of a mere blade was fraught with obstacles. Just add 1 tael. With a subtle smile, Chu Ci felt an overwhelming joy within, observing Cheng Yuan's expression, which seemed on the verge of collapse. 3,500,001 taels. Lin Wanru paused for a moment before speaking. Incredible. This girl is formidable. A stream of blood erupted from Cheng Yuan's mouth as he declared, who dares to oppose the Chung family? Have you considered the dire consequences? To me, the Chung family is as insignificant as ants. Your boasts merely hasten their downfall. A cold, indifferent voice emerged, laced with a hint of amusement. This voice sounded eerily familiar. Niu Feng was taken aback, but could not recall where he had heard it before. You dare to reveal yourself. Cheng Yuan's voice, now significantly weaker, lacked its previous strength. This king. I have no habit of presenting myself uninvited. If you wish to meet, then bring that knife to me. With a chilling voice, Chu Ci continued, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes, nearly revealing his true identity as the king. Ahem. You are being excessively tyrannical. Cheng Yuan coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body leaning forward, supported by Niu Feng. Do you still desire that knife? If not, it shall rightfully belong to me. The Chu Ci was no longer a concern, and the onlookers had nearly exhausted their excitement, engaging in fervent discussions, all pondering the identity of the individuals above. The influence of the Chung family was such that most people were reluctant to provoke them. 500,000 taels. Cheng Yuan shouted with determination. Uncle Chung, startled, exclaimed. Although 500,000 taels of silver was not significant for the Chung family, the pressure was immense. It was akin to carrying 500,000 taels of silver on one's person when stepping outside. 500,001 tael. Without waiting for Lin Wanru to speak, Chu Ci softly articulated his words, enunciating each syllable with care. Lin Wanru let out a soft laugh, her allure evidently heightened, momentarily rendering Chu Ci speechless. Although he had encountered countless beauties before, Lin Wanru, while not reaching the pinnacle of extraordinary beauty, embodied her name, graceful and gentle, with a keen and delicate disposition that endeared her to Chu Ci. Indeed, she proved to be quite competent in her role as a stewardess. Upon noticing Chu Ci's gaze upon her, Lin Wanru's charming face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head in silence. 600,000 taels of silver. This sword shall belong to the Chung family. Cheng Yuan spat blood again, utterly humiliated. For a full 20 seconds, those below listened intently to the sounds emanating from the private room. Previously, the highest tier of soul weapons had only fetched 260,000 taels. This price was truly exorbitant. Would the bidding continue to rise? One could only wonder who this remarkable individual was, so audacious. The Chung family had truly disgraced themselves this time. By the way, I forgot to inquire, would it be possible to purchase on credit? I do not possess such wealth. Never mind, it is not necessary. 600,000 taels of silver would place considerable strain on Judan Pavilion's finances. After a long pause, the voice from the private room ignited a visceral urge to vomit blood among the crowd. Cheng Yuan again released a stream of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. Master Chu, if you desire it, Judan Pavilion can still assist you in acquiring it. Lin Wanru raised her gaze to Chu Ci, contemplating the liquidity of funds alongside the proceeds from the auction, and perhaps a little extra from her savings. She figured it would not make much difference. As for why she felt compelled to exhaust her resources to assist Chu Ci, even she could not articulate. It was simply an instinct. A feeling akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Higi, no need, although this sword is fine. It is merely a yellow-tier soul weapon and not worth such a sum. Chu Ci gazed at Lin Wanru, a faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze swept over her, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the depths of his eyes. This woman's talent was undoubtedly not confined to what was merely visible. To aspire to be his maid, she must possess extraordinary abilities. Very well, the final bid for the Feiyu blade stands at 6 million taels of silver, belonging to the Chung family. Lin Shun announced hastily, as if fearing a reversal from the opposing party. The absence of other prominent families contesting against the Chung family stemmed from their awareness of the Chung family's fervent desire for vengeance, not wishing to court misfortune. Unexpectedly, a contender had emerged, causing Chung Yuan to incur an expenditure that was more than double the anticipated amount. Next came a piece of unremarkable black wood. As it was presented, the initially disinterested Chu Ci's eyes suddenly sparkled with keen interest. How could this object possibly appear here? It was said that the strongest entity in the western frontier was the Soul Sect, and this item, even in the hands of a Soul King, would be considered a rare treasure. Its capacity for absorbing and collecting soul power was akin to a naturally occurring soul energy gathering array, significantly enhancing the success rate of refining high-grade medicinal pills. What is this? Do you know? Glanced at Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru, in a state of bewilderment, shook her head and mused to herself that a piece of black wood was hardly a treasure. Who could possibly want to auction it? This item had been acquired by her second uncle from a merchant, who claimed it was a settlement from someone. After years of feeling it served no purpose, he casually sold it for 500 taels to her uncle. Lin Wanru spoke with utmost seriousness, which left Chu Ci feeling surrounded by fools. Though she did not utter a falsehood. Does Master Chu desire this? Lin Wanru paused momentarily, adding with a hint of confusion. Yes, I do want it. I find it useful. The Chu Ci responded with an unflinching demeanor, patiently awaiting Lin Shun to announce the bidding price. Then I shall inform my second uncle that I will refrain from bidding and leave it for Master Chu. No need, it has all been presented. The ancient black Ji wood, rumored to possess extraordinary efficacy in alchemy, requires personal exploration for its true potential, with an opening bid set at 1,000 taels of silver. 1,100 taels. 1,200 taels. 2,002 taels. With a direct proclamation, Chu Ci left those present momentarily astonished. Chapter 16, Yun Chui Pavilion. It was once again those individuals from the private room. Could they possibly be here to cause trouble? This certainly did not seem to bode well. Suddenly, Niu Feng exclaimed, I remember now, he is Chu Ci? Upon hearing this, the memories flooded back, and one could understand why the head of the Chung family had been driven to the brink of fury. Offending the Chung family could spell disaster. 2,000 taels for the first time. 2,500 taels. Cheng Long shouted decisively. Initially, he had not intended to bid on this worthless wooden item. But with Chu Ci's interest piqued, it was evident that chaos would ensue. Upon hearing the bid of 2,500 taels, Chu Ci was taken aback. He glanced around and noticed individuals once again clustered around Niu Feng, likely still affiliated with the Chung family. 2,600 taels. 3,000 taels. The contest had transformed into a rivalry between the Chung family and Chu Ci, while the rest of the onlookers merely became spectators. 3,500 taels. 4,000 taels. 4,001 tael. Once again, the Chu Ci took the floor, deliberately enunciating each word with an unhurried cadence, as if savoring the very essence of the language. Upon hearing the articulated price, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd below. Here we go again. Surely, the Chung family would not fall for this trick once more. Last time, they had unwittingly spent over 2 million, yet, at least that had been for a soul weapon. This time, however, is the Cheng family truly willing to forego it? Might we call for a reconsideration? I find the price rather steep. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Chu Ci spoke, prompting Lin Wanru beside him to almost believe it was genuine. She promptly turned and said, Rest assured, Master Chu. I shall have my second uncle escort you. Meanwhile, Cheng Long below chuckled, convinced he had truly succeeded in raising the bid. Is there anyone else interested? Very well. Sold for 4,001 taels. Just as Lin Shin concluded, Chu Ci remarked to Lin Wanru, This item is worth several hundred million. However, whether one believes it or not is inconsequential, for I have secured it. Subsequently, Chu Ci acquired 2 more crystal stones at an exceptionally low price. Any esteemed Grand Soul Master present would undoubtedly recognize that the 3 items he had won at the auction were the most valuable of the entire event, all obtained for less than 1/10,000th of their worth. Disinterested in the subsequent auction items and unwilling to remain longer, Chu Ci preferred to return to alchemy and cultivation, for the world outside was far more exhilarating. Observing Chu Ci's departure, Lin Wanru followed suit, as she found these matters far less intriguing, preferring the more enjoyable pursuit of alchemy. Just as the two exited the hall, intending to head to the alchemy room, a figure darted past Chu Ci with remarkable speed, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a whisper in his ear, "If you desire the Feiyu blade, meet me at Yunqi Pavilion in 1 hour." Sensing no danger or malice, Chu Ci felt no inclination to be wary of the visitor. Nevertheless, the words left him momentarily taken aback. "Are you familiar with Yunqi Pavilion?" With a sudden turn, Chu Ci posed a question to Lin Wanru, who appeared momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing a hint of confusion at the unexpected inquiry. The Yunshui Pavilion lay just ahead, a mere 2 shops away. Its business was not as prosperous as the Judan Pavilion and belonged to the Zhu family, which maintained amicable relations with the Chung family and had some connections with the Yunshui sect. The Yunshui sect? Much like our Qi Insort sect. It is one of the 9 prestigious sects in the western border region, historically at odds with our own. Lin Wanru's crimson lips parted slightly as she endeavored to elucidate the matter to Chu Ci, yet her large, sparkling eyes remained fixed on him, seemingly perplexed by his line of questioning. "It appears that the Yunshui Pavilion is rather intriguing. I must pay a visit." With a subtle glimmer in her eyes, Chu Ci spoke softly. An hour later, at Yunshui Pavilion, the head steward welcomed her, having awaited her arrival for quite some time. As if he had anticipated her presence, the attendant ushered Chu Ci inside. Chu Ci remained silent, surveying the surroundings. The interior of the Cloud Emerald Pavilion bore resemblance to that of the 9-Dan Pavilion, yet the strength of its occupants surpassed that of the latter, with the presence of a soul master among them. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an underground chamber, reminiscent of a secret room. Upon Chu Ci's entrance, the attendant outside departed. "Have you sought me?" Chu Ci gazed at the elderly man clad in brown before him and spoke in a gentle tone. The man, his eyes closed in meditation, replied, "Please, take a seat." Upon opening his eyes, he inquired, "Do you know me?" Chu Ci responded, "I have only recently become acquainted with you." "What is the matter?" "Featherblade." The elder stated, "I have no interest in the Featherblade. Please speak plainly." The elder felt a tinge of displeasure at Chu Ci's demeanor. Considering himself the esteemed manager of Yunqi Pavilion, deserving of a modicum of respect, if not as a senior figure, the Chu Ci paid no heed to such matters. Instead, it was captivated by the enchanting fragrance wafting from a nearby incense burner. "Young man, do not be so impatient. There is a reason you have been summoned." "What is this scent? It is quite extraordinary." The elder, taken aback, felt a surge of dark lines creeping across his face, disregarding his own words. "This is an exotic substance, a gift from a friend. Should you desire it, you may take some with you later. It nourishes both body and spirit, and can expedite your cultivation. A truly remarkable treasure." It seems quite similar to the aroma of this herb I possess." With a casual gesture, Chu Ci retrieved a luminescent herb from his storage ring and took a few bites. The old man's expression darkened further. Was it typical for today's youth to exhibit such a lack of manners? Ahem. It was indeed astonishing how Master Chu had transformed from an inconsequential figure into one capable of slaying a formidable opponent, Cheng Hu, at the 8th level of body refinement in merely a few days. Coupled with his earlier confrontation with the Chung family, had he truly not contemplated the repercussions? The old man glanced at the azure smoke swirling from the incense burner, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "A true man stands tall and unyielding. What is there to fear? If one behaves justly, one can sit upright. If no one wrongs me, I shall not wrong them. But should anyone dare to oppress me, I shall assuredly retaliate." As the final words escaped his lips, a palpable aura of ferocity emanated from him, though his cultivation appeared modest. The old man could distinctly sense the underlying power. His expression momentarily faltered as he regarded Chu Ci, his eyes reflecting astonishment, akin to gazing upon a lofty figure from a great distance, stirring an involuntary tremor within him. After a brief pause, the old man hastily composed himself. his heart racing in realization. This youth was indeed extraordinary. He must be dealt with promptly, lest he become a formidable threat in the future. With this thought solidified in his mind, he once again donned a smile. Can you truly shake the foundations of the Chung family? How do you know of me? Chu Ci once again began to evade the question, displaying an air of indifference, as if he had never contemplated the Chung family at all. Young Master Chu. Your reputation precedes you. It is quite easy to recognize you. The elder chuckled lightly, then spoke in a deep voice. Come forth. At his command, a portal in the wooden wall to the left swung open with a creak, revealing a young man who sneered. Chu Ci, it seems that after a few days, you have not grown any wiser. Do not assume that killing Chung who has resolved anything. The newcomer spoke with an air of arrogance, exuding an authoritative demeanor, though one of his hands was still bandaged, resembling a zongzi. Zhu Chung, what? Was the lesson from last time not profound enough? You dare to appear before me again. It seems you are unwilling to leave any legacy for your Zhu family. With a fleeting glance at Zhu Chung stepping out, Chu Ci harbored a cold sneer within. How foolish was he to have once lamented not eliminating you directly. You, with your brazen arrogance. Do you not ponder why I am here and why you find yourself here as well? Do you truly believe you can escape? Zhu Chung burst into a boisterous laugh. Casually taking a seat at a table, his face adorned with disdain, yet a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes, for the moment of vengeance had finally arrived. What do you mean? With a cold sneer hidden deep within, Chu Ci feigned fear on the surface, his body trembling slightly. Chapter 17. Slaying the third-rank Soul Master. What does this mean? He chuckled softly. Did you not inquire earlier about the source of this fragrance? Allow me to enlighten you. It is but a hallucinogenic mist, potent enough to ensnare even the mightiest of soul masters. Do you not feel an overwhelming weakness now, as if your very breath has been stolen? Akin to the loss of your cultivation? The elder's face bore a sly smirk, tinged with the satisfaction of a scheme well executed. You truly are despicable. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that you are courting death. The voice of Chu Ci gradually turned cold, a hint of playful amusement appearing on his face. Even when death was imminent, he remained so arrogant. Third uncle, I shall slay him. Go ahead. He is now nothing more than a pile of mush. An ordinary person could easily reduce him to mere pulp. Remember to take his head to Qing Yuan, so he may find some delight in it. The elder stroked his white beard, seemingly confident of victory. Zhu Chung unsheathed a long knife and approached. Today, I shall make you realize that a waste is forever a waste, with no hope of redemption. With that, he swung the long knife toward Chu Ci. Fool. With a sudden leap, Chu Ci evaded the blade's edge, delivering a powerful punch directly to Zhu Cheng's chest. Zhu Cheng's eyes bulged, as if they were about to leap from their sockets. His mouth agape, and the corners of his eyes twitched, while the muscles in his face quivered in response to the unexpected turn of events, leaving him momentarily bewildered and trembling. Had he not been incapacitated by the narcotic mist? Reduced to a limp, clay-like state? How could he possibly appear so vigorous? Yet, before he could ponder further, his body was sent hurtling backward by the force of Chu Ci's strike. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chu Ci seized the blade, while his left hand grasped the foot of Zhu Chung, yanking him back. A single strike was unleashed, splattering blood in all directions. Zhu Cheng's head detached from his body, tracing a vivid arc of crimson towards the elder. The shopkeeper, still reeling from shock, felt his weathered features contract as if striving to tighten further. Instinctively, he reached out a trembling hand to catch the incoming object, only to discover it was none other than Zhu Cheng's severed head. Ah, impossible. How can you still move? The elder's composure vanished in an instant, replaced by panic. His features quivered in an unsettling manner, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. The shock of holding Zhu Cheng's head was overwhelming. Fool, did you think I ingested mere poison? With such trivial tricks, you dare to perform before me? A single herb is all it takes to counteract the venom. Prepare to meet your end. With a cold chuckle, Chu Ci spoke, and as his words fell, a gleam of azure light flickered upon the blade, releasing a shadow imbued with a hint of crimson, resulting in yet another head rolling to the ground. How dare you? A figure burst through the window, albeit arriving a moment too late. The presence of this newcomer was considerably more formidable than that of Zhu Chung and the old shopkeeper, evidently the sole warrior that Chu Ci had sensed earlier. Clad in black, with a few strands of white in his hair, he appeared relatively youthful. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Chu Ci, one hand supporting the toppled corpse of the old shopkeeper, who still held Zhu Cheng's severed head in his grasp, while his own head had been sent flying to the rear, crashing against a hidden compartment. Creak. A muffled sound echoed as the bookshelf behind the old shopkeeper shifted aside, revealing a small door. Both the intruding soul warrior and Chu Ci were momentarily taken aback, their faces marked by astonishment. Clearly unprepared for the hidden depths of this secret chamber. The Zhu family shopkeeper is quite generous, even leaving me a grand gift at the end. I do hope the contents within are of considerable worth, Chu Ci remarked softly. Yet, what lay beyond the door and what treasures it might hold seemed not to be a pressing concern at that moment. The man in black, upon hearing Chu Ci's words, felt a surge of irritation. It was evident that he regarded him, the soul warrior, with disdain. Abruptly, the black-clad man turned his head, glaring at Chu Ci with a gaze sharper than that of a hawk. What, do you intend to slay me with your stare? State your name, lest you become an unnamed ghost beneath my blade. Oh, by the way, that blade belongs to Zhu Cheng. With a serene countenance, Chu Ci bore a hint of a cold smile. The opponent's presence had reached the pinnacle of a third-tier soul master. Yet the strength of his corporeal form could not possibly rival her own. Given Chu Ci's current prowess, it would be entirely unproblematic to vanquish him despite the disparity in their levels. With sharp fangs and a venomous tongue, he was courting death. In an instant, the full extent of the third-tier soul master's cultivation was revealed, and a pressure unique to soul masters enveloped Chu Ci, imposing a degree of weight upon her. The next moment, the man in black lunged forward, a sword materializing seemingly out of thin air in his hand. The blade gleamed crimson, exuding a chilling aura that coiled around it. The edge of the sword, keen as a razor, was thrust menacingly towards Chu Ci. Chu Ci took a half-step back, his hair dancing as if caught in an unseen breeze. The man in black moved with remarkable speed. Although Chu Ci's cultivation was inferior to his opponent's, his practical experience and keen insight surpassed that of the other. With a swift sidestep, he wielded his long blade, striking forth. As the clash of sword and blade echoed, sparks flew in all directions, revealing a tiny chip on the edge of Chu Ci's sword. The black-clad figure appeared somewhat astonished that Chu Ci had evaded his strike. With a graceful turn, he transformed his thrust into a sweeping cut. With a swift motion, Chu Ci hurled his long knife towards the black-clad man's head, causing the latter's sword to momentarily falter. In an instant, Chu Ci lowered his body, evading the downward strike of his opponent's longsword, while his right hand swiftly drew the flowing cloud sword. A resounding clang echoed as the sword sang, its crimson light flashing brilliantly, accompanied by a chilling scream. The black-clad assailant's wrist shattered, causing the long sword to slip from his grasp. Chu Ci delivered a powerful kick to the black-clad figure's abdomen, sending the adversary staggering backwards several meters without a moment's pause. With renewed vigor, Chu Ci surged forward once more. The black-clad man, gritting his teeth against the agony of his severed wrist, waved his left hand lightly. Remarkably, the long sword that had fallen to the ground sprang back into the air, aiming directly at Chu Ci's back. Sensing the imminent threat approaching from behind, Chu Ci swiftly pivoted, raising the flowing cloud sword to deflect the incoming blade. With a sudden turn, Chu Ci revealed the possibility of a surprise attack to the cloaked figure. Suppressing the excruciating pain from his severed hand, he lunged forward with a single, powerful stride, his left fist poised to strike down upon Chu Ci's back. Should the blow connect, even if his opponent were at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement, he would surely suffer grievous injuries, if not death. Just as a sinister smile crept across the black-clad man's face, relishing the thought of avenging his shattered wrist, Chu Ci deftly sidestepped with an almost ethereal grace. In the next heartbeat, a flash of sword light erupted. The sharp tip of the blade pierced the man's chest with a soft thud. He stared blankly at the sword embedded in his torso, his mouth agape as blood pooled forth. With great difficulty, he turned his gaze to Chu Ci and managed to utter, Who are you? The cloaked man could scarcely fathom how someone at the 7th layer of body refinement could possess such formidable prowess, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice at his impending demise. Rest in peace. You have crossed paths with one beyond your reckoning. With a subtle gesture, Chu Ci unsheathed the flowing cloud sword, and with a swift motion, crimson blood spurted forth as the slender figure of the man in black collapsed to the ground, his eyes dimming with astonishing rapidity. Sensing the approach of others, Chu Ci had no time to withdraw. She sheathed the flowing cloud sword and, with a determined stride, dashed through the small door she had just opened. Upon entering, she noticed a round stone above, which she gently twisted, causing the bookshelf to shift back into its original position. A brilliant white light emanated from within, revealing a soul stone that served as the source of illumination. Though the entrance to this secret chamber was somewhat cramped, the interior was surprisingly spacious, capable of comfortably accommodating at least 10 individuals. Chapter 18. A Fragment of Dragon Bone. Chu Ci surveyed the dimly lit chamber, where an abundance of elixirs lay scattered about, including a few rare and exquisite potions. However, most were of rather low grade, and the only higher-tier concoction available was a common spirit-gathering pill, suitable for soul masters. Though Chu Ci found it beneath his notice, he could not afford to leave empty-handed. He decided to collect them, as selling these potions could easily fetch him tens of thousands of silver coins. Suddenly, the dragon command within his consciousness stirred slightly, its bones glimmering with a mysterious light that beckoned Chu Ci toward a weathered chest. The exterior appeared dilapidated, coated in layers of dust that suggested it had remained untouched for decades. Chu Ci feared that merely brushing against it might cause it to disintegrate. The enigmatic force grew stronger, compelling him to open the chest eagerly. Inside lay a piece of brown wood, which, upon grasping it, transformed in a flash of peculiar radiance into a bone. Most individuals would likely discard such an object without a second thought. Yet Chu Ci was different. He instantly recognized it as a segment of dragon bone, significantly larger than the small toe bone previously gifted to him by Huang Yong. This was indeed a stroke of fortuitous luck. He promptly placed the dragon bone into his storage ring, and with its disappearance, the mysterious force faded as well. Subsequently, he discovered several low-tier soul technique manuals within the chest, though their simplicity failed to capture his interest. Amidst a pile of miscellaneous items, he stumbled upon something truly valuable: 3 pieces of dark iron, suitable for soul sect-level blacksmiths. To an ordinary person, these would hold no worth and remain unrecognized. However, for Chu Ci, a former deity, these were trivial matters. It seemed the old fellow had no other treasures to offer, squandering such a splendid hidden chamber. Upon revisiting the stone that had previously thwarted his entrance, Chu Ci was dismayed to find it still unyielding. How unfriendly! With a resounding roar, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the entire bookshelf that obstructed the secret chamber's door crashing to the ground, splintering in half. The thunderous noise immediately summoned several individuals to the scene. Nevertheless, Chu Ci paid them no heed and strode forth resolutely. "Who are you, and why do you trespass upon my Yanshui pavilion?" demanded a man, strong in physique and bearing a large sword upon his back, blocking Chu Ci's path. "It was your esteemed manager who summoned me. Yet it appears treachery is afoot with intentions to slay me. If you wish to avoid demise, I suggest you step aside." Chu Ci raised her gaze towards the man, her eyes emanating a chilling coldness that compelled him to instinctively retreat a few steps. How dare one of mere 7th level of body refinement speak so boldly? "If you do not clarify your intentions, I shall surely sever you." Although the man's words rang with a forceful clarity, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. For the icy gaze from his counterpart instilled an ominous foreboding in his heart. Ignoring the distractions, Chu Ci continued to forge ahead. At that moment, 2 individuals approached, their long swords aimed directly at him. "Do not advance any further. It would be prudent to surrender, or else," clang. The sound of a sword echoed as the onlookers witnessed the flowing cloud sword slice through the air, a fleeting shimmer as it found its place in Chu Ci's hand, swiftly followed by a flurry of sword lights. 3 heads fell to the ground, accompanied by the eruption of blood and the anguished cries of the fallen. With a resounding clang, the flowing cloud sword returned to his back. Chu Ci did not linger, striding out of the cloud emerald pavilion unimpeded. Upon exiting, he glanced at the torn fabric of his shirt and shook his head. It had only been a day, and already it was damaged. He re-entered the 9-Dan pavilion, where he would spend another night in the alchemy chamber. He needed to fully nourish the divine dragon token before awakening his martial spirit, thereby facilitating rapid cultivation. The Outer Sect Grand Competition of the Red Flame Sword Sect occurred annually, with the number of participants varying each time. In the Western Border, competitions frequently arose among the 9 star-rated sects, making it crucial for the Red Flame Sword Sect to infuse fresh blood and nurture talented disciples. Today marked the day of the Outer Sect Grand Competition. The weather was clear, the sun shining brightly. In the spacious square, a multitude of people gathered, far exceeding the attendance of previous martial contests, with over 10,000 in attendance. This annual event held great significance for all families in the region. If a member of a family could ascend to become an inner sect disciple, it would undoubtedly elevate the family's status. Take the Chung family, for instance. Their prominence stemmed from Chung Hu's sister being an inner sect member, along with other Chung family individuals among the elite disciples. Other prominent families shared similar narratives. Thus, this time of year also presented an opportunity for certain families to rise in prominence. The outer sect competition was now underway. Adhering to the same rules as before, anyone wishing to participate could join, with victors remaining and vanquished retreating, ultimately vying for a spot among the top 10 to enter the inner sect, while those ranked from 11th to 50th would become reserved disciples. Challenges could be issued at any time until the competition concluded, though challengers could decline. Acceptance would mean a fight to the death. As the rules were declared, the competition commenced, with 4 platforms already erected in the expansive square for simultaneous contests. In the early stages, the disparity in strength was apparent. Those of lower cultivation faced off against more formidable opponents, unable to withstand more than a few exchanges before being knocked down, all without causing fatal harm. That useless one still hasn't arrived. Is he afraid? Wu Yuan commented, glancing around before turning to Niu Feng. He will definitely show up. Niu Feng replied, uninterested in the matches, dismissing them as mere displays of those newly at the 6th or 7th levels of body refinement, lacking in prowess. Brother Niu, how confident are you about winning the championship? Feng Peng and Feng Zhen approached, the latter also at the 9th level of body refinement. Brother Niu is certainly 100% assured. Wu Yuan eagerly seized the opportunity to speak, his face alight with admiration. Congratulations, Brother Feng, for swiftly breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement. Niu Feng remained silent, casting a glance at Feng Zhen, whose smile seemed more superficial than genuine. While others may have been oblivious, he was well aware. The Feng family, like the Niu family, was merely one of the many smaller clans reliant on the Cheng family. Feng Peng had once been a servant to Cheng Hu, and Feng Zhen, being Feng Peng's cousin, possessed considerable talent. He had already reached the 8th level of body refinement prior to this, and the Cheng family had invested heavily in combating Chu Ci, procuring a multitude of cultivation-enhancing elixirs from the western regions, which had enabled several individuals to ascend to the 9th level of body refinement in a short span of time. Feng Zhen being one among them. Brother Niu, you flatter me. We all share a common objective, Feng Zhen remarked, after which a contemplative silence enveloped the group. Indeed, they were all driven by a singular purpose, yet the principal figure had yet to make an appearance. In truth, there were many eyes set on Chu Ci beyond just the Cheng family. For hours later, Niu Feng delivered a forceful kick that sent an outer sect disciple of the 8th level of body refinement tumbling from the contest stage. He glanced at Wu Yuan beside him. Has he not arrived yet? Wu Yuan nodded in response. Meanwhile, Feng Zhen had also compelled a newly ascended female disciple of the 9th level of body refinement off the stage, searching the vicinity with keen eyes. Could it be that he dares not show his face, or has he already met his demise? Feng Zhen said to Niu Feng, I have heard whispers of many seeking to kill him. Niu Feng remained steadfast. If he is alive, he will undoubtedly come. However, as the final round approached without his presence, Wu Yuan coldly interjected, that waste likely lacks the courage to appear. Chapter 19. Slaying Niu Feng. Perhaps he simply wishes to challenge the top 10 at the end. Niu Feng's words were straightforward, yet the expressions of those listening shifted significantly. A challenge to the top 10 was a matter of life and death. Could it be that this young man? They dared not continue that train of thought. What? Are you afraid? Niu Feng inquired, noticing Feng Zhen's sudden silence, a hint of mockery dancing across his features. Of course we are not afraid. Even if he refrains from challenging, we shall challenge him. We are here solely to resolve matters with him. Feng Zhen retorted coldly. The Feng family was, after all, a vassal of the Cheng family, and given the considerable investment the Cheng family had made in him, should Chu Ci choose to appear, his demise would be inevitable. He, along with Wu Yuan and Niu Feng, eagerly awaited that moment. A half-hour later, the top 10 contenders had emerged. 10 individuals stood proudly upon a slightly elongated contest stage, gazing down at the throng of spectators with expressions of triumph. Numerous families wore expressions of delight, having their own kin among the ranks. The 10 atop the stage were equally exhilarated. Securing a place in the top 10 meant that activating their martial souls would grant them the status of official inner disciples. However, for among them maintained a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting someone. Very well, the top 10 have been established. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? If not, we shall conclude here and commence the process of awakening our martial souls. The figure clad in black was indeed the one who had previously shielded Chu Ci from Niu Feng, and he too awaited the arrival of a certain individual. Wait, I shall challenge the top 10. The voice, though not loud, resonated sufficiently for all present to hear. Upon hearing this declaration, the black-clad figure smiled faintly, at last. You have arrived. Yet, his gaze narrowed slightly, noting the challenger was merely at the 7th level of body refinement, which seemed somewhat insufficient. The 10 individuals on the stage harbored their own thoughts. Some were astonished, others curious, some indifferent, while a few were exhilarated. Whom do you wish to challenge? The black-clad figure inquired, gazing at Chu Ci as he ascended the martial arts platform. I shall directly challenge the first. Who occupies that position? Chu Ci glanced at the 10 individuals standing before him, with the one in the foremost position seemingly being Niufeng, though it remained uncertain whether he was ranked first or last. How audacious. The arrogance of the second-rate individuals is quite astounding. To possess merely the 7th level of body refinement is rather paltry, it's akin to courting death. Challenging someone ranked 10th would be a more prudent endeavor, considering that they have only recently attained the 9th level of body refinement. The black-clad steward furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Chu Ci was being rather presumptuous. Have you thought this through? Should you fail in your challenge? There will be no second chances. In truth, you might contemplate beginning with a challenge against the 10th rank, gradually ascending thereafter. Securing a victory over the 10th would certainly grant you a solid foothold within the inner sect. No need for such deliberation. I shall aim for the first rank. I despise squandering everyone's time. In the midst of the challenge, Chu Ci remained steadfast and composed, exuding an air of confidence. Although the pursuit of a position among the top 10 was a matter of life and death, he fervently hoped that no one would meet their demise. Furthermore, the challenger had the right to decline the challenge, resulting in a demotion by 1 rank. Upon concluding his remarks, the black-clad steward turned his gaze towards Niufeng, the current champion, and inquired, will you accept the challenge? Absolutely. Niufeng had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Frenzied bull, you two can seize the first place. There was a palpable skepticism in Chu Ci's eyes. Are you afraid? Afraid? Perhaps a little, for I fear I might inadvertently end your life. Chu Ci's words nearly provoked Niufeng to the brink of apoplexy. Your tongue is quite sharp, Chu. Enough with the pleasantries. If you wish to challenge me, then come forth. Niufeng was eager to commence the duel, yearning to vanquish Chu Ci on the spot. Oh, so eager to meet your end? Very well. I shall certainly fulfill your wish. Chu Ci replied with a faint smile, inciting Niufeng's fury. Since both of you have made your intentions clear, let us commence the first challenge among the top 10. Chu Ci against Niufeng. With the black-clad steward's authoritative command, the remaining 9 competitors withdrew, making way for the impending confrontation. The Chu Ci has gracefully ascended the stage. Recently, did you not venture into the Western Wilderness mountain range for training? How is it that you have only attained the 7th level of body refinement? It appears you remain a mere failure. Niufeng's demeanor has grown exceedingly arrogant. In truth, over the past several days, his strength has indeed undergone a significant enhancement. This is evidenced by his triumphant victory in the outer sect competition today. Let us engage. And save time. Without further ado, I shall fulfill your wish. With that, Niufeng charged forward. A chilling sound reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a razor-sharp blade quivering in anticipation on the contest stage. The finely crafted iron blade in Niufeng's grasp flickered with a radiant glow as it struck from an unexpectedly acute angle, aimed directly at Chu Ci's left waist. The force behind this strike was immense, coupled with remarkable swiftness, should it connect. Even with Chu Ci's superior physical prowess surpassing that of all practitioners in the body refinement stage, he would be hard-pressed to escape the grim fate of being cleaved in two. This mad bull's strength has markedly increased since a fortnight ago. It seems the Chung family has invested considerable resources to contend with me, especially in honing this mad bull's abilities. With a subtle chill in his gaze, Chu Ci observed the situation. What if one was strong? They could still suffer at his hands. As the opponent's long blade approached within a meter of him, Chu Ci moved. With an ethereal sidestep, he flawlessly evaded Niufeng's blade, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Niufeng's chin. After missing his strike, Niufeng was taken aback. During the earlier contests, his peak strength at the 9th level of body refinement had been sufficient to surpass his opponents in speed. Yet now, facing Chu Ci, it seemed utterly ineffective. A cry of agony escaped Niufeng's lips, accompanied by the loss of 3 teeth, as he staggered backward, retreating 4 steps before finally regaining his balance. The strike from Chu Ci landed successfully, yet he did not pause. Instead, he advanced forward. Niufeng reacted swiftly, enduring the excruciating pain that felt as if his jaw might shatter. With a vigorous shake of his long knife, he attempted another downward slash. However, Chu Ci's speed surpassed his, as he unnaturally leaned back to evade the blade. Planting his left foot firmly, he executed a sweeping kick with his right leg, striking Niu Feng's left leg. As Niu Feng's body tilted, Chu Ci swiftly drew his right hand across his back. With a resounding clang, the Luoyuan sword was unsheathed, its blade flashing in an instant. Off balance, Niu Feng had no chance to evade. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, a portion of Niu Feng's left leg was severed, and his right leg sustained severe injuries. The piercing pain drove Niu Feng into a frenzy, his eyes bulging like those of an enraged bull. As he hurled his long knife directly at Chu Ci, with a swift movement, Chu Ci evaded the incoming long knife. Stepping forward with his left foot, he executed a powerful kick with his right leg, descending like a battle axe aimed directly at Niu Feng's head. A resounding thud echoed as the sound of shattering bones filled the air, and Niu Feng's body fell heavily to the ground. The sword, the flowing cloud, was sheathed with a clang, while Niu Feng lay sprawled on the contest platform, half of his skull shattered. Blood poured from his mouth, nostrils, ears, and eyes, his body trembling slightly before he breathed his last. A profound silence enveloped the arena, the gentle sound of leaves falling in the breeze distinctly audible. After a prolonged moment, a murmur of astonishment arose. It had all transpired so swiftly. Victory was determined in just 3 moves. Was this truly the same individual deemed a failure? What could have occurred? Surely, Niu Feng could not have deliberately held back. With a life lost, how could there have been any leniency? Even the black-clad overseer appeared bewildered. Such rapid resolutions were rare in previous martial contests, especially with a fatal outcome, and the deceased was none other than the champion of the earlier competition. Chu Ci had indeed astonished all with his sudden and extraordinary prowess. With this victory, Chu Ci temporarily claimed the title of the foremost contender among the outer disciples of the day. Following the overseer's announcement, the 9 individuals below felt a surge of apprehension. A soft cough broke the tension within the observing crowd. I challenge Chu Ci, Feng Zhun declared, leaping onto the contest platform, his gaze fixed upon Chu Ci. Although Chu Ci had little recollection of Feng Zhun, the boldness displayed at this moment clearly signified an affiliation with the Chung family. With a cold smile, Chu Ci remarked, "The top 10 challenge is nothing short of a life-and-death struggle. You must ponder this carefully. Those surnamed Chu, do not presume that by vanquishing Niu Feng, you have claimed the first position." Upon hearing Chu Ci's words, Feng Zhun's facial muscles twitched slightly as he forced himself to regain composure. Although his strength paled in comparison to Niu Feng's, his speed surpassed it considerably. "Very well, let us commence," commanded the figure in black. In his perspective, Niu Feng's defeat stemmed from a momentary lapse in swiftness. "How swift?" someone below exclaimed. The Qingfeng long sword was already poised before Chu Ci's throat, seemingly on the verge of striking, yet it could advance no further. Indeed, Chu Ci had once again employed the lynxy finger. "What? It's caught? This is incredible." Feng Zhun lamented, "How pathetic of me. I cannot even land a hit." With 2 fingers of his right hand firmly grasping the azure peak long sword, Chu Ci bore a hint of sardonic amusement as he gazed at his opponent. Just as Feng Zhun, consumed by fury and humiliation, lunged forward with a fierce thrust, a resonant hum echoed as the tip of the azure sword was abruptly severed. Due to the excessive force exerted, Feng Zhun's body involuntarily lurched forward. However, his reflexes were remarkably swift, and he instinctively directed the broken sword toward Chu Ci. Under the poetic elegance of the Chu Ci, footsteps traced the intricate patterns of a 9-palace formation, deftly evading the oncoming strike of a broken sword. In the next moment, a shard of the blade, pinched delicately between 2 fingers, swiftly sliced through Feng Zhun's throat, sending a fine spray of crimson arcing through the air. Chapter 20. Tentative Approaches and Alliances. Chu Ci stood resolute, one hand resting behind his back while the other extended with 2 fingers, embodying the demeanor of a master. In contrast, Feng Zhun had dropped his broken sword to the ground, clutching his throat with both hands, yet was unable to stem the blood that continued to flow. A few individuals rushed to the stage, lifting Feng Zhun and carrying him away. You are too much," an elder exclaimed, suddenly brandishing a spear that materialized from thin air, its shaft enveloped in a menacing red glow, unmistakably a soul weapon. Even from a distance of over 20 meters, Chu Ci felt the oppressive heat radiating towards him. "Stop!" The black-clad steward darted forward, positioning himself before Chu Ci. In an instant, the suffocating warmth that had surrounded Chu Ci dissipated. Challenges have rules. Life and death are not to be trifled with. Should one fear, one may forfeit. The steward's cold voice resonated, addressing both the elder and the onlookers. Humph. The elder waved his hand dismissively, causing the spear to vanish before turning away. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? The black-clad steward felt overwhelmed. Among the two challengers, one had been passive while the other had been aggressive. Yet both had met their demise. Both were promising contenders, and the steward cast a resigned glance at Chu Ci, acknowledging that this particular talent was simply superior. The unfortunate fate of Niu Feng and his companion was a matter of misfortune. Silence enveloped the arena as many spectators craned their necks, wondering if anyone else would dare brave the tumultuous waters. The earlier two challenges had claimed 2 lives, transforming what should have been a top 10 competition into an arena of revenge. Wu Yuan's expression darkened as he contemplated, his gaze shifting momentarily. Yet he ultimately refrained from stepping forward. The benefits offered by the Qing family were substantial, but Chu Ci's strength was formidable. No reward could outweigh the value of his own life. The Wu family was not a vassal to the Qing family. If necessary, he could simply return the prior benefits. There was no need to take such risks. Wu Yuan remained silent, while a slightly portly youth, previously among the top 10, displayed a face of struggle and hesitation. Just as the black-clad steward announced, if there are no further challengers, then the youth's flesh quivered, and he suddenly looked up, resolute. I shall challenge. With that declaration, he leaped onto the martial stage, his face flushed and his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. Chu Ci, I challenge you. It's either your death or mine. Let us see who falls first. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd gasped in astonishment. Had this fool lost his senses? Provoked by some unseen force? Normally so approachable, he had never shown such anger before. What had driven him to this madness? Clearly, he had been rattled. Not only do those below fail to comprehend, but even Chu Ci finds himself perplexed, seemingly unaware of any grievances with the individual before him. Zhu Xiao ceased this folly. A life-and-death challenge is not to be trifled with. The black-clad steward furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly, for although Zhu Xiao possessed considerable talent, he was typically calm and rarely irritable. Why, then, did he exhibit such peculiar behavior now? I am not jesting. I am compelled by circumstance. If I cannot eliminate Chu Ci, my family will face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci was momentarily at a loss for words. This fellow was rather obstinate, clearly under duress. Yet to voice such matters here seemed absurd. Did he truly expect the steward to intervene? Indeed. A glimmer of insight flickered in the depths of Chu Ci's eyes as he regarded Zhu Xiao. This rotund individual was rather astute, evidently seeking to leverage the sect's influence. However, such a strategy would only yield temporary relief, as he would ultimately remain vulnerable to future bullying. Whoever has coerced Zhu Xiao into challenging Chu Ci should desist. Otherwise, should the sect uncover this, you will find yourself pursued by the Qi Yin Sword sect, the black-clad steward declared, his countenance darkening as he cast a cold gaze upon the crowd below, which fell silent. Even the most prominent families dared not provoke the Qi Yin Sword sect. Their wrath was not to be trifled with. The steward, while puzzled by Zhu Xiao's uncharacteristic behavior, could discern little else. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiao weighed the pros and cons in his mind. It would be unwise to offend this young man for the sake of the Qing family. Yet aligning with him in the interest of his own sect was not without merit. Such an alliance could pave the way for future endeavors. Especially for one who had grasped a shred of sword intent at the foundational level, he would be a sought-after individual wherever he went. Originally, this matter could have been referred to the outer sect steward. However, with the incident at Yun Shui Pavilion last night, both the manager and steward had encountered misfortune. Presently, Yun Shui's sect had yet to appoint a new steward to oversee the outer sect. Moreover, Chu Ci's remarkable performance presented an unparalleled opportunity to establish an acquaintance, potentially leading to future alliances. With the Qing family providing cover, no suspicion would fall upon him, nor would there be any assumption of a connection to Yun Shui's sect. Thus, when enticements from the Qing family faltered and threats against his family emerged, Zhu Xiao feigned resistance before reluctantly consenting to the challenge. After all, 2 had already perished. He might as well exert himself in combat. Engaging in a sparring match was reasonable enough. Very well, Zhu Xiao, have you truly resolved to challenge Chu Ci? The steward inquired once more, his gaze conveying reassurance that there was no need for fear of coercion. Since you have ascended the platform, let us engage in a spar. What say you? Zhu Xiao scratched his head, glancing at Chu Ci, his expression far more pleasant than the previous grimace. Come forth. The verses of the Chu Ci are devoid of superfluous words as they advance 2 steps forward. Commence, the steward proclaimed before retreating. With a thunderous shout, Zhu Xiao unleashed the power of his initial stage of the 9th layer of body refinement. Opting not to draw the long sword from his back, but instead charging forth with his fists clenched. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Chu Ci discerned that the rotund man had no intention of resorting to violence, given that he had not drawn a weapon. Observing the opponent's physique, it was evident that he possessed innate strength. Thus, Chu Ci decided to engage him in a playful manner, eager to gauge the extent of his power. As he watched the fist hurtling towards him, Chu Ci remained still, bending and extending his right arm before unleashing a punch with merely 50% of his strength. A dull thud resonated as their fists collided without any embellishment. In the next moment, both men staggered back half a step. Not bad, this strength, thought Chu Ci with a smile. This fellow is impressive. Despite being merely at the 7th level of body refinement, his punch is remarkably solid. Zhu Xiao felt a twinge of pain in his hand and reflected that he could hardly endure 3 more exchanges before his fist would be rendered unusable. For a moment, both combatants sensed the discomfort in their hands and hesitated to advance. This fellow is not attacking anymore. Chu Ci glanced at Zhu Xiao and smiled lightly, transforming his right fist into an open palm, stepping with the 9 palace footwork, swiftly appearing before Zhu Xiao. He executed a flat palm strike, prompting Zhu Xiao to hastily raise his fist in defense. At that moment, Chu Ci launched a kick aimed directly at Zhu Xiao's abdomen. Zhu Xiao reacted quickly, retreating 3 steps as a wave of energy surged through him, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Apologies. I have been concealing some of my strength. You are truly formidable. Your speed is astonishing. I find myself slightly outmatched. Rest assured, I shall give my all from here on. To be cautious, Zhu Xiao initially felt a tinge of embarrassment, but soon his expression transformed into one of unwavering confidence. However, the crowd below erupted in astonishment. Chapter 21. Activation of Martial Soul. It is worth noting that Zhu Xiao was well-liked, often perceived as a diligent and unassuming individual who would merely smile off any bullying. In terms of cultivation, he had consistently maintained a steady, unremarkable pace. Failing to exhibit any extraordinary prowess, he was, in essence, regarded as quite ordinary. Now, his sudden rise to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement was indeed hard for many to comprehend. It seemed that it was not that his cultivation was lacking, but rather he had not encountered worthy opponents before, thus opting for a low profile. In contrast, Niu Feng was entirely different, arrogant, and self-important, exuding an air of superiority as if he feared that others might not recognize his prowess. With this realization, many in the crowd found themselves harboring an increased fondness for Zhu Xiao, especially in light of Niu Feng's demise. No worries, let us continue. After reciting the verses of the Chu Ci, a surge of energy enveloped him, and his cultivation unexpectedly ascended to the initial stage of the 9th level of body refinement. Oh, it seems you two have concealed your true abilities. Zhu Xiao was intrigued, as was the black-clad steward, who shared the same curiosity. This indicated that during the earlier confrontation with Niu Feng, he had not exerted his full strength. A young man who possesses the wisdom to conceal his cultivation and has grasped a fragment of sword intent while maintaining a modest demeanor is indeed promising. The steward pondered this, nodding in agreement once more. Chu Ci took the initiative to launch an attack. With ample combat experience and having ascended nearly 2 realms in cultivation, he moved with unprecedented swiftness. Just as Zhu Xiao aimed to intervene, Chu Ci was already upon him, delivering a powerful punch. Zhu Xiao hastily raised both hands in defense. Bang! In the midst of the tumultuous clash, with the formidable force of Chu Ci's punch, even the naturally powerful Zhu Xiao found himself propelled backward, retreating 5 steps as he struggled against the overwhelming might, while Chu Ci remained utterly unyielding. The moment for Zhu Xiao to process his astonishment was fleeting, as Chu Ci's relentless assault continued unabated. Without any embellishments, another punch surged forth. The impact was thunderous, though Zhu Xiao hastily raised his palms in defense. The potency of this blow eclipsed the last, sending him hurtling backward until he stumbled and fell off the edge of the contest stage, landing with a thud. 3 punches, counting the earlier exchange, were all it took to send the inherently strong Zhu Xiao tumbling from the arena. Rubbing his sore arms, Zhu Xiao chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Though internally, he was profoundly shaken. From this encounter, It was clear that Chu Ci was a seasoned combatant, possessing an innate understanding of sword intent that could not be attributed to mere chance, indicative of his remarkable talent. As for the sudden transformation in his temperament and his rapid advancement in cultivation, whether he hailed from an illustrious family, remained a mystery yet to be unraveled. Zhu Xiao could only hope for more opportunities to draw closer in the future. Thank you, Brother Chu, for your mercy. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Zhu Xiao beamed at Chu Ci. Not at all. Until we meet again. Chu Ci replied before returning to the center of the martial stage. Are there any further challengers? The steward inquired, but after a brief pause with no responses, he concluded. Very well, I hereby declare the external disciples competition for this year officially concluded. The victor is Chu Ci, followed by Zhu Xiao in second place. By virtue of having eliminated 2 contenders, the previously 11th ranked participant has fortuitously secured a place within the top 10. A mere third-rate has claimed the first position. Good heavens! Could he truly be a hidden genius? Murmurs spread among the onlookers. First in the external competition, having grasped a fragment of sword intent, and now poised to awaken his martial spirit. How remarkable! Is this even believable? Perhaps you should challenge him yourself. Please. Once I activate my heavenly tier martial spirit, I will undoubtedly surpass him. Dream on. With your capabilities, even activating an earthly tier martial spirit would be a feat worth celebrating. Enough of this. The competition has concluded. The top 50 will advance to the inner sect, becoming provisional disciples, with all future training to be conducted within the inner sanctum. 3 days hence, the sect will activate the soul pool to awaken martial spirits, which will significantly influence your future cultivation speed and the ultimate realms you may attain. Only by awakening your martial spirit can you absorb soul energy for your own use and begin training in suitable soul techniques and arts. As the once bustling crowd gradually dispersed, a few individuals remained unwilling to relent, their malevolent gazes fixated on Chu Ci until his figure vanished from sight. Forget it, old chum. Let those inside deal with this brat, one muttered. It seems there's no other choice. I truly wish to eliminate him, Ci, but fear not. Once he enters the inner sanctum, there will be even more opportunities to take his life. The steward paid no heed to their words. Casting a glance at Chu Ci, the inner sect was fraught with peril, teeming with individuals of superior cultivation. The sect could only offer protection within the confines of its rules, and one must tread carefully. Thank you, esteemed sir. I shall exercise caution. Chu Ci nodded gently and replied. Among the outer disciples, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement is indeed the utmost achievement. The inner disciples, however, are inherently selected elites each year, supplemented by 100 distinguished disciples, thus placing him at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. It is imperative to strive for further enhancement. For Chu Ci, the 3 days passed swiftly without much to occupy his time, as he spent nearly all of it in the alchemy chamber. He procured a considerable amount of medicinal materials, including those previously gathered from the Shihuang mountain range. He devoted himself to concocting every possible pill that he could currently refine, with 7 out of 10 being of exceptional quality. Though his cultivation level was not high, utilizing these pills would be advantageous. Before long, the members who secured positions among the top 10 of the outer sect competition gathered swiftly. With a resounding rumble, the entrance to the soul pool, which only opens once a year for outer disciples to enter the inner sect, revealed a scene unlike any other, shrouded in mist, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. The onlookers gazed with envy, silently vowing to earn the qualification to enter the inner sect the following year. Yet, despite their envy, lacking the necessary qualification rendered their aspirations futile. As Chu Ci stepped forth first, the 9 others followed suit. Alongside the 10 of them, over 20 other youths, also at the 9th level of body refinement, entered the soul pool, most of whom were scions of the sect's upper echelons. After taking several steps, the mist that had initially obscured their vision dissipated, revealing a magnificent palace before their eyes. Paused for a moment, hesitating to proceed further. The steward approached with a gentle smile, guiding the way. After advancing a dozen steps, he pushed open the grand hall doors, revealing a vast pool shrouded in a veil of purple mist, enveloping its entire surface. Now, leap into the depths, the steward intoned softly. The duration of your experience will be determined by your innate potential. Whether you ascend as a soul technique practitioner or remain a mere guardian warrior depends solely on your fortune. With that, he recounted the method for entering the soul pool and awakening one's martial soul, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Go forth. Upon listening to the verses of the Chu Ci, he took a step forward and stepped directly inside, contrary to the anticipated sensation of entering water. It felt rather as though he were gliding upon a bed of cotton, suspended in midair, enveloped by a swirling mist of violet haze. Sitting cross-legged, Chu Ci closed his eyes, acutely attuned to the unusual ethereal aura enveloping him. Before long, a warmth emanated from his dantian, as if summoned by some unseen force, causing it to tremble. A realization dawned upon him. Immediately, he began to channel the chaotic dragon divine art, drawing forth the abundant soul energy from the soul pool, gradually allowing it to flow into his body. Threads of purple energy entered him, coursing through his meridians before converging into his dantian. Initially, the flow was slow and sparse, but it soon intensified, with thicker streams of purple energy surging in as if striving to fill every meridian to capacity. At that moment, the dragon command within his consciousness shimmered, releasing a peculiar energy that entwined all the purple aura, compressing it, and then continuing to entwine and compress further. The Chu Ci is unaware of how many times this repetitive process has transpired. By the time one awakens, there is no one left in the vicinity. Upon returning to the entrance, only the steward remains there, waiting. "Steward, where have the others gone?" Chu Ci, slightly perplexed, ultimately interrupted the steward who had been gazing at him intently. Chapter 22, The Training Room. "Oh, everyone else has already activated their martial souls and returned to their quarters. You are the last one." After responding to Chu Ci, the steward shook his head, pondering, "How curious it is that I cannot discern the nature of his martial soul. Just moments ago, so many had awakened their martial souls. With even the weakest being of the yellow tier, why is it that Chu Ci's martial soul remains elusive in its classification?" "Steward, then I." With lowered brows, Chu Ci sensed the interest of the steward, who seemed to be fixated upon her in silence. "Ah, come with me," he beckoned. As an inner disciple, each individual is afforded the luxury of a private cultivation chamber, even an exclusive courtyard. However, the dimensions of both the courtyard and the chamber differ. Classified into 4 hierarchical levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. There are 100 courtyards at the heavenly level, 200 cultivation rooms at the earth level, and 500 at the mysterious level, with the remaining rooms designated as yellow tier. The resources available for cultivation also vary significantly across these levels. And even within the same tier, there exist distinctions in terms of lighting, environment, and size. Should one find dissatisfaction with their cultivation chamber, they may engage in challenges to exchange rooms with others. Additionally, by completing tasks, one can accrue more sect points to redeem superior chambers, albeit the required points are considerable. Resources can also be exchanged, and monetary purchases are permitted, subject to numerous regulations that one will gradually come to understand. As the steward spoke, he guided Chu Ci to her designated cultivation room. Upon arrival, he paused momentarily, taken aback by the situation. "You were rather slow earlier. The prime cultivation rooms have already been claimed by others. Fear not, you shall reclaim them in due time." He chuckled, albeit a touch awkwardly. In truth, the black-clad steward had extended considerable favor towards Chu Ci, as others were merely delivered by various disciples or errand runners, while she was personally escorted by him. Yet, the absence of prime cultivation rooms rendered the delivery of any disciple inconsequential. Chu Ci glanced around and found the surroundings to be quite acceptable, albeit slightly lacking in quality, with a rather strong odor. However, the lighting was quite splendid. "It's nothing, thank you, esteemed steward." With that, he instructed, "Please tidy up a bit. I shall go apply for improvements to the nearby environment." After speaking, the steward clad in black departed. Upon entering the room, Chu Ci discovered it to be rather pleasant, significantly larger than his previous accommodation at the outer gate. Furthermore, the courtyard he once shared with others was now solely his own. Ignoring everything else, he secured the door and casually arranged the bed. Sitting cross-legged upon it, Chu Ci realized he had yet to examine what kind of martial soul he had activated. Having been brought here by the black-clad steward, closing his eyes to meditate, he turned his gaze inward. In the next moment, Chu Ci was taken aback. Was this a realm of chaos? His martial soul manifested as a completely dark entity, resembling a mass of pure chaos. Despite having been a high-ranking divine king in his previous life, the sight left him somewhat bewildered. After a considerable pause, Chu Ci steadied his mind. "Chaos it shall be. Let us observe its efficacy." With focused intent, he began to cultivate the chaotic dragon god's technique. as the violet aura enveloped him. He instantly sensed a significant influx of soul power coursing into his body from the external environment. With a subtle tremor coursing through his body, Chu Ci felt the exhilarating surge of speed. It surpassed even the blissful experience of consuming elixirs to enhance his abilities. His meridians eagerly absorbed the energy as if they were newborns, fearing to miss a single drop. This martial soul must possess an exceptionally high rank. Let it be chaos. The swiftness is sufficient. With a mere thought, he re-entered the divine dragon token. In terms of cultivation, this place proved to be far superior, and it seemed several soul skills were finally within his reach for training. The presence of soul power was indeed delightful. Chu Ci, who was already known for his rapid cultivation speed, became even more extraordinary after activating his martial soul. Fortunately, he had nourished the divine dragon token with elixirs before the outer sect competition. Otherwise, it would have wasted precious time. After another 2 hours, the divine dragon token dimmed, and Chu Ci was ejected once more. He unleashed a punch into the void, reaching the pinnacle of a level 1 soul master. Barely a day had passed since he had condensed his martial soul, yet he had ascended directly to the peak of level 1 soul master. Such speed, if disclosed, would surely leave many in awe. Excellent. Now it was time to proficiently wield a few soul skills. Stepping outside, he was greeted by a refreshing breeze. Oddly enough, the foul stench from earlier seemed to have dissipated. The steward was indeed quite reliable. However, there were numerous houses in the vicinity, and Chu Ci's dwelling was considered one of the better ones, boasting ample sunlight and proximity to various sects cultivating spirit herbs. Even if he couldn't harvest them, the emanating soul power would undoubtedly surpass that of other locations, thus aiding his cultivation. Consequently, what was once a house tainted by unpleasant odors had transformed into a coveted residence among others. Although everyone was aware that Chu Ci ranked first in the competition and possessed formidable strength, that was prior to the activation of his martial soul. Everyone was on equal footing then. Now, post-activation, the situation was different. One needed to assess the rank of the activated martial soul, as its quality would influence the absorption of soul power, as well as the mastery and learning of soul skills. Chu Ci, why not trade your house with mine? Mine is slightly larger. Wu Yuan approached first, exuding confidence, with a hint of disdain in his smile. If yours is larger, why bother trading with me? No deal. That would be a hassle. Chu Ci paid little heed to the surroundings, casting merely a fleeting glance before redirecting his focus to the ethereal herbs not far away. How about a contest between us? If I emerge victorious, we shall exchange. If you prevail, we shall not, he proposed. Wu Yuan, naturally unwilling to concede, felt compelled to act in the service of the Chung family since they had not reclaimed their funds. In the grand tournament, he had initially chosen to forego challenging Chu Ci, sensing his own inadequacy and the perilous nature of the duel. However, circumstances had changed. He had since consolidated his martial soul, transforming into a bona fide soul warrior. His activated martial soul was classified as superior within the yellow tier, a commendable achievement. In contrast, upon scrutinizing Chu Ci, it appeared that he possessed a martial soul of inferior yellow tier, suggesting considerable weakness. Moreover, prior to his entry, his family had equipped him with a set of soul techniques, ready for practice once his martial soul was activated. Now, having mastered these techniques, Wu Yuan felt emboldened. Many who entered the inner sanctum languished for extended periods, only to acquire rudimentary soul techniques, entirely unaware of those of a slightly higher tier, let alone the possibility of mastering them. There is little advantage to be gained from winning this contest. Chu Ci felt indifferent and chose not to engage. What do you desire? Wu Yuan pondered, confident in his victory. Whatever you wish for, I shall acquiesce. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you my cultivation chamber. However, if you are defeated, you must relinquish all that resides within your storage ring. Chu Ci cast a sidelong glance at Wu Yuan, apprehensive that he might refuse. Yet, if he acquiesced, he would extract a price. Very well, it is settled. The storage ring is here, and they can all bear witness. Do not go back on your word. Wu Yuan wore a triumphant expression, the smile on his face betraying an early celebration of victory. All right, let us proceed. Chu Ci took a few steps towards the center of the courtyard, gazing at Wu Yuan. A surge of azure energy emanated from Wu Yuan's hands. Watch closely, wind strike. With a resounding shout, Wu Yuan's fist shadows converged. Just as the onlookers marveled at how swiftly Wu Yuan had mastered his soul technique. Sensing that Chu Ci was on the verge of defeat, Wu Yuan's punch unexpectedly struck nothing but air, for Chu Ci, who had been standing there, had vanished. At that moment of Wu Yuan's bewilderment, he was struck in the abdomen, causing him to stagger back several steps. Chapter 23. The frog at the bottom of the well so swift. Incredibly swift. Wu Yuan overheard the remarks of the two bystanders. Feeling a surge of irritation as his expression darkened, he felt a twinge of struggle, the pain in his abdomen unbearable. However, he refused to concede. What merit lies in mere speed? If one is fearful, they might as well relinquish their place in the training chamber. If provocation can be deemed a soul technique, then Wu Yuan prided himself on being unrivaled. Very well, I shall not flee. With a faint smile, Chu Ci recalled a set of soul techniques that could be put to the test. Although, given her current level, she could only employ a weakened version. It sufficed to confront Wu Yuan, a mere first-level soul master. In truth, Wu Yuan had just stepped into the realm of soul cultivation, and his actual combat power had not seen significant enhancement compared to that of a 9th-level body cultivator. Even without utilizing soul techniques, Chu Ci could easily dominate him. However, since Wu Yuan was so eager to flaunt his abilities, having trained in a low-grade yellow soul technique to seek prominence, Chu Ci decided to oblige him by employing a technique of higher caliber, intending to utterly crush him and mercilessly torment both his physical form and his resolve. Unbeknownst to Chu Ci, Wu Yuan misinterpreted the situation, believing she had fallen for his ruse, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was convinced that she could not possibly possess any soul techniques, and thus, his wind strike fist was his sole reliance. Prepare to receive my wind strike fist, he bellowed, unleashing a trio of fist shadows that surged toward Chu Ci like a ferocious beast. A grin reappeared on Wu Yuan's face, as if victory was already within his grasp. Yet, in response came the shattering sky fist. With a low growl, the air was rent asunder, accompanied by the sound of explosive force. A shock wave radiated from the center of Chu Ci's punch, the intangible wind materializing in that instant, swiftly engulfing Wu Yuan's fist shadows. Unyielding and fierce, it charged directly at him. Ah! A cry of pain echoed as Wu Yuan was sent flying several meters, crashing against the wall of the courtyard before sliding down to the ground. Chu Ci shook his head lightly and murmured, "Too feeble." He then approached, retrieved his storage ring, and emptied its contents. Within lay a bountiful assortment, over 40 gold leaves, 10,000 taels in silver notes, and a collection of loose silver coins. Additionally, there were numerous essence and blood pills, as well as bone-strengthening pills. Without further inspection, he hastily stowed it all into his own storage ring and turned back to Wu Yuan, gesturing with his hand. "Thank you for the generous gift. Furthermore, if anyone wishes to exchange residences with me, do ensure you come prepared with offerings surpassing those of this lad. Otherwise, our discussions are futile." After speaking, Chu Ci turned without a glance and entered his chamber. In the days that followed, he spent nearly all his time in solitude, diligently honing his skills within the confines of his room. Previously unable to activate his martial spirit, many soul techniques had remained beyond his reach. However, the circumstances had changed. Although the true nature of his chaotic martial spirit remained a mystery, the rate at which he absorbed soul power was astonishingly swift. Coupled with the advantages of the divine dragon space, his cultivation was poised to ascend rapidly. As a high-ranking divine king, the plethora of soul techniques and secrets residing in Chu Ci's mind was vast and boundless. Yet, the more profound techniques were currently beyond his grasp. At present, he had unearthed 2 soul techniques, one of which was the shattered void fist that had just defeated Wu Yuan. In truth, this soul technique was properly named the Royal Shattered Void Fist, requiring a soul emperor's prowess to unleash its full potential. What Chu Ci just unleashed was a diluted version of a diluted technique, yet even so, it was sufficient to defeat Wu Yuan in a single blow. In addition to practicing the shattering void fist, Chu Ci also recalled a soul technique known as wind chase from his mental repository. Although its rank is not particularly high, classified only as a top-tier Xian level, this soul technique offers the advantage of 4 stages. The first stage aligns with soul warriors, the second with soul masters, the third with grand soul masters, and the fourth with soul sects. It can be asserted that this soul technique is more than adequate for Chu Ci until he ascends to the rank of Soul King. The 9 Palace step primarily focuses on alchemy and limited evasive maneuvers, whereas wind chase is distinct. It is a technique of movement capable of significantly enhancing Chu Ci's speed. Within the spacious training chamber, a figure darted like the wind, and in the next instant, a fist was launched, followed by a resounding explosion of air. The figure came to a halt. A radiant smile graced the corners of Chu Ci's lips. In a mere span of 7 days, the weakened version of the shattered Void Fist was on the brink of achieving mastery, its power surpassing that which had once shattered Wu Yuan by more than fivefold. Moreover, the first tier of the Wind Chase Soul technique was also tantalizingly close to reaching fruition, its swiftness eclipsing that of many inner disciples among the 7th-grade soul masters within the sect. During the period of cultivating his soul techniques, Chu Ci once again entered the dragon space for further training. At present, his cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of a 3rd-grade soul master. In just 7 short days, he had skyrocketed from a 1st-grade soul master to a 3rd-grade soul master. Should this news circulate, it would certainly leave the inner disciples utterly astounded. Naturally, such rapid advancement came at a considerable cost. All the medicinal pills he had previously stored, as well as those pillaged from Wu Yuan, had been entirely consumed. Nevertheless, Chu Ci did not rush to exit but chose to remain in the training chamber. Now that he was a true soul cultivator, the need for body-refining pills had diminished. He was poised to begin crafting pills suitable for soul masters and even soul practitioners, pills of a true practitioner's grade. The refinement of such potions demanded an exquisite and precise control over soul power. To master this control, he possessed an esoteric method known as the 5 elements ZY technique. Next, Chu Ci resolved to diligently practice this arcane craft. With a subtle flicker of intent within his soul consciousness, he silently activated the 5 elements ZY technique. The purple energy in his hands gradually transformed into a flickering spark, dancing upon his fingertips. Moments later, the purple energy morphed into streams of clear liquid, with a sound akin to a droplet falling onto the ground. Soon after, golden threads began to coalesce, forming sharp blades, while a touch of green appeared, reminiscent of reborn flora, followed by a veil of dust enveloping his fingers. Observing the 5 attributes conjured by the 5 elements ZY technique as they perpetually shifted, a brilliant smile blossomed on Chu Ci's face. Although the transitions between attributes were not yet entirely fluid, with the enhancement of his cultivation and soul power, the efficacy of this technique would undoubtedly grow stronger. Time swiftly passed, and another 2 days had elapsed. Creak. The door swung open. Stepping out with purpose, Chu Ci made his way towards the alchemy chamber. The treatment afforded to inner disciples was significantly superior to that of their outer counterparts. The alchemy chamber was categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man. The highest tier, the heavenly alchemy chamber, was comparable in prestige to the earth-fire alchemy chamber of the 9 Pillars Pavilion, yet its rental fee was notably higher, 2,000 taels of silver per hour, surpassing the costs outside by several hundred taels. However, with finances no longer a concern, Chu Ci opted for the finest available choice. Upon arriving at the heavenly alchemy chamber, he was greeted by a chorus of admiration. Young Master Yuan has succeeded once again. It seems he is on the verge of a breakthrough and will soon ascend to the rank of a level 9 soul master, effortlessly securing a place among the top 5 elite disciples. The enthusiasm was palpable, with exclamations of, "He is truly impressive. My brother is also one of his admirers. And how handsome! I wish to marry him." Amidst this cacophony, Chu Ci could not help but cast his gaze towards the crowd, where a young man stood tall. Clad in a pristine white robe, he possessed an air of elegance, his face adorned with a radiant smile. It was evident from the adoring glances of the surrounding inner disciples that this young man was quite renowned within the sect. "Yuan-De, congratulations on your successful alchemy. What remarkable concoction have you produced this time?" Suddenly, a voice dripping with sarcasm broke through the admiration. Chu Ci turned to see a man in a red robe with long hair approaching slowly, flanked by several followers. Oh, it was merely a furnace yielding 3 top-tier soul power pills, hardly worthy of young Master Wang Su's attention. Yuan-De replied with a slight tilt of his head, his tone calm. "Wow, 3 top-tier bone-strengthening pills in 1 furnace. That's astonishing. Our family's alchemist, a 2nd-tier practitioner, can only manage 1 or 2 top-tier pills at most per furnace. Remarkable. There is hope for you to become a 3rd-tier alchemist." Last time, an elite disciple also managed to produce 3 top-tier pills, the blood chi pill. That was impressive as well. The chatter from the crowd caused Wang Su's facial muscles to twitch. He had originally intended to mock Yuan-De, but the latter's nonchalant response only amplified the praises ringing around him. So 3 top-tier pills garner such admiration. Chu Ci shook his head, contemplating the folly of those who dwell at the bottom of a well. Ignoring the surrounding murmurs of admiration, he steadily approached the alchemical chamber. Chapter 24. Low profile, not coming. This action momentarily bewildered the two elite disciples. Each time they ventured out, they were accustomed to receiving adulation from nearly everyone they encountered, rarely facing indifference. "Hey, are you lacking in manners?" A voice laced with malice interrupted. Chu Ci paused and glanced back. "Are you speaking of me?" "Indeed." The remark was directed at him. Young Master Wang Su was present, and it was expected that one would pay their respects. Since Wu had begun following Wang Su, he had yet to showcase any noteworthy abilities, and now that an opportunity had finally arisen, he was eager to seize it. Within the inner sect of the Qian Sword sect, there were 3,000 disciples, with 100 being elite disciples. Among these elite, nearly half were favored by the sect, representing the true seed candidates, most of whom were direct disciples of the elders and peak masters. To avoid being bullied within the inner sect, one naturally needed to find a powerful follower, otherwise they would be subject to mistreatment. With so many disciples, it was impossible for all resources for cultivation to be distributed evenly. Moreover, the sect would not prohibit disciples from sparring, as combat was an essential aspect of cultivation. By securing a formidable follower, one could undoubtedly thrive within the inner sect, just like Zhu Cheng, Feng Peng, and Huang Jing, who followed Cheng Hu, partly due to the Cheng family's strength and partly because Cheng Hu had a sister and a cousin within the inner sect. Pay respects. Is there such a rule in the sect? The verses of the Chu Ci inquired gently. No, it is not that, yet Wu found himself at a loss for words. If it is not so, then there is no need for a formal visit. After finishing his recitation, Chu Ci entered the alchemy chamber. You seek death. Wu was beside himself with rage, and a flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Su's face. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. To humiliate Wu before everyone was akin to slapping one's own face. Cough. This lad is intriguing. I wonder why I have not encountered him before. Yuan spoke with a smile, inquiring of those nearby. Report, young Master Yuan. This individual is named Chu Ci, a recent entrant from the outer sect. His aptitude is rather mediocre. He was previously regarded as one of the 3 wastes from the outer sect. I am Li Lin, eager to follow young Master Yuan. Li Lin's face flushed with excitement, as if such an opportunity were rare. It was he who had previously slain Cheng Hu with a single sword strike. A cold voice resonated as its owner approached, causing the crowd to gradually part. Hong Yuan strode forth, exuding an aura of authority that instilled fear. Hong Yuan, are you here to avenge Cheng Feng's brother? This presents a splendid opportunity to curry favor with Cheng Feng. Yuan chuckled lightly. Unable to resist glancing in the direction in which Chu Ci had disappeared, his admiration for the young man growing within. There is no need for me to intervene. Such a person is unwelcome among the inner disciples. Hong Yuan's countenance remained icy, as if no one here was worthy of his regard. I have heard this individual is the champion of the outer sect competition and that he comprehended a fragment of sword intent while slaying Cheng Hu, subsequently dealing with several members of the Cheng family. Wang Su remarked casually, adopting the demeanor of one eager for entertainment. Young Master Wang seems quite knowledgeable about my Cheng family's affairs. Cheng Feng, clad in a flowing red gown, approached gracefully, her figure exquisitely defined. Her expression was cold, yet could not conceal her stunning beauty. Ah, the illustrious Cheng beauty has arrived. Congratulations. I have heard you have been accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Lu. Wang Su's voice rang out again, exuding an air of sincerity, enhanced by the allure of the beautiful maiden. Outside, the clamor continued unabated, while Chu Ci, oblivious to the commotion, focused intently on concocting a new elixir within. Methodically, he added the herbs according to the formula, carefully monitoring the flames. As nearly an hour passed, a melodic sound emanated from the alchemical furnace. Chu Ci's expression turned slightly solemn as the soul power within him surged rapidly. He executed the 9 palace steps, his hands transforming into palms that circled around the elixir furnace. In the next moment, one palm struck after another against the furnace, delivering a total of 81 precise strikes before concluding his endeavor. After this flurry of activity, beads of sweat began to form densely on Chu Ci's forehead. He exhaled softly, choosing not to wipe away the perspiration, but instead fixed his gaze intently on the elixir furnace ahead. Although he had concocted numerous elixirs in his previous life, it had been over 100,000 years since he last did so. At this moment, Even someone as composed as Chu Ci felt a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. With a crisp sound, the lid of the furnace opened automatically, releasing a fragrant aroma that permeated the air, compelling Chu Ci to inhale deeply a few times. 10 soul power pills emerged, 6 of which were of exceptional quality. Should Yuan-Da witness this, he would surely be astounded. As an 8th-level soul master with remarkable alchemical talent, he could only produce 3 exceptional pills from a single batch. Yet, Chu Ci, merely a 3rd-level soul scholar, had managed to refine 6 exceptional soul power pills in one go. After spending 4 hours, Chu Ci had successfully concocted 3 batches of elixirs, 2 batches of soul power pills, and 1 of blood red pills. Upon completion, he noticed only a few scattered individuals outside and paid them no mind, returning directly to his room to cultivate. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On a clear morning, Chu Ci stepped out of his room, his form moving like a swift swallow riding the wind. Light and agile, he dashed around the courtyard in a swift circle, and in the brief moment it took to take 2 steps, he landed gracefully. His right hand clenched into a fist. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a punch that shattered the air, producing a resounding whistle, reminiscent of a raging tempest. Truly, a genius capable of grasping a hint of sword intent is not to be underestimated. Such a casual punch possesses remarkable power, indicating the potential of an impressive soul technique. Outside, a young man clad in a gray robe stood with his sword poised. "Who are you?" With a swift turn of her head, Chu Ci revealed a glimmer of coldness in her gaze. There was no need for cordiality towards those who dared to intrude upon her abode. "Haha, do not be anxious. I am Su Yunkai, here to introduce you to a formidable ally. You will owe me your gratitude after this," he stated, seemingly unfazed by Chu Ci's demeanor. "I have no interest. Please take your leave." Chu Ci shook his head, reflecting on the absurdity of being a dignified deity of the upper realm, yet joining a mere sect. What need had he for a patron? It would be laughable to consider. "I have yet to express my thoughts, so do not be so hasty in your rejection. Junior brother, although you, dear Chu Ci, are indeed a prodigy who has grasped the essence of sword intent, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges without a formidable backing. There exists a distinction between the inner and outer sects. Without such support, one may encounter numerous inconveniences. And frankly, must I repeat myself? Such verbosity is unnecessary." Before Su Yunkai could finish his words, Chu Ci interrupted him. "Ah, you must think this through. The inner sanctum is not a place of safety." Suddenly, a powerful shockwave surged forth, catching Su Yunkai off guard and forcing him to retreat several steps before he could regain his composure. "You very well, Chu Ci. Just wait and see how you meet your end, hum." Su Yunkai wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished by the formidable prowess of this young man. This soul technique is indeed no trifling matter. As Chu Ci gazed at the departing Su Yunkai, he shook his head. Ever since that day outside the alchemy chamber when he encountered that group of individuals, he had been approached nearly every day for the past 3 days by those wishing to have him as a follower. Of course, there were also challengers. But Chu Ci declined all invitations for combat. On one hand, there were indeed some skilled individuals within the sect, and it was prudent to avoid their keen blades for the time being. On the other hand, his cultivation remained his foremost priority. Chapter 25. The Monkey Demon Quest. In order to evade these troublesome characters and to stabilize his recently elevated realm, Chu Ci resolved to venture out for training and undertake a sect mission. The Qian Sword Sect offered numerous tasks for its disciples daily, ranging from combat-oriented to those pertaining to daily life. Chu Ci held little interest in the menial tasks of serving others, running errands, hunting, or even alchemy. He sought to embark on missions purely for the purpose of honing his skills. After all, the most effective and stable means of self-improvement lay within the crucible of experience. Upon arriving at the task hall, a white-clad steward registered Chu Ci's information and handed him a jade token. The token felt warm to the touch and emitted a faint glow. It was unexpected to encounter such a remarkable jade token in this remote region. In his previous life, such items were a rarity. Grasping the token, he focused on his cultivation level, and various tasks appeared that suited his abilities. After reviewing them, he merely had to voice his choice, and the selected task would materialize while the others faded away, remaining so until completion or abandonment. He could also accept multiple tasks simultaneously. "HM, you know how to use it?" The white-clad steward observed as Chu Ci accepted a mission to hunt monkey demons, specifically requiring him to slay 100 white-browed monkey demons and a single green-browed monkey king. The task was restricted to those below the Soul Master realm. Although Chu Ci's actual cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Soul Disciple, his soul power far exceeded that of others in the same realm. Thus, with a fleeting thought, he adjusted his cultivation level to the 7th level of Soul Disciple while holding the Jade token, which astonishingly failed to detect the discrepancy. Originally, the token had revealed several tasks, with the hunt for the monkey demons being the most challenging of them all. Who is Chu Ci? To hone one's skills, one must naturally choose the most challenging path. Moreover, he has Xiao He by his side. Furthermore, there is a time constraint for completing the task, 1 month. The reward for successfully accomplishing the task includes 10,000 taels of silver and 5 soul power pills. Conversely, failure not only yields no reward, but incurs a penalty of 2,000 taels of silver. It appears quite favorable. As long as Chu Ci achieves effective results within a month, even if he does not complete the task, the fine of 2,000 taels is merely a trifling matter for him. Of course, failure is not an option for Chu Ci. Other senior brothers have informed me as much. Chu Ci nodded slightly to the white-robed elder before departing. Above the jade plaque in the task hall, it was displayed that the task of hunting the monkey demon had been accepted by Chu Ci. Gently grasping the jade token, the introduction to the monkey demon and the circumstances of the Yunxiao Valley surfaced in his mind. Within Yunxiao Valley, numerous demon beasts resided, most at the Soul Warrior level, with a few at the Soul Master level. However, during the task's issuance, it was uncommon for high-ranking Soul Master demon beasts to appear, as the sect merely intended for its disciples to gain experience, not to face certain death. The Jade token would autonomously gather task data and, upon completion, promptly relay it back to the sect. The rewards obtained during the task would belong solely to the individual, with the sect remaining indifferent. During the task, any kills would likewise be considered one's own fortune, and under normal circumstances, the sect would not intervene. This was precisely why there were cultivation restrictions when accepting tasks. Having learned from his previous experience in the Shihuang Mountains, Chu Ci had packed several sets of clothing and some medicinal pills in his storage ring, which would suffice. Aside from the flowing cloud sword on his back, there seemed to be nothing else necessary to bring. Just having the storage ring was adequate. As Chu Ci set out, commotion arose from several heavenly tier residences in the inner sect. What? That waste accepted the task in Yunxiao Valley? Wang Su, his face filled with curiosity, listened to a report from a young man clad in black. Indeed, just moments ago, several disciples witnessed it. The black-clad youth replied respectfully, slightly bowing. Excellent. Splendid. Wang Su exclaimed, his face alight with excitement mingled with a hint of malice. Go pay him a visit. If he refuses to join us, let him vanish. The commanding tone left the black-clad youth no room for refusal, and he nodded before departing. Simultaneously, within another heavenly tier residence. He accepted the task and headed to Yunxiao Valley. Ouyang Pingyu, exuding an air of scholarly elegance in his blue robe, looked surprised at Su Yunkai, who was clad in gray. Yes, he has already set off, Su Yunkai affirmed with a nod. Young Master Ouyang, shall we go? Ouyang Pingyu pondered for a moment before uttering words that starkly contrasted his attire, a far cry from a scholar's demeanor. Of course, we shall eliminate him. Did not many say he has grasped a fragment of sword intent? I have only comprehended 5 parts. If it is not of use to me, it shall be extinguished. He waved his hand, dismissing Su Yunkai. As Su Yunkai bowed and retreated, his expression turned cold. Previously, within Chu Ci's residence, he could not strike him down. Now that they were in Yunxiao Valley, he would see how Chu Ci survived. In yet another heavenly tier residence, this time, I cannot act directly. You take some men and retrieve his head for me. Hong Yuan instructed a white-robed man beside him, then handed him a vial of pills, stating that it was a reward for him. The man in white flickered and departed. Upon entering the Tianjie courtyard, Cheng Feng naturally received the news that Chu Ci was heading to the Yunxiao Valley. Please assist me with this. I cannot go myself. Cheng Feng instructed a nearby woman. Your cultivation should not be too formidable, so be careful and guard against his sword intent. Rest assured, I will avenge the young master, the masked woman replied, bowing before she left. You should also make a trip. Act according to the situation. The same information reached Yuwendi's ears, and after a prolonged silence, he decided to intervene. Just as Chu Ci was about to step into the Yunxiao Valley, various commands echoed throughout the inner sect's Tianjie courtyards, the majority of which were intent on seeing Chu Ci perish. In the confines of the sect, dueling would not result in death, as it was not permissible to enforce such outcomes. However, Upon reaching the Yunxiao Valley, such restrictions would no longer apply. After all, apart from Cheng Feng, who truly wished to eliminate Chu Ci due to the matters concerning Cheng Hu, his own brother, there were others driven purely by jealousy. With Chu Ci comprehending a fragment of sword intent, he became the fourth disciple in the entire Qian sword sect to achieve such a feat, while only 3 others had done so. Thus, it was only natural that some would desire to suppress a rising figure before he surpassed them. Upon entering the Yunxiao Valley, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, starkly contrasting the experience in the western wilderness mountains. After a brief moment, a thunderous roar resonated through the valley. A crimson-maned lion emerged from a nearby hill, fixating its gaze on Chu Ci with a ferocious roar. With its fiery red mane and chilling scarlet eyes, Chu Ci couldn't help but feel a shiver run through him, soon replaced by a radiant smile. To be welcomed by a 6th-tier soul beast upon entering the Yunxiao Valley was indeed a sign of respect. Chapter 26. The Brute Roar. It is said that the tiger's roar shakes the mountains, and the lion's roar is no less formidable. As the crimson-maned lion let out its furious roar, Chu Ci distinctly felt the trees around him tremble. As several leaves fluttered to the ground, a red figure surged forward with great speed. The crimson-maned lion, swift as the wind, traced a graceful arc through the air as it lunged towards Chu Ci. Faced with the ferocious assault of the soul beast, Chu Ci remained as calm as still water, standing tall without the slightest attempt to evade until the lion's sharp claw was mere moments from making contact. Clang! A sound of a sword's resonance echoed through the air. With a swift motion, the flowing cloud sword was drawn from behind, its blade slicing through the atmosphere. While at that very moment, Chu Ci's body flickered outward. The red-maned lion, missing its target, crashed to the ground several meters behind where Chu Ci had stood, its massive form twitching a couple of times before succumbing. Blood gushed from its throat, severed by Chu Ci's blade. Suddenly, the tranquility between man and beast was shattered by the sound of applause. The prodigious talent, having grasped a fragment of sword intent, proved itself to be as remarkable as the rumors suggested, capable of slaying a 6th-tier soul master level red-maned lion with a single strike. Such prowess indeed warranted a sense of pride. However, it merely indicated that one possessed decent talent, suggesting a promising future and the likelihood of being recognized as an elite disciple by the elders in due time. Alas, it is regrettable that such an opportunity will never materialize for you. A cold voice pierced through the air, evoking a sense of revulsion in Chu Ci, whose expression immediately turned frosty. What an eyesore! After uttering those 3 words, he proceeded to gather what he could salvage from the red-maned lion's carcass, sheathing the flowing cloud sword once more. This action rendered the black-clad man momentarily speechless, as he was disregarded, and the smirk that once adorned his face grew even more sinister. Chu Ci, I have come to kill you today. Although you are currently regarded as a top-tier genius within the sect, your lack of discernment in rejecting young Master Wang seals your fate. As he spoke, the man drew his own long sword from his back. Chu Ci raised his gaze towards the man in black, momentarily startling him. From Chu Ci's profound eyes, it seemed he discerned a singular word: fool. The insult conveyed by that gaze inflicted a profound humiliation upon the man in black. Noisy, I do not require the allegiance of anyone. As he spoke, Chu Ci took 2 steps back, maintaining his distance. The man before him possessed strength surpassing that of the red-haired lion, having already attained the pinnacle of a 7th-level soul master. Unlike beasts, he wielded a weapon and had cultivated soul techniques. Then perish. As soon as the words left his lips, a shadow surged towards Chu Ci with lightning speed, even swifter than the earlier red-haired lion. Drawing upon his refined combat experience, Chu Ci swiftly sidestepped the blade's edge. However, his clothing was still grazed, leaving a tear. There was no avoiding it. The man in black had evidently also mastered a soul technique for agility, his speed formidable. Oh! The man in black uttered a low exclamation of surprise, clearly astonished that Chu Ci had managed to evade his strike. Yet, that surprise was fleeting. In the next instant, he deftly swung his longsword, and the blade's light rushed forth once more. Wind Chaser. Without hesitation, Chu Ci immediately unleashed the wind chase technique, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. As the long sword swept through the air once more, Chu Ci had already positioned himself several meters away, leaving the man in black astonished. What a remarkable young lad. No wonder he possesses such confidence, he exclaimed, yet his resolve to continue was unwavering. With peculiar footwork, he accelerated further, wielding his sword to unleash a flurry of blade shadows toward Chu Ci, creating an illusion of the air swirling into a vortex. Clang! The air quivered as the sword of Chu Ci emerged from its sheath, slicing through the atmosphere with a shadowy brilliance. A resounding explosion reverberated between the two figures, the whirling sword's shadow vanishing into thin air, leaving only the astonished expression of the man in black. Yet, in that very moment, a blade-like shadow surged towards him. With no means of evasion, he fell back, landing on the ground. A seventh-tier soul warrior is not to be trifled with, and would not yield so easily. In the instant of his backward descent, he executed a swift roll, regaining his stance and propelling himself forward with a forceful push from his toes. The sound of metal grinding through the air echoed as he unleashed his attack, the breaking air sword. Accept this, a high-grade yellow-tier soul technique. He bellowed, evidently pleased with his strike, recalling the many who had fallen victim to it when he was but a fifth-tier soul warrior. However, Chu Ci before him once again left him agape. He effortlessly evaded the onslaught, sustaining only a mere trace of bloodshed. Undeterred, Chu Ci pressed forward with the wind chaser technique, his figure lunging toward the man in black. The long sword could no longer serve as defense, leaving him to witness Chu Ci's fist hurtling toward his chin. In that fleeting moment of contact, the man in black grinned, twisting away to evade the blow while raising his sword in defense. Yet, Chu Ci mirrored the grin, transforming his punch into a claw mid-attack, seizing the arm that wielded the sword. Clang! Their blades clashed with ferocity. In the next heartbeat, both combatants launched simultaneous kicks. But Chu Ci's right foot was swifter. Thud! His foot struck the man in black's abdomen first, eliciting a pained grunt as the man was sent flying. Stumbling to regain his footing several meters away, his eyes ablaze with fury, Chu Ci gazed impassively at the man in black, then extended his left hand, palm open, curling the four fingers aside while keeping the index finger bent. The man in black's face contorted, his countenance flushed crimson. "You seek death," he roared, gripping his sword with both hands and raising it high above his head, charging towards Chu Ci. "Fool!" As Chu Ci uttered a faint remark, just 3 meters away. A sinister smile curled at the corners of the black-clad man's mouth. With a fierce swing of his sword, he bellowed, "Sunder the void." Swiftly, he executed 3 consecutive slashes, the overlapping shadows of his blade enveloping Chu Ci. Chasing wind, shattering fist. At the moment the black-clad man believed he had successfully deceived Chu Ci, the target vanished in an instant. Instead, he was met with the sound of air being torn apart behind him, as a fist shadow struck from behind. Before the blow could land, he felt a sharp sting on his cheek. Flee! In that moment, the black-clad man abandoned his intention to attack, consumed by a singular thought, to escape. He recognized that Chu Ci's soul technique was immensely powerful, likely reaching the realm of the profound. While it would not prove fatal, severe injury was inevitable. It was better to evade its edge. However, Chu Ci afforded him no opportunity to escape. At the instant the shattering fist was unleashed, Chu Ci moved once more, executing the chasing wind step. A fleeting afterimage swept by, just as the black-clad man had begun to accelerate in his bid for escape. He caught sight of a flash of azure light before him. Indeed, it was a beam of sword light, accompanied by a resonating hum. In the next moment, his vision spun in the air before plummeting to the ground, seemingly devoid of a body. A single sword thrust had severed the black-clad man's head, and Chu Ci was astonished to discover that his sword intent had remarkably ascended, evolving from a mere 1 part to 2. The black-clad man met his demise with purpose, inadvertently aiding in the enhancement of Chu Ci's sword intent. Prince Wang? Could it be Wang Su, or perhaps another individual altogether? With a slight shake of his head, Chu Ci remained unperturbed, his focus unwavering as he continued his rigorous training. Regardless, any adversary that approached him would meet their demise. Slaying was merely another form of cultivation. After briefly assessing his surroundings, he pressed onward. Not long after, a fleeting white figure darted past him. This was the task assigned to Chu Ci by his sect, a solitary white-browed demon monkey, relatively weak, possessing only the strength equivalent to a level 3 soul warrior. Chapter 27. The audacity of strength. Typically, white-browed demon monkeys travel in groups. Yet for reasons unknown, this particular one acted alone. Though lacking in power, it exhibited an audacious spirit, emitting a series of squeaks as it lunged at Chu Ci, sheathing his flowing cloud sword. Chu Ci drew a long knife from his storage ring. With a swift flash of steel, he aimed a strike at the demon monkey's abdomen. The white-browed monkey, sensing the imminent danger, deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow, yet a line of crimson cascaded to the ground. It regarded Chu Ci with a wary gaze, seemingly astonished by the human's swift reflexes. Although the monkey's speed exceeded that of ordinary beasts, it paled in comparison to the black-clad figure from earlier, making it an ideal opponent for honing his skills. As the white-browed monkey charged again, Chu Ci employed no elaborate techniques. He merely tilted his head to evade the bite, his left hand transforming into claws to seize the monkey's leg, flinging it aside. With his right hand, he delivered a decisive strike, inflicting a wound upon its back. After several exchanges, he finally landed a blow that severed the monkey's throat. As Chu Ci walked forward, the jade pendant adorning his body shimmered momentarily. At that instant, a cry echoed from the depths of the Yunxia Valley. Upon hearing the call, Chu Ci was momentarily taken aback. The sound was unlike that of ordinary demonic beasts. It likely belonged to a guardian spirit beast associated with a spirit treasure. As the level of the spirit treasure varied, so too did the rank of its guardian beast. Based on the memories of the former divine king, this call indicated the presence of a being at the level of a 6th or 7th rank soul master, suggesting that the treasure itself should be commensurate with that rank. To validate his hypothesis, Chu Ci activated the chasing wind technique and surged into the depths of the Yunxia Valley. Along the way, he encountered several white-browed monkey demons that lunged at him, which he easily repelled with a swift stroke of his blade. Although he had a mission to fulfill, there was no urgency in his actions. However, after casually felling a dozen of the white-browed monkeys, he felt his blade intent grow sharper. With a single strike, he severed the head of one monkey, sending the blade's aura soaring over two zhang and wounding two small serpent demons in the process. As he drew closer, the sensation of the impending emergence of the spirit treasure intensified. In the distance, he observed a cluster of figures gathered, and from the depths of the valley, a faint, colorful glow emanated, with the azure light shining particularly brightly. The radiance pulsated in waves, indicating that the treasure was in the process of gestation and had not yet reached the point of revelation. Nearby, a large bird hovered, initially resembling a phoenix, but lacking some of its majesty upon closer inspection. Its colorful feathers were tightly arranged, diminishing in luster. What had previously been mere speculation became clear upon witnessing it firsthand. Chu Ci immediately discerned that this soul beast was likely at the 7th rank soul master level. Thus, the treasure S rank was undoubtedly at the soul master level as well. Compared to ordinary treasures, spirit treasures were far more precious, surpassing even the finest spiritual medicines. Most significantly, spirit treasures possessed the ability to grow, a trait absent in all soul artifacts. This alone rendered any spirit treasure invaluable. However, judging by the brilliance of the light, it would require at least half a month before the treasure truly manifested, leaving him with no choice but to wait. As news of the spirit treasure's emergence spread from Yunxiao Valley, the number of people drawn to it increased, predominantly soul warriors, with several soul masters among them, indicating the allure of the treasure was indeed potent. This included several elite disciples residing in opulent inner court mansions. Aware that the spirit treasure's unveiling would take no less than half a month, he concluded that there was no need to squander time here. In this fortnight, Chu Ci must refine chasing the wind to perfection, complemented by his extensive combat experience spanning over 100,000 years. With a harmonious collaboration with Xiaohe, he might even seize a treasure from several elite disciples who have long attained the soul master realm. With this thought in mind, he chose not to linger and swiftly made his way towards the opposite side of the valley. I had thought you had hidden away like a timid turtle, but at last I have caught you. So, you too harbor ambitions of treasure hunting? As Chu Ci had barely ventured 300 meters beyond the confines of the grove, a voice resonated, and Su Yunkai emerged from behind a tree, positioning himself directly in front of Chu Ci. Su Yunkai had also been lured by the radiant hues. Yet before he could approach, he discerned Chu Ci's silhouette. His primary intention for this outing was to eliminate Chu Ci, and now that he had spotted him, Su Yunkai was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. What thoughts you harbor are of no concern to me. Upon observing the other's demeanor, Chu Ci felt a surge of displeasure. At best, he was merely a sycophant wielding the power of another. His audacity in speech suggested he believed himself still within the confines of the inner sanctum. Here, I could end your life without consequence, no matter your genius. You would merely become a lifeless form. Su Yunkai surmised that Chu Ci's brashness stemmed from his recent comprehension of a fragment of sword intent. coupled with the patronage of the esteemed steward and certain elders. Thank you for the warning. Today, I shall ensure your body lies here without dignity. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Chu Ci conjured a long blade in his hand. Humph, he possesses a modicum of courage. Have you not comprehended the essence of the sword? Why wield a blade instead of a sword? Su Yunkai regarded Chu Ci with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a fool. It suffices to eliminate you, lest you tarnish my sword. As he spoke, Chu Ci cleaved a small serpent-like beast nearby and lunged towards Su Yunkai, seeking death. Since aligning himself with Ouyang Pingyu, Su Yunkai had never endured such an affront. Buzz! A sound of the sword resonated as the long blade in his grasp dispelled layers of air waves, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. Wind-cleansing sword. As the phrase escaped Su Yunkai's lips, his sword quivered and pierced directly towards Chu Ci, waves of energy surging through the air to assault him. Initially maintaining his forward momentum, Chu Ci sensed the impending sword energy and swiftly shifted his stance, evading the sword's sharp edge. With his left hand, he unleashed a punch, executing the shattering sky fist. A fist adorned with a flurry of shadowy strikes surged through the air, growing larger and emitting a sound that would send shivers down the spine of anyone, even Su Yunkai. The intricacy of this martial technique was likely at least of the lower tier of the mystic rank, far superior to his own upper tier of the yellow rank soul skill. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of this punch, Su Yunkai dared not confront it head-on. He retreated, drawing his long sword to guard his chest, and growled. Wind-cleansing sword disperses. In an instant, numerous sword shadows emerged around his blade, charging towards the colossal fist. As the sword shadows and the fist came into contact, the former enveloped the entirety of the latter. Observing this, Su Yunkai felt a surge of delight. Sneering coldly, a mere third-tier soul master dares to be so audacious? What does it matter if you possess commendable mystic rank soul skills? You shall meet your demise all the same. Fools! With a disdainful smirk, Chu Ci remarked. This is the set of swordsmanship I have recently chosen to cultivate, the cloud-slicing blade of the intermediate Xian tier. The solemnity of his voice pierced through the air, disregarding the explosive sounds that shattered the atmosphere. The once unremarkable black blade was suddenly enveloped in a radiant white light. In an instant, the brilliance surged forth, and a streak of white blade energy sliced through the air, aiming directly at Su Yunkai. Another manifestation of Xian tier soul technique. Su Yunkai, taken aback, retreated 5 steps in rapid succession, exclaiming, Wind's clarity sword strike. The sword light, like a silken ribbon, surged forth to meet the blade's radiance. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Ci naturally did not remain stationary. He unleashed his swift wind-like movements, propelling himself forward at an unparalleled speed, closing in on Su Yunkai, who had just shattered the blade's brilliance with a swing of his sword. At that moment, as Su Yunkai felt the strain in his arms and was forced to stagger backward, Chu Ci had already positioned himself directly in front of him. With a powerful punch, the air trembled around them, and a fierce gust rushed towards Su Yunkai. It was yet another manifestation of the shattered void fist. Despite Su Yunkai's formidable prowess as a mid-level 9th-tier soul master, he instinctively accelerated his retreat, narrowly evading the impending strike. As Chu Ci's figure swayed, he advanced once more, wielding his long knife with a sweeping strike. Chapter 28. The Slaying of Su Yunkai. Su Yunkai twisted his waist in a desperate attempt to evade. Yet this time he could not fully escape. With a sharp sound, his garments were torn, and the blade struck him, leaving a line of crimson across his abdomen. Before Su Yunkai could catch his breath, a cold voice called out, Shattering Sky Fist. A punch surged toward him once more. Wind Clear Sword. Su Yunkai endeavored to summon his sword technique, but as the sword's radiance began to manifest, he saw Chu Ci's right hand swing the long knife, unleashing another wave of lethal light. The force of the shattering sky fist created a gust that compelled Su Yunkai to retreat. In the next instant, the blade's gleam flashed dangerously close, sending a chill down his spine. In this perilous moment, Su Yunkai executed a roll on the ground, disregarding any semblance of dignity. To his surprise, this maneuver proved effective, allowing him to narrowly avoid the blade's arc and the shadow of the fist. Having danced with death, Su Yunkai's face bore a look of shock and fury as he glared at Chu Ci, exclaiming, Damn it! How can someone with merely a 3rd-level soul master cultivation be so swift? Not only does he possess numerous soul techniques, but they are also of such high level. Chu, just who are you? Who I am, you shall never know in this lifetime. Prepare to meet your end. Chu Ci spoke coldly, and as his words fell, he stepped forward, the long knife in his hand emitting a soft hum, its blade glowing with a hint of blood-red light, a faint brilliance akin to the cold moon flashing forth. An overwhelming sense of impending death surged within Su Yunkai's heart. The intent of the blade. A flicker of terror flashed in Su Yunkai's eyes as he pushed his speed to the utmost, swiftly rolling to the side. With a hiss, a column of blood gushed forth, and Su Yunkai's left arm fell from his shoulder. His cultivation level was still somewhat lacking, otherwise, he would have evaded the strike. Chu Ci sighed softly, acknowledging the significant disparity in their realms. Despite his formidable combat prowess, it could not be measured by the standards of a third-tier soul master. Furthermore, the long knife in Chu Ci's hand was merely of the lowest quality, and having only utilized a fraction of his blade intent. It was not surprising that he had not been able to slay Su Yunkai in one strike. The pain radiating from his shoulders startled Su Yunkai. Turning his head, he saw his severed arm lying on the ground. The terror etched on his face revealed the sorrow within. It was not that his opponent was arrogant, but rather that he had been excessively proud. Now, he dared not confront Chu Ci any longer. His only thought was to flee. However, as he sought to escape, Chu Ci would not grant him such an opportunity. With a flash, he appeared beside Su Yunkai. Cloud Cleaver, he uttered softly, unleashing 2 consecutive slashes. Su Yunkai was taken aback, desperately swinging his intact right hand, wielding his long sword. Yet, the sword could only parry one strike, while the other cleaved into him, drawing forth a stream of blood. Letting out another cry of pain, Su Yunkai fled hastily, but his speed was clearly diminished compared to before. For such an adversary, Chu Ci would naturally not allow him to escape unscathed. With a sweep of his right hand, another blade of light, as cold as the moon, shot forth, accompanied by the sound of the knife, even more terrifying than the previous strike. 3/10 of blade intent. This time, Chu Ci held nothing back, directly unleashing his strongest blade intent. With a soft sound, a head flew into the air, and Su Yunkai was utterly finished. Casting a glance at Su Yunkai's wide-eyed, terrified expression in death, Chu Ci stepped forward, ready to search the corpse. He did not take the sword from Su Yunkai's hand. It was of little worth and would merely indicate to others that Su Yunkai had perished at his hands. With his wealth of experience, Chu Ci would not make such a blunder, instead deftly sliding the opponent's storage ring from his finger. Upon a cursory examination, it was evident that as a follower of an elite disciple from the inner sect, Su Yunkai was relatively affluent. He possessed over 70 gold leaves, 13,000 taels in silver notes, and a considerable quantity of medicinal pills. Without hesitation, Chu Ci collected all these items into his own storage ring. With a swift motion, he darted away, disappearing into the vast wilderness of the mountains. Due to the emergence of the spiritual treasure, the Yunxiao Valley today is thronged with twice the usual number of visitors, including numerous adept practitioners. Naturally, some dormant beasts have also begun to approach, for such treasures are coveted by both cultivators and beasts alike. In a fleeting moment, the valley reverberated with the sounds of clashing weapons and the roars of beasts. However, these matters held no significance for Chu Ci. The only truth was the necessity of becoming stronger. Time passed swiftly, and Chu Ci had already spent 3 days in Yunxiao Valley. With his sword, the cloud-cleaving blade, he engaged in a fierce duel with 4 white-browed monkey demons amidst the forest. The long blade danced through the air, executing 3 swift strikes that unleashed a cacophony of cutting winds, felling the closest and fastest of the white-browed monkeys to the ground. All 3 cuts landed squarely on its abdomen. Utilizing the pursuing cloud and shattering sky fist techniques, his movements were a harmonious blend of speed and precision. Before the remaining 3 white-browed monkeys could react, Chu Ci focused on the one to the far left. A colossal fist, accompanied by the sound of air being rent apart, struck its head with tremendous force. Contrary to expectations, the impact did not split the skull. Instead, it created a deep indentation, rendering the creature incapacitated in an instant. At that moment, the other 2 white-browed monkeys regained their senses and charged forward in unison. With a sudden flicker, Chu Ci's form retreated. The ground where he had once stood now marred by the upheaval of grass and earth caused by the demon monkeys. Having missed their initial strike, the 2 white-browed demon monkeys displayed their fury, unleashing a furious roar before charging once more. This time, they employed a modicum of strategy. One leapt towards the upper half of Chu Ci's body, while the other aimed for his lower half. With a swift motion, Chu Ci unleashed a blade of wind beneath him, cleaving through the air to strike the monkey demon below, while simultaneously delivering a forceful punch aimed at the throat of the monkey demon above. Under the tumultuous waves generated by the chasing wind and shattering void fist, the monkey demons nearly lost their balance, both succumbing to the onslaught. One was sent flying backward, while the other fell to the ground, defeated. Seizing the moment, Chu Ci thrust his long knife downward, its tip poised to pierce the prostrate monkey demon, resulting in a spray of crimson as the jade token at his waist flickered with a brief radiance. In the span of mere breaths, all 4 white-browed monkey demons were vanquished. Upon inspecting the jade token, he noted that he had slain 33 white-browed monkey demons, 5 of which were dispatched by Little Black. The journey ahead was long and arduous, yet ample time remained. There was no need to hasten the task of hunting white-browed monkey demons. He resolved to vanquish any beast that crossed his path. Collecting the inner cores of the 4 demons, he stored them within his spatial ring, intending for Little Black to consume them. Over the past 2 days, Little Black had ingested several inner cores of the white-browed monkey demons. And during the early hours of dawn, signs of a forthcoming breakthrough had emerged, as it now rested within the beast-taming token. Upon awakening once more, it would ascend to become a soul beast of the Soul Master realm. Meanwhile, Chu Ci had also reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level, standing just half a step away from entering the 4th level of Soul Master, all without relying heavily on medicinal pills. Chapter 29. The Soul Spirit Bird. As the sun set, the remnants of twilight painted half the sky in vibrant hues of orange. What is that? With narrowed eyes, Chu Ci scrutinized the surroundings, yet discerned nothing of significance. His arched brows knitted together as his gaze swept across the undulating mountain terrain. The topography here is quite remarkable. Although it has yet to reach the exalted stature necessary for nurturing a sage or emperor, it is indeed commendable, explaining the presence of spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures and topography? Not far away lies the stronghold of the Qian sword sect, and this vast valley is likely far more intricate than it appears on the surface. That shadow which manifested under the radiant sunlight just moments ago is surely something extraordinary. The eyes of Chu Ci sparkled with a newfound brilliance. With a mere thought, he swiftly formed an intricate esoteric gesture with his hands before him. As he traced his left finger across his right index finger, a trickle of blood emerged. In the next instant, Chu Ci brought his right index and middle fingers together and swiftly drew them across his temple, exclaiming softly, "Open, soul eye." With this utterance, his gaze transformed into a peculiar shade of pale green. He began to scan the skies with renewed urgency, and in a fleeting moment, a delicate green bird materialized within his vision. This ethereal creature, nearly translucent and entirely jade-hued, was virtually invisible to the untrained eye, whether beneath the sun's rays or cloaked in the darkness of night, appearing as if it were a figment of imagination. This was no ordinary soul beast. It was a soul spirit bird. Typically, the formation of such ethereal entities occurs through one of 2 methods, either by the pure condensation of celestial soul energy or through the adept manipulation of a powerful being utilizing arcane techniques to merge their own soul or that of their pet with celestial soul energy, thus creating a soul spirit entity. Regardless of the method employed, the emergence of such a soul spirit invariably signifies the presence of significant treasures. The discovery of the soul spirit bird served to validate Chu Ci's earlier speculation. This colossal valley was no ordinary place, but rather a veritable treasure trove, a land imbued with auspicious energy where spiritual treasures are birthed, owing to its unique geomantic properties. However, Chu Ci now understood that the true value of this valley lay not in the impending emergence of a soul master-grade spiritual treasure, but in something far more precious. To discern what that might be, one must delve deeper into the essence of this soul spirit bird. The figure of Chu Ci sprang forth, soaring towards the soul spirit bird. It seemed as if the soul spirit bird was aware of its discovery. Sensing the presence of another, it gently flapped its wings and began to glide ahead. Chu Ci raced beneath, closely pursuing the ethereal spirit bird soaring above. Soon, a grave expression settled upon his visage, for the path indicated by the spirit bird grew increasingly treacherous. Ultimately, it led him precariously along the precipice, a feat that only his well-honed wind-chasing technique enabled him to accomplish. Any other soul practitioner would undoubtedly falter on such rugged terrain. This pursuit lasted for the duration of a mere incense stick, culminating at a sheer cliff where the spirit bird came to a halt, turning its diminutive form to gaze at Chu Ci. Chu Ci cast a glance at the seemingly bottomless cliff ahead, then raised his gaze to the spirit bird above. A twinge of discomfort arose in his teeth. Could this little creature have lost its way, leading itself to this dead end? Just then, the spirit bird swooped down, diving directly towards the abyss below. How astonishing! With a gentle touch to his forehead, Chu Ci suddenly heard a joyous chirping sound resonating in his consciousness. It was the spirit bird delivering its message. Damn it, it truly was beneath this precipice. In that moment, Chu Ci was resolute. After all, how could a dignified deity fear such trivial peril? If only the gluttonous little black had not succumbed to slumber at this critical juncture. Otherwise, he could have summoned little black to carry him down with ease. Alas, he was left to rely solely on himself now. Chu Ci turned around and let out a deep breath, silently invoking the 5 elements technique. A manifestation of soul power emerged in his hand, entwining his fingers with slender tendrils. These delicate vines wound deeply around the rocks atop the precipice, even penetrating the crevices within. Grasping these vines, Chu Ci began his descent down the cliff. From above, the terrifying aspect of the chasm was obscured, but upon reaching the bottom, he discovered that the entire cliff appeared as though it had been cleaved by a blade, standing perfectly vertical without a hint of inclination. After plummeting over 100 zhong, taking nearly the time it would take to brew half a pot of tea, his soul power dwindled from full to less than 20%. It was then that he once again beheld the almost transparent spirit bird. The spirit bird seemed delighted by Chu Ci's arrival, excitedly dancing in midair. Chu Ci had no time to dwell on it. Climbing on this sheer cliff was indeed exhausting. The soul spirit bird fluttered to Chu Ci's side, and then veered slightly to the side, prompting Chu Ci to follow suit. The bird continued to shift laterally, and Chu Ci mirrored its movements. After 5 such movements, a modest opening appeared before Chu Ci, just large enough for a person to pass through. Remarkably, this entrance was quite concealed. Even if one could fly by sword, it would be difficult to notice while passing by. Furthermore, being situated atop a sheer cliff, no one would suspect the existence of a cave in such a location. It was unlikely anyone would descend from such a height to seek their demise. Fortunately, Chu Ci possessed experience and remained vigilant, discovering this transparent soul spirit bird. Otherwise, this fortuitous opportunity might have slipped away unnoticed. At last, Chu Ci sighed in relief, grateful to have arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the cave, swiftly retrieving a soul power pill and placing it in his mouth. Though he had arrived, the contents of the cave remained uncertain. It is prudent to proceed with caution, and thus restoring his soul power took precedence. The effects of the soul power pill rapidly activated, rejuvenating his nearly depleted soul power. The once almost transparent soul spirit bird, nearly invisible under the sunlight, now transformed into a brilliant source of light within the cave. A faint smile graced Chu Ci's lips. The spirit bird's action was evidently a gesture of goodwill towards him, a selfless act that came at the cost of its own soul energy. Although the spirit bird could absorb the soul energy of the heavens and earth to replenish itself, this gesture still clearly indicated benevolence. Despite sensing the spirit bird's kindness, Chu Ci remained vigilant. He rose to his feet, grasping the long sword he had previously wielded in his right hand. While he possessed the abilities of the 9 palace steps and the shattered void fist, his most formidable strengths remained in the essence of sword and blade. Both the sword intent and blade intent had now reached a remarkable 3 parts. He chose to wield the blade instead of the flowing cloud sword, a decision born from his recent habit of using a sword, making it a mere reflex. The little spirit bird flew swiftly, and Chu Ci could only catch a glimpse of some inscriptions and paintings on the walls of the cave. Leaving him no time to examine them closely, he unfurled his agility, hastily pursuing the bird, determined not to lose it at this crucial moment. For who knew what perilous traps might lurk within the cavern? As he delved deeper, the cave gradually expanded, and a glimmer of light began to appear ahead, while the little spirit bird became transparent once more. Just as Chu Ci felt a sudden brightness before him, the little spirit bird emitted another call, which seemed tinged with urgency, contrasting with its previous joy. Chapter 30, Dragon of the 9 Heavens. What is happening? In the depths of his heart, Chu Ci felt a moment of astonishment, yet in the very next instant, the meaning of the little spirit bird became clear to him. A foreboding sign suddenly emerged, and almost simultaneously, a flash of bladed light cut through the air, sweeping towards him. Chu Ci's gaze turned icy as he swiftly retreated. simultaneously wielding his long blade to meet the oncoming attack with a decisive strike. Based on his experience and the instinctive warning within, he understood that a single stroke would be insufficient to halt the impending danger. As he withdrew, his long blade danced through the air, creating a flurry of blade shadows that whirled around him, occasionally accompanied by the resonant sounds of steel. Confronted by this unexpected onslaught, Chu Ci unleashed a surge of blade intent with nearly every 3 strikes. However, from the depths of the cavern, the onslaught of bladed light continued unabated, each strike powerful enough to compel Chu Ci to muster all his strength. Despite his efforts, he found himself forced to retreat further under the relentless assault. It was not until he had retreated 100 meters that, with a decisive slash infused with 3 parts blade intent, he shattered one of the incoming strikes, causing the subsequent waves of bladed light to abruptly vanish, in the absence of any overarching significance. With a long blade resting across his chest and every sense on high alert, Chu Ci pondered whether the assessment was drawing to a close. At that moment, a voice resonated. Indeed, although your cultivation may be somewhat lacking, your comprehension of the essence of the sword is commendable. You have barely scratched the surface. This voice seemed to emanate from the depths of a cavern, echoing as if it were directly reverberating within one's mind. The moment he discerned the essence of the voice, he realized it was a soul's transmission, directly influencing his mind. The owner of this voice had long since passed away, leaving only an echo of their spirit behind. With a gentle sigh, Chu Ci reflected upon his current status as merely a level 3 soul master, having grasped but a fraction of sword intent and knife intent. Such talent, while commendable, seemed trivial in the face of the arrogance displayed by the elder before him. "And who might you be?" Chu Ci inquired softly. "I awakened my martial soul at the tender age of 9, and by the time I reached 218, I ascended to the realm of Soul Emperor. I was destined to ascend the heavens, to become a Soul Emperor and ultimately achieve divinity. Alas, I was wounded by foes and fell here, my unparalleled genius, Xiao, with unparalleled skills and no successor to inherit them. Since fate has led you to this cave, and you have endured certain trials, I shall bestow upon you this opportunity. Will you become my disciple and inherit my legacy? A Soul Emperor, seeking to take me as a disciple?" Chu Ci chuckled softly, shaking his head decisively. "It is impossible for me to be your disciple. This opportunity should be bestowed upon another worthy soul." Xiao was taken aback, unable to fathom such a rejection. He was a peerless genius. Had he not fallen, his innate gifts would have surely paved his path to the realm of the Soul Emperor, perhaps even granting him the chance to ascend and become a celestial deity of the upper realms. Yet here was a mere disciple from a small sect in the remote western frontier, refusing to accept him as a master. In that moment, Xiao was left utterly dumbfounded. Having languished for centuries, the remnants of his soul's power were dwindling. At long last, he had awaited the arrival of someone, only to find that this individual did not conform to his expectations, outright rejecting his offer and refusing to become his disciple. Ahem. I may not have articulated my thoughts clearly. The cultivation method I wield is the most prestigious on the soul martial continent, Saint-Tier. If you become my disciple, I shall impart this technique to you." Before long, Xiao could continue. Chu Ci once again declined. "No, thank you. I have mastered divine tier techniques, the very pinnacle of spiritual arts. Even if you offered me your Saint-Tier method, I would not accept it," Chu Ci remarked, suppressing a smirk. Xiao was once again left speechless. "As for techniques and soul arts, I have no interest. However, if you possess any fine spiritual treasures or soul artifacts, particularly those that can swiftly enhance one's cultivation, I would be inclined to consider them. Naturally, I would not accept them without reciprocation. If you have unfulfilled desires, I could assist you in achieving them." Chu Ci's words nearly caused Xiao's remaining soul essence to shatter in frustration. This audacious young man, if you were truly my disciple, you would drive me to resurface from the depths of the underworld. After a while, Xiao finally composed himself. Moments later, Chu Ci ventured deeper into the cavern, where light illuminated the space. The walls of the cave were adorned with luminous crystal stones, each the size of a fist. This expansive area was a stark contrast to the earlier cramped chamber, featuring various murals and sculptures, stone tables and chairs, along with teapots and cups. In the northwest corner, a crystal-clear spring cascaded from above. Upon reaching the banks of the azure spring, Chu Ci savored a few sips of the sweet and delectable water. As it flowed into his belly, strands of ethereal blue energy ascended, revealing that this was indeed a mystical spring. After taking a leisurely survey of the surroundings, Chu Ci proceeded towards the central platform. Upon this platform stood a stone wall, adorned with the image of a youthful figure, handsome and poised, exuding an air of nobility. Surely, this was the portrait of Long Jiuxiao. Beneath the stone wall lay an ancient jade box, presumably containing the relics of Long Jiuxiao. The sight of the jade box filled Chu Ci's heart with joy. This journey had not been in vain. Even a prodigious talent like Long Jiuxiao, so proud and extraordinary, must have left behind something of great value. As he stepped forward, just as his foot touched the raised portion of the platform, a figure was projected from the stone wall, manifesting before him. Upon encountering this unexpected visage, Chu Ci was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. This was a manifestation of the soul shadow. The strikingly handsome young man projected before him was none other than Long Jiuxiao himself. As Long Jiuxiao's soul shadow emerged, he fixed his gaze upon Chu Ci, who met his stare with remarkable serenity. In the depths of the other's eyes, Chu Ci beheld a vast expanse of stars. Noticing that Chu Ci showed no signs of trepidation in his gaze, the corners of Long Jiuxiao's mouth twitched slightly. In the next instant, Chu Ci observed a transformation in the other's expression, as his eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to that of celestial bodies. In that moment, Chu Ci felt a tremor in his very soul, as if his entire head were on the verge of exploding. A torrent of immense information surged forth. Damn it, this fellow. Upon receiving a sudden shock, Chu Ci found himself collapsing onto the ground. In that instant, he hastily summoned the chaotic dragon god technique, steadfastly maintaining a thread of clarity within his spiritual realm. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. It could have been 1 or 2 hours, or perhaps merely a handful of breaths. The consciousness of the Chu Ci gradually reawakened. In the next moment, Chu Ci felt a throbbing pain coursing through its meridians, bones, and muscles. This was the essence of the soul, an overwhelming surge of soul power. Chu Ci did not falter. The chaotic dragon god technique resumed its operation once more. Moments later, a series of resounding cracks echoed throughout his body, reminiscent of firecrackers, as Chu Ci exhaled deeply, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He had achieved the rank of a 7th-level soul master. At that moment, a flicker of ethereal blue light danced through his mind, revealing 2 techniques and 1 soul skill. The 2 techniques were named the Dragon Chant Technique and the Dreamlike Illusion, while the soul skill was the Cloud Leaping Technique. The Dragon Chant Technique is a treasured ancestral skill of the Long family. If fate permits, kindly return this technique to the Long family. The latter set of techniques and soul skill, however, is my original creation. Young one, regardless of your acceptance, I have imparted this technique and skill to you. Whether you choose to cultivate them or promote them further is entirely your decision. Ha ha. With the final 3 hearty bursts of laughter resonating, the essence of Long Jiuxiao dissipated completely. Chapter 31. The Jade Soul Spirit Pendant. Once again, Chu Ci exhaled deeply. Long Jiuxiao, a person of genuine character, had indeed put him through considerable hardship moments ago. However, the benefits were undeniably substantial. His cultivation had surged by 5 minor realms, and within him remained a portion of soul power yet to be fully refined. Should he succeed in this endeavor, stepping into the realm of soul masters would be assured. And even ascending to the 8th-level soul master was well within reach, with the prospect of achieving the 9th-level soul master not entirely out of the question. Such a bond of friendship was something Chu Ci could only bear with grace. Having accepted this emotional connection, he was naturally inclined to assist in fulfilling the other party's final wishes. Turning his gaze toward the treasure chest placed upon the platform, Chu Ci did not hesitate to retrieve it. Having embraced the sentiments of the past, he felt that an additional burden was of little consequence. Upon opening the jade box, he discovered 2 items within, a storage ring and an ancient jade pendant. What could these be? With a slight narrowing of her eyes, Chu Ci retrieved the ancient jade pendant. At the very moment the pendant was drawn forth, a low, melodic hum resonated, and the little soul spirit bird darted over in a flash, pouncing towards the pendant before vanishing from sight. The once dark and unremarkable jade pendant transformed instantaneously into a brilliant, translucent gem. The surface of the pendant revealed the vivid likeness of the little soul spirit bird, seemingly smiling at Chu Ci with lifelike exuberance. This jade soul spirit pendant is indeed a rare treasure. Chu Ci erupted into laughter. The Jade Soul Spirit Pendant is an exceedingly precious artifact within the realm, serving not merely as a sanctuary for soul creatures when worn closely, but also enhancing the bearer's spiritual essence, even fortifying their divine soul. Beyond these two remarkable attributes, Chu Ci was aware of an even more significant capability of the Jade Soul Spirit Pendant. It cultivates soul avatars. When a cultivator ascends to the rank of Soul Emperor, they can condense a soul nascent infant within their spiritual domain, and as this infant matures, it manifests into a soul avatar. Typically, a soul emperor can only nurture a single soul avatar by amplifying their own soul nascent infant, but by acquiring a Jade Soul Spirit Pendant, one can cultivate an additional soul avatar. The advantages of possessing a soul avatar are manifold. Whether in combat, resource gathering, or deceiving adversaries, the benefits are undeniable. 3 against 1. Or 3 against 2. The spectacle is exhilarating. Safeguarding the Jade Soul Spirit Pendant close to his person left Chu Ci feeling invigorated, and he reached for the storage ring. With a mere thought, he entered the confines of the ring. The spatial expanse within this storage ring was quite vast, measuring 100 meters in length and width, with a height of 50 meters, culminating in an astonishing volume of 500,000 cubic meters, an astounding 100,000 times greater than the previous 5 cubic meter storage ring he possessed. Within this immense space lay only 3 items: a long spear, resplendent in fiery red, radiating a fierce crimson glow. At a mere glance, Chu Ci recognized that this was a soul weapon of the highest caliber, reaching the celestial tier. Clearly, it had been the weapon wielded by Long Jiuxiao. Chu Ci held little interest in the spear. Had it been a knife or a sword, he might have considered it for use upon attaining the Soul Emperor realm. The other 2 items were jade slips, one inscribed with the Yinlong technique. To his astonishment, Chu Ci discovered that Long Jiuxiao had engraved a set of ancestral martial arts from the Long family within. The second jade slip contained miscellaneous notes, evidently a collection of fragmented thoughts recorded by Long Jiuxiao. Chu Ci retrieved the jade slip inscribed with miscellaneous records, and with a mere thought, a torrent of information surged once more into his mind. The life of Long Jiuxiao unfolded vividly like a series of vibrant paintings. After a considerable time, Chu Ci gently exhaled. On the Soul Martial Continent, within the dragon clan of Zhongzhou, I shall make a journey there. In the depths of the cave, seated cross-legged, Chu Ci felt a subtle shift in his thoughts as the technique of the dragon chant emerged in his mind. A moment later, his brow furrowed slightly. The dragon chant, a source of pride for Long Jiuxiao, revealed 3 glaring flaws in Chu Ci's discerning gaze. With these deficiencies, no matter how exceptional Long Jiuxiao's innate talent, he would ultimately remain stagnant at the Soul Emperor level, and there is a formidable likelihood that he would be trapped at the 3rd-tier Soul Emperor stage, unable to ascend further, let alone attain the transcendent realms above. Unless these 3 flaws were rectified, the highest achievement of the Long family's descendants would likely be confined to the 3rd-tier Soul Emperor. With a mere flicker of thought, Chu Ci cast aside the dragon chant from his mind. In the next instant, a dreamlike technique unfurled before him. As golden rays of light illuminated the intricate details of this method, embedding them deeply within his consciousness. This ethereal technique was a method for cultivating the soul, capable of augmenting its strength and enabling it to withstand greater torrents of soul power. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, it could even solidify the soul, projecting an external semblance that mimicked the effect of a soul avatar. Although the combat prowess of this ethereal projection paled in comparison to a true soul avatar, it served excellently for deceiving enemies. Imagine, in the heat of battle, conjuring 2 such ethereal projections while simultaneously releasing a genuine soul avatar, an interplay of reality and illusion. For those who are faint-hearted, it might very well intimidate them into retreat. Crucially, this technique could be cultivated from the Soul Scholar realm, and with diligence, one could manifest an ethereal projection identical to the soul avatar upon reaching the soul sect level. If wielded adeptly, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable tool for ostentation. At the soul sect level, one could masquerade as a powerful soul emperor. After meticulously reviewing this technique, even Chu Ci regarded Long Jiuxiao with newfound respect. He was indeed a remarkable talent. Resolute in his decision, Chu Ci resolved to diligently cultivate this art. The cloud-leaping technique was a soul-based movement skill. Even through the discerning eyes of a former divine king, it possessed unique merits and was quite commendable. However, The cultivation of this technique necessitated a minimum of the soul sect realm. Before reaching the soul sect, Chu Ci had already acquired the wind-chasing movement technique. And upon attaining the soul sect level, he had multiple movement skills in his mind that were equally impressive as the cloud-leaping technique. Hence, for Chu Ci, this movement skill was of little consequence. In the days that followed, in the depths of a cavern, Chu Ci diligently honed his skills. Witnessing an unprecedented surge in his cultivation level, ascending 4 ranks in a single leap. It was imperative to solidify and reinforce this newfound strength. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful punch, causing the air to crackle violently. A sharp crack echoed as a stone stalagmite, as thick as a bowl, shattered 10 meters away. The void-shattering fist had reached perfection. A melodious sound of a sword echoed through the chamber. In the next instant, a deep sword mark, approximately a foot in length, appeared on the solid stone wall, 20 meters distant. A radiant smile adorned Chu Ci's lips as the essence of the sword surged within him, reaching a remarkable 6 points. Not only had his sword intent elevated, but even his knife intent had ascended from 3 to 5 points. Although his cultivation had not advanced further, he had firmly established himself at the pinnacle of the 7th-level Soul Master with an unwavering foundation. Consequently, Chu Ci's combat prowess had significantly intensified compared to just a few days prior. Against an opponent of Su Yunkai's caliber, he could now dispatch them with a single stroke of his sword, remarkably, even without employing sword or knife intent. Relying solely on the first major realm of the chasing wind body technique, complemented by the perfected realm of the shattering void fist, Su Yunkai would meet with no other fate than annihilation. While Chu Ci was uncertain of the true strength of the elite disciples of the Crimson Flamesword sect, he could surmise that his current combat abilities were comparable to those of 3rd-level soul masters within the sect. When unleashing his full potential, he could even contend with 5th or 6th-level soul masters. With his current strength, he was now adequately prepared to vie for the soon-to-emerge spiritual treasures. Approaching the spiritual spring, he took several sips and filled a large bag with its water. Rising to his feet, he intended to exit the cavern to ascertain whether the spiritual treasure had manifested. Suddenly, a profound sensation stirred within his heart. As Chu Ci's eyes gleamed with excitement and a flicker of thought, the beast-taming emblem at his waist emitted a flash of blue light. A grand black eagle materialized before him. Xiaohei had evolved, successfully ascending to the realm of a soul master. In this moment, Xiaohei not only grew to twice its size, but its entire demeanor had transformed significantly. It no longer resembled the timid, chubby creature it once was. The eagle's gaze was now sharp and commanding, exuding an aura of ferocity that would strike awe into anyone who beheld it. "Well done, Xiaohei. It seems you have not merely been napping during my training," Chu Ci remarked, a hint of joy dancing in his eyes. As the cold glint in Xiaohei's eyes faded upon seeing its master, a flicker of affection appeared, and it affectionately nuzzled its large head against Chu Ci's neck. "Ha ha, good boy." Chu Ci could not resist stroking the glossy, dark feathers of Xiaohei. As a soul beast of the Soul Master realm, its feathers were as sharp as steel blades, capable of effortlessly severing an enemy's head with a mere sweep. Yet, to Chu Ci, its feathers would naturally soften, ensuring that not a single scratch would mar him. Suddenly, a low humming sound resonated from the mountain's peak. An invisible wave of energy pulsed through the air, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance. "Ah, Xiaohei, it seems that fortune favors the prepared, just as you awaken. A spiritual fruit presents itself." Recognizing the vibrations and aroma, Chu Ci, as the former God King, effortlessly discerned the nature of this spiritual treasure. It was likely a rare spiritual fruit that had come to maturity, a stroke of luck indeed. Truly, one had to be alert to seize such opportunities. With Xiaohei now a powerful soul beast, he possessed the capability to contend for any spiritual treasure that might arise. "Let us go." Understanding his master's intent, Xiaohei let out a long, resonant call and unfurled its wings, casting a formidable shadow. The once timid creature had now grown into a fierce being. With a sense of profound satisfaction, Chu Ci lightly tapped his toes and ascended onto the back of Xiaohei, who then carried him towards the location of the spiritual treasure. The emergence of such an extraordinary phenomenon surrounding the spiritual treasure could hardly fail to incite the curiosity of others. The sky was filled with ethereal light, and fragrant aromas wafted through the air. Anyone attuned to such matters would immediately comprehend that a spiritual treasure had manifested. The arrival of rare materials and treasures has always captivated the souls of cultivators, drawing in both the powerful, seeking to enhance their innate strength, and the weaker ones, yearning to elevate their spiritual prowess. After all, who among those practicing soul cultivation does not defy the heavens? The path grows increasingly arduous as one ascends. Rare materials and treasures, however, are exceptional. They are extraordinary gifts nurtured by the very forces of nature, favored by the Tao of heaven. Their appearance is heralded by remarkable signs, inciting fierce competition among all. Even a spiritual treasure of the soul master level, capable of causing tremors throughout the entire mountain range, would undoubtedly be the most coveted gem of its class. Thus, it is only natural for such a treasure to be fiercely contested. Chu Ci could keenly sense the throngs of individuals converging from all directions towards the mountain's peak. Yet, regardless of the number of adversaries, Chu Ci was resolute in his determination. He would exert every ounce of his strength to seize this treasure. As Chu Ci ascended to the summit aboard the small black vehicle, a considerable number of soul technique practitioners had already gathered in the vicinity. All eyes were fixated on the seemingly unremarkable little grass at the peak, which appeared no different from the flowers and plants lining the roadside. Yet, it was this humble blade of grass that emanated a faint, ethereal green glow. Upon a glance, it is evident that the fruit is not yet ripe. Though it is close, within approximately an incense-esque duration, it shall reach full maturity. It appears that prior to the manifestation of this spiritual treasure, numerous esteemed families had already been lurking here, awaiting their opportunity, which is quite unexpected. At this critical juncture of ripeness, it is astonishing that Chu Ci could seize this advantageous moment. Before Chu Ci's arrival, others had been at a stalemate for quite some time. But with the sudden appearance of Chu Ci, mounted upon such an impressive flying soul beast, all attention was immediately drawn to him. Such a grand entrance surely invites animosity. In an instant, several cold and unfriendly gazes were directed his way. As the previous God King, Chu Ci has always regarded others with disdain. And at the moment he beheld the spiritual fruit, he was convinced it was rightfully his. The dragon spirit fruit. This holds considerable value for me. Among the spiritual treasures in this realm, the dragon spirit fruit is particularly beneficial to Chu Ci. As its name suggests, it was a snack favored by the ancient dragon race, the dominant force of the continent. However, as time has passed and the world has transformed, the once mighty dragon clan has vanished from the soul martial continent, rendering this fruit, which once served the dragons, exceedingly advantageous for the fragile humans. It can expand meridians, enhance soul power, and its efficacy in body refinement is unparalleled. Nonetheless, when it comes to effectiveness, none can utilize it as proficiently as Chu Ci, for he is the sole practitioner of the supreme technique of the dragon lineage, the chaotic dragon god art. Thus, the dragon spirit fruit is perfectly suited for him. However, Chu Ci's belief that this fruit belongs to him does not imply that others will relinquish their claims so easily. The fierce cultivators of the western frontier are not known for their kindness or politeness. Who is this young lad, speaking so audaciously? The speaker cast a dark glance at Chu Ci, dismissing him as merely a lowly fourth-level soul master who ought to know his place. Chu Ci concealed his true prowess under external pressure. To others, he appeared merely as a lowly level 4 soul master. Yet, nearly half of those present were of the soul master realm, and how audacious it was for a level 4 soul master to dare compete for a spiritual treasure. In the realm of the Chu Ci, there is little desire to engage in trivial disputes with fools. Instead, one patiently awaits the ripening of the spiritual fruits. While Chu Ci remains indifferent to others, it is not long before someone recognizes him. Among a group of soul practitioners gathered in the western expanse, the gaze of a young man clad in white suddenly turns towards Chu Ci, exclaiming, "Chu Ci?" The youth in the white robe cast a glance at him, inquiring, "Who are you?" The young man's eyes turned icy, and he remarked, "Ah, it appears you are indeed as the young master described, lacking in ability, yet still bearing an air of arrogance." With a furrowed brow, Chu Ci pondered for a moment and realized that he had recently turned down numerous recruitment offers. He could not immediately discern the identity of the young master the other party mentioned, so he chose to disregard it. No longer inclined to engage with the individual, he focused on the imminent maturity of the spiritual treasure, having little interest in debating identities with this group of fools. However, some conflicts do not simply dissolve because one chooses to ignore them. The young man in the white robe, observing Chu Ci's silence, moved with agility, swiftly positioning himself 10 meters in front of him. Chu Ci, do you also covet this spiritual treasure? He taunted. What business is it of yours? Chu Ci retorted. The white-robed youth, originally sent by the Hanyuan faction to eliminate Chu Ci, had temporarily abandoned his assassination plan upon hearing of the incident concerning the spiritual treasure. His gaze darkened as he directed a menacing tone toward Chu Ci, stating, "Consider yourself fortunate this time. I have no desire to argue with you now. Depart swiftly. For once I obtain the treasure, I shall claim your life." The white-robed youth believed he had shown mercy by granting Chu Ci a chance to escape. Yet to his astonishment, Chu Ci remained unmoved, as if he had not heard a word. "Chu Ci, are you truly unafraid of death?" The young man pressed. "Death?" Chu Ci scoffed. "There are few in this world who possess the capability to bring about my demise, and you believe yourself worthy?" Although Chu Ci was unaware of the identity of the young man's master, the incessant barking in his ear was indeed irksome. Chu Ci gently patted the little black creature, which obediently nodded its beastly head. In an instant, a flash of blue light enveloped it, and the little black creature vanished from the spot, entering the beast-taming token. Meanwhile, the young man in white robes mistakenly perceived Chu Ci's actions as a sign of fear, exclaiming, "If you're afraid, then quickly get lost." Chapter 33. Morong How Fear? With your capabilities, you overestimate yourself greatly, Chu Ci replied, his brow slightly furrowing as he cast a cold glance at his opponent. How audacious! The young man in white, enraged yet mocking, clenched his right hand, and a sword gleaming with a cold light suddenly materialized in his grasp. "Let me teach you the ways of survival in this world, you arrogant little brat." As his words hung in the air, the sword in the young man's hand surged towards Chu Ci, its silvery light flashing ominously. Those who drew too close could see the chilling radiance. A mere misstep could lead to a piercing wound from that icy glare. In the ethereal realm of the Chu Ci, a flick of the wrist altered the trajectory of the sword's energy with effortless grace. Then, accompanied by a swift, piercing sound that sliced through the air, Chu Ci drew his blade. In the next instant, a rapid series of metallic clashes resonated, as cold brilliance and silvery light danced in a mesmerizing display. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down the temple of the youth clad in white, yet Chu Ci remained unperturbed, his wrist flicking once more to unleash another beam of sword light. With a sharp clang, the white-robed youth staggered, his body trembling as he retreated 2 steps. Nevertheless, he could not withstand the razor-sharp force emanating from the sword, causing the blade, shimmering with a chilling glow, to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. As it struck the earth, the icy radiance instantaneously froze the surrounding grassland. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Ci couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent sword!" The young man in the white robe, feeling embarrassed, lifted his head, initially believing that Chu Ci was scolding him, only to realize that he was actually complimenting the excellence of his sword. Infuriated and humiliated, the young man took a step forward, swiftly grasping the frost blade from the ground, and coldly remarked, "Chu Ci, it appears that during your time in the mountains, you have acquired quite a number of rare treasures, enabling you to progress to such an extraordinary level." Curled his lips slightly, realizing that the young man in the white robe was clearly employing manipulative rhetoric to provoke others. Although numerous individuals guarded the spiritual fruits here, the quantity ultimately harvested would undoubtedly be scarce. Most would return empty-handed, making this obscure lad an easy target for opportunistic theft. Indeed, as soon as the white-robed youth spoke, could sense numerous gazes scrutinizing the storage ring on his left hand and the beast-taming token at his waist. "I am unaware of whom your master may be, but I am currently preoccupied and have no time to engage with you. Do take your leave, and the farther the better." Chu Ci retracted the flowing cloud sword, his gaze once again fixed upon the distant spirit fruit radiating a verdant glow, mere moments away from ripeness. He was determined to possess it. "Alas, Lung One, how feeble you are." "Ha ha ha, Lung One, could it be that your ranking on the soul power leaderboard was purchased? How is it that you struggle against a mere soul warrior?" One cannot dismiss the possibility. Perhaps the Hong family procured that rank for him, for the sake of appearances. Observing the battle unfolding before them, the onlookers, soul practitioners eagerly awaiting the spirit fruit's maturation, could not help but engage in mockery. Though the Qi and Sword sect is one of the 9 prestigious sects of the western frontier, it is not the sole power in the surrounding thousands of miles. Other sects and noble families had also arrived early, having heard the news. Moreover, even within the Qi and Sword sect, the 3,000 inner disciples were divided into numerous factions. each with their own conflicts. Even if they could not outright eliminate rival factions, they could certainly revel in belittling one another during such trivial matters. Silence. What are you all? Even if Lung Wen were to lose to Chu Ci, that does not grant you the right to mock him. Enraged and humiliated, Lung Wen tightened his grip on the frost sword. Chu Ci, I was merely careless, not exerting my full strength. Against you, a mere 4th-level soul warrior. I have only used 30% of my power. Prepare yourself. I shall not hold back any longer. With a flourish of his sword, the frost sword emitted a series of azure glimmers, and with a deft gesture, it split into a dozen sword avatars. The radiant glow emanating from the swords unmistakably indicated a high-quality yellow-tier soul skill. Witnessing this, Chu Ci became slightly more attentive. As a high-tier divine king, he was proud but not arrogant. Lung Wen's strength was formidable, and as a pinnacle 4th-level soul master, he ranked above average among the many cultivators eyeing the spirit fruit atop the mountain. In response to Lung Wen's strike, Chu Ci chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, as the sword's brilliance approached, he lightly tapped his toes and swiftly glided backward, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The pursuing wind technique allowed him to evade most current threats. The onlookers were evidently taken aback, astonished at Chu Ci's remarkable agility. This lad is incredibly fast. I thought he was finished. To evade Lung Wen's attack was indeed impressive. His movements were akin to a fleeting specter, likely reaching the lower tier of the mysterious grade. This young man possesses quite a few treasures. A mere 4th-level soul warrior managing to acquire a lower-tier mysterious technique. Lung Wen's earlier claims may very well be true. What extraordinary agility! The display of prowess by Chu Ci has drawn an increasing number of gazes upon him, some filled with admiration for his skill, while others are laced with envy, speculating whether he has acquired some rare treasure. Nonetheless, benevolent glances are scarce. This reaction is, however, quite natural. In the blink of an eye, he has retreated several dozen meters, his speed akin to an afterimage. Such swiftness is rarely seen even among 1st and 2nd-tier soul masters. And yet this mere 4th-tier soul warrior possesses such extraordinary velocity. How could he possibly evade Lung Wen's strike without exceptional soul techniques? While the onlookers revel in the spectacle, Lung Wen, immersed in battle, grows increasingly furious. Although he appears to be in the advantageous position, relentlessly pursuing Chu Ci, in reality, his soul power is depleting at an alarming rate. In just a fleeting moment, he has exhausted nearly half of his energy. Utilizing this high-grade yellow soul technique requires considerable soul power. In stark contrast, Chu Ci seems to be invigorated, as if he has consumed some miraculous potion, exhibiting an ever-quickening pace, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, which only serves to infuriate Lung Wen further. How dare a mere 4th-tier soul warrior exhibit such arrogance? Such humiliation shall not go unpunished. I, Lung Wen, will shatter you into 1,000 pieces. Enraged, Lung Wen's frost blade radiates waves of blue light, intensifying as he prepares for a formidable strike. Just as the tension reaches its peak, a voice interrupts their confrontation. Enough! Lung Wen halts, glancing towards the source, while Chu Ci also comes to a standstill, his expression unperturbed, breath steady despite being pursued for so long. The speaker is a young man clad in black robes, flanked by a dozen soul warriors, each at least of the 9th tier. This black-robed youth, surrounded by his formidable entourage, regards the two with piercing eyes. His voice icy. Let this end here, Lung Wen. We've had our fill of your farce. We did not come here to witness your brawl. Upon hearing the young man's derision, Lung Wen's fury escalates, his face contorting as if it had been torn and trampled. He lifts his chin defiantly. Mu Rong Hao. By what authority do you command me to cease? Authority? Mu Rong Hao meets Lung Wen's gaze with a hint of mockery. Does my name not suffice as authority? You. Lung Wen grips his frost blade tightly, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. However, upon noticing the 8 9th-tier soul warriors and 6 composed soul masters surrounding Mu Rong Hao, sent by the Mu Rong family to protect him and vie for the spirit fruit, he realizes he cannot act against him. Sensing Lung Wen's hesitation, Mu Rong Hao escalates the hostility. If you are too incompetent, do not seek to salvage your pride. It would be wise to retreat far enough that we might soon forget your foolishness. Chapter 34. The Contest for the Dragon Spirit Fruit. Do not overstep your bounds. In the end, Lung Wen could only utter those few words, devoid of any threats. After all, Mu Rong Hao was one of the few soul practitioners within the inner sect who had comprehended the essence of sword intent. Even those ranked among the top 3 in the inner sect would not dare to provoke a figure like Morong Hao easily. Ultimately, Lung Wen cast his venomous gaze upon Chu Ci. Had it not been for him, he would not have suffered such humiliation. Some individuals, fearing the strong while bullying the weak, play their roles with striking authenticity. Despite their own weakness, they blame others for their inability to concede, wishing instead for them to perish beneath their sword. Chu Ci had always been disinclined to engage with such individuals. Even the look of murderous intent in Lung Wen's eyes was disregarded by Chu Ci. Why bother with such insignificant pests? Sooner or later, they would serve as stepping stones on the path of others' cultivation, and even a moment's attention would be a waste of his time and life. However, the one named Morong Hao was indeed a formidable opponent, having reached the 9th level of Soul Master. The inner sect was truly teeming with hidden talents. Yet, in the eyes of Chu Ci, the exalted deity from the upper realm, this still amounted to little. It was merely a flicker of appreciation for the younger generation. Nevertheless, Chu Ci recognized that with his current strength, he could not contend with Morong Hao, making the quest for the dragon spirit fruit an arduous challenge. Fortunately, from Chu Ci's keen observation, it was evident that the ripe fruit would number more than one. Redirecting his focus, Chu Ci once again set his gaze upon the dragon's spirit fruit, which was mere breaths away from ripening. Soon, a sudden change occurred. The previously unremarkable spiritual herb rapidly grew before the naked eye, transforming into an exquisite spectacle. The once tender sprouts morphed into sturdy branches that spread outward, akin to a transformation from an unremarkable maiden to a goddess. The other soul practitioners who had gathered, initially skeptical, now believed that this was indeed a spiritual fruit, not a mere misjudgment. As the fruit tree reached a height of 2 men, the green branches turned to a resplendent golden hue, shimmering like the scales of a golden dragon under the sun. Moments later, within just a few breaths, the apex of the dragon spirit fruit tree bore numerous fruits, swelling from small to large, transitioning from unripe to a radiant gold, their juices plump and glistening, until, with a resounding blast, the golden dragon spirit fruit exuded an enchanting fragrance, and the surface of the once smooth fruits revealed a layer of dragon patterns. Instantly, the crowd sprang into action, realizing the dragon spirit fruit was ripe. The mature fruits detached from the dragon spirit tree, floating aimlessly in the air. Suddenly, one golden dragon spirit fruit shot forth towards the southwest, leaving a trail of golden light in its wake. However, this speed was insignificant to the majority of soul practitioners in the valley, who immediately launched themselves into the air, swiftly pursuing the location where the fruit had vanished. The dragon spirit fruit is mine. Nonsense. That fruit belongs to me. No one is allowed to steal it from me. The dragon spirit fruit reserved by the Bai family, do you intend to oppose them? I am but a solitary cultivator, indifferent to the Bai family or any other. Haha. To exert influence in this place where spiritual treasures emerge. Have you not yet weaned, young one? As the dragon spirit fruit swiftly moved, soul practitioners and spirit beasts alike surged forth, igniting a chaotic battle. This dragon spirit fruit serves as an exceptional material for body refinement, not only for soul practitioners, but also entices spirit beasts eager for a share. Though the majority present are soul masters, and by cultivation rank, Chu Ci ranks nearly at the bottom, his combat experience is nonetheless the most extensive. Navigating through the fray to seize a couple of spirit fruits would not pose a challenge for him. The nearest dragon spirit fruit lay 100 meters away, and the first to act was a jet-black serpent. Just as its venomous fangs were about to sink into the golden fruit, a dazzling arrow pierced through its entire body. The serpent erupted in a mist of blood, vanishing without a trace. A verdant arrow, deeply embedded in the ground, quivered briefly before returning to its owner's hand. The archer was none other than a subordinate of Morong Hao, a level 3 soul master, who stood coldly by, allowing others to act on his behalf. Morong Hao's right hand grasped the air, pure soul power enveloping the dragon spirit fruit. The fruit trembled and swiftly fell into his grasp. Apologies. But this dragon spirit fruit is mine, he declared, and with a flick of his wrist, the fruit vanished, evidently tucked away into his storage pouch. The onlookers dared not voice their anger, their faces betraying feelings of discontent and resentment. Yet, given Morong Hao's formidable strength and the presence of his entourage, they lacked the courage to contest him. Moreover, with so many dragon spirit fruits available, if they could not seize this one, they could always attempt to claim another. However, if Morong Hao continued his plunder, what chance would they have left? Were all 9 of these dragon spirit fruits destined for his possession? Morong Hao, show some restraint. You may wish to encounter us again in the future. Do you truly intend to claim all 9 fruits for yourself? A level 7 soul master spoke coldly. Morong Hao gazed at the floating golden fruit and replied softly, "What if I do? Indeed, you are undeniably powerful. However, if you deny others any opportunity, leaving them with naught to savor, then the rest of us may have to unite against you. I refuse to believe that your 2 fists can withstand the 4 hands of many." The level 7 soul master retorted with chill. Morong Hao surveyed the crowd. His disdain palpable, yet he had no intention of offending everyone entirely. After all, his aim was simply to take home a substantial number of dragon spirit fruits, merely to set them aside. I cannot consume all 9 fruits myself. I will take 3, and the rest you may contend for as you wish. Morong Hao raised his hand, and the dozen or so subordinates beside him suddenly surged forward to seize the fruits. After acquiring 2, they swiftly returned to his side. It must be noted that Morong Hao's prowess far surpassed that of the soul technique practitioners surrounding him. However, he was reluctant to engage in menial labor that others could undertake. Upon seeing Morong Hao take 3 dragon spirit fruits and then refrain from further participation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With Morong Hao eliminated as a formidable rival, they felt they stood a chance at the remaining dragon spirit fruits. As yet another dragon spirit fruit sped through the air, a frenzy of competition erupted once more. Powerful beasts devoured the soul technique practitioners, while formidable practitioners annihilated the soul beasts, rendering the distinction between human and beast utterly indistinguishable. A thick mist of blood enveloped each participant, and many bore the blood of their companions upon their hands. If they were to be deemed human, Chu Ci mused that they were even less than beasts. Amidst the chaos of competition, lives were extinguished one after another. Within mere breaths, the ground was littered with corpses. Yet, the slaughter continued unabated, with soul power erupting, and the bodies strewn across the ground elicited no concern from the competitors. During such a frenzied pursuit for spiritual treasures, few cared whether the fallen were friends or comrades. In an unexpected turn of events, one dragon spirit fruit fell into the possession of a rabbit soul beast, which had astonishingly reached the 2nd-tier soul master realm. This was indeed a rarity. The rabbit soul beast was remarkably swift, and upon seizing the dragon spirit fruit, it immediately retreated, darting into the forest, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. With a flicker of thought, Chu Ci released Xiao He, who immediately dashed towards the direction where the rabbit soul beast had vanished, without needing any commands. Moments later, the next dragon spirit fruit trembled briefly before soaring directly towards Long Wan. A surge of joy surged through Long Wan. Fortune favored him. If he did not seize this opportunity, when would he? Though he could not compare to Morong Hao, he believed he still possessed the strength to contend with those beneath him. The ecstatic expression on Long Wen's face remained unchanged as the frost sword in his hand erupted with a brilliant cold light. He bellowed, "This dragon spirit fruit belongs to me, Long." His face was alight with exultation, and he extended his hand, poised to grasp the golden fruit. However, a figure swept past him with the swiftness of the wind, and the dragon spirit fruit suddenly changed hands. The thief was none other than Chu Ci, who had been observing from the sidelines. Although Chu Ci's strength was not yet sufficient to dominate like Morong Hao, he patiently awaited the right moment, and indeed, patience had proven fruitful. Having snatched the dragon spirit fruit, Chu Ci did not linger in triumph. Instead, he swiftly moved towards an area with fewer people, darting away like a gust of wind, disappearing beyond 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Long Wen recognized the figure who had stolen his dragon spirit fruit as Chu Ci, and his rage flared, old grievances mingling with new. Ignoring the imminent ripening of another dragon spirit fruit, he charged towards Chu Ci. "Ah, this is too much. Chu Ci, I want that dragon spirit fruit, and your life as well." To seize this dragon spirit fruit, Long Wen had to muster the courage of one who was ready to gamble everything, as numerous others present possessed comparable or even superior strength. Thus, luck and reckless determination were indispensable for Long Wen's success. Yet, just as he was on the brink of claiming the fruit, it was snatched away by that scoundrel Chu Ci, which was unbearable for him. Die. Lang Wen unleashed all his soul power with a furious roar, causing his white robe to ripple dramatically. The combination of rage and full-speed acceleration propelled him towards Chu Ci, his velocity so great that the air tore apart with a resounding whoosh. Sensing the frenzied and potent aura rapidly closing in behind him, Chu Ci grew increasingly composed. He held no fear of Long Wen's wrath. Even if the latter were to unleash his full fury, he remained undaunted. Although Chu Ci was currently only a 7th-level soul master, and thus weaker in terms of cultivation compared to Long Wen, his experience and insight as a divine king, coupled with his 6/10 mastery of sword intent, elevated his combat prowess far above his cultivation level. If he unleashed his full strength and employed his 6/10 sword intent, eliminating a peak 3rd-level soul master like Long Wen would be merely a matter of a few moves. However, on this mountaintop, Long Wen was far from alone. Many soul masters and soul beasts surrounded them. Chu Ci is not merely a solitary figure. He possesses formidable strength and is surrounded by a loyal entourage. In contrast, he stands alone, his cultivation level merely that of a level 4 soul master. The possession of a dragon spirit fruit naturally ignites the covetous desires of others. As Cold Wind's furious shout resonated, a myriad of gazes converged upon him, and in an instant, those eyes turned a vivid shade of green. Without exception, these envious stares fixated on the dragon spirit fruit in Chu Ci's grasp. Figures darted forward, encircling him with alarming speed. "Damn it," Chu Ci muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on the flowing cloud sword. With a cold voice, he declared, "Those who do not wish to perish, step aside." Yet, with the allure of the dragon spirit fruit, the threats fell on deaf ears, and they surged towards him. The first to approach was a man clad in a blue robe, wielding a long blade. "Kid, drop the dragon spirit fruit, and I might spare you." However, the man's words were abruptly cut short. Not bothering to discern the adversary's affiliation, Chu Ci's gaze turned icy. He unleashed a swift stroke of his sword, channeling a fraction of his sword intent. The blade's radiance erupted forth, piercing through the man's chest with a shriek of agony. "You little brat! How dare you harm my senior brother? You shall pay with your life." 2 other soul masters, clad in identical blue robes, charged forward, intent on attacking Chu Ci. With a swift step, Chu Ci once again manifested his wind-chasing technique, moving at a speed that rendered him nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the realm of martial arts, it is the swiftness that prevails, and having reached the pinnacle of speed, he naturally gained the upper hand. In the next instant, dozens, if not hundreds, of shimmering silver lights appeared before the onlookers, and the 2 men in blue robes beheld this resplendent sword light, reminiscent of starlight, as their last sight. So rapid was the assault that they remained blissfully unaware of their demise until their heads were severed from their bodies. The severed heads rolled ominously to the feet of others, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. This boy displayed a ruthlessness in his skill, silencing 2 of the Taoist brothers without uttering a word. No, including the earlier victim, he had swiftly vanquished 3 cultivators. "If you wish to live, depart at once." Chu Ci, having dispatched the 2, seized the opportunity to flee. "You wretched brat, where do you think you're going? Such ruthless actions cannot be tolerated. Leave the dragon spirit fruit behind, and I shall spare your life." The clamorous shouts behind Chu Ci surged incessantly. Some, brandishing the tattered veil of discontent towards his actions, sought to seize the dragon spirit fruit, while others brazenly laid their intentions bare. Thus, the lowly cultivated Chu Ci found himself besieged from all directions due to a single dragon spirit fruit. The clash of weapons resounded like a relentless symphony. In a mere span of 500 meters, despite the fact that 3 soul technique practitioners and 2 soul beasts had succumbed to the edge of Chu Ci's sword, 3 wounds had also marred his own form. Chu Ci, filled with indignation yet unable to suppress a smile, found himself besieged by a mere cadre of soul masters, merely a dozen of them alongside their soul beasts. It was astonishing that he had fallen into such a predicament. His body was undeniably too frail. After consecutively unleashing the essence of the 3-point sword technique, the soul power within Chu Ci rapidly dwindled. Fortunately, he still had a few elixirs from earlier concoctions. With a swift movement of his left hand, he retrieved 2 pills and consumed them, feeling his soul power rejuvenate almost instantaneously. In the next moment, he summoned his soul energy, employing the wind-chasing technique to its fullest, desperately retreating outward. Yet, the pursuers clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to be shaken off. "Chu Ci, you have nowhere left to escape." The mocking laughter of Long Wen echoed behind him. And judging by the sound, it would not be long, perhaps just 10 breaths, before he was overtaken by Lang Wen. With a gaze that was slightly frigid, Chu Ci was poised to turn and strike Lang Wen with his sword. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and a hint of joy surfaced on his face. In the next instant, he summoned all his soul energy to its utmost potential, with a singular purpose in mind, to enhance his swift movement technique, hastening his speed. In the swift currents of the Chu Ci, one could scarcely discern the presence of a figure. Had it not been for the pursuer behind him channeling their soul energy into their gaze, he would have likely been lost to sight long ago. The traces of the Chu Ci become increasingly ethereal, accelerating ever more swiftly. Buzzing, the pursuit of the wind has reached a new level of mastery. The first stage of pursuing the wind has transitioned from great accomplishment to perfection. A faint smile graced Chu Ci's lips, for he had just sensed that his agility was on the verge of a breakthrough. Thus, he restrained himself from turning to strike Cold One with a sword, and instead wholeheartedly channeled his energy into his movement technique. Indeed, in this critical moment, the wind-chasing technique successfully advanced. Often, it is in the depths of despair that one finds the impetus for growth. Following this advancement, Chu Ci's speed saw an immediate enhancement, increasing by nearly 50%, rendering him utterly elusive to others. Damn it, how has his speed increased again? I can't even catch a glimpse of him. A mere fourth-tier soul master, and yet none among the crowd could seize him. Who would believe such a tale? What extraordinary treasure has this fellow acquired? His speed now rivals that of a seventh-tier high-level soul master. Some individuals are simply favored by the heavens, a source of envy that cannot be emulated. Curse it, I'm no longer pursuing him. When the distance between the crowd and Chu Ci dwindled to merely 10 or 20 meters, everyone exerted their utmost effort. However, once they realized that no amount of exertion would allow them to catch up, the drive to pursue quickly dissipated. After all, if one cannot hope to catch up, how could they aspire to seize the spiritual fruit? It would be wiser to abandon the chase and return to the mountain peak in hopes of encountering other ripe spiritual fruits. Chapter 36. Aiding one another in the valley. Most cultivators bore no profound animosity or conflict with Chu Ci, and upon realizing the futility of their pursuit, they relinquished their efforts. Cold One, however, was different. Given his strength, he too needed a stroke of luck to acquire the spiritual fruit. Now that the fruit lay just a step away yet slipped through his fingers, how could he not harbor resentment towards Chu Ci? Initially, he had been commanded by Hong Yuan to eliminate Chu Ci, and with this new grievance, he was even less inclined to let it go. Previously, he had refrained from targeting Chu Ci while vying for the dragon's spiritual fruit, but now, his mind was consumed with thoughts of killing the one who caused him disgrace and snatched his spiritual fruit, even if it was impossible to catch up. Cold One gritted his teeth and recklessly pursued Chu Ci's direction. After all, one may escape the monk, but not the temple. Even if he could not apprehend Chu Ci now, surely he would find a chance within the inner sect. As Chu Ci accelerated further, Cold One clenched his jaw and withdrew a small sword-shaped soul device from his left hand, frantically infusing it with his soul power. With a whoosh, the small sword shot forth towards Chu Ci. However, to Cold One's astonishment, the soul device was struck down just 10 meters from its launch, not by Chu Ci, but by Morong Hao, who was supposed to be departing with his 3 dragon spiritual fruits. Morong Hao swiftly deflected the small sword and remarked, "A sneak attack from behind is not the conduct of a gentleman." Morong Hao. Cold One ground his teeth, seething. "This is my affair with Chu Ci. What concern is it of yours? I will protect him. Do not target him again," Morong Hao replied coolly. The frost blade in Cold One's hand emitted a resonant hum, bursting forth with a blue light, revealing the turmoil within its wielder's heart. "Morong Hao, we have no quarrel between us. Your interference is excessively presumptuous. You and I? Do you perhaps hold yourself in too high regard? The terms you and I should be exchanged between your master and myself, not between you, a mere sycophant." Morong Hao's fury was evident as the veins on his forehead throbbed, his grip on the sword tightening. Within the inner sect, those of lesser family power naturally seek to pledge their allegiance to the more formidable. This is merely akin to being a follower. However, when Morong Hao referred to him as a sycophant, it was an unabashed affront to his dignity. Cold One's anger surged, yet he dared not act against Morong Hao. Regardless of the family influence or their respective strengths, Cold One was acutely aware that he could not challenge Morong Hao. Moreover, any pursuit would be futile, as Chu Ci had long vanished without a trace. Morong Hao was a reckless individual, blessed with both substantial family power and formidable strength, having made countless enemies. Even Hong Yuan, whom Cold One followed, would not easily confront Morong Hao, leaving him no choice but to swallow this bitter defeat. Alas, there would be ample opportunities to eliminate Chu Ci in the future. For now, he would return and see if fortune favored him with a dragon spirit fruit. Cold Wind turned with resentment and departed swiftly. Meanwhile, Murong Hao observed Cold Wind's departure with an expression of calm, then shifted his gaze towards the direction Chu Ci had taken, his interest unabated. The guard beside Murong Hao inquired, "Young master, why do you wish to protect one named Chu Ci? What reason is there?" "I simply find him pleasing to the eye," was the nonchalant reply. At Murong Hao's level, he often acted according to his whims. He would protect whom he pleased without concern for whether Chu Ci would owe him a favor. Nor did he intend to leverage any sense of obligation. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Ci had been acutely aware of Cold Wind's movements as he retreated. Although he could have evaded that flying sword, he was taken aback when Murong Hao unexpectedly intercepted it. This was something Chu Ci had not anticipated. He did not know Murong Hao by name, and now he felt as though he owed a debt of gratitude, which left him perplexed. While he sensed no malice from Murong Hao, he was nonetheless averse to feeling indebted. Perhaps he would find an opportunity to repay this favor in the future. It is worth noting that Murong Hao's prowess was indeed commendable, for it was precisely this strength that made Cold Wind wary of him. Although Chu Ci had devoted himself solely to training and had not paid attention to other matters since entering the intersect, this encounter allowed him to recognize Murong Hao's formidable abilities. At the pinnacle of the 9th level as a Soul Master, he was but a step away from the realm of the Grand Soul Master, a true paragon within the intersect. Furthermore, Chu Ci discerned a hint of sword intent within Murong Hao's earlier strike. For practitioners of the sword, cultivating sword intent is a formidable challenge. Many devote their entire lives to this pursuit without success. Yet, Chu Ci perceived a remarkable 7/10 of sword intent in Murong Hao's swordplay, indicating a considerable talent in the way of the sword. If he were to continue developing in such a manner, in the future, his name will undoubtedly resonate through the realm of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, with his innate talent and the wisdom gleaned from his past life, Chu Ci has only managed to attain a modest 6 points of sword intent, which serves to underscore the remarkable nature of Murong Hao's abilities. Enough of this, enough. Banishing all irrelevant thoughts from his mind, Chu Ci hastened towards the cave where he had previously sought refuge. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's duration, he returned to the cave, exhaling a long sigh of relief. With focused attention, he began to examine the dragon spirit fruit he had acquired. The fruit resembled a large pear, adorned with intricate golden dragon patterns that appeared as though they had been meticulously carved, offering a distinct tactile texture of peaks and valleys. Once regarded as mere snacks for the dragon clan, this fruit has now transformed into a coveted spiritual treasure sought after by many. The Chu Ci does not linger in hesitation. Once consumed, it truly becomes one's own. As soon as Chu Ci took a bite, the dragon spirit fruit, which had split open, instantly transformed into a cascade of sweet nectar that flowed into his mouth. The sensation was refreshingly smooth and delectably sweet, evoking a feeling reminiscent of sipping celestial elixirs. Regrettably, this exquisite experience lasted but a fleeting moment. Soon after, the initial comfort morphed into an overwhelming surge of power that began to assail Chu Ci's body. With a smile blooming at the corners of his mouth, Chu Ci felt a tremendous surge of energy that could undoubtedly elevate his cultivation to a higher realm. Yet, just as the joy began to manifest, he sensed an abrupt stir from the dragon token within his soul. In the next instant, that overwhelming and domineering force inexplicably vanished. Upon a moment of astonishment, Chu Ci subsequently managed a wry smile. The divine dragon order had indeed devoured the entire energy of this dragon spirit fruit. If it must consume, then so be it. Previously, his cultivation had surged consecutively, and he had only just solidified his newfound prowess. There remained a portion of soul power infused by Long Jiuxiao, yet to be fully assimilated. Should he attempt another breakthrough at this juncture, it would necessitate a greater expenditure of time to fortify his foundation. The Divine Dragon Order and the Divine Dragon Space could be deemed Chu Ci's greatest reliance in this lifetime. The more abundant the energy within the Divine Dragon Space, the more beneficial it would be for Chu Ci's subsequent training. Upon realizing this, Chu Ci felt not disheartened. Rather, he was imbued with renewed confidence for his forthcoming cultivation. In the brief span of over half a month spent honing his skills, he had remarkably advanced from a level 4 Soul Master to the pinnacle of a level 7 Soul Master. Such a pace of improvement could seamlessly be attributed to the Dragon Spirit Fruit. Just as Chu Ci pondered this, a sudden gust of wind arose, and in the next instant, a shadow darted in. Chapter 37, The Hunt for the Azure-Browed Monkey King Little Black has returned. with a sharp snap of its beak. It expelled a dragon spirit fruit, glistening with saliva. Cawing twice, Little Black lowered its head toward Chu Ci. "Well done, Little Black. You've managed to seize it." Chu Ci praised sincerely. This little creature, it seemed, had repaid his affection. Instead of consuming the fruit alone, it had brought it back for him. The bond formed by raising this soul beast from a young age is undeniably deeper than that forged through mere conquest. Caw! A flicker of pride shone in Little Black's keen eyes, as if to declare that snatching the dragon spirit fruit from a mere rabbit soul beast was a trivial feat. It simultaneously signaled Chu Ci to pick up the dragon spirit fruit lying on the ground. With a gentle hand, Chu Ci stroked the glossy feathers of Xiao Hei's neck and smiled. "I have already consumed one. This one, you should partake yourself." Xiao Hei tilted its head, realizing that Chu Ci was indeed encouraging it to consume the fruit, and thus, it ceased to be courteous. With a swift motion of its beak, it grasped the dragon spirit fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. 2 hours later, witnessing Xiao Hei's form swell once more, propelling itself into the realm of a level 3 soul master, a radiant smile graced Chu Ci's lips. The outcome of seizing the dragon spirit fruits left him quite content. Of the 9 fruits, after excluding the 3 taken by Morong Hao, only 6 remained, and among those, 1/3 had found their way into the possession of him and Xiao Hei. Now that 2 hours had elapsed, it was likely that the remaining fruits had already found their new homes. Without the dragon spirit fruits, the soul practitioners in the valley had probably dispersed. With 8 or 9 out of 10 already gone, Xiao Hei's strength had significantly increased. It was time to complete the task involving the monkey demon. "Let us go, Xiao Hei, and slay the white-browed monkey," Chu Ci declared, rising and patting Xiao Hei's sleek wings. A great black eagle soared through the forest. As Chu Ci activated the 5 elements technique with his left hand, binding himself securely to Xiao Hei's broad back with 5 vines. His gaze swept continuously over the woodland below. After a brief moment, his eyes gleamed with discovery. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Hei dove downward. In a small valley, dozens of white-browed monkeys frolicked merrily. As Xiao Hei spread its wings and descended, the monkeys screeched and scattered in panic. Yet, how swift was Xiao Hei? With claws as sharp as steel, it swiftly grasped one white-browed monkey, tearing its head apart, and with a sharp beak, it pierced through another, creating a bloodied hole in its skull. With a powerful flap of its wings, it swooped down. In an instant, 2 white-browed monkeys were cleaved in 2 by Xiao Hei's razor-sharp feathers. Most of these monkeys were merely level 4 or 5 soul masters. They stood no chance against Xiao Hei. Upon their first encounter, 4 white-browed monkeys fell victim to its prowess. As Chu Ci leaped down, coincidentally, just as he descended, a white-browed demon monkey, eager to escape, dashed forth from the front. With a devilishly charming smile curling at the corners of his lips, Chu Ci gracefully executed a series of fluid movements, his arms sweeping and fists striking as if choreographed by an unseen force. The profound essence of his soul surged forth, culminating in a singular, powerful punch aimed squarely at the approaching white-browed demon monkey. The punch unleashed a resonant explosion of energy, devoid of any embellishments. It was a straightforward strike. Yet, for those possessing keen insight, it would become evident that this blow, both in speed and power, bore an innate rhythm, a seamless harmony of force. This seemingly simple punch carried with it an air of intent and purpose. The white-browed demon monkey, sensing an unprecedented peril, was struck with a wave of dread. It emitted a sharp, piercing screech, its monkey arms flailing desperately, conjuring an array of illusory claw shadows to counter Chu Ci's punch imbued with intent. With a thunderous impact, the clash resounded. The white-browed demon monkey was sent hurtling backward, its body akin to a tossed straw, crashing to the ground. The force of the blow shattered its robust arms, rendering them grotesquely fractured. Its chest caved inward, blood gushing from its mouth and nostrils, its gaze becoming vacant, a mere exhalation of life remaining as it lay defeated. With a more pronounced smile at the corners of his lips, Chu Ci felt his cultivation elevate, causing his martial prowess to multiply in strength. A single punch could now annihilate a 5th-level soul master, the white-browed demon monkey. Xiao Hei, exert yourself. Do not let this horde of demon monkeys escape. Chu Ci called out to Xiao Hei, who, with a powerful flap of his wings, soared forth, embarking on a relentless pursuit of the white-browed demon monkeys throughout the valley. With a deft flick of his right hand, Chu Ci summoned the flowing cloud sword, stepping forward to confront the severely injured white-browed demon monkey. who barely clung to life. In a flash, the radiant blade pierced the heart of the beast. A glimmer of light seamlessly merged into the jade tablet at Chu Ci's waist. As Chu Ci was about to gather the souls of several white-browed demon monkeys slain by the little black creature, a piercing cry echoed, and a towering azure demon monkey, standing over 2 meters tall, leaped forth. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Chu Ci recognized the Qingmei Monkey King as the leader of the group of white-browed demonic monkeys. "Xiaohei, continue your efforts. I shall handle this azure-skinned monkey." Chu Ci extended his left hand, beckoning the Qingmei Monkey King with a gesture, while his right hand wielded the flowing cloud sword, severing the head of a deceased white-browed demonic monkey. This provocative act immediately incited the ire of the Qingmei Monkey King, who let out an enraged screech. With powerful hind legs, it launched itself towards Chu Ci with ferocity. As a level 3 soul master, the Qingmei Monkey King possessed intelligence surpassing that of the white-browed demonic monkeys. After leaping 10 meters, it opened its mouth and unleashed a soul beast energy projectile, a concentrated orb of pure soul power. Like a fired cannonball, it soared across the 50 meters separating them, hurtling directly toward Chu Ci's chest. An inexperienced opponent might have fallen victim to this attack, but Chu Ci was no ordinary adversary. With vast experience, he deftly sidestepped, and the soul beast energy projectile whizzed past him, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Undeterred by the failure of its attack, the Qingmei Monkey King accelerated its advance once more, and in the next instant, its claws, hard as iron, rose to strike, casting a myriad of claw shadows that enveloped Chu Ci. The sound of a clear, ringing sword echoed in the air. With a graceful flourish, Chu Ci wielded the flowing cloud sword, its blade shimmering like the ethereal glow of twilight, resplendent yet imbued with an air of calm, revealing an inscrutable and profound transformation. The essence of the sword. Confronting the azure brow Monkey King, Chu Ci remained undaunted, directly channeling the sword's intent with unwavering resolve. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable 5 points of sword intent. With a sharp hiss, the blade soared like a rainbow, cleaving through the myriad shadows of claws. The multitude of claw illusions instantly shattered, and the azure brow Monkey King emitted a muffled grunt, staggering backward as 4 of his right claws fell languidly to the ground. Moreover, a ghastly gash marred his left shoulder, oozing blood. With a slight shake of his head, Chu Ci realized that the sword's intent was diminished by a fraction. His original plan had been to sever the right hand of the Qingmei Monkey King, followed by a swift strike to decapitate him. However, after cleaving through 4 fingers, the force of his blow was significantly weakened, resulting only in a 5-inch gash on the opponent's left shoulder, failing to achieve the intended kill with a single strike. Though Chu Ci was not entirely satisfied with the power of this sword, it had nonetheless instilled a profound psychological terror in the green-brow Monkey King, nearly causing it to lose control of its faculties. A flicker of fear flashed in its simian eyes, and it swiftly turned to flee. The human cultivator before it, though not possessing impressive cultivation, exhibited an astonishing strength. To remain would mean certain demise. Now, contemplating escape, it was too late. Chu Ci smiled lightly, advancing with a swift motion and once again brandishing his sword. The shimmering blade swept through the air. With a sickening sound, the head of the green-brow Monkey King was sent soaring into the sky. Chapter 38. The Woman in Green. Half an hour later, Chu Ci gently stroked the neck of Little Black, exclaiming, "Little Black, you have performed admirably in this mission against the monkey demon. Here, this is for you." With enthusiasm, Little Black opened its beak wide and caught the soul beast's inner core that Chu Ci had tossed, swallowing it eagerly. Despite the successful completion of the monkey demon task, Chu Ci chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he continued to hunt soul beasts in the forest alongside Little Black, honing his skills in fist techniques, swordplay, and knife techniques. As time swiftly passed, 2 more days had gone by. After dissecting the abdomen of a massive black snake, which belonged to the 5th-level Soul Master realm, and extracting its inner core, Chu Ci glanced at the sky. He then tapped the beast-controlling token at his waist, causing Little Black to vanish like a streak of light. Over the past 2 days, they had nearly cleared the valley of all soul beasts of sufficient caliber, leaving behind only those of the Soul Warrior realm, which no longer posed any challenge for training. Continuing this endeavor held little significance. Having spent so many days out, it was time to return and report on the task. However, he had barely taken a few steps before. In the midst of his journey, Chu Ci encountered an obstruction in the form of a fox. To his left, a mere 20 meters away, amidst the shadowy, ancient towering trees, lay a woman clad in green. Her skin resembled polished jade, and her face bore traces of tears. The hem of her dress cascaded to the ground in layers, evoking the ethereal presence of a forest sprite. Chu Ci halted his steps, devoid of any notion of a gallant rescue. He cast a casual glance at the woman in green and remarked, "Oh, have you fallen?" It seemed, perhaps only to Chu Ci, that as he uttered these words, the woman's posture stiffened ever so slightly, only to swiftly revert to that of a delicate damsel in distress. "What do you mean, sir?" She replied, "I became separated from my companions and inadvertently stumbled into a trap, which is why I am unable to rise." "Oh, could you possibly lend me a hand?" Having encountered numerous beauties, such as the enchanting maiden in green, one might easily deceive the disciples of other sections. However, to attempt to beguile Chu Ci, a venerable deity who has reigned in the upper realm for many years, is truly a rather futile endeavor. If you cannot rise, then simply lie down. I shall call out for you when I see someone approaching. Upon hearing Chu Ci's words, the maiden in green suddenly burst into tears, lamenting, "Oh, how cruel your heart is, my lord. Could it be that your heart is as dark as night?" Before her words could fully escape her lips, the maiden swiftly rose, brandishing a whip concealed within her sleeve, striking fiercely towards Chu Ci. Chu Ci had already taken precautions. With a swift movement, he evaded the attack. The barbed whip struck the trees behind him with a fierce force, stripping away a layer of bark and leaving deep marks that left Chu Ci astounded. As the ancients wisely remarked, the heart of a woman can be as venomous as a serpent, and this saying rings true. Such a ruthless disposition, young lady. Wielding a whip, such a cruel weapon, embellished with barbs, you seem not to fear marring your delicate visage during practice. There is no need for your concern. The girl in green, now unmasked, shed her facade of frailty and solitude, transforming into a figure of fierce determination. The whip in her hand danced with an exhilarating ferocity, almost weaving a grand net of shadows to ensnare Chu Ci. The soul force imbued within each strike was remarkably potent, capable of uprooting a great tree with a single lash. Without haste, Chu Ci refrained from retaliating, deftly evading while delivering veiled mockery. "You, my dear, exhibit a remarkable lack of courtesy. Is it not merely my refusal to assist you that has provoked such a lethal response? With a single lash, you strike as though felling a tree. Consequently, where shall you find refuge? Perhaps you may earn a bountiful harvest as a woodcutter." With a sardonic smile, the woman in green abruptly swung her arm, aiming a direct strike at Chu Ci. The Chu Ci has experienced 2 lifetimes. The individuals it has encountered are either esteemed senior sisters of the righteous path or ethereal goddesses from the upper realms. Naturally, there are also numerous malevolent women. Yet it has truly never encountered anyone so audacious as to directly target its very essence. With a frigid glance, Chu Ci swiftly evaded the attack, his agile movements propelled by the wind chase technique. Though he had anticipated his ability to dodge, the malice behind the opponent's strike aimed directly at his vital point, sent a chill down his spine. "What a wicked girl. I shall no longer engage with you. Pray tell, who sent you to assassinate me, resorting to both beauty traps and self-inflicted wounds? You wretched ancestor." The woman clad in green would never divulge her master's name to Chu Ci, her offensive stance unwavering. Chu Ci had grown weary of playing games with her. Channeling his soul power, a faint azure glow flickered in his right hand. In the next moment, he reached out and seized the whip that was swung towards him, its barbs failing to penetrate even his skin. The woman in green was astonished. She was a pinnacle level 9 soul master. How could this boy evade injury? Little did she know that during this period, Chu Ci had not only honed his swordsmanship but also diligently practiced body refinement techniques. Although he was not yet capable of mastering the supreme body refinement technique of the Dragon Clan, the 9-turn divine dragon body, he had discovered a more suitable method for his current cultivation level, the Azure Jade body refinement art, though he had only mastered the first layer of this technique. When concentrated in his right hand, it rendered his hand harder than gold or iron. How could ordinary soul power inflict harm upon him? With a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, Chu Ci summoned his soul power and, in the next instant, grasped the long whip with his right hand and yanked it violently. A sharp sound echoed as the whip shattered inch by inch. The young girl in green suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating that this was her life-s artifact. As the whip was destroyed by Chu Ci, its owner, the green-clad maiden, inevitably suffered the backlash as well. With a swift movement, Chu Ci took a step forward, his large hand, glowing with a cerulean aura, reached out and effortlessly lifted the green-clad maiden by her neck, suspending her in midair. "Who is your master, and why do they wish to take my life?" he inquired. The young woman, her complexion turning a ghastly shade of blue and red, displayed the throbbing veins on her forehead, clearly indicating that Chu Ci was exerting considerable force without restraint. "I will never divulge that information," she retorted defiantly. With a disdainful laugh, Chu Ci remarked, "Then you shall meet your demise, for I am not one to show pity." With a surge of willpower, he exerted force, and the neck of the girl in green snapped effortlessly, rendering her silent. Chu Ci withdrew his soul energy and gazed upon the lifeless body of the girl in green, prompting a moment of introspection. Could it be that he had indeed been overly ostentatious? After such a brief tenure in the inner sect, he had unwittingly amassed an astonishing amount of enmity, one adversary after another. Moreover, it was evident that these individuals came from disparate factions, yet all shared a singular purpose: to end his life. What an extraordinary talent for inciting animosity he possessed, he reflected upon himself. Yet when it came to the notion of change, Chu Ci remained resolute in his character. He relished his idiosyncratic nature. Acknowledging his faults, he steadfastly refused to alter his ways. Shortly after Chu Ci departed, a woman clad in a flowing gown appeared silently, lifting the body of the girl in green and departing with it. Even if Chu Ci were aware of this event, he would likely remain indifferent, perhaps merely considering it a gesture of humanity from the faction that had attempted to assassinate him. Recognizing the need to retrieve their fallen comrade, having been momentarily hindered, Chu Ci did not dwell on the encounter and continued his journey toward the Qian sword sect. This time, he successfully entered the mountain gate. However, just as he was about to step into the inner sect, he was once again intercepted. Was this a concerted effort to send him off in succession? Had they arranged a wheel of battle? Upon seeing the individual who obstructed his path, Chu Ci felt no surprise. A figure in white garb, Lung Wan, stood before him, evidently having awaited his arrival for quite some time. "At last, you have come. I have been waiting for you." Chu Ci curled her lips, interrupting his words. "What am I waiting for? I am not the beautiful senior sister. Am I of any use?" As soon as these words from Chu Ci were spoken, the onlookers around could not help but burst into laughter. The sensation of being ridiculed by the crowd overwhelmed Coldwin once more. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "You may relish in your fleeting verbal triumph, but if you possess any sense, you will promptly surrender the dragon spirit fruit that you have stolen from me. Otherwise, your existence shall be rendered null within the inner sanctum." Chu Ci raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, regretfully informing, "Alas, I have consumed the dragon spirit fruit, and not a single drop remains within me." With a provocative smile directed at Lingwen, he continued, "If you do not seek me out, I shall be compelled to find you. Since when has the dragon spirit fruit belonged to you? Is your name inscribed upon it?" Chapter 39. The bond of life and death. Lingwen's expression turned icy as he brandished his frost sword, its tip aimed squarely at Chu Ci. "Had it not been for your unwarranted interference, that precious fruit would have long since been mine." It was commonplace for treasures to be fiercely contested. To lament the loss while blaming others for their swiftness is truly absurd. Lingwen had suffered considerable humiliation at the hands of Chu Ci's sharp tongue. So instead of further engaging in futile bickering, he coldly threatened, "It seems you will not weep until you see the grave." A mere fourth-level soul master daring to act so arrogantly before him, repeatedly embarrassing him in front of others. As long as Chu Ci remained alive, Lingwen would find no peace. "Chu Ci, do you dare to battle me on the arena?" he demanded fiercely. "A battle on the arena?" A cold smirk played on Chu Ci's lips. "A bond of life and death. Do you have the courage to sign it?" Competitions within the inner sect are typically restrained, for all participants are disciples of the Qian sword sect, and those who gain entry into the inner circle are the elite. The sect is loath to lose any of its promising disciples, who are the pillars of its future. While the outer sect fosters a competitive spirit, whether through the seizing of medicinal resources or monopolizing training grounds, such brutal survival of the fittest is tolerated, even allowing for life and death duels to resolve grievances. However, the inner sect is different. Its disciples are all exceptional youths who have awakened their martial souls, transcending the realm of mere mortals to become true cultivators. In contrast to the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples, the inner sect boasts far fewer members. Currently, the Qian sword sect claims 3,000 inner disciples, yet the actual number hovers around 2,004 to 500. Each of these disciples has been painstakingly selected, and the loss of even one represents a significant blow to the sect. Nevertheless, the Qi and Sword sect does not wish to extinguish the fighting spirit of its disciples. Thus, the concept of a life and death bond exists within the arena. Once a disciple steps onto that stage, the stakes are life or death, with no mercy until the bitter end. A bond of life and death. Lingwen scoffed. Very well, Chu Ci, since you seek your own demise, do not hold me accountable for my ruthlessness. Upon entering the arena and signing the bond, even the protection of Murong Hao would be of no avail. The sect's rules cannot be easily bent. And should Lingwen refuse to accept the challenge from a mere 4th-level soul master, he would be seen as cowardly, allowing others to believe that he feared Chu Ci. Very well. Chu Ci, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond, since you were the one to propose this bond of life and death. Do not be surprised when I unleash my full strength. Chu Ci, weary of engaging in these formal pleasantries, remarked, what camaraderie can exist between us? Who has ever seen a senior disciple from another sect loitering at the entrance of the sect, demanding spiritual treasures? I cannot acknowledge you as a senior brother. So spare me your talk of loyalty. We are well aware of each other's standing. With a disdainful huff, Longwen was accustomed to such retorts, displaying little anger on his countenance. Primarily, in his heart, Chu Ci had long been regarded as a dead man. Why waste emotions on a ghost? As they proceeded towards the arena, their quarrel had attracted a throng of inner disciples eager for entertainment, and the news spread swiftly, with many flocking behind the two as they made their way to the stage. Nearby, a number of individuals were already engaged in friendly sparring, their contests marked by restraint and mutual respect. The sudden influx of spectators puzzled those already present. Why are there so many people? Is the sect hosting an event? Wait, is that senior brother Longwen? What brings him to the arena? Is that not Chu Ci, the one who has offended numerous prominent families, yet remains unscathed? I sensed that something exciting was about to unfold. As Chu Ci and Longwen approached the arena, a senior disciple lay sprawled in his seat, lost in thought. He was responsible for the life and death contract, yet within this sect, where entry into the inner sanctum was a hard-won privilege, there were few foolish enough to pursue such an agreement. Thus, his role here was rather leisurely. Senior, snap out of it. These two wish to sign a life and death contract. A keen disciple hastily roused the inattentive senior, urging him to commence the proceedings. Regaining his composure, the senior turned his gaze toward Chu Ci and Longwen, who were surrounded by onlookers, their expressions brimming with animosity, clearly the parties intent on signing the contract. Though the senior appeared amiable, inwardly he longed to expedite the contract and allow them to ascend the stage for their duel. Nevertheless, the sect's rules necessitated a measure of counsel. Are you truly intent on a life and death battle? Such a grave matter. We, as disciples of the Qi and Sword sect, could simply engage in a friendly spar. There is no need for such extremes. Langwen's countenance darkened as he slammed his hand on the table. Hurry up, we're pressed for time. The rebuff left the senior visibly perturbed, grumbling inwardly about the urgency, unaware that his own words would soon prove prophetic. Raising his hand, he focused his soul power, and a sheet of parchment materialized in his grasp, alongside a jade token. Chu Ci and Longwen produced their respective sect tokens, and with a surge of soul power, the senior entwined silver threads from their tokens into the parchment. The contract is established. Life and death are now inextricably linked. He then cast the parchment onto an empty arena, where a translucent membrane gradually materialized. Noticing the commotion, other disciples, who had been engaged in sparring, abandoned their bouts to witness the spectacle. A life and death contract. It has been years since I have witnessed such a thing. What a sight to behold. Are these two fools? After finally entering the inner door, why not focus on their cultivation instead of fighting to the death? You're the fool. Do you think everyone is as absorbed in their training as you? Clearly, there is a deep-seated grudge between them. Either one has taken the other's partner, or the other has seized a coveted opportunity. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was glaring. The one beside them appeared to be merely a level 4 soul master. Meanwhile, Longwen had already made his mark on the sect's soul power rankings, a follower of the esteemed Hong Yuan. It seemed an unfair match, almost as if one was willingly courting death. What do you know? Although he seems weak, it is said that he has comprehended the essence of the sword, and his future is boundless. No matter how promising his future, that remains a matter for later. In their current comparison, he still falls short. What a pity, a budding genius on the verge of ruin. Listening to the overwhelming praise from the audience, Longwen wore a faint smile on his face. This was the kind of discourse that should accompany his presence, rather than derision. He, Lung, was a prodigy on the soul power rankings. Although he lingered at the lower end, he was nonetheless a distinguished figure. How could he possibly be outmatched by a mere 4th-level soul master of no repute? Chapter 40. The Slaying of Langwen. Chu Ci. I must say, you truly possess remarkable audacity. Is this what they call the fearless spirit of a newborn calf? Langwen raised his right hand, brandishing his frost blade, revealing no concealment of his murderous intent and malice towards Chu Ci. Unfortunately for you, no matter how agile your movements, you shall find no escape within this diminutive arena. Given your courage, I shall unleash my full strength and endeavor to ensure your demise within 5 moves. Have you finished? Chu Ci, with a flick of his left hand, sent his flowing cloud sword into motion and replied melodiously, If you are done, let us commence quickly. Who has the time to listen to your lengthy monologue? Once this is over, I must return to my cultivation. The words of Chu Ci clearly dismissed Lung, firmly believing that he alone would emerge victorious from this contest. Lung perceived him as a mere autumn grasshopper, destined to falter soon, and did not react with fury, instead sneering softly. Very well. You can only gain the upper hand with your words. Now, prepare to meet your demise. The phrase echoed in the air. A shadow passed over Lung's face as he uttered a low command. Freeze. His soul power surged forth at great speed, and the frost sword in his hand unleashed a chilling sword aura. Were it not for the protective barriers surrounding the arena, the onlookers below would have already suffered frostbite from the overwhelming sword energy. In the next instant, the arena began to freeze around Lung, encasing it in ice within a mere breath, reaching the very feet of Chu Ci. Previously, during the struggle for the dragon spirit fruit, Lung had underestimated Chu Ci, failing to fully unleash his soul power, which had resulted in his significant loss. However, now that they had signed a life-and-death contract and stood upon the arena, he would no longer hold back. Today, he intended to eliminate Chu Ci completely. The spectators watched intently, their eyes unblinking at the unfolding spectacle, as this life-and-death duel provided them with invaluable combat experience. After all, Lung was a notable figure on the soul power rankings. Witnessing him unleash his full strength was indeed a rare opportunity. What a powerful strike! I dare not withstand it. Lung's soul power had sharpened considerably through rigorous training. Truly, as a renowned figure on the soul power rankings, the fierce battle intent and soul energy he exhibited were formidable, especially against an opponent who was merely a 4th-level soul practitioner. It was a pity they had hoped for a prolonged battle, only to witness a swift conclusion. Previously, Lung had been seen merely as a subordinate of Hong Yuan, but now his own strength proved astonishingly formidable. The onlookers could not help but revise their perceptions of Lung, while thoughts for Chu Ci, who was about to succumb to this strike, dissipated. After all, he would soon meet his end in this confrontation. At most, they could only inform the elder in charge to retrieve a corpse later. In the midst of the battlefield, Chu Ci remained resolute, oblivious to the many below who had silently prepared for his demise, even contemplating the location of his grave. His eyes did not flicker as he faced the incoming strike. He showed no sign of fear. With a swift motion of his flowing cloud sword, he effortlessly severed the advancing icy attack, which retreated as rapidly as it had come, as if suddenly confronted by flames, vaporizing in an instant. The essence of the sword. It was indeed the essence of the sword. The inner disciples in the audience experienced, for the first time, such a formidable sword intent that could rival the full force of Lung's strike. Yet, the one emanating this sword intent was merely a 4th-level soul master? This completely shattered their expectations. He actually managed to block it? Impossible. Was it I who had lost my mind, or had the world gone mad? I had believed a single blow would suffice. Yet, this young man was a concealed gem. No wonder he dared to accept the life-and-death contract. The inner sect truly harbored hidden talents. At that moment, Lung was too astonished to pay heed to the murmurs of those below. His mind was consumed by shock. He had initially thought that one strike would end Chu Ci's life, yet he found himself thwarted. Moreover, he realized that there was no parity in their clash. His soul power had been completely repelled by Chu Ci, and he had even suffered a backlash. Impossible. Lung glanced at Chu Ci, bewildered. That previous strike, even against a peak 4th-level soul master of the same realm, would have had some effect. How could he possibly strike without even grazing the opponent's attire? In just a few days, how could his strength have surged to such heights? How could this be? Chu Ci's gaze was cold. Lung, Is your other name not one who bullies the weak while fearing the strong? Knowing full well my strength was inferior to yours, you still brought me to sign the life and death contract. Now that I have not perished at your expectations with a single blow, you are quite astonished, are you not? Huh. Now prepare to behold the final spectacle before your demise. Dragon Flameblade. Upon uttering these words, Chu Ci unleashed a fierce strike, the sword intent ablaze with roaring flames, as though seeking to incinerate the very air around them. In a daze, Lung Wen seemed to glimpse a blazing dragon pattern engulfed in flames flickering upon the blade. He raised his frost sword in defense, only to be horrified as the once brilliant cold light of the sword was subdued by Chu Ci's sword intent, fading to nothing. This overwhelming pressure and destructive force instilled a profound fear within Lung Wen. With a crack, the frost sword in his hand developed fractures before suddenly shattering. No, this cannot be. The destruction of his life sword inflicted a severe backlash upon Lung Wen, rendering him powerless to resist. Yet the flames and sword light continued to advance relentlessly. In a panic, he stumbled backward. No, Chu Ci, I am a disciple of the sect, a future pillar. You cannot kill me. I am from the Lung family. Before I could finish my words, a blade of light cleaved directly into Lung Wen's chest. With a soft hiss, a mist of blood filled the air. After a moment of rigidity, Lung Wen's lifeless body slumped to the ground. The noise was unbearable. Chu Ci had no desire to listen to Lung Wen's lamentations in his final moments. What was the point of such words? It was of no concern to him. Retrieving the flowing cloud sword, Chu Ci gracefully descended from the arena. With the death of one individual, the thin membrane barrier that had obstructed them vanished into nothingness. Meanwhile, the inner disciples watching the battle were wide-eyed, utterly unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Lung Wen, the senior brother, had perished? Just like that? So swiftly? It felt like a cruel joke. No one dared trust their own eyes, though Lang Wen was not regarded as a true powerhouse among the inner circle. Ranking nearly 200 on the soul power list, his ability to secure a position on that list among 3,000 disciples attested to his commendable talent and combat prowess. He was considered above average, yet he had been slain by Chu Ci, who had only recently entered the inner sect. What was even more terrifying was that he had been countered and killed in merely 2 moves. This was utterly astonishing. Some began to recall Chu Ci's penchant for sowing enmity, eliminating anyone who crossed his path with such brazen audacity. It seemed that from now on, Chu Ci would have to contend with the Lung family's relentless schemes against him. The verses of Chu Ci paid no heed to these matters, scarcely sparing a glance at the lifeless body of Lung Wen before turning away from the arena and striding forth, while the inner disciples instinctively parted to make way. Chapter 41. Elder Xuanji having only just entered the inner sect, Chu Ci has already stirred a series of events, leaving one to ponder how far he might go in the future, given time to develop. It is not inconceivable for him to rise to the status of a direct disciple, with his remarkable ability to defeat opponents beyond his level. He is sure to etch his name upon the soul power rankings. Those privy to past circumstances could not help but sigh, realizing why Chu Ci had previously rebuffed any attempts at alliances. With such prowess, he was fully capable of walking his own path as a solitary figure. What a remarkable youth! Within a mountain shrouded in mist, where the base was obscured from view, an elder clad in a black and white robe adorned with Tai Chi patterns opened his eyes, gazing towards the direction of Chu Ci. Despite the distance, the elder seemed effortlessly aware of the happenings in the arena, a smile gracing his lips. There was a certain fierceness to Chu Ci's demeanor that reminded him of his own youthful days, and the young man bore a striking resemblance to what he envisioned in a future disciple. With his right hand forming a gesture, the elder attempted to discern the fate lines that traced Chu Ci's destiny. However, he found that the threads of fate surrounding Chu Ci were as elusive as flowers in the mist, rendering them indistinct. This revelation only served to heighten the elder's delight. The obscured fate lines indicated that Chu Ci was not bound by the preordained destiny dictated by the heavens, allowing him the freedom to carve his own path. Given his temperament and strength, it was clear he was destined for greatness. Such an extraordinary talent must not be relinquished to others. Fearing that this promising disciple might be snatched away, the elder could not afford to linger and, in an instant, vanished from his original spot, reappearing before the head elder of the deacons, Elder Xuanji. Upon seeing the elder clad in the Tai Chi robe materialize before him, the head elder of the deacons quickly extended his greetings. Within the Red Flame Sword sect, there were dozens of deacon elders, each wielding considerable authority. However, above the deacons stood the 9 peak masters and 6 even more formidable and esteemed elder-level figures, each bearing their own unique code name. The elder standing before him was known as Xuanji, a commanding presence amongst the 6 elder-level figures, one whose words were absolute. In response to the head elder's respectful demeanor, Xuanji appeared indifferent, accustomed to such reverence. Is there a new inner disciple by the name of Chu Ci? Chu Ci? With so many new inner disciples, it would be difficult for the head elder to recall each one. However, Chu Ci's reputation is significant. Having offended the powerful Chung family, yet remaining unscathed, the head elder indeed had an impression of him. Yes, such a person exists. Good to know. The Xian Tower is to be opened in the coming days. Remember to reserve a spot for him. The elder deacon appeared troubled, stating that all the slots for entering the Mystic Tower had already been allocated. To suddenly add another individual was indeed a complicated matter. What is so complicated about this? Simply remove someone and place him in, exclaimed Elder Xuanji, exasperated after years of service. The elder deacon broke into a cold sweat upon hearing those words. All the slots had already been communicated, and to suddenly eliminate one person and replace him with another was simply outrageous. It was not as simple as merely uttering a command. Elder Xuanji, perhaps we should wait for the next opportunity? Currently, Chu Ci is merely at the pinnacle of level 4 Soul Master. It might be premature for him to enter the Mystic Tower. I assure you, I will reserve a spot for him next time. Elder Xuanji cast a cold gaze at the bowed and humble elder deacon, his voice chilling. What? Am I no longer being listened to? Do not project your diplomatic rhetoric onto me. Simply state whether it can be done or not. The pressure on the elder deacon intensified, and with a disdainful snort from Elder Xuanji, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and gritted his teeth. It can be arranged, rest assured, Elder. Chu Ci will certainly be present for this expedition to the Mystic Tower. With a satisfied grunt, Elder Xuanji flicked his sleeve and departed. The elder deacon straightened up, a bitter smile on his face, pondering the absurdity of the situation. When those above speak, those below run until they are exhausted, and in the end, nothing good comes of it. He needed to act swiftly to ensure his position as elder deacon remained secure. Without further delay, the elder deacon turned and headed toward Chu Ci's courtyard. As he approached the door, Chu Ci, already sensing the visitor, stepped out. Upon seeing the elder deacon, Chu Ci felt a twinge of confusion. He hadn't committed any misdeeds recently, merely dealt with a troublesome figure named Lung Wen today. Surely, that wouldn't warrant a personal visit from the elder deacon. What brings you here, elder? The elder deacon discreetly assessed Chu Ci, recognizing him as the individual who had just dispatched Lung Wen. It was no wonder he had caught the attention of the formidable Elder Xuanji. So audacious. He bore a striking resemblance to Elder Xuanji in his youth. Just having entered the inner sect, he had already stirred such a significant commotion. It was clear why Elder Xuanji favored him. What struck the elder deacon most was that despite having just eliminated Lang Wen, Chu Ci remained grounded, returning to his courtyard to diligently cultivate. Such composure was something many inner disciples lacked. Uncomfortable under the elder deacon's scrutinizing gaze, Chu Ci couldn't help but furrow his brow. Elder, do you have something to discuss? Snapping back to attention, the elder deacon replied, Chu Ci, correct? I have come to convey some good news. In 7 days, the Mystic Tower trials will commence, and you will have a spot. Me? Although Chu Ci was confident, he was aware that he had yet to earn a place in the Mystic Tower trials. Are you certain it is I? Indeed, it is you. Although your tenure within the inner circle has been brief, your renown is indeed quite substantial. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Ci remarked, I have not heard that the selection for the suan.The trial is based on one's reputation. The elder steward, taken aback, finally understood why Xuanji had taken a liking to this young man. His knack for provoking was truly remarkable. Nonetheless, the elder continued, in any case, you shall go. Although the suan.The trial presents a rare opportunity for inner disciples like yourselves, the extent of your refinement during this journey will ultimately depend on your own abilities and fortune. As he spoke, the elder produced a jade token from his robe and tossed it to Chu Ci, saying, in 7 days. Follow the directions of this token to the location of the suan.The. With that, the elder did not linger, vanishing without a trace. Chu Ci, contemplating the jade token in his hand, felt a twinge of confusion regarding how he had secured this position. He possessed neither familial influence, nor had he exhibited any extraordinary prowess worthy of such an opportunity. What could possibly account for this unexpected selection? Nevertheless, He decided to take things step by step, recognizing that this chance was likely a blessing rather than a curse. If it were indeed a curse, evasion would be futile. He was eager to discover the true nature of this so-called rare opportunity. As the 7 days swiftly passed, an inconsequential span for cultivators, akin to the fleeting duration of an incense stick. Given that time during cultivation often raced by, Chu Ci found that the jade token in his grasp suddenly emitted a radiant glow and began to hover above his palm, autonomously soaring towards the southeast. With a swift motion, Chu Ci darted forth, following the jade tablet that meandered through a myriad of twists and turns, traversing a considerable distance for the duration of an incense stick. At last, he arrived at a rather inconspicuous valley nestled within the back mountains of the Qian sword sect. The jade tablet that had led the way came to a halt, prompting Chu Ci to cease his steps as well. At first glance, this appeared to be merely a modest valley, devoid of any remarkable structures. Just as Chu Ci was about to scrutinize the surroundings, the halted jade tablet suddenly erupted in a dazzling green light. In the next moment, as the energy within the tablet surged, a building engraved with a pentagram slowly ascended within the valley ahead. The jade tablet autonomously glided toward it, positioning itself in the heart of the pentagram. And Chu Ci followed suit. No sooner had he settled than the pentagram erupted in a brilliant white light. As Chu Ci instinctively closed his eyes, upon reopening them, he realized that he had departed from the valley and found himself in a peculiar space shrouded in dense black mist, where direction was utterly obscured. The only discernible feature was a towering ancient black tower, reaching towards the heavens, situated several miles ahead. The Chu Ci recognizes that this must be the so-called mystic tower. As he strides towards it, the mist gradually dissipates with each step closer to the dark edifice. Just as he approaches within 100 paces of the ancient black tower, a piercing voice reverberates through the air. A fourth-tier soul master? What? Is it now the fashion to hurl people here to their demise? Upon hearing a sound, Chu Ci turned to behold a young man clad in black, his elongated eyes fixated upon him as he approached. This youth, with a sharp visage and a pair of narrow, piercing eyes that exuded an air of gloom and menace, was unmistakably not one to be trifled with. The chilling, harsh voice of the black-clad youth pierced the air. So you are Chu Ci. It is indeed my first encounter with someone foolish enough to seek death through backdoor means. Do you truly believe that anyone can come here to seize opportunities? Lacking the requisite strength, you are merely here to serve as fodder. The expression on Chu Ci's face grew increasingly indifferent. This is none of your concern. Whether I live or die is of no significance to you. Upon hearing Chu Ci's retort, the man in black appeared even more sullen. However, before he could utter a word, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near. A young man clad in resplendent brocade, fanning himself with a graceful flourish, strolled over. He seemed entirely unfazed by the tense standoff between the two. You've arrived late. We haven't even entered the Mystic Tower yet. Do temper your hostility. The young man in brocade was none other than Murong Hao, who had aided Chu Ci twice in the valley. Chu Ci was pleasantly surprised to see him so soon. It has been a while, Chu Ci. Before Chu Ci could utter a word, Murong Hao had already taken the initiative to greet him. From his brief understanding, Chu Ci was not the type to engage in underhanded dealings to usurp someone else's opportunity. It was likely that someone had covertly lent him a hand. Brother Murong. A smile graced Chu Ci's face as he returned the greeting, for he believed in not striking those who extend a friendly hand, especially since Murong Hao had previously assisted him. I never expected to meet again so soon. I have heard about your confrontation with Langwen, truly unexpected. Your temperament resonates with me. Upon perceiving the subtle implications in Murong Hao's words, the young man in black garb darkened in countenance, his gaze towards Murong Hao turning decidedly unfriendly. Murong Hao, do not tell me this is the person you are shielding? Naturally, Murong Hao was aware that this black-clad youth was targeting Chu Ci for a particular reason. After all, a mutual friend of his had been poised to enter the Qian Tower, only to have his place inadvertently claimed by Chu Ci. Dongfang Han and Xu Fan could only accept their fate for not gaining entry to the Qian Tower. Why direct your ire towards others? The trials of the Qian Tower are not confined to this one occasion. They can always return next year. It is easy for you to speak without feeling the pain, as this misfortune has not befallen you. If one of your closest friends were to lose their place in the Qian Tower due to someone else's malice, would you so lightly dismiss it? Of course not. But I am who I am, and you are who you are. So what if I speak without concern? I will stand by him. Listening to their heated exchange, Chu Ci understood why the young man in black had approached him with such animosity. He was the interloper who had directly replaced someone else's cherished opportunity. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Chu Ci himself was quite innocent in this scenario. He had been blissfully unaware and had never sought to seize this coveted spot in the Xian Tower. Before participating in this trial, he had intended to enter seclusion, only to be summoned here by the elder with the jade token. How could he be blamed for this predicament? Chu Ci is not one to shy away from trouble, nor does she intentionally seek it out. However, when trouble comes knocking at her door, she does not turn a blind eye. Yet, before she could utter more than a few words, Morong Hao, who has always held a fondness for her, strode forward with confidence and said, "Do not worry. I shall assist you." The Chu Ci leaves one perplexed. I recall that we were not well acquainted before. Why would Brother Morong extend his assistance to me? It is merely because you are pleasing to the eye. I find you quite to my liking. During my years within the inner circle, I have seldom encountered individuals who are agreeable, thus I offered my aid with ease. Morong Hao spoke with remarkable nonchalance, with a slight furrow in his brow. Chu Ci was somewhat reluctant to accept such overtures of goodwill. Yet, recognizing the sincerity behind them, he could not respond with ungrateful words. "Thank you. But I am confident in my ability to handle the challenges that lie ahead." "Haha, splendid." Morong Hao, a man of peculiar disposition, found little enjoyment in Chu Ci's timid acceptance of his kindness, as he preferred a more spirited companion. Conversely, Chu Ci's determination to face the impending troubles alone, without seeking assistance, only deepened Morong Hao's admiration for him. "What is happening? How lively it is." Dressed in resplendent red, Cheng Feng approached gracefully. With her arrival, several other figures began to appear in succession, and shortly thereafter, all those who had entered the mysterious tower for their trial had gathered. After perusing the Chu Ci, it becomes apparent that there are a total of 12 individuals present, among whom only 2 are female cultivators. Aside from Cheng Feng, the other female cultivator, adorned in a single white garment, possesses an admirable appearance and figure. However, her demeanor is aloof, seemingly detached from any particular sect. Cheng Feng, whom Chu Ci had encountered previously within the inner sanctum, is notable as he recalls a time when he may have inadvertently caused the demise of her brother or someone close to her, an individual he regarded as inconsequential. One thing is certain, Cheng Feng and the Cheng family are unequivocally his adversaries, not allies. Ah, the stunning Cheng has graced us with her presence. Our intersex beauty has truly enhanced the ambience, Morong Hao remarked, his flattery devoid of insincerity or obsequiousness. It was merely a jest, free from malice or sycophancy. Cheng Feng acknowledged Morong Hao with a slight nod, choosing not to engage in hostility, yet her gaze swiftly fell upon Chu Ci, her expression turning subtly frigid, eschewing the overt mockery exhibited by Dongfang Han. Nevertheless, Chu Ci's senses were acutely attuned, despite her attempts at concealment. He discerned a palpable aura of animosity emanating from her icy glance. Undoubtedly, she harbored lingering resentment over the death of Qing Hu. As Cheng Feng turned to converse with Hong Yuan, Morong Hao seized the opportunity to provide Chu Ci with a brief elucidation regarding the individuals present. "You are already aware of the enchanting Cheng Feng, right? You've incited her ire by slaying her brother, which has irrevocably antagonized her." Conversing with Hong Yuan, he continued, "The cold-hearted one you dispatched not long ago was his attendant. Although the reason behind his intent to send one after you remains elusive, the animosity between the two of you is unmistakable. Moreover, the figure clad in black robes, known as Dongfang Han, has a close friend named Xu Fan, who possessed a quota to enter the Xian Tower, which you usurped, inciting his wrath. While it may not escalate to lethal intentions, it is evident that enmity has been established." At this juncture, Morong Hao could not suppress a chuckle. Chu Ci had indeed earned a reputation among the inner sect disciples for being a magnet for animosity, a description that aptly encapsulated his situation. "You truly possess a remarkable talent for inciting resentment. Among the few powerful individuals in the inner sect with notable backgrounds, you have managed to offend half of them." Chapter 43. The 3,000 worlds to evoke no hatred is to be mediocre. With a hint of helplessness, Chu Ci shrugged his shoulders. It was not his desire to be embroiled in such matters. Alas, his formidable strength often obstructed others, whether directly or indirectly. Now that others had sought him out, he felt compelled to respond in kind, thus incurring their ire. In truth, Morong Hao had underestimated the situation, as Chu Ci had vanquished 2 more adversaries. 1. A lackey sent by a noble scion, and the other, Su Yunkai. The patrons of these two individuals would undoubtedly seek retribution. Upon hearing Morong Hao's tone, which blended admiration with a touch of jest and melancholy, Chu Ci feigned indifference, yet internally he remained vigilant. Within the inner sect, overseen by stewards and elders, even the most arrogant disciples would not dare to act brazenly. Offending such prominent figures would merely result in prolonged seclusion for cultivation. Even if one were to venture outside, caution would suffice. However, during this trial at the Mystic Tower, out of the 12 participants, 3 had already become his adversaries. Among them, Hong Yuan was particularly formidable, ranking among the top 20 in the inner sect, a peak-level 9th-tier soul master, whose prowess was undeniably impressive, far beyond Chu Ci's current capabilities. Although he was unaware of when he had incurred Hong's enmity, it was clear that he must now prepare for confrontation and defense. Moreover, the enmity with Dongfang Han was even more perplexing. The latter himself was clueless as to how he had acquired his current status. As for Cheng Feng, given that he had slain her brother, her resentment was entirely justified. Such was the advantage of accumulating debts without concern. By the way, dear brother Morong, do you have any insight into the true nature of the Mystic Tower? Upon hearing this question from Chu Ci, Morong Hao cast a rather peculiar glance at him. How could one obtain a place in the Xiantai yet possess no knowledge of it? At this moment, Morong Hao became certain that his suspicions were indeed valid. This lad, Chu Ci, was evidently favored by some influential figure who had graciously bestowed upon him an opportunity. It was clear that this young man was not the type to maliciously seize others' chances and fortunes. The Xiantai represented the most invaluable and tangible resource of our Qian sword sect. Anyone who has undergone training within its confines invariably emerges at a higher realm. This is one of the reasons why the Qian sword sect has flourished so robustly. With an abundance of cultivated talents, we thrive and grow ever stronger. But do you know what lies within the Xiantai? I do not. What? Chu Ci was taken aback. You mean to say that during previous openings of the Xiantai, Brother Morong has never entered? Morong Hao unfurled the fan in his hand with a swift motion. I have indeed entered. To be candid, I have been inside 3 times, and this marks my 4th. However, each time I ventured in, the circumstances presented were entirely different, hence I cannot ascertain what we shall face this time. Yet, without exception, each experience has been fraught with peril, whether it tests our physical prowess or our mental fortitude. Each time is different. Chu Ci furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is said that the Xiantai harbors 3,000 realms, each meticulously crafted by the esteemed predecessors of the Qian sword sect and some formidable beings. Undeniably authentic and imbued with formidable power. 3,000 realms? This is preposterous. Chu Ci directly dismissed his notion. The concept of 3,000 worlds was something he could not achieve even as a deity in the upper realm. How could anyone possibly create 3,000 worlds in the lower realm? If such capability truly existed, one would simply shatter the void and ascend to divinity. Rather than languish here in vain, realizing that Chu Ci was overthinking, Morong Hao clarified, it is not the 3,000 worlds you envision, it is merely a euphemism. Within this mystic tower, the ancestors and powerful beings of the Qian sword sect have constructed precisely 3,000 small training worlds, each presenting various types of challenges and dangers. Hence, it is referred to as the 3,000 worlds, but it does not signify the so-called 3,000 great worlds. With Morong Hao's explanation, Chu Ci instantly grasped the meaning. The ancestors of the Qian sword sect had established 3,000 distinct illusions for training purposes. To call it 3,000 worlds seemed rather pretentious. Morong Hao nearly burst into laughter, reminding himself to be cautious with his words. It was not merely an illusion. Were it so, the Mystic Tower would not possess such renown. Its true marvel lies in the authenticity of each small training world, where participants gain abilities that directly benefit them. Once, a senior brother acquired a high-grade soul technique within this Mystic Tower, propelling him to prominence and making him the center of attention. Furthermore, if one could vanquish powerful soul beasts or soul puppets within, they would receive additional rewards and mysterious powers. However, none of this could prepare them for the challenges ahead, as no one knew which world they would confront next. The Chu Ci remains shrouded in mystery. It is perplexing. After all, the sword sect has been established for so many years. Surely, someone must have encountered a similar realm? If the senior disciples were to document their experiences after venturing inside, and then amalgamate that knowledge with the next expedition into the Zuant Tower, would that not provide a viable strategy? Morong Hao shook his head, remarking, it is easy to speak of such kindness. Yet who among them would be so benevolent as to share their experiences for the benefit of those who follow? The Book of Songs remarked softly, to entice with benefits and to pressure with authority inevitably leads to failure. Every individual who gains entry into the inner sanctum and is selected for the mystic tower is a paragon of excellence. Thus, such tactics prove futile. However, there was indeed a senior sister who once attempted this approach, only to nearly suffer a grave misfortune as a result. How so? This particular sister had compiled the experiences of predecessors who encountered various challenges upon entering the mystic tower, and ironically, during her subsequent visit, she faced a similar predicament. Regrettably, the circumstances did not align favorably, and she incurred losses. With a frown, Chu Ci's mind swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. This mysterious tower world is subject to change. Indeed, let us draw an analogy. When I first entered the realm of trials, I vanquished a particularly significant soul beast or a soul puppet within that world, subsequently documenting my experiences. However, when the next individual enters this realm, it has transformed with the passage of time. The formidable soul beast I defeated is no longer present, or the displayed soul puppet is altered. Thus, the trials and tribulations faced by predecessors offer little in the way of guidance for those who follow. A place once notorious for honing skills has now, due to the interventions and experiences of inner disciples, metamorphosed into a sanctuary for refining the heart, rendering the previous brute force methods of overcoming challenges utterly ineffective. In a moment of clarity, Chu Ci understood why the Qian Tower could be deemed one of the most valuable assets of the Qian Sword sect. The tower possessed the remarkable ability to transform and evolve on its own, occasionally bestowing rewards and treasures, making it an invaluable resource for cultivating disciples. Furthermore, from Morong Hao's account, Chu Ci swiftly deduced that the self-evolving nature of the Qian Tower could not merely be attributed to human craftsmanship. The formidable beings who originally constructed the tower must have infused it with some form of precious substance to serve as its foundation. However, dear junior disciple, I harbor considerable concerns for your well-being. Morong Hao patted Chu Ci on the shoulder, not even mentioning the multitude of adversaries you have garnered here. Just your own strength renders your entry into the Qian Tower a perilous endeavor. The internal and external tribulations you face elicit a tinge of sympathy from me. The external threats, of course, refer to figures such as Dongfang Han, Hong Yuan Yi, and Cheng Feng, while the internal conflict pertains to what? Morong Hao did not keep him in suspense and directly expressed his apprehensions regarding Chu Ci's strength. Entering the Qian Tower demands formidable prowess. It is not merely that one might struggle due to insufficient strength upon entry, but rather that the tower will automatically elevate your cultivation to the Soul Master realm. Isn't that splendid? We all start from the same baseline. Chu Ci's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 44. Entering the Qian Tower. Morong Hao shook his head. Do you know what happened to the last person who took a shortcut to enter? What happened? Hearing this, Dongfang Han, who was patiently waiting for the Qian Tower to open, let out a cold laugh. That fellow lost control of his soul master powers and met his demise by crashing into a black iron pillar. Chu Ci's expression was one of profound difficulty in articulating his thoughts, clearly having never encountered such a disheartening demise. Morong Hao, concealing his lips with a fan, struggled to suppress his laughter, his amusement evident. Ahem, we must show respect for the deceased and refrain from mockery. After stifling his mirth, Morong Hao, displaying genuine concern for Chu Ci, proceeded to elucidate the reasons behind this predicament. As a pinnacle 9th-level soul master, my entry into the Mystic Tower poses no discomfort, as I simply retain my existing capabilities. However, with your mere 4th-level soul warrior status, the sudden surge of power upon entry will undoubtedly be challenging to manage. The comprehension of the Chu Ci can be reduced to the mere disparity of power. The distinction between different levels is as profound as that between a human and a pig. It is needless to say that this discrepancy extends beyond a single tier. If a 7th-level soul master is capable of vanquishing a 3rd-level soul beast with a mere punch, then a pinnacle soul master could effortlessly obliterate such a beast with a mere gesture. Hence, Chu Ci surmised that the previously deceased inner sect senior must have abruptly lost control of his own strength, relying on his usual flow of soul power, only to meet an untimely demise by colliding with an iron pillar due to excessive speed. I understand now, thank you. Chu Ci felt immense gratitude towards Morong Hao for sharing this information. After all, the latter could have chosen to remain silent, allowing Chu Ci to navigate through uncertainties alone. Yet, Morong Hao chose to impart these essential insights. This act of kindness, at their level, is indeed a rarity. Therefore, upon entering the mystic tower, exercise utmost caution in wielding your soul power. It is advisable to achieve at least a general adaptation before taking any action. Morong Hao genuinely fears for Chu Ci's downfall within the mystic tower. A mere 4th-level soul master entering such a domain and suddenly attaining the prowess of a pinnacle soul master may not find a month or two sufficient for acclimatization. Chu Ci expressed his gratitude once more, yet offered little elaboration. In his previous existence as a divine ruler of the upper realm, he possessed an unparalleled mastery over power. Thus, now, as merely a peak soul master, he was scarcely affected. While Chu Ci engaged in conversation with Morong Hao, others indulged in casual chatter, allowing him to simultaneously glean insights into their identities. Among the 12 individuals who entered the Xiantai, the most formidable was a frail young man clad in white, whose name was Rumo. Upon a cursory glance at the Chu Ci, one could discern that the individual before him possessed an exceptionally vigorous soul force, merely a step away from attaining the esteemed realm of a grand soul master. Ordinarily, one would not expect such immense power to be cloaked in such a frail exterior. Chu Ci speculated quietly that this was highly likely due to Rumo's cultivation of some extraordinary technique. Besides Rumo, the other individuals possessed formidable strengths as well, with a few of them nearly matching Morong Hao in prowess. Among them, the white-clad woman, who had remained aloof with a stoic expression, had also reached the pinnacle of a level 7 soul master. Thus, among the 12 participants in this trial at the Xuanta, Chu Ci stood out as the weakest, having not even attained the rank of soul master. Although his true cultivation had reached the level of an 8th-rank soul warrior, he adeptly concealed his aura, appearing to others merely as a peak 4th-rank soul warrior unless he chose to reveal his abilities. In the next moment, the figure of an elder steward materialized. His gaze towards the talented individuals of the sect was exceptionally amiable, yet it froze momentarily upon encountering Chu Ci, before he expressionlessly turned away, inwardly dismissing him as yet another reckless soul sent to meet his demise. Without further ado, he began, "Firstly, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to each of you for securing a place in the Xuanta. This is indeed an extraordinary opportunity and stroke of fortune. Within its confines, anything you can imagine, or even what you cannot, may manifest. Whether you seize opportunities and treasures hinges entirely upon your own capabilities. As for the rules, I have little to convey. There are essentially none. What transpires once you enter is beyond my knowledge. In any case, you shall navigate it at your own discretion. How many levels you ascend depends solely on your fortune. The duration of this Xuanta's opening remains unchanged from previous occasions, 100 days. Once the time elapses, regardless of your pursuits, even if you are merely 2 seconds away from obtaining a treasure, it matters not to us. When the time is up, you must all exit the tower promptly. Furthermore, should you encounter any peril you are unable to withstand, simply shatter this talisman, and you will be automatically ejected from the Xuanta." The elder steward cast down 12 talismans, each participant receiving one. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. Death within the Xuanta is final, so do not exhibit bravado. Nor should you place your hopes in any so-called protective mechanisms within the tower. They do not exist. When it is time to relinquish, you must do so. As he uttered these final words, he cast a pointed glance at Chu Ci, clearly harboring significant concerns for the soul warrior of such a low tier. In the realm of the Chu Ci, one perceives with the eyes, yet contemplates with the heart, as if one had not seen it all. All necessary instructions have been imparted, and then the elder steward slowly raised a scroll in his hand, channeling his soul power into the scroll. An immense and formidable dark iron sword materialized within, its form both elusive and spectral, appearing as if it were both present and absent. The elder steward performed a series of intricate hand seals, conjuring a complex array that radiated like starlight. This resplendent formation descended upon the dark sword, which was then directed forcefully downward towards the tower. In that moment, the dark sword and the tower became one, and the originally unremarkable and somber tower seemed to come alive, imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura. Immediately, with a creaking sound, the heavy doors of the dark tower began to open slowly, revealing a passageway that shimmered with dazzling brilliance. The radiant light was so intense that it obscured the view of what lay beyond the door. "Go forth," the elder steward intoned quietly. The assembled crowd exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they surged toward the grand entrance. As soon as the 12, including Chu Ci, stepped inside, the heavy iron door swung shut with a swift motion. The elder steward, having witnessed such scenes countless times before, remained unfazed, and upon confirming that all had entered, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, upon crossing that enigmatic threshold, Chu Ci and his companions experienced a disorienting sensation, akin to traversing through the void. They felt weightless, and their minds became clouded. Even the resolute Chu Ci could only endure for a mere 30 breaths before succumbing to the throbbing pain within his head and losing consciousness. When Chu Ci awoke once more, his consciousness returning, he found himself in an entirely transformed environment. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with an expanse of icy desolation. This frozen wasteland was undoubtedly far beyond the dimensions of the first level of the tower. It felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm, a world of endless snow and ice, an unbounded expanse stretching infinitely before them. Chu Ci subtly stirred the soul energy within him, and then clenched his fists, exclaiming in astonishment, "This soul energy has actually reached the pinnacle of a level 7 soul master." It dawned on him that the dizziness he had just experienced was merely a means to recalibrate his body to the zenith of a soul master, not just any pinnacle, but that of a level 7 soul master. Chu Ci suddenly felt somewhat foolish for his previous insistence on resisting unconsciousness. However, it was understandable. His past experiences had imparted a vital lesson. Regardless of the circumstances, maintaining clarity of mind and striving for self-rescue is the wisest course of action. Chapter 45. The challenge begins. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment and feeling inexplicably dizzy, it was only natural for Chu Ci to struggle against his situation. Within the mystical tower, although he had yet to fully experience its myriad sensations, he was immediately aware of one significant advantage: the mastery of his strength. Logically, when Morong Hao previously mentioned the pinnacle of soul masters, he must have referred to the apex of a level 9 soul master. Yet, whether due to Chu Ci's prior tenacity in resisting or some other factor, the soul energy now coursing through him had only attained the ordinary strength of a level 7 soul master, rather than the exalted pinnacle that Morong Hao had described. Moreover, given Chu Ci's inherently feeble strength, despite reaching the ordinary pinnacle of a level 7 soul master, he found himself unable to fully harness this newfound power. After a moment of introspection, he surmised that he could currently only exert about 50% of his capacity, equating to the early stage of a level 6 soul master. Nevertheless, possessing such strength was already sufficient for Chu Ci, combined with the wisdom gained from his previous life and his other abilities. He believed he could effectively deal with some nefarious individuals and navigate the challenges that lay ahead. Chu Ci once again sensed the sudden surge of power, taking the time it takes to brew a cup of hot tea to familiarize himself with and harness it. However, he discovered that he could only wield the capabilities of a beginner 6th level soul master, unable to progress further. It seems this was a deliberate act by the Mystic Tower. To continue advancing, it appears he must hunt the soul beasts or soul puppets within. Chu Ci exhaled softly, beginning to observe the vast expanse of the icy wasteland. He was uncertain whether everyone had been transported to this continent or if they had been sent to different realms, embarking on their own unique trials. Should it be the latter, then others would be unable to hinder him or place obstacles in his path. However, if they were indeed in the same small world, why had he not encountered anyone else here? Could it be that this expansive icy wasteland was simply too vast, leading others to be transported to different locations? With a furrowed brow, Chu Ci pondered the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, it was merely a matter of confronting the foe as they came, and shielding oneself against the onslaught. With this thought, a smile graced his lips as he prepared to take a step forward. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot towards him with alarming speed. Chu Ci narrowed his eyes. This was evidently a fierce attack imbued with soul power. At first, he presumed he had encountered an enemy from his past, but as the assailant stepped into view, he realized it was merely a soul puppet. It appeared that this first realm was designed for physical training, which was fortuitous, for he had never shied away from a battle of strength. The first level of the Mystic Tower was meant to provide an opportunity for respite, perfectly suited for honing his agility and prowess. Moreover, as Morong Hao had mentioned, defeating such soul puppets would yield rewards. This could not be more fortuitous. Chu Ci gazed upon the soul puppet, whose features were unremarkable, a commonplace visage devoid of distinction. Its eyes, with dilated pupils, exhibited a vacant and lifeless expression. Most strikingly, a puppet insignia had been deliberately marked upon its forehead by its master. While such markings are typically found in inconspicuous areas like the wrists or chest, it is indeed rare to see one so boldly placed at the center of the brow. Furthermore, judging by the recent strike unleashed by this soul puppet, its power evidently reached the pinnacle of a level 7 soul master. It appears that the purpose of this first level is to filter out those who may have gained entry through unscrupulous means or those who initially struggle to master their strength. Arriving at this first level, one is immediately confronted by a level 7 pinnacle soul puppet, leaving no room for reaction. Had it not been for Chu Ci's ability to swiftly harness the power within, any other soul master of lesser rank might find themselves utterly bewildered. They would either have to flee at once, or, if escape was impossible, resort to shattering their life-saving talisman to withdraw from this trial. In truth, Chu Ci had also misjudged the Xian Tower, which had already afforded him a moment to either adapt or depart. Yet, Chu Ci chose to remain, standing in place for the duration it takes to enjoy a cup of hot tea. The moment the soul puppet coalesced, it detected Chu Ci and activated automatically. Beep. Target identified. Engage for elimination. This was the prelude to the ferocious scene that ensued, as it immediately harnessed its soul power to launch a relentless assault upon Chu Ci. The soul puppet, newly formed, was imbued with substantial soul energy, and each of its strikes was a genuine lethal maneuver, devoid of any restraint. With a swift motion, the long sword trembled, unleashing a beam of sword light that hurtled toward Chu Ci. The speed of the sword light was so formidable that Chu Ci had no time to evade. He unsheathed his wooden sword to parry the attack. Entry into the Xian Tower prohibited any auxiliary tools to prevent any semblance of unfairness. For instance, a soul master of levels 2 or 3 wielding earth-grade spiritual treasures would be akin to child's play. While no one would be foolish enough to equip such high-level gear to a novice, the Xian Tower mandated that participants could only utilize the wooden swords provided by it. Chu Ci had never been one to be overly concerned with weaponry. His usual choice, the Lu Yun sword, was merely a matter of convenience, as he had yet to encounter a sword that caught his fancy. Even with a wooden sword, he found it merely lacking in sharpness, yet capable of channeling his sword intent to unleash formidable power. With a flourish of the wooden sword, he manifested a 4th-level sword intent, successfully deflecting the opponent's strike. Rather than opting for defense, he seized the moment to counterattack, channeling a powerful sword intent through the wooden sword, unleashing a 6th-level sword intent that swirled like a tornado toward the soul puppet. It tore through the protective barrier the puppet had conjured for its defense, penetrating straight through its chest. For Chu Ci, he was no longer merely an 8th-level soul master under the enhancement of the Xian Tower. He had attained the preliminary strength of a 6th-level soul master. Therefore, any 7th-level pinnacle soul puppet was hardly a source of embarrassment for him. In the realm of swordsmanship, he has never feared anyone. Although he is merely a soul puppet, all its settings have been meticulously adjusted to align with human proportions and conditions. A piercing strike to its chest would render it lifeless. Even if the puppet's true core system were not located at its chest, it still chose to cease its assault, bowing its head in standby mode. Then, from the chest of the puppet, a glimmering object soared into the air, resembling a tiny star at first glance. A pang of realization struck Chu Ci, and he instinctively reached out to grasp the star-like entity. Upon contact, the small star seamlessly fused into the palm of his hand, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, Chu Ci felt a warm surge within his body, as his soul power experienced a notable increase. This revelation lit up his eyes with excitement. Could this be the reward one receives for defeating a puppet? Such a tangible reward, directly enhancing his soul power, promised significant implications in reality. The thought invigorated him, and he found himself enamored with this initial trial, thoroughly enjoying it. This was merely the first layer's benefits. He eagerly anticipated what awaited him in the higher realms. Now that he understood that slaying soul puppets would yield soul power, Chu Ci no longer held back. In this frozen wilderness, he relentlessly sought out and hunted the soul puppets. Chapter 46. The slaying of soul puppets. Time flew by, and Chu Ci had spent 3 days in the first layer, more precisely, in the first illusory world of the icy wilderness, vanquishing soul puppets, elevating his soul power to the late stage of a level 6 soul master. A blade of light, infused with the essence of 4 parts sword intent, cleaved through the air, shattering the control core of the soul puppet at his forefront. As Chu Ci reached out to grasp the star-like glimmer, the moment after, the light vanished, and a surge of energy flowed into Chu Ci's being. At this moment, the energy of the light was evidently not as powerful as it had been before. With a gentle exhalation, Chu Ci discerned that continuing at this level held little significance. It was time to venture into the next illusory realm. The Mystic Tower's 3,000 illusory realms are often interconnected, allowing entry into the subsequent illusionary world upon discovering the passageway. The initial illusory realm of the Mystic Tower, where Chu Ci had descended, was predicated on combat and strength, presenting no considerable challenge for him. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the essence of this icy, desolate expanse. After 20 breaths, Chu Ci opened his eyes and sprang into action. For other soul technique practitioners, locating the entrance to the passageway leading to the next illusory realm could prove arduous, requiring luck or an exhaustive search throughout the entirety of the illusory world. However, such a challenge posed no difficulty for Chu Ci. With the experience of a divine king from the upper realm, he understood that in such secretive trials, the initial illusory realm typically presented the simplest and most manageable challenges. Subsequent illusory worlds would gradually escalate in difficulty. Given that a passageway existed, it was certain that the concentration of celestial soul power at the entrance would be relatively heightened. Although Chu Ci's current cultivation level may not be particularly high, his spiritual power surpasses that of many grand soul masters, and his perceptive abilities are exceedingly acute. Thus, by employing his perception, he was able to ascertain the direction in a mere 20 breaths. Half an hour later, within an icy gorge, a soul puppet of formidable 8th-level mastery materialized. If you wish to pass through here, you must first seek the consent of my blade. The towering soul puppet, standing over 2 meters tall with a robust physique, glared fiercely at Chu Ci and bellowed. As it spoke, it thrust its heavy broadsword into the ice, causing the surface to fracture like a spider's web. This gorge serves as the gateway to the next illusory realm, and only by vanquishing the soul puppet guarding this passage will the way forward be unveiled. With a cold smile, Chu Ci exhibited no hesitation, swiftly advancing forward. Observing that his opponent could not even muster the energy to speak, he charged ahead. The towering spirit puppet guarding the gate displayed a flicker of human-like fury upon its previously expressionless visage. With a tremor of its long blade, a resonant clang echoed. In the next instant, the spirit puppet's formidable form propelled forward like a cannonball, the two figures rapidly converging in the air. The heavy blade was raised, imbued with terrifying might, as it descended towards Chu Ci's left flank. This strike lacked intricate technique. It was purely a manifestation of brute strength and velocity. The immense force, combined with the momentum of its advance and the sweeping arc of the blade, rendered the blow exceptionally ferocious. Under such a savage assault, even if Chu Ci had perfected his jade body tempering technique, he would find it insurmountable to withstand this ferocious strike. As he faced the spirit puppet's savage assault, Chu Ci's eyes narrowed slightly. This spirit puppet was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary he had encountered since entering the Mystic Tower. Yet, it was merely that. A cold smirk graced his lips. With a deft step, he executed a peculiar lateral movement in midair, shifting 3 feet to the side. The blade grazed past him. The chilling edge of the sword sent a gust that rustled his garments. The strike missed its target. The spirit puppet's movements were exceedingly swift. With a flick of its wrist, the hilt was turned horizontally, crashing towards Chu Ci's waist. With a swift motion, Chu Ci unleashed a powerful strike. The collision of his palm against the hilt of the sword reverberated through the air, propelling him to evade outward with remarkable agility. Touching the ground, he executed a diagonal slice with the 9 palace steps, directing his wooden sword toward the spirit puppet before him. Despite its imposing stature, the spirit puppet was anything but cumbersome. With long legs, it deftly sidestepped, extending its left hand to seize the descending wooden sword with a bold grasp. The spirit puppet within the mystical tower displayed a remarkable level of intelligence, clearly underestimating Chu Ci due to the wooden sword in his grasp. Had he wielded a high-quality yellow-grade spiritual sword, it would undoubtedly have thought twice before exhibiting such audacity. Yet, it was evident that this spirit puppet had greatly misjudged Chu Ci, boldly attempting to catch the blade with its bare hands. With a cold smile, Chu Ci suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura from the previously unremarkable wooden sword. In that instant, the essence of the sword erupted forth. With a crack, the sword met its target. The once dull wooden blade transformed into a razor-sharp weapon, cleaving through the left hand of the soul puppet with ease. However, the soul puppet was not a true cultivator. Such a grievous wound would be catastrophic for an authentic practitioner, yet it held little significance for the soul puppet. Its expression remained as stoic as a tranquil pond, In its right hand wielded a hefty broadsword, slicing through the air towards Chu Ci with a fierce wind. The expression on Chu Ci's face grew slightly stern as he swiftly maneuvered through the 9 palace steps. The heavy broadsword narrowly grazed past him once more, almost simultaneously. As the broadsword sliced through the air before his chest, Chu Ci wielded his wooden sword with a series of rapid strikes, producing a resounding thwack as 3 consecutive blows landed upon the thick spine of the broadsword. In that instant, the tranquil visage of the soul puppet shifted dramatically, for he sensed an enigmatic wave of force emanating from the blade. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it caused his right hand to tremble, almost dislodging the broadsword from his grip. Alarmed, the right hand of the clawed sword involuntarily tightened its hold on the broadsword. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the expression of the soul puppet transformed once again. As Chu Ci advanced, his wooden sword swiftly sliced along the back of the blade. Cursed be it, the soul puppet was compelled to loosen its right hand, retreating hastily as the broadsword clattered to the ground. A radiant smile blossomed on Chu Ci's face as his left hand reached out, effortlessly grasping the horse-slaying blade. With a swift transformation into the wind-chase footwork, he wielded the blade in his left hand and a sword in his right, unleashing a relentless torrent of attacks upon the spirit puppet that had lost its weapon. A series of crisp clangs echoed in succession, culminating in a resounding crack as the blade struck true. The right arm of the spirit puppet was severed by Chu Ci's formidable horse-slaying blade, rendering it a toothless, feeble beast in an instant. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chu Ci unleashed a glimmering beam of sword light. With a sharp sound, this fierce sword light, imbued with the essence of 4-part sword intent, pierced directly into the forehead of the soul puppet. The towering figure of the soul puppet suddenly stiffened, as the emblem representing the puppet shattered in an instant, causing its entire soul force to dissipate. In the next moment, the colossal form of the soul puppet crashed to the ground, swiftly vanishing, leaving only a star-like speck of light fluttering away. Chapter 47, Snow Lotus Seed. Absorbing this luminous point, Chu Ci, who had reached the late stage of a 6th-level soul master, felt a surge of soul power. His soul strength experienced a significant enhancement, and with a tremor of his body, a formidable aura emanated, elevating his soul power to the pinnacle of a 6th-level soul master. After a brief moment, Chu Ci arrived at the end of the canyon, where a shimmering portal materialized before him. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward and entered the portal. In the second trial of the illusory realm, Chu Ci unfortunately encountered a trial site focused on refining the heart. This trial did not require combat, but demanded that he cultivate his character and mount a counterattack against adversity. As the light swirled, upon entering the second small world, Chu Ci opened his eyes to find his entire body racked with shattered bones, his dantian destroyed, and he lay helplessly in an unknown valley, with his soul power barely under his control. It was indeed the onset of a hellish difficulty. Fortunately, Chu Ci possessed an exceptional temperament, understanding that this was merely a test and trial set forth by the illusion. Thus, he remained undaunted, resolutely clinging to a thread of soul power to gradually mend his damaged meridians. Chu Ci understood that if he failed to tear the talisman given by the Elder during this trial, he would truly perish in this state of shattered bones and a broken dantian. This journey of refining the heart in the second small world revealed to him why the inner disciples of the Qian sword sect valued the opportunity to undergo trials in the Mystic Tower so highly. Indeed, it possessed an extraordinary essence, comprehensively tempering the minds and bodies of the inner disciples. This particular challenge lacked any intricate techniques. It was primarily a test of temperament. Ultimately, Chu Ci relied on gradual nurturing and patience to restore his body, achieving a miraculous reversal and successfully passing through this small world-esque trial. Remarkably, this second trial consumed an entire month of Chu Ci's time, while he had only taken 3 days to conquer the first small world. Fortunately, the subsequent third and fourth illusionary realms presented challenges that also required strength and combat prowess, which were mere trifles for Chu Ci. After vanquishing a formidable soul beast guarding the passage in the fourth illusionary realm, he entered the fifth. In this fifth illusionary world, the environment approached reality with astonishing fidelity, encompassing a complete ecosystem filled with the sounds of birds and insects, as well as various soul beasts darting about. With the absorption of such abundant soul energy, stepping out of the Mystic Tower and becoming a soul master would undoubtedly pose no challenge. He might even directly achieve the rank of a second-level soul master. Chu Ci pondered inwardly whether to continue ascending. The further one ventured, the more formidable the soul puppets and soul beasts within these illusory realms became. At present, Chu Ci's soul power has reached the mid-level of an ordinary 7th-rank soul master. With his current strength, ascending further poses a considerable challenge. Yet, the thought of stagnation stirs a sense of dissatisfaction within him. Suddenly, Chu Ci's attention was drawn to a secluded corner where a faint glimmer of white light flickered in and out of visibility. Upon closer inspection, Chu Ci discovered that the secluded corner was adorned with an array of delicate flowers and grasses, where a radiant white light shimmered amidst an unremarkable white blossom. Although this flower bore no distinct features and appeared rather plain, a spark ignited in Chu Ci's eyes upon recognizing it: a snow lotus seed. This ethereal herb, the snow lotus seed, typically remains concealed among numerous flora, eluding the gaze of ordinary individuals. However, when it reaches maturity, a single snow lotus seed will emerge at the heart of the flower, a process that may take centuries to yield just one. Consequently, its cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Most crucially, upon successful maturation, the flower emits a fleeting, ethereal glow, marking the opportune moment for harvesting the snow lotus seeds. These seeds are renowned for their diverse and peculiar shapes, as they cleverly mimic the appearance of surrounding flora for camouflage, rendering them nearly impossible to locate by mere visual identification. Thus, one can only seek them during their maturation period, which remains an enigma, relying solely on fortuity. This scarcity has rendered snow lotus seeds increasingly rare. Encountering one in the prime of its maturity is indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Truly, the Xian Tower offers such exquisite treasures at every turn. The snow lotus seed is an exceptional material for alchemy, beneficial for concocting both heart-cleansing and detoxifying elixirs. And it possesses remarkable efficacy in stabilizing the soul, essentially a panacea for myriad ailments. Therefore, as an alchemist, Chu Ci felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Chu Ci stepped forward cautiously, delicately plucking the snow lotus seed from the heart of the flower. Just as it rested in his hand, a sudden rush of wind surged forth. With a swift motion, Chu Ci darted 2 meters to the right. In the next instant, a surge of soul energy descended upon his previous location, carving a deep indentation into the ground without the slightest restraint. What remarkable strength! Could it be that Chu Ci has navigated his way here alongside Morong Hao? The thought of someone like you, who has relied on backdoor dealings, undergoing trials in the same realm, fills me with a sense of revulsion. Chu Ci cast a disdainful glance at the other party, the tone dripping with disdain, as he incessantly reminded them of the phrase taking shortcuts. Who else could it be but Dongfang Han? Moreover, Chu Ci had never anticipated that upon entering the sun.The, each individual's realm of experience would be distinct. He had assumed their paths would not intersect. Yet, it seemed there was a possibility of encountering the same world. After all, in the previous 4 illusory realms, Chu Ci had not encountered a single soul, but here in this particular realm, he had stumbled upon an old acquaintance, someone he had no desire to see. Chu Ci, once protected by Morong Hao before the sun.The, now finds himself alone, and I wonder how long he can maintain his arrogance. Suddenly, Dongfang Han's attention was captivated by the snow lotus seed in Chu Ci's hand. What do you have there? Is it a snow lotus seed? No, it is merely a sugar bean. A glimmer of greed flickered in Dongfang Han's eyes, and then, contemplating Morong Hao, his gaze shifted, adopting a condescending tone as he softly declared, "Very well. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Hand over the snow lotus seed to me, and I shall grant you 3 opportunities to escape unscathed during this expedition into the sun.The." I truly appreciate your generosity, Chu Ci retorted without hesitation. You expect me to part with such a precious item in exchange for 3 chances at survival? Who do you think you are? The king of heaven? Have you lost your senses or been kicked by a mule? Do you honestly believe I would acquiesce to such demands? To refuse a toast is to accept a punishment drink. Are you suggesting you would choose wealth over your life? No need for your concern. I shall safeguard both my wealth and my life. As for you, find a place that is comfortable for you. With that, Chu Ci turned his hand and stored the snow lotus seed within a storage ring, effectively preventing any prying eyes from witnessing it. Dongfang Han's eyes turned icy. He had never been so publicly humiliated. Chu Ci was merely a fledgling soul master who had only recently arrived. Despite having ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th level in just over a month, showcasing remarkable talent, a genius must also endure to be of any value. You little rascal, do you think you are Morong Hao? How dare you disregard his authority? Even if you possess the snow lotus seed, do you have the means to protect it? You are nothing but a fool. Chu Ci, I once thought you possessed a modicum of cleverness. It appears I was mistaken. Do you genuinely believe you can stand against me? A mere soul master daring to challenge me. Chu Ci was perplexed by the source of his bewildering confidence. I couldn't help but interject, asking who among us had not traversed the path of the spirit warrior. Is such arrogance warranted? Furthermore, I must remind you that the disparity in our cultivation levels is negligible. Not much of a difference indeed. Chu Ci, do you truly believe that merely being elevated to the rank of spirit master by the mystic tower grants you the ability to challenge me? How naive you are! A mere fool and waste who, despite entering the inner sect, remains stagnant at the spirit warrior stage, is still nothing more than trash. Even if suddenly promoted to spirit master, grew weary of engaging in verbal sparring with him. With a casual gesture of his right hand, a wooden sword materialized in his grasp. If a fight was to ensue, let it be. If not, then depart. He had no time to indulge in trivial banter. Arrogance! With a sharp command, Dongfang Han bellowed, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, thousands of silver needles infused with overwhelming spiritual energy surged through the air, hurtling towards. With a swift stomp of his right foot, Chu Ci retreated with the swiftness of the wind, deftly evading the barrage of silver needles launched at him. He coldly remarked, "What a vicious technique." Dongfang Han's expression darkened. What did it matter if the methods were ruthless? In this world, the victor reigns supreme while the vanquished are deemed criminals. The only thing that truly matters is victory, regardless of whether one's tactics are despicable or cruel. Having spoken, Dongfang Han's right hand morphed into a claw, dozens of silver needles levitating in his palm, clearly preparing to launch another attack on Chu Ci. However, this time, rather than retreating, Chu Ci advanced, transforming defense into offense. With a swift motion, Chu Ci raised the wooden sword in his hand, unleashing a dazzling arc of sword light that surged toward the east like a tempest. The speed of this radiant strike was so formidable that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Nevertheless, relying on his combat experience, Dongfang Han narrowly evaded disaster. However, the vibrant sword intent emanating from the surge still inflicted a wound upon his arm. A torrent of fury erupted within Dongfang Han's heart. How dared Chu Ci? A mere inner sect disciple had the audacity to harm him. What an outrageous affront! In Chapter 48, The Treasure Bureau, Dongfang Han's greatest grievance lay in the fact that he, a prodigy ranked among the elite on the soul power list, was injured by an obscure soul master. This was an unparalleled disgrace, as a soul master originally at the early stage of level 9. And now having ascended to the pinnacle level through the enhancement of the mystic tower, to be wounded by Chu Ci. Even considering the possibility of a sneak attack and his own underestimation of the opponent, filled Dongfang Han with indignation. Although the soul power within him swiftly mended the small wound, he remained seething with anger over this momentary lapse. Very well, Chu Ci, you have managed to draw blood. But your triumph ends here. Prepare to witness the true strength of your adversary. With that declaration, the silver needles in Dongfang Han's hand transformed, each glowing with a brilliant red hue, clearly surpassing the basic configuration of the mystic tower. The gaze of Chu Ci was slightly fixed. Imbued with a hint of perplexity, within the confines of the Xian Tower, the use of advanced weaponry is strictly prohibited. From whence did your needle originate? Dongfang Han smiled smugly. There is no harm in telling you. After all, you are destined to meet your demise. The Xian Tower forbids the introduction of one's own soul devices to prevent unfairness. However, weapons and precious materials acquired within the tower may be taken out. The fiery divine needle in my possession was forged from rare materials obtained during my previous venture into the Xian Tower, and thus it is not subject to the tower's restrictions. Today, whether you wish it or not, you shall perish. Having received the answer he sought, Chu Ci remained unperturbed, still clutching his wooden sword, offering no further reaction. Dongfang Han, with a moment's contemplation, discerned the reason. This young lad was entering the Xian Tower for the first time. What preparation could he possibly have undertaken? Surely, all his equipment must consist solely of the novice gear provided by the tower. Perish in vain. Fortune favors me. And without further hesitation, Dongfang Han flicked his wrist, sending forth a flurry of crimson needles, as fine as a hair, hurtling towards Chu Ci. As the needles drew near, one could almost sense the fierce flames igniting upon them. Chu Ci exhibited no fear whatsoever, her expression devoid of sorrow or joy, as the wooden sword in her hand radiated brilliance once more. Guided by Chu Ci's soul power, the sword seemed to possess a life of its own, embodying her profound sword intent. In their previous brief encounter, Dongfang Han had not unleashed his full strength, thus, he had yet to reveal all his hidden cards. Now, let him savor the essence of her 7/10 sword intent. As the sword intent imbued with the essence of 7 parts surged forth, it appeared as if the crimson needles, initially rushing towards him with great velocity, were halted by an invisible barrier. After a brief moment of trembling and struggle, each needle erupted into a burst of crimson. Witnessing this spectacle, Dongfang Han's expression transformed in an instant. Damn it, such sword intent? Could even Morong Hao wield it with such prowess? How could this young man, Chu Ci, possess such formidable strength? Just as Dongfang Han was engulfed in astonishment, a soft yet commanding voice resonated. Dragon Flame Blade. Break. With a swift motion of the wooden sword in his hand, Chu Ci unleashed another wave of sword energy. The fiery red needles released by Dongfang Han seemed to be infused with some unknown fire attribute, soul crystal, emanating a searing flame. In light of this, Chu Ci resolved to let Dongfang Han experience the torment of being scorched by flames. The sword of Chu Ci remains largely unchanged, devoid of any peculiarities. Yet it embodies an immense power of fiery might. A mere wooden sword has unleashed a sword aura reminiscent of a flame soul weapon, catching Dongfang Han entirely off guard. An astonishing wave of heat surged forth, obliterating even the red needles in Dongfang Han's grasp, leaving him in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? Dongfang Han was even more astonished. The practitioners of the red flame sword sect strive to cultivate sword intent, and although Dongfang Han primarily employs hidden weapons, his techniques involving silver needles and shurikens are no less formidable than those of others. Yet, he found himself thoroughly suppressed by Chu Ci, a newcomer to the inner sect. How could this be? Little did anyone know that Dongfang Han had also cultivated a measure of sword intent and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, before Chu Ci, he found himself utterly powerless, indicating that Chu Ci's sword intent surpassed his by an insurmountable degree. How could one so newly inducted into the inner sect possess such extraordinary sword intent? Dongfang Han was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, but the battle raged on, leaving him little time to ponder. Waves of sword aura surged towards him, fierce and overwhelming, relentlessly barraging him without respite. It dawned on Dongfang Han that he had grossly overestimated his own abilities. He could hardly comprehend how Chu Ci had achieved such prowess within the confines of the mysterious tower. It had only been 2.5 months since his arrival. How could a mere 4th-level soul practitioner master the strength of a high-level soul master in such a brief span? It was as if he had belonged to this echelon for an eternity, completely shattering Dongfang Han's perceptions. Now, the disparity in their soul power had diminished significantly, while Chu Ci's grasp of sword intent far eclipsed his own, rendering him at a distinct disadvantage. Dongfang Han's expression darkened, unwilling to acknowledge that this individual he had so scorned, who had seemingly gained entrance through less than honorable means, was indeed his superior. Cursed be it. As he narrowly evaded another wave of sword aura, he was left with numerous scars despite his efforts to escape. Chu Ci, mark my words. This debt shall be repaid 1,000-fold. With that, Dongfang Han hastily retreated. He had initially come to the tower merely to confront an adversary who had usurped a position from his friend, intending to eliminate him effortlessly. Instead, he found himself suffering a humiliating defeat. The disdain he had once harbored transformed into an intense loathing and animosity toward Chu Ci. Once the trials in the tower concluded, he could scarcely believe that Chu Ci, devoid of the strength of a high-level soul master, would still possess the capability to contend with him. Although it is often said that one should not pursue a desperate foe, Chu Ci is well aware that wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will be reborn with the spring breeze. Despite his disdain for those who harbor animosity towards him and wish to take his life, every adversary eliminated is a small victory. Thus, with a swift motion, Chu Ci grasped his wooden sword, intent on the chase. Having attained the formidable rank of a 7th-level soul master within the mysterious tower, he was poised for battle, eager to vanquish his foes and determined not to allow Dongfang Han to escape. However, as Chu Ci set off in pursuit, the rustling of foliage from the nearby thicket caught his attention. Suddenly, 3 serpent soul beasts darted forth, and to his astonishment, they were followed by 3 ebony tiger soul beasts. Such creatures, cloaked entirely in darkness, are exceedingly rare in the outside world. Most significantly, these 6 soul beasts bore various wounds, indicative of a prior skirmish within the forest. As they emerged and laid eyes upon Chu Ci, the fierce tension that had existed between the two factions dissipated, and their predatory gazes converged upon him in unison. In the realm of poetic expression, one might ponder whether this scenario epitomizes the adage of idly sitting at home while calamities descend from the heavens. A significant aspect of the mysterious tower is its designation as a battleground for trials. Within this crucible, the majority of the spirit puppets and soul beasts exhibit hostility towards the inner disciples venturing into the trial. To be targeted by 6 formidable soul beasts of the 9th-tier realm is indeed a daunting predicament, rendering the battle nearly insurmountable. Had there been merely 1 or 2 of these beasts, Chu Ci might have devised a strategy to gradually subdue them. However, in this illusory microcosm, the presence of formidable adversaries like Dongfang Han complicates matters further. Should he find himself engrossed in combat with these soul beasts, the sudden intrusion of Dongfang Han would undoubtedly lead to exasperation. My apologies for interrupting your esteemed gathering. I shall take my leave now, and you may continue your discourse. With a swift motion, Chu Ci cast aside a single phrase and executed the wind pursuit technique, departing from that place of strife at the utmost speed. Chapter 49, The 3,000 Rivers of Weak Water. After a brief interval, akin to the time it takes to savor half a cup of warm tea, he finally eluded the 6 pursuing soul beasts. Moments later, Chu Ci stumbled upon several second-grade spiritual herbs, revealing that this diminutive world resembled a treasure trove abundant with herbs. However, the presence of these herbs was countered by the guardians, one or a multitude of soul beasts that protected them. Yet, with his escape skills fully mastered, Chu Ci harbored no apprehensions. He unreservedly began to search for the various spiritual herbs and materials he required, including numerous rare alchemical ingredients that were virtually unattainable in the outside world. When encountering a solitary soul beast, he dispatched it with ease. When faced with a group of guardians, he either utilized his agility to overpower them or employed strategies to divert their attention, allowing him to harvest the herbs unimpeded. In no time, Chu Ci reveled in this little world, slaying soul beasts, gathering spiritual materials, and excavating alchemical components, leading a life of profound fulfillment. However, as time wore on, a large throng of soul beasts began to trail him, making the foraging of spiritual herbs increasingly arduous. After a span of 10 days, having traversed nearly half of this small world, Chu Ci finally ceased this existence upon discovering the passageway connecting this little realm to the next. Having uprooted a 3rd-grade spiritual material from the cliffside, he moved with purpose, entering the luminous portal of the passageway and leaving behind a horde of irate soul beasts in the previous illusory world. It is easy to surmise that the next time the Xian Tower opened its gates, allowing inner disciples to venture into this realm, they would no longer encounter a land teeming with spiritual herbs, but rather a multitude of vengeful soul beasts harboring animosity towards practitioners of soul techniques. After all, Chu Ci had absconded with their herbs without affording them an outlet for their wrath, thus leaving the next group of entrants to bear the brunt of that misfortune. However, that is a tale for another time. The Chu Ci has arrived at the 6th illusory realm. The fortunes of Chu Ci have been quite favorable. This is a mystical realm inhabited by formidable spirit puppets and soul beasts. However, Chu Ci harbors no fear of such confrontations. He has spent 10 days in this lair, vanquishing over 100 spirit puppets and more than 200 soul beasts, elevating his soul power to the pinnacle of a level 7 soul master. Most importantly, his spiritual strength has also seen significant enhancement, as the 1st tier of the Azure Jade Body Refinement Technique has reached perfection. His combat prowess has ascended to new heights. Should he now encounter Dongfang Han, he would undoubtedly triumph with greater ease, eradicating the threat entirely. Not only Dongfang Han, but even the others pose no concern for him. While he currently stands as a level 7 soul master, the majority have attained the zenith of level 9 soul masters. Engaging in combat across 2 minor levels presents no challenge for Chu Ci whatsoever. With his wealth of experience and mastery over strength, a level 7 soul master should easily dominate a group of level 9 soul masters. Otherwise, his previous incarnation as a god king in the upper realm would have been in vain. Furthermore, amidst this relentless battleground, Chu Ci has devised several lethal techniques, honing his skills through the crucible of combat. Typically, practitioners tend to focus their training in a singular direction. For instance, the Dragon Flame Blade, which Chu Ci frequently employed, would lead others who learned it to predominantly develop fire-based sword techniques thereafter. Yet, Chu Ci is distinct. He aspires for perfection, crafting himself without a single vulnerability. He is unperturbed by the thought that diversifying his offensive techniques might disrupt his physical equilibrium, for he has already mastered the 5 elements technique. Additionally, during this ephemeral period, he has made remarkable progress in the soul cultivation techniques, which have greatly refined his control over soul power. This mastery allows him to seamlessly balance the myriad soul skills he practices. In the bodies of others, water and fire are irreconcilable. Should one train in water-related soul skills, they would be unable to wield fire-related techniques or weapons. However, for Chu Ci, the situation is vastly different. The 5 elements technique within Chu Ci perfectly balances the operation of the 5 elemental soul power. During his time of cultivation within the mysterious tower, Chu Ci mastered several distinct sword techniques. Among them is a devastating move he crafted by integrating various sword styles, named Weak Water of 3000. While many soul practitioners associate water with gentleness and the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity, Chu Ci perceives that even water possesses a formidable aspect. This particular sword technique, born from the insights of a divine king from the upper realms, is a lofty creation that amalgamates multiple sword styles into a lethal strike, rendering it unmatched in the lower realms. Ancient texts record that to the north of Kunlun lies water, which cannot overcome the streets, hence its name, Weak Water. Within Weak Water, nothing thrives. This move is even more ferocious than the Dragon Flame Blade. Once the strike is unleashed, it will not return without claiming blood. With the execution of Weak Water of 3000, every droplet of rain becomes an embodiment of Chu Ci's sword intent. Should he elevate this technique to its zenith, not only could the 3000 raindrops be wielded as swords, but any water within sight could be transformed into extensions of Chu Ci's will, all while expending minimal soul power. With further mastery, Chu Ci could even transmute himself into water, evading attacks by becoming unassailable. Swords cannot sever, nor blades cleave, making it a remarkable tactic. Just then, a reckless soul beast spotted Chu Ci and howled as it charged forward. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ci prepared to test his newly devised Weak Water of 3000 against it. With a swift flourish of his sword, Chu Ci unleashed a torrent of movement, so rapid that only an ethereal afterimage could be perceived. Unlike the ferocious and domineering Dragon Flame Blade, the essence of the Weak Water 3000 is encapsulated in 2 words, speed and density. Thus, as his speed intensified, an aura of water gradually manifested around Chu Ci, tendrils of liquid intertwining with him, forming a natural barrier. The torrential rain of blades surged forth towards the soul beast, and in the blink of an eye, before it could reach Chu Ci, it collapsed with a thunderous sound, its body marked by over 1,000 wounds as delicate as silver threads. Should one activate their soul perception to observe the vitality within the soul beast, they would discern thousands of minute sword intents colliding incessantly within, only dissipating upon sensing the extinguishment of the beast's life force. Chu Ci withdrew the wooden sword from his grasp, feeling an immense satisfaction with this particular sword technique. Moreover, from the recent skirmish, it became evident that this maneuver not only possessed formidable offensive power but also facilitated self-defense. The 3000 strands of weak water swirled protectively around him, deterring any who dared to approach. Those who sensed peril were met with the onslaught of this sword intent, manifesting as the 3000 strands of weak water rushing toward the aggressor. This technique was a sublime fusion of offense and defense. Haha, indeed. This mysterious tower is truly an excellent place for honing one's skills. 10 days later, Chu Ci arrived at the portal connecting to this enchanting realm. This time, guarding the passage was a soul puppet adorned in silver armor, wielding a formidable greatsword, and mounted upon a 7th-level soul master wolf spirit beast. Chapter 50, Black. This was, astonishingly, a soul armor puppet accompanied by a soul beast steed. As Chu Ci's eyes gleamed with a hint of anticipation, he found little to fear from the wolf spirit beast, a mount of level 6 soul master. It was merely a matter of a single sword strike. However, the soul puppet clad in black soul armor atop the wolf spirit beast proved to be a far more formidable opponent to vanquish. Most crucially, this puppet was adorned with a set of soul armor that Chu Ci instantly recognized as being of superior quality within the yellow tier, capable of withstanding attacks from yellow tier soul artifacts. In contrast, he wielded only a few wooden swords, although he could manifest sword intent, effortlessly breaching the defenses of that superior yellow tier soul armor and dispatching his adversary was no simple task. The distance between them stretched a daunting 300 meters, Yet Chu Ci could still sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the soul armor puppet. The sheer oppressive energy it radiated was incomparable to the soul puppets and soul beasts that had guarded the passage in the preceding illusory realms. This soul armor puppet was undeniably the most formidable adversary Chu Ci had encountered since entering the mysterious tower. Upon noticing Chu Ci's presence, the soul armor puppet commanded the wolf spirit beast beneath it to advance. With each thunderous step, the beast moved as if a colossal creature was treading upon the earth, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. What struck Chu Ci with apprehension was that, during the wolf spirit beast's deliberate approach, both the puppet and the beast's auras were rapidly escalating in intensity. He sensed the formidable energy of the soul armor puppet surging with alarming speed. A fierce battle intent flashed through Chu Ci's eyes. This was the sixth illusionary realm, where a soul armor puppet exuded such a formidable aura. One could only wonder what kinds of monsters would emerge in the subsequent seventh, eighth, or even more illusionary worlds. To be candid, Chu Ci had not encountered any particularly powerful adversaries thus far, and at this moment, he genuinely hoped this soul armor puppet would prove to be truly formidable. At the very least, not to disappoint him. The spirit of battle surged within Chu Ci's heart. In the face of the most powerful enemy he had encountered to date, he refrained from immediately wielding his sword intent or activating the wind-chasing technique for a charge. Instead, he advanced step by step, mirroring his opponent's deliberate pace. As he took his first step, pure soul energy surged forth with a thunderous roar. With the second step, the muscles in his legs and abdomen began to mobilize. The third step saw the tremendous power of his soul and perception firmly locking onto the formidable foe before him. By the fourth step, all the muscles in his body were fully engaged, and the spiritual energy within him surged, causing his robes to flutter dramatically. With the fifth step, his vitality and spirit were adjusted to their peak, igniting the wind-chasing technique. Crack! The hard ground beneath his feet shattered explosively. The Chu Ci surged forth like a cannonball, its movement akin to the rumble of thunder. The fierce wind generated by its rapid advance swept up the dust from the ground, resembling a colossal dragon as it hurtled towards the soul-armored puppet. In fact, at the moment when the momentum of Chu Ci reached its zenith, the soul-armored puppet and the wolf spirit beast beneath it had also elevated their own vigor to a peak. As the sand dragon approached, the puppet's half-closed eyes suddenly sprang wide open. With a sharp clench of its legs, the wolf spirit beast let out a furious roar, its powerful limbs propelling it into the air. Simultaneously, the soul-armored puppet swung its giant azure moon blade down with fierce intent. Kill! At the sight of the formidable azure moon blade descending, Chu Ci uttered a soft command, and with his right hand gripping the wooden sword, he executed a swift stroke. Amidst the low rumble of a dragon's roar, 3 streaks of sword light sliced through the air with the force of a dragon emerging from the sea. The dragon flame blade. As Chu Ci made his move, he unleashed 3 consecutive strikes of this technique. Clang, clang, clang. With each impact, the blows grew heavier and swifter, the 3 dragon flame blades striking against the azure moon blade with the force of a thunderclap. Though they appeared indistinguishable, each swift and powerful, only the soul-armored puppet could discern that these 3 strikes were entirely different. The first dragon flame blade employed a technique of force release, the ferocious impact dissipating into a formidable counterforce upon contact with the blade. The second dragon flame blade transformed into a wave of vibrational energy, though not overwhelmingly strong. It came in 7 successive waves, each building upon the last, delivering such magnitude that even the robust soul-armored puppet felt a tremor in its grip. In the next instant, the third dragon flame blade descended with fierce intensity, imbued with a spiraling force. The puppet, already shaken by the vibrations of the second strike, felt its grip weaken further as the spiraling energy surged forth, causing the azure moon blade to slip from its grasp. Never did it anticipate that in this initial clash, its weapon would be so easily dislodged. Startled, the soul-armored puppet hastily summoned its soul power, reaching out with its right hand to seize the blade once more. But the spiraling force persisted. Reluctantly, the puppet extended its left hand as well, finally securing the azure moon blade with both hands. As the 3 dragon flame blades were unleashed, the wooden sword in Chu Ci's hand shattered into splinters. Yet, he had anticipated this outcome long before. After executing the 3 strikes, Chu Ci glided past the wolf spirit beast like a fluttering bat, landing gracefully beside it. Unbeknownst to the puppet, A new wooden sword had materialized in his hand. In the next moment, the sword's intent flickered, and with a swift thrust, blood erupted forth. A horrific gash was carved into the abdomen of the wolf spirit beast, its blood mingled with entrails gushing forth as it let out a heart-wrenching howl, its massive form crashing to the ground. This scene unfolded precisely as the soul-armored puppet struggled to secure the azure moon blade with both hands. By the time the puppet regained its wits, it was already too late. The seated wolf spirit beast has been vanquished by Chu Ci. The reaction of the soul-armored puppet is equally swift. In the very instant the wolf spirit beast crashes to the ground, it propels its massive form into the air with a powerful leap. Thud! It descends like a colossal iron mountain. The ground trembles beneath the weight of the soul-armored puppet. However, as it lands, the expression of the puppet shifts once more, for Chu Ci has already surged forward like a streak of light. Whoosh! A flash of sword radiance erupts. The sharp sound of the sword slicing through the battle armor is jarring. The fierce blade strikes the back of the puppet's neck. Despite the protection of the soul armor, the neck remains one of the most vulnerable parts of the body. This strike causes the towering form of the soul-armored puppet to lurch forward, nearly severing its neck. The prowess of Chu Ci in seizing the opportune moment is truly formidable. As the adversary staggered, with a deft step, he executed the 9 palace strides, instantly positioning himself before the soul armor puppet. In an elegant flourish, his wooden sword transformed into a lethal meteor, thrusting forth. With a piercing sound, the wooden weapon ascended from below, penetrating the puppet's chin and piercing through half of its cranium. The soul armor puppet's body stiffened, and an expression of disbelief mingled with a hint of unwillingness surfaced on its somewhat flat visage. Never in its wildest dreams had it anticipated such swift defeat. It had underestimated its opponent. No, it wasn't merely underestimating. It simply could not fathom the sheer strength of the foe. The puppet's frustration stemmed from its inability to fully unleash its true power. Had it done so, even if it had faced defeat, it would not have succumbed to such a swift demise in just 2 exchanges. With a gaze laden with complexity, it cast a glance at Chu Ci, its mouth slightly parting, yet before it could utter a sound, the core of its soul energy shattered with a resounding crack. A towering figure collapsed to the ground, subsequently dissolving into specks of light. Ah, what is this? Unlike previous instances where the slain spirit puppet released orbs of soul energy resembling small stars, this time it yielded a solid object, black as iron. As Chu Ci picked up the object, in the next moment, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Black scale gold. This is indeed a remarkable find, a superior material for crafting soul weapons. After nearly 80 days of rigorous training within this mysterious tower, he had finally procured such a valuable item. Stowing the black scale gold into his storage ring, he gazed ahead at the shimmering portal, a radiant smile blossoming on his lips as he strode forward with purpose. With a single step, he entered the light portal. However, as soon as his foot touched the ground of the next illusory realm, a sense of unease gripped his heart. He had fallen into a trap. Gazing upon the intricate formation beneath his feet, and then casting his eyes towards the figures stationed at various other points in the distance, he discerned that this was evidently the central position, ensnared within a binding array. What, indeed, were these individuals scheming to achieve? Upon gazing at the figure directly before him, Chu Ci finally comprehended the reason behind it. Not a fresh enmity, but a lingering grievance. Dongfang Han, have you no end to this? Instead of diligently honing your skills in the Xian, you pursue me relentlessly like some idle predator? How tiresome. Dongfang Han's gaze was icy. Chu Ci, your words are mere trifles. Today, I shall ensure you find no resting place in death. This formation is meticulously crafted to ensnare you. As I departed, I left behind a tracking incense, allowing me to anticipate your arrival here. I never expected you would stumble into this realm of illusion. You have forsaken the path to paradise and ventured recklessly into the gates of hell. How utterly vexing. Chu Ci came here for the purpose of honing his skills and pursuing strength, not to engage in childish games of verbal sparring with others. He cast a cold glance at the 2 individuals positioned elsewhere. One was Hong Yuan, and the other was the white-clad woman, the sole female member apart from Cheng Feng among the 12 participants in this trial at the Xuanta. Noticing Chu Ci's gaze upon them, Hong Yuan condescended to speak, asserting that while he had no desire to dirty his hands with the act of killing, the fact remained that Chu Ci had slain Lung Wan, who was under his protection. He continued, stating that one must consider the master when dealing with a dog, and since Chu Ci had killed his dog, It was only fitting that he offer a few blows in return, lest he lose face in the outside world. His reasoning was sound and convincing. Chapter 51. Battle. It would be remiss to show favoritism, as the other two had already delivered their opening remarks. Chu Ci turned his attention to the only silent figure among them, the aloof woman. What about you, my lady? We bear no enmity towards one another, do we? This marks our second encounter, having only met once before at the sun.The. Observing Chu Ci's suave demeanor, the woman shot him a cool glance, her voice steady and mature. Radiating a queenly aura, the world is bustling with pursuits of profit, and all actions are driven by self-interest. While we may not harbor any grudge, having accepted their treasures, I naturally must lend my assistance. Chu Ci stroked his chin and pondered. What do they offer you? I can provide double. Regarding Lingbao, he believed he possessed considerable leverage. Setting aside the vast array of martial arts and mystical techniques swirling in his mind, even the two soul beasts of the soul sect level within the divine dragon space were worth a fortune. Simply selecting one would yield treasures beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Convincing a beautiful senior sister to switch sides should not be insurmountable, right? Apologies, the woman replied coldly. I have already accepted their offerings and cannot retract my decision. In business, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Very well, Chu Ci conceded, realizing that persuading someone in just a few words was unrealistic. After all, whether there were 2 or 3 opponents, it would merely differentiate between challenging and difficult scenarios. They had yet to reach the nightmare level. Dongfang Han, meanwhile, was concerned about Chu Ci's persuasive skills. What if he genuinely swayed the woman? That would indeed be a loss. Enough of this chatter. Let us engage, he declared. Dongfang Han was the first to strike, issuing a powerful shout as he unleashed a flurry of silver needles towards Chu Ci. Simultaneously, Hong Yuan and the woman launched their assault, the three-pronged attack converging with the might of peak-level 9th-tier soul masters. Even against a great soul master, they were confident in their ability to subdue their opponent. With a cold laugh, Chu Ci executed the wind-chasing technique. Following his previous breakthrough, his speed had ascended to new heights. Coupled with the formidable soul power of a pinnacle level 7 soul master, Chu Ci's velocity became nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye, merging seamlessly with the howling winds that surged past. The name of this soul skill, wind chasing, indeed resonated harmoniously with its essence. The direction chosen by Chu Ci to evade and retreat was precisely that of the woman in white, distinctly different from the two adversaries. The woman in white seemed to attack as if fulfilling a task, which unexpectedly provided Chu Ci with a momentary opportunity to escape. The failure of this strike left a palpable fury etched on Dongfang Han's face. That damned lad, how could he move so swiftly? His speed rivaled that of a grand soul master. He must possess some extraordinary treasure unknown to them. Hong Yuan, unfazed by the surge of anger clouding his judgment, turned his gaze toward the woman in white and coldly remarked, "Are you intentionally holding back?" The woman displayed no trace of guilt, her demeanor as calm as a still pond, her voice even colder than Hong Yuan's. "Hold back? Do I know him well enough to let him off? The spiritual treasures you provided are merely to assist me. I will, of course, strike with the force I typically employ in the arena." Her tranquil assertion of facts carried an air of innate derision. "I presumed that your combined prowess as peak 9th level soul masters would suffice to deal with a mere novice. Yet here you are, utterly ineffectual." "You." Dongfang Han, filled with rage, was about to retort when Hong Yuan intervened. What is the point of arguing with her? Chu Ci is trapped within this formation. Where could he possibly escape to? Indeed, while the woman in white had not exerted her full strength, she had not notably held back either. Dongfang Han could only suppress his dissatisfaction and continued his assault on Chu Ci. Prepare to perish. The three once again charged towards Chu Ci. Chu Ci's agility was exceptional. He deftly dodged their attacks while seizing every opportunity to counterstrike. At last, there was an opening. 3,000 weak waters. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move. As this technique was invoked, countless strands of rain materialized from thin air, surging toward the three attackers. As a group assault skill, this move far surpassed the singular dragon flame blade. The torrential rain was inescapable. Any that fell victim would sustain a shallow wound. Although the three were formidable, they were not infallible, and the rain left fine cuts upon their bodies, as if merely breaking the skin. Dongfang Han seethed with anger as Chu Ci once again inflicted harm upon him, yet he could not resist the urge to mock. Such feeble swordplay, Chu Ci. Do you intend to use it to slay chickens at a tavern? Chu Ci curled his lips, a fool. You. In a fit of rage. Dongfang Han intended to utter more, but his body suddenly stiffened as a surge of piercing sword energy began to clash violently within him, attacking his body as if it were a living entity, infused with Chu Ci's soul power. The strands of rain transformed into sword intent, unrelenting and formidable. The woman in white and Hong Yuan had already sensed the anomaly, swiftly retreating 100 paces, channeling their internal soul power to combat the tumultuous sword intent wreaking havoc within them. As peak soul masters, they were acutely aware that the longer this sword intent lingered within their bodies, the more detrimental it would be. Had Chu Ci merely been at the soul warrior stage, the faint sword intent he emitted would have been manageable. However, within the confines of the mysterious tower, Chu Ci had significantly enhanced his strength, nearly on par with their own as high-ranking soul masters, making him a formidable adversary. They had not anticipated that Chu Ci possessed such a lethal technique. After all, their prior understanding indicated that he had not wielded such a skill before. Could it be that he had cultivated it within the tower? In merely over 2 months, this young man had mastered a new sword technique to such an extraordinary degree, successfully contending against the 3 of them, peak 9th-level soul masters. Chu Ci was not to be underestimated. If not dealt with promptly, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ci would not stand idly by, waiting for them to expel the sword intent. In that brief moment of their paralysis, he once again raised the wooden sword in his hand and struck toward Dongfang Han, who was closest to him. Dongfang Han was utterly unprepared. The wooden sword, which he had always regarded with disdain, now appeared as if it were the scythe of death itself. He could no longer afford to disregard the sword intent rampaging within him, swiftly channeling his soul power to form a protective shield around his vital areas. Chu Ci disregarded the other 2, solely fixated on eliminating Dongfang Han. In a scenario where one faces multiple adversaries, the most prudent strategy is to perceive the conflict as a series of one-on-one encounters. Each adversary subdued alleviates the burden of the battle. At this moment, Dongfang Han found himself in a dire predicament. It was not that he was incapable of contending with Chu Ci, but the sword intent swirling within him was tumultuous, and a moment's distraction could spell his demise, especially under the relentless provocation he was facing. In no time, Chu Ci unleashed a blade of light that cleaved into Dongfang Han's chest, sending him hurtling through the air, propelled by the overwhelming force of the sword aura. As he lay on the ground, unconscious and at the brink of death, blood rapidly soaked through his garments at the chest. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan and the woman in white exchanged a glance, their eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. The woman was astounded by Chu Ci's formidable prowess. To face 3 opponents and emerge unscathed while inflicting grave injury upon one was beyond her expectations. Had she known, she would have never accepted this assignment. Chapter 52. Breaking the formation. Hong Yuan had anticipated that Dongfang Han would endure a little longer, allowing him to expel the chaotic sword intent within before joining the fray. However, in mere moments, Chu Ci had turned the tide, overpowering a peak 9th-level soul master. The 3 of them were of the same rank within the Mystic Tower, and logically, 3 peak 9th-level soul masters should easily triumph over a single peak 7th-level soul master. Yet, the outcome revealed 2 injuries on their side and 1 life hanging by a thread. The only explanation for this was that despite Chu Ci's inferior cultivation, his combat experience, soul techniques, and sword intent far surpassed that of the 3 of them. But how could this be possible? The individual known as Chu Ci is merely a novice who has recently entered the inner circle. Even within the confines of the Zuant Tower, where his strength has been significantly augmented, he has forcibly elevated his abilities to a level that is somewhat comparable to theirs. However, how could a practitioner who has never encountered the Soul Master stage swiftly master the intricacies of such power within a mere span of 2 months? Moreover, not only has he grasped this power with remarkable speed, but his combat prowess surpasses that of these legitimate, high-ranking soul masters. This revelation utterly subverts Hong Yuan Yi's understanding. It is worth noting that the 3 of them are distinguished figures within the inner circle, and in the western frontier, they are regarded as prodigies in their own right. How did this fellow, Chu Ci, manage to achieve such feats? Even Hong Yuan, who has always considered himself a genius, could not help but question whether Chu Ci truly embodies the extraordinary talent that others speak of. Mastery of cultivation seems as effortless as breathing. Otherwise, It simply does not make sense. A harsh cough jolted Hong Yuani back to reality, and the three standing figures turned their gaze towards Dongfang Han, who was on the ground. Clutching his chest, Dongfang Han rose, swiftly consuming 2 medicinal pills. His wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and his soul power surged with astonishing speed. Within mere moments, the pallor on his face dissipated, and he glared menacingly at Chu Ci, declaring fiercely, "Chu Ci, today, it is either you or us who shall perish." What initially was a mere disagreement over a friend's opportunity had escalated into a life-and-death struggle between Dongfang Han and Chu Ci. Chu Ci, you can only flaunt your arrogance for so long. Do you truly believe this formation merely serves to confine you? Dongfang Han laughed heartily. This array harnesses the combined strength of the three of us to vanquish you. If one cannot contend, then 3 together will multiply our strength. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. With that, Dongfang Han turned to Hong Yuani and the others. Let your heart's blood fall upon the position where you previously stood. Together, we shall eliminate Chu Ci. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hong Yuani's face, but he quickly made up his mind. Drawing a drop of blood from his fingertip and casting it into the designated position where he had once stood, the white-clad woman wore a troubled expression. How had she found herself entangled in such a predicament? Had she known she would face such a formidable opponent, she would never have agreed to Dongfang Han's proposal. These individuals were all more deranged than the last. Observing her prolonged inaction, Hong Yuani's expression grew cold. Ling Feifei, you were not so hesitant when it came to seizing the spiritual treasure. We chose to collaborate with you based on your good reputation, and now is not the time for regrets. Even if you were to return the treasure now, we would not accept it. You must understand. You have already offended Chu Ci, and if you provoke us further, do you think we will be so accommodating? Ling Feifei cast a cold glance at Hong Yuani. Remaining silent, gritting her teeth, she too drew blood from her fingertip and allowed it to drip into the array. As 3 drops of blood fell, the formation erupted in a brilliant red glow, significantly enhancing their power. Although this increased strength was not entirely pure, there are times when sheer quantity can overwhelm quality. Ha! Feeling the surge of soul power within him, Dongfang Han laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with a frenzied intent to kill as he looked at Chu Ci. Chu Ci, prepare to meet your end. The Eastern cold soul power materialized, emanating a radiant red light as an endless barrage of darts shot towards Chu Ci. Meanwhile, the vast soul power within Hong Yuan surged forth like a colossal tidal wave, relentlessly targeting Chu Ci. In stark contrast, Ling Feifei's offensive seemed rather tepid. Although her fan-like weapon also advanced towards Chu Ci, the force behind it was evidently less ferocious than that of the other two, resembling more of a mere task than a true assault. Both Hong Yuan and Eastern Cold were aware of Ling Feifei's discontent, yet they paid it little heed, for today, Chu Ci was destined to perish within this mysterious tower, rendering Ling Feifei's opportunistic maneuvers inconsequential. With a grave expression, Chu Ci sensed the overwhelming soul power surging towards him from all directions, leaving no room for escape. He had no choice but to once again invoke the weak water of the 3000, unleashing a torrent of rain-like energy towards the 3 assailants. Unfortunately, despite breaking through a portion of their onslaught, the remaining soul power continued to assault him relentlessly. A dart hurtled towards his shoulder, and with no means of evasion, Chu Ci instinctively transformed his body into water. The dart pierced through his shoulder, yet it merely dispersed a fraction of the water, allowing that part of his shoulder to heal once more, leaving not a trace of injury upon him. However, Chu Ci's current cultivation level was still too inadequate to fully harness the might of the weak water of the 3000, and his control over it was insufficient. Had he possessed greater mastery, he would have been able to counter the trio's attacks with far more finesse. Dongfang Han observed as Chu Ci's shoulder turned to water and then restored itself. Although he was unaware of the nature of this technique, he remained unfazed. If Chu Ci could truly transform his entire being into water, he would have fled long ago and would not be standing here, passively enduring the blows. In an extraordinary display of his soul power, Chu Ci skillfully evaded the omnipresent assaults, seemingly devoid of any means to retaliate. Not a trace of his soul energy ever escaping him. Dongfang Han could not suppress his triumphant laughter. Flee as you may, when your soul energy is utterly depleted, I wonder where you shall escape to. You may evade a single strike, but can you elude the myriad of attacks that follow? The amplified soul power of the 3 was beyond Chu Ci's capacity to withstand. Dongfang Han reveled in his elation, for he was acutely aware that this time, Chu Ci was doomed. Found it. As Chu Ci's eyes gleamed with determination, it became evident that his evasion was not devoid of countermeasures. Rather, he was diligently seeking the means to unravel the formation. Now, having discovered the method, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the soul force that surged menacingly behind him. Channeling the pure essence of soul energy within him into the wooden sword he wielded, Chu Ci unleashed a formidable sword intent that soared to 7/10 of its potential, directing a luminous strike towards the heart of the formation. With a resounding crack, the array beneath him shattered as if pierced by a colossal sword, fracturing like a jade plate, and subsequently dissolving into ethereal mist, dissipating into the vastness of the world. Simultaneously, the rushing soul force collided forcefully against Chu Ci's back. With a stumble, Chu Ci suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, using his wooden sword for support to prevent himself from collapsing. The faces of the three individuals, caught off guard by the backlash of the formation, changed dramatically as they too coughed up blood from their hearts. The power-enhancing formation was not something to be trifled with. Its capabilities were not meant for casual use. If everyone were able to wield it freely, it would lead to ambushes with lethal precision, allowing anyone to eliminate their foes at will. The backlash of this formation was immensely potent, and after exiting the Mystic Tower, they would require at least 3 months of recuperation to recover fully. Damned be the losses. Ling Feifei cast a stoic glance at Dongfang Han and Hong Yuani. The formation had been shattered, their collaboration at an end. With that, she promptly vanished from the scene, eager to distance herself from any conflict with Chu Ci. Although he remained merely a fledgling soul master outside the Mystic Tower, his enigmatic soul techniques and abilities foretold that he would inevitably rise to prominence in the future. After Chu Ci regained his composure, he took note of Ling Feifei's departure. However, considering that the other party had not shown any intent to harm during the previous encounter within the formation, Chu Ci chose not to intervene. Chapter 53. The Flower of the Sword. With a swift motion, Chu Ci consumed 2 elixirs, which not only rapidly mended his physical injuries but also rejuvenated his depleting soul energy. As an esteemed alchemist, it is hardly surprising that Chu Ci had brought along several vials of potions. Now fully restored, he was unshackled from the constraints of the formation and found himself dominating both Hong Yuan Yi and Dongfang Han. The expressions of Hong Yuan Yi and Dongfang Han grew increasingly strained. Having resorted to the humiliating tactic of 3 against 1, they had yet to secure victory. Now, being outmatched and overwhelmed, the thought of this news spreading was unbearable for them. Chu Ci, show some mercy. Within the Mystic Tower, you may possess the prowess of a 7th-level soul master, but outside, you remain merely a soul warrior. Are you not afraid of retribution from the Hong family? Hong Yuani exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. With a cold scoff, Chu Ci remarked, having already offended so many families. I am indifferent to the addition of the Hong family. When they sought to take my life, they showed no mercy, yet now they speak of sparing others. How audacious of them! And what significance does the Hong family hold, anyway? In the realm of Chu Ci, one has seldom concerned themselves with familial matters. One's own prowess suffices, rendering the concept of family merely ornamental. Ah, Brother Chu? A voice of astonishment echoed through the air. From afar, Morong Hao rushed forward, his eyes alighting upon the scene. What transpired here? Seizing the opportunity presented by Morong Hao's arrival, Chu Ci's attention momentarily diverted. Dongfang Han and Hong Yuan exchanged a knowing glance. In the next instant, they swiftly seized this rare chance, fleeing in opposite directions with remarkable speed. They recognized that, within the confines of the Xian Tower, their strength was insufficient to vanquish Chu Ci. However, once outside, they anticipated a more favorable outcome. Both were peak 9th-level soul masters, and within the blink of an eye, they had already covered several dozen meters. Yet, Chu Ci's response was remarkably swift. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the weak water of 3,000. Thousands of slender threads of water shot forth towards the two. Hong Yuan, possessing a bit more strength, managed to resist and escape quickly, while Dongfang Han faltered slightly, impeded by the torrent of weak water. In that fleeting moment, Chu Ci seized the opportunity. Brandishing his wooden sword, a flash of sword intent surged forth. A soft hiss echoed through the air. Dongfang Han's left hand was severed at the wrist. He emitted a pained grunt, yet dared not pause to retrieve his severed limb, his form flickering as he fled with utmost haste. Witnessing this scene, Morong Hao, drawing near, found himself momentarily at a loss, his fan rendered still. How long had it been since their last encounter? It was simply astounding. The transformation of Chu Ci is nothing short of remarkable. He relentlessly pursued two individuals, and the renowned Hong Yuanyi and Dongfang Han from the inner sect found themselves fleeing like dogs. Although he failed to take the lives of Dongfang Han and his companion, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within Chu Ci. However, he refrained from directing his frustration towards Murong Hao, the one who had distracted him. "Brother Murong," Chu Ci said, withdrawing his soul power, maintaining an air of calm as he faced Murong Hao. "It is indeed a pleasure to meet you again." Murong Hao regarded Chu Ci with an expression of astonishment. "Indeed, we meet again, Brother Chu. Your remarkable progress in just over 2 months has truly impressed me." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Chu Ci regarded his recent experiences and breakthroughs within the Xian Tower as inconsequential. Murong Hao nodded in acknowledgement, though he remained silent, inwardly marveling at Chu Ci's rare disposition, one he had seldom encountered in others. In just over 2 months, Chu Ci had managed to subdue 2 pinnacle-level soul masters of the 9th rank. Was that not commendable? "Chu Ci, might you share with me the current extent of your sword intent?" "I'm most curious," he inquired. 7 points, replied Chu Ci. Having sensed that Murong Hao harbored no ill will, he felt comfortable divulging the truth. There was nothing to conceal, after all. 7 points? 7 points of sword intent. Murong Hao nearly dropped the fan he held in astonishment. He had anticipated a score of 5, perhaps 6 at most, yet here was Chu Ci with an impressive 7. It is well understood that as one progresses in cultivating sword intent, the journey becomes increasingly arduous. Murong Hao himself had toiled for an extended period within the inner sect, traversing perilous realms, and it was only through relentless training that he had attained 7 points of sword intent. The fact that Chu Ci, a newcomer to the inner sect, had reached the same level suggested a prodigious talent for comprehending sword intent. Sighing theatrically, Murong Hao feigned a look of concern. "Ah, Chu Ci. Now I understand why you are labeled as a master of inciting envy. With your extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, it is no wonder you elicit resentment. This is merely due to the enhancement of my abilities granted by the Xian Tower, allowing me to contend with Dongfang Han and the others," Chu Ci humbly replied. "Such modesty. Even if the Xian Tower can forcibly elevate your strength, mastering such formidable power in merely 2 months is remarkable. Indeed, it is a rare feat to stand against 2 foes simultaneously." Murong Hao, unaware of the hurried departure of Ling Feifei, assumed that Chu Ci had fought alone against 2 pinnacle-level soul masters. Suddenly snapping his fan shut, Murong Hao exclaimed, "My friend, I have delightful news to share. Would you care to hear it?" "Pray, do tell," replied Chu Ci. Within the Xian Tower, there exist several uniquely enchanting illusory realms, each concealing great opportunities. One such realm lies not far from our own. Within it resides a remarkably unique peak, the very place of opportunity, where one can acquire the exceedingly rare sword flower. The sword flower. Chu Ci's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the mention of the sword blossom. Although the name may seem unremarkable, it holds paramount significance for those who cultivate swordsmanship. This extraordinary entity possesses the remarkable ability to elevate one's sword intent. Throughout history, mastering sword intent has relied heavily on personal comprehension and rigorous training. However, the sword blossom can directly enhance the level of sword intent. Within it lies blossoms that have matured over a century, while those that have grown for merely a few or several years may seem trivial to us. The Mystic Tower is far from stingy. In this ethereal realm, the age of the sword blossoms undoubtedly spans centuries. It is said that a certain senior sister once acquired a sword blossom that was over 670 years old. After consuming it, she attained a complete sword intent and directly became a disciple of the inner circle, experiencing a profound turning point in her life. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Once sword intent reaches the 7th level, further advancement becomes increasingly arduous. The journey from 7 to 8, from 8 to 9, and finally to a complete sword intent is fraught with challenges at each stage. For over a month, Chu Ci has been stuck at the 7th level of the sword intent. Although with his prowess, he would eventually advance given some time. The immense opportunity before him was too significant to ignore. Wouldn't it be a disservice to himself to let it slip away? Are you intrigued? Murong Hao tempted him, asserting that with his strength combined with mine, we stand a considerable chance of competing for the sword blossom. Should we succeed, the spoils would be split evenly between us. What do you say? Despite the enticing offer, Chu Ci did not immediately acquiesce. Brother Morong, I am curious as to why you do not pursue this alone. Why involve me and dilute the spoils? You are quite the skeptic, Morong Hao replied, understanding that in this world, particularly for someone like Chu Ci who operates solo, a lack of caution would be foolish. Thus, he took the time to explain his rationale. Chapter 54. The conflict. The realm harboring the sword blossom was no ordinary illusionary world. It was vastly superior to the previous minor worlds. With my current abilities, I would hardly be a match within that domain. However, with an ally like you, our combined strength would at least double, making the acquisition of several sword blossoms a feasible endeavor. While I could wait to bolster my power and then enter the Mystic Tower to seek the sword blossom, the prospect of rapidly enhancing my strength now is far too tempting to postpone. Moreover, with less than 20 days until the deadline, further delay is not an option. Sometimes, opportunities lost are truly lost. The sooner we elevate our capabilities, the more chances we will seize in the future. Is that not so? His words resonated deeply with Chu Ci. Indeed, gaining strength sooner rather than later is always advantageous. To postpone improvement in hopes of future opportunities would only lead to an increase in missed chances. Very well, let us proceed. That's the spirit. Morong Hao observed that Chu Ci was not one to hesitate in action. Thus, we must not tarry. Let us make haste to the illusionary world of the sword blossom. The reason I chose to collaborate with you is that I possess a rare treasure that allows us to teleport directly to that domain, saving us considerable time. Morong Hao retrieved a jade disc from his storage space. This jade disc was acquired within the Mystic Tower. It enables free transport to any minor world. Now, without further ado, we shall venture forth to that illusionary world. Time is of the essence, and with this jade disc, we can secure a significant advantage. Had they relied solely on their naive diligence, laboriously searching for arrays, one small world at a time, they would have missed their opportunity entirely. While the treasured blooms of the sword would have long been plucked by others, Morong Hao cast the jade plate in his hand to the ground. Upon impact, it expanded dramatically, transforming into a substantial array of exquisite texture. Grasping Chu Ci, he ascended into the air, channeling his soul power into the jade plate. In an instant, the plate emitted a brilliant light that enveloped them, causing their figures to vanish from their original position. The next moment, they found themselves amidst a colossal mountain range, and the jade plate beneath their feet shattered into oblivion. Morong Hao cast a reluctant glance at the dissipating jade plate, lamenting the loss of such a rare treasure. Though it was a consumable item, parting with it was indeed a sorrowful affair. In the midst of this mountain range, Chu Ci stood, gazing into the distance where the undulating peaks resembled a dragon's spine embedded within the earth, evoking a profound sense of humanity's insignificance against the vastness of nature. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent surged towards the two, prompting Chu Ci to instinctively evade. As he turned to identify the source of the ambush, he discovered it had emerged seemingly from thin air within the mountains. Morong Hao patted Chu Ci on the shoulder, advising him to grow accustomed to it. This mountain range was inherently perilous. It was the very essence of this illusory world that allowed the flourishing of the sword flowers, nurtured by the sword intents of many formidable predecessors. One could easily become injured if not cautious. Legend has it that this mountain was once the final resting place of a powerful dragon clan elder, drawing numerous cultivators to witness the soul power embedded within the dragon's bone. Among them, the Qian sword sect was renowned for its sword cultivators, and over time, this place transformed into a battleground for many sword masters to exchange techniques. As time passed, it became increasingly difficult to penetrate its depths, relegating us to a wait at the periphery. Yet, how could one obtain the sword flowers from this outer realm? Morong Hao waved his folding fan, indicating that this was not something Chu Ci comprehended. The sword flowers thrived only in this abundant realm of sword intent. Unlike spiritual herbs or flowers, they were treasures birthed from sword intent, capable of moving at will. Given the multitude of sword flowers in this mountain range, they would occasionally emerge to sense the sword intent, presenting an opportune moment for us to seize them. Success hinged upon quick reflexes and sharp eyes. Thus, I insisted we arrive early to secure a favorable position, hoping for a stroke of luck to gather some before others arrived. Morong Hao's strategy was commendable, yet their luck was evidently lacking, for they had yet to encounter any sword flowers. Just then, they noticed several figures approaching. Morong Hao's expression soured. No sooner had he spoken than others arrived, a stinging blow to his confidence. To make matters worse, this small world was now bustling with four newcomers, who expressed surprise upon seeing Murong Hao and Chu Ci. Murong Hao, you arrived rather swiftly, one remarked. Murong Hao's countenance darkened. We are equally matched in our haste. None can claim superiority over the other. Have you not also rushed here in such a short span? Unlike the illustrious young master Murong, we merely utilized a teleportation scroll. How could you have arrived so quickly? Surely, you must have employed your long-preserved jade plate? Murong Hao's expression remained grim. And what of it? Utilizing the jade plate merely affords a slight advantage, perhaps by the duration of an incense stick. Besides, teleportation scrolls are equally precious. They are one-time consumable artifacts. And none among us can claim superiority. During their quarrel, Chu Ci cast a glance toward the four individuals who had arrived. These four did not belong to the same faction. Among them, the most formidable was Bai Rumo, who stood alone, his slender form seemingly fragile. Yet, despite his delicate appearance, he possessed the highest strength among the 12 participants in this Xian Tower trial. No one dared to underestimate him due to his seemingly frail exterior. Bai Rumo refrained from engaging in the verbal altercation, instead maintaining a cool demeanor as he stood apart, quietly awaiting the emergence of the sword blossom. Noticing Chu Ci's discerning gaze, he finally cast a faint glance in that direction. Chu Ci had not anticipated that Bai Rumo's perception would be so keen. As soon as he cast his gaze upon the other, he was immediately detected. Upon meeting Bai Rumo's gaze, Chu Ci felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly averted his eyes. Ah, young Master Murong seems to be preparing for charity, coming here to vie for the sword flower, yet accompanied by a mere level 4 soul master. Has young Master Murong perhaps taken the wrong medicine today and decided against contending for the sword flower? Initially unwilling to engage in conflict, Chu Ci would not allow himself to be humiliated by others. He cast a nonchalant glance at the blue-haired youth with a buzz cut and coolly remarked, "What business is it of yours? I found the scenery of these mountains quite picturesque, but your incessant quacking is rather off-putting. Is it that no one wanted to hear you at home, so you've come here to unleash your desire to chatter? You insolent brat. A level 4 soul master dares to be so audacious." The blue-haired youth suddenly swung his hand, unleashing a torrent of soul power that surged towards Chu Ci like a raging tide. An ant should know its place. When a person speaks, a dog should refrain from barking. After delivering his strike, the blue-haired youth did not even spare a glance at Chu Ci. In his view, under such overwhelming force, a soul master of Chu Ci's caliber would surely meet a grim fate. Turning his gaze towards Murong Hao, the blue-haired youth arrogantly declared, "I've taken care of your burden. Now, let us resume our discussion." Murong Hao shook his head speechlessly, regarding the blue-haired youth with the look one might reserve for a fool. With a sarcastic tone, he retorted, "Burden? Perhaps you should get your eyesight checked." As soon as Murong Hao's words left his lips, a flash of sword light appeared. Chapter 55. Zhang Yi. As the sword light emerged, the dust that had been stirred up by the blue-haired youth's attack was instantly divided into two distinct halves, as if sliced by an invisible colossal sword. An ethereal sword intent shot forth from Chu Ci's direction towards the blue-haired youth, its formidable essence causing even him to shudder. Instinctively, the blue-haired youth raised his hand to summon a robust wave of soul power for defense. He unleashed 3 palm strikes, each composed of pure soul energy, to counter the sword light. After 3 exchanges, he barely managed to fend off this casual yet lethal strike from Chu Ci. The blue-haired youth was left in shock, retreating backward as he summoned his weapon, bracing himself for Chu Ci's next move. Chu Ci refrained from launching another attack. Instead, he sheathed his wooden sword and spoke in a calm voice. "Let us converse. Would you kindly refrain from interjecting, you fool? You dare to mock without even assessing the abilities of others. I am genuinely curious how you have managed to survive this long." The blue-haired youth with a crew cut instinctively clenched his fists. Frankly, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Typically, individuals of this soul master caliber who enter the Xian Tower either meet their demise or are supported as burdens. Even though the tower can forcibly elevate a soul master to a higher tier, few can swiftly master the peak powers of an advanced soul master. At least, no one had accomplished such a feat before Chu Ci. It was precisely for this reason that the blue-haired youth held Chu Ci in such contempt. Yet, he never imagined that the impossible could occur. Who would have thought that Chu Ci possessed such capabilities? It was utterly astonishing. "You little brat. You possess merely a modicum of strength. I do not know what fortuitous encounter you experienced within this tower, But once you step outside, you remain a mere soul master. A single blow from others could obliterate you. Therefore, it would be wise to temper your arrogance. Why should I care about your opinion? I relish my arrogance. If it leads to my downfall, that is my concern, not yours. I am not beholden to you for my fate. You should focus on your own affairs. Chu Ci was unreserved in his verbal jabs. You, the blue-haired youth, repeatedly subjected to such verbal insults, felt a surge of anger and contemplated stepping forward to retaliate, but was promptly restrained by his companion. This matter is of great importance. We did not come here to bicker with him. Let us discuss this outside the Xian Tower. The blue-haired youth shot a fierce glare at Chu Ci, remembering that their purpose was to seek the sword flower, and could not afford to let this trivial matter derail their mission. He resolved that once they exited the tower, he would ensure that Chu Ci would find no respite, no escape. Morong Hao struggled to suppress his laughter, beginning to comprehend why Chu Ci had garnered so much animosity. His tongue was a veritable weapon of disdain, inflicting wounds with every word. Ahem, considering we are all fellow disciples, Chu Ci, allow me to introduce you. This individual you are quarreling with is Zhang Yi, ranked 13th among the inner disciples, and quite formidable indeed. As for the solitary figure over there, Bai Rumo requires no introduction. He is the strongest among those entering the Xian Tower this time, ranked 7th on the inner soul power leaderboard. Do not be deceived by his seemingly frail appearance. He possesses immense strength. It is wise to avoid provoking him. Once, a fool thought to take advantage of his frailty, only to find himself unaware of his own demise. The silver-haired man accompanying Zhang Yi, whose demeanor appeared aloof and unapproachable, was named Zhao Qianyuan, ranked 10th within the inner disciples. And he was indeed the most formidable in their small group. The individual standing adjacent, slightly shorter, is named sun.The, and within the inner circle, he ranks among the lesser members. Morong Hao provided a brief introduction of the 4 individuals across from them to Chu Ci, who nodded in acknowledgement, yet did not take their identities to heart. After all, they were merely inconsequential figures. Their paths diverged, and their demeanor suggested a palpable animosity, indicating that camaraderie was unlikely. In a hushed tone, Morong Hao remarked, "In truth, the gravest threat to us is Bai Rumo, whose prowess surpasses our own. The others pose little concern. United, we can certainly contend with them, but Bai Rumo remains the paramount danger. However, there is no need for rash action. Let us first assess their disposition." Ah, and Zhao Qianyuan is also formidable, ranked 10th on the soul power leaderboard, possessing substantial strength and deep reserves of soul power. While we can manage him, we must not underestimate him. Understood. The others observed Morong Hao and Chu Ci in their covert strategy discussion, easily discerning that they were forming an alliance. Zhang Yi, who had previously clashed with Chu Ci, spoke up once more. "Chu Ci, are you truly at ease collaborating with a sly fox like Morong Hao? Although I am unaware of how you manage to wield the power of high-ranking soul masters here, once outside the Mystic Tower, you remain merely a soul scholar. Should he choose to renege, reclaiming the benefits he has bestowed upon you, you would find yourself powerless. Chu Ci, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Since we are collaborating, we ought to trust one another. Of course, it is possible that you have never experienced such complete trust in another person, and I can empathize with that." After saying this, Chu Ci deliberately cast a glance at Zhang Yi, one that resembled that of a pitiful creature, inciting a burning fury within him. Zhang Yi let out a few cold laughs and replied, "Very well, I shall observe the outcome you will face." With a shared glance, Chu Ci and Morong Hao chose not to engage in further verbal sparring. Their intentions were aligned, both seeking the elusive sword blossom, as it had yet to emerge. Neither would dare to clash, for such a folly would only serve to benefit others. The two displayed a remarkable understanding, redirecting their steps towards the towering mountains in the distance. This vast range was suffused with sword intent, allowing them to maintain a safe distance from others and thereby avert unnecessary conflicts. However, given their current levels of cultivation, it was clear that venturing deep into the mountains was beyond their reach. They could only linger at the periphery, careful not to stray too far, ensuring they remained within a tolerable proximity. Both Chu Ci and the other individual deliberately averted their gazes. If the others possessed even a modicum of discernment, they would have dispersed into different directions, ensuring that none would disturb the others. However, Zhang Yi and his companions seemed oblivious to this notion, inexplicably following the same trajectory as Chu Ci, with a mere 20 meters separating them laterally. Even Bai Rumo was similarly aligned, Astonishingly, all three groups advanced towards a singular direction. In the midst of their endeavors, Chu Ci and Murong Hao paid little heed to others, for their entire focus had been devoted to evading the onslaught of sword intent and resisting the overwhelming pressure. As they drew nearer to the mountain range, the oppressive force intensified, and the number of sword lights and intentions emerging from the mountain steadily increased. When they were still 5,000 meters away from the mountain's edge, both Chu Ci and Murong Hao navigated the challenges with relative ease. However, as the distance diminished to 4,500 meters, then 4,000 meters, and eventually under 4,000 meters, they began to feel a palpable weight upon them, not solely due to the barrage of sword intent, but more so because the proximity to the mountains brought forth an even greater oppressive force. A thin sheen of sweat had already formed on Murong Hao's brow. The Chu Ci has fared somewhat better, owing to its refinement within the mystical dragon space and the cultivation of the azure jade body tempering art, which has endowed its physical form with strength surpassing even that of Murong Hao, a 9th-level soul master, by a narrow margin. Furthermore, his willpower is significantly more formidable than that of his peers, and during this period, he has intermittently practiced the ethereal techniques of Long Jiu Shao, which have further solidified his soul, rendering him the most untroubled amidst the oppressive atmosphere. Regrettably, within the confines of this mysterious tower, he is unable to harness external forces. Even the Luyun sword remains out of reach, leaving him with only a wooden sword, and thus, he cannot summon Xiaohe. Were it not for this restriction, Chu Ci could have soared above the mountains with Xiaohe to behold the panoramic view. Enough, we cannot proceed any further. Murong Hao genuinely wished to persist, yet he found himself at his limit. Let us wait here. Agreed, Chu Ci nodded in response. Chapter 56. Mutual yielding. The two halted, disregarding the others. However, the abilities of their companions closely mirrored that of Murong Hao, each having attained the 9th-level Soul Master realm. Notably, apart from Bairumo, the strength of Zhang Yi and others fell slightly short of Murong Hao's. Feeling the strain himself, it was no surprise that the others could not continue either. One by one, they paused. Even the most powerful among them, Bairumo, came to a halt nearby. This illusory microcosm is marked by the peculiar mountain range ahead, which not only emanates a formidable pressure, but also intermittently releases sword light and intent in assault. Such pressure is beneficial for the tempering of both the body and soul of soul practitioners. The group had invested considerable effort to arrive here, and it was inconceivable for them to idly await the fall of the sword bloom. Present were the elite and prodigies of their generation, evading the sporadic sword light and intent while withstanding the overwhelming pressure. They began to channel their soul energy for cultivation. Although training in this region proved more arduous and painful than usual, the benefits were remarkably evident. They cultivated for half an hour. Suddenly, a clear sound akin to the clash of swords echoed in their ears, prompting everyone to adopt a defensive stance, not against external dangers, but against the potential greed of their peers. Indeed, the sound of clashing sword intent heralded the arrival of the sword bloom. As anticipated, in the next moment, a flower, seemingly crafted from a pale golden metal, soared towards them. Though it resembled a plant, it bore no roots or stems. Each petal resembled a curved short sword, as if 5 or 6 short swords were bent to form the shape of a flower, with the central stamen radiating a distinct sword intent. Moreover, judging by the pale golden hue and the brilliance of the central stamen, this sword bloom must have been in formation for at least 50 years. Only those over 50 years old can be golden. Between 20-50, most are silver, and those under 20 years old are grayish-white. With a glimmer in his eyes, Chu Ci let out a low exclamation and was the first to strike, prompting the others to act swiftly as well, joining the fray with fervor. At that moment, apart from Chu Ci, the remaining 6 individuals within the mysterious tower all possessed the formidable prowess of peak 9th-level soul masters. As they launched their collective assault, the other sword intents instinctively retreated from this space, while the surging and vast soul power unleashed waves that reverberated into the distance. Logically, Chu Ci's wind-chasing technique, as elusive as a shadow, should have granted him the swiftest speed. However, he found himself a step out of alignment, failing to seize the sword blossom at the earliest opportunity. He understood well that amidst so many equally matched individuals, the first to touch the sword blossom did not necessarily guarantee possession of it. Indeed, the first to grasp the sword blossom was Zhao Qianyuan, ranked 10th on the intersect soul power list. With his flowing black hair, A flicker of uncontainable delight shone in his eyes, clearly convinced that the sword blossom was already within his grasp. Yet, he was unprepared for a surprise attack from Zhang Yi, who was positioned nearby. Although Zhao Qianyuan was stronger than Zhang Yi, he was not easily caught off guard. He swiftly raised his right hand, striking out to dissipate Zhang Yi's incoming soul power into nothingness. However, this diversion caused him to miss the optimal moment to secure the sword blossom. As Chu Ci gazed upon the unfolding scene, he was taken aback. Were these two not part of the same small team? How could they possibly turn against each other? Such actions seemed utterly counterproductive. From the earlier observations of the four individuals, it was evident that Bairumo stood alone, while the remaining trio had formed a cohesive unit. Logically, Zhao Qianyuan and his companions, being 3 in number, could easily employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to restrain others and seize the sword blossom. Yet, Chu Ci, I never anticipated that these two would engage in internal strife first. Such folly. While Zhao Qianyuan and Zhang Yi were embroiled in combat, the remaining young man, named sun.The, darted swiftly towards the sword blossom, intent on claiming it for himself. However, Bairumo, who had been patiently awaiting the opportune moment, suddenly struck. Her right hand, adorned with white silk, surged forth like a serpent, animated by her soul power, deftly targeting the others in a bid to seize the sword blossom. Naturally, Morong Hao and Chu Ci would not remain passive spectators. They rushed forward to obstruct her. The sword blossom danced from one hand to another in the air, each fleeting moment akin to a spinning lantern, denying anyone the chance to secure it within their storage space before it was snatched away by another. Moreover, everyone was acutely aware that Bairumo was the strongest among them, prompting a collective wariness towards her. Under the vigilance and interference of the others, even Bairumo, formidable as she was, could not contend against them all single-handedly. Thus, the battlefield descended into chaos and tension, with no one able to claim the coveted sword blossom. Amidst the fierce contest for dominance, a new cacophony of clashing swords echoed through the air. Chu Ci's gaze sharpened, for he understood that yet another sword blossom was about to emerge. While others might have contemplated relinquishing the current prize in favor of the next, Chu Ci harbored no such thoughts. With a swift motion, he grasped his wooden sword, intent on a swift resolution to secure the first sword blossom before vying for the next, for such treasures were undeniably better in abundance. Seizing the moment while all were momentarily distracted by the impending arrival of the second sword blossom, Chu Ci unleashed his ultimate technique. His pure soul power conjured a torrential rain of sword intent, sending forth fine strands of energy towards all surrounding adversaries. At that instant, the might of this area of effect soul technique was laid bare. With a series of piercing sounds, Zhang Yi and the others fell victim to the onslaught. However, the participants displayed remarkable fortitude, enduring the searing pain of the sword intent coursing through their bodies in pursuit of the over 50-year-old sword blossom. What a clever lad! Such a sinister technique could indeed be devised. The verses of the Chu Ci curl the lips with venom. Is it truly malevolent that the sword intent of Laozi carries such lethal energy, attacking autonomously once it penetrates a wound? Perhaps it is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. In the midst of the unfolding scene, Chu Ci exchanged a knowing glance with Morong Hao. The latter, comprehending the unspoken cue, swiftly closed his jade fan, transforming it into a short white jade sword. The blade shimmered with a brilliant light, slicing through the air with a series of sharp sounds as it surged towards Zhang Yi and his companions. Seizing the opportunity while Morong Hao unleashed his formidable attack to repel Zhang Yi's group, Chu Ci activated his wind pursuit technique to its utmost potential. Darting past several individuals with the swiftness of a gentle breeze, he soared towards the blossoming sword of light, extending his right hand, which was suffused with soul power for protection, and deftly grasped the sword flower. Had he not fortified himself with a dense layer of soul energy for defense and instead merely reached out, his hands would have been grievously harmed by the sword intent that the flower inadvertently emitted. Curse it! The onlookers marveled at Chu Ci's astonishing speed. Yet there was little time for regret or argument. They had heard the resonant sound of swords clashing, signaling that another sword flower was imminent. They needed to rally their spirits and prepare to seize the next opportunity. Excellent. Morong Hao, representing their collective, felt a surge of joy. Having secured the very first sword flower was indeed a promising start, alleviating some of their earlier anxieties. It was clear that Chu Ci, possessing a high-level soul master capability, had the potential to elevate his prowess even further. Chu Ci, I increasingly anticipate your future growth. In response to the praise, Chu Ci remained humble and composed, extending the sword flower to Murong Hao. "Take this," he offered. Murong Hao waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You should keep it. Once we exit the Mystic Tower, we can divide it then." He harbored no fears that Chu Ci would covet the sword flower, for the Murong family was not to be trifled with. His choice to collaborate with Chu Ci stemmed from a belief in his character. Even if, hypothetically speaking, Chu Ci turned out to be a duplicitous individual, the Murong family would ensure he faced retribution 1,000-fold. Not at all. This is uniquely yours and not part of any division. The information that brought me to this illusory realm was provided by you, and the jade plate was also your contribution. Given your previous expression of discomfort, its value must be considerable. Let the sword flower serve as compensation for your jade plate. If we find more sword flowers together, then we can consider that a true division. Hearing Chu Ci's words, Murong Hao paused, gaining a newfound respect for him. Logically, in their partnership, Chu Ci was the one at a disadvantage, as Murong Hao had the backing of the illustrious Murong family, replete with countless spiritual treasures. Thus, it would only be reasonable for him to contribute some of his own treasures in their collaboration, and no one would find that objectionable. However, Chu Ci surprisingly perceived the pangs of heartache he felt at that moment, and was even willing to offer compensation. What a remarkable character this reveals. It demonstrates that Chu Ci truly regarded him as a partner during their collaboration, with no intention of exploiting the situation, even among friends or brothers. Faced with a treasure like the sword flower, which had been sought after for over 50 years, one might expect betrayal. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Ci generously bestowed upon him the very first sword flower he had obtained without a hint of remorse. Aren't you concerned that we may not acquire any more sword flowers later? After all, we are competing against 4 others, including the formidable Bairumo, who ranks 7th on the intersect soul power chart, along with Zhang Yi and others who have made quite a name for themselves within the intersect. Therefore, if we truly fail to seize more in the future, it would be entirely reasonable, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that mean Chu Ci has suffered a tremendous loss? Are you underestimating yourself, or perhaps me? Murong Hao was taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, I have decided that you are my brother. Absorb it. I shall guard it for you. Once the sword flower is in one's possession, if not absorbed promptly, the sword intent it harbors will gradually dissipate. Originally, Chu Ci had hoped to secure this one and see if he could seize another. However, it now appeared that the second one would have to be contested by others. Standing beside Murong Hao, Chu Ci provided protective support to prevent any reckless individuals from attempting to seize or disrupt the absorption process. However, the others were far from idle, fervently competing for the next sword flower. After a fierce contest, the second sword flower ultimately fell into the hands of Bairumo. During the scramble for the first sword flower, had it not been for Chu Ci's enigmatic and elusive movements, coupled with the full force attacks from others, Bairumo would not have suffered the loss of the initial bloom. Now, without the obstruction posed by Chu Ci and Murong Hao, the second flower was effortlessly secured by Bairumo. Bairumo established a barrier for himself, as he had always been a solitary figure and would not rely on others for protection. After setting up the barrier, he began the process of refining and absorbing the sword flower in his possession. The quality of the second flower was inferior to that of the one seized by Chu Ci, which had surpassed 60 years in age. Once absorbed by Murong Hao, his previously stagnant sword intent, which had been stuck at 7 points, experienced a notable enhancement. Upon reflection, Murong Hao was astonished to realize that his sword intent had now reached 7.5 points, leaving him merely a half point away from achieving 8 points. Unfortunately, for the remainder of the day, no further sword flowers appeared, a stroke of misfortune indeed. However, by the following evening, sword flowers began to emerge once again. Subsequently, nearly every 2 days, a sword flower would appear, whether it be 1 or 2 at a time. In the span of merely 11 days, Chu Ci and Murong Hao, steadfast in their positions, managed to procure 7 blossoms of the sword. Their achievements can be attributed to Murong Hao's formidable abilities and Chu Ci's remarkable speed. In terms of strength, they stood on par with others. However, many competing groups were merely superficial in their cohesion, often prone to internal discord. In stark contrast, the synergy between Murong Hao and Chu Ci was exceptionally harmonious. Furthermore, their prowess significantly surpassed that of others. While Bairumo exhibited considerable strength, he was a lone wolf, operating solo, which made it rather challenging for him to outmaneuver Murong Hao and Chu Ci. Additionally, Chu Ci's possession of various soul techniques endowed him with extraordinary swiftness, making speed a critical factor in seizing the sword blossoms within the mountainous terrain. In the realm of Chu Ci and Murong Hao, they mutually serve as guardians for one another, for both possess soul blossoms that have aged several decades. Consequently, there exists no discord or inequitable distribution between them. Their division is both fair and comfortable, with each taking turns in a harmonious exchange. After a period of absorbing the essence of the sword blossom, Chu Ci's sword intent has progressed to a mere 2/10 shy of an impressive 8/10, while Murong Hao has reached a pinnacle of 7/10, with only the final barrier remaining before achieving the 8/10 mark. In the absence of the sword blossom, all individuals have been resisting the oppressive pressure of sword intent while diligently cultivating. Practicing within these mountains greatly benefits both their overall soul power and their own spiritual essence. Thus, even without the sword blossom, they willingly endure the accompanying hardships. As the 12th day arrives, everyone remains engrossed in their training. Suddenly, the familiar sound of 100 swords clashing reverberates once more, albeit this time, the sound is notably more complex, interspersed with a more frenzied onslaught of sword intent. The crowd patiently awaits, and soon, 6 streams of light rush forth, each resembling petals forged from metal. Each sword blossom, upon inadvertently colliding with a tree trunk, leaves a profound scar upon the bark. Among these 6 streams, one particular sword blossom stands out with unparalleled brilliance. Its 6 petals shimmer as if crafted from pure gold, radiating an exquisite glow. The base of this blossom boasts a stem of finger-like proportions, not only vibrant in color compared to its counterparts, but also significantly larger in size. Upon its emergence, all eyes fixate upon this remarkable sword blossom, their gazes turning envious. No one anticipated the simultaneous appearance of 6 sword blossoms, particularly one of such age. This blossom must be at least 100 years old. Securing it would elevate me to the status of a true disciple in an instant. Not only Zhang-Yi and sun.The, but even Bai Rumo and Chu Ci find their eyes gleaming with desire as they behold the resplendent golden blossom. In the next moment, Chu Ci dashes forward, disregarding the notion of being the first to strike. Seizing the opportunity sooner would enhance his chances, although there are 6 sword blossoms to be claimed, equating to 1 for each individual. The value of a 100-year-old blossom far exceeds that of one aged 20 or 30 years. Naturally, the others will not permit Chu Ci to claim this premier sword blossom. They swiftly mobilize to impede his advance, igniting a chaotic brawl once again. Eliminate Chu Ci, a voice cries out, and astonishingly, with the exception of Murong Hao, the rest unite in their assault against Chu Ci. Among them, Chu Ci possesses the swiftest speed, if not obstructed. His likelihood of obtaining this century-old sword blossom is undoubtedly the highest, surpassing even that of Bai Rumo, the strongest among them. To eliminate a rival increases their chances of securing the most exceptional and coveted sword blossom. In the blink of an eye, a relentless barrage of ferocious attacks surged towards Chu Ci, akin to a towering wave of soul power that left no room for evasion. Even a Grand Soul Master would not dare to underestimate the combined onslaught of 4 pinnacle 9th-level Soul Masters. Murong Hao's expression hardened, for amidst the chaotic melee, everyone had consciously maintained a distance between pairs. This resulted in Murong Hao, despite exerting all his speed to reach Chu Ci, being unable to arrive in time. He could only watch helplessly as a multitude of soul power and techniques were unleashed towards Chu Ci's position. Weak water flows endlessly. A shadow of darkness flickered in Chu Ci's eyes. Mere moments ago, he was dismissed as nothing more than an insignificant soul master. Yet now he found himself the target of a collective assault. With a sudden surge of soul power, Chu Ci radiated an intensity unlike his previous, more subdued efforts. The once gentle flow of the weak water now transformed into a tempest of fury. Delicate strands of rain, akin to threads of silver, enveloped Chu Ci in a protective embrace, encircling him in a flawless 360-degree shield. In Chapter 58, Thunderous Might, a barrage of fierce assaults, imbued with formidable soul power, struck against this shimmering veil of rain. Yet, it was as though a nebulous mist had formed an ethereal barrier, effortlessly repelling the onslaughts of Zhang-Yi and his companions. To their astonishment, a portion of the rain began to drift outward, launching a counterattack. Despite the might of the weak water technique, Chu Ci remained but a solitary figure, tasked with both defense and retaliation against the relentless assault of 4 elite disciples from the inner sect. Even with the support of Murong Hao at his side, it was clear that their combined strength could not endure for long. As a particular soul force breached the protective rain, it collided with Chu Ci's chest, erupting into a radiant burst of golden light within the unseen confines of the divine dragon space. Onlookers witnessed this dazzling manifestation, which reinvigorated the beleaguered rain, reinforcing its defenses and simultaneously launching a counterstrike against each assailant. The multitude of sword intents, transformed into rain, swiftly pierced through to Zhang-Yi and his comrades. The impact forced everyone to stagger backward, with the weakest among them, sun.The, reeling back 4 paces before spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Is this the prowess of a newly admitted inner sect disciple? Despite our numbers, we cannot harm him? Sun.The gasped in disbelief. He must possess some hidden treasure. I refuse to believe such a prodigy truly exists. Zhang Yi's features twisted in a grimace, unwilling to accept that a disciple who had only recently joined the inner sect could surpass him so effortlessly. The sudden outburst of Chu Ci, while successfully repelling Zhang-Yi and his companions, left him severely injured. Had it not been for the mysterious power emanating from the divine dragon space, he might have faced a devastating blow from his adversaries. Nevertheless, he felt a tumultuous surge of energy within his chest and abdomen, and his soul power was rapidly depleting. Should Zhang-Yi and the others disregard their safety and continue their relentless assault, he would be left with no strength to resist, forced to abandon the pursuit of the magnificent sword flower. At this critical juncture, Murong Hao, filled with fury, produced a peculiar soul device resembling a crescent moon from his left hand. This device radiated a silvery luminescence, intermittently crackling with electricity. The power of thunder. With a low growl, Murong Hao activated the soul device. The crescent-shaped apparatus shot forth with a swift hiss, swiftly multiplying from 1 to 2, then to 4, and subsequently to 16, transforming into hundreds of bolts of lightning, charged with immense soul power, striking towards Zhang-Yi and Bairumo. The ferocity unleashed by this crescent soul device surpassed even the lethal strike previously executed by Chu Ci, and it was evident that such power was beyond what Murong Hao could normally harness. Thunderous might. Damn it, Murong Hao has truly lost his mind. To unleash such a deadly technique. Could it be that Chu Ci is his own brother? This is bad. We must flee. Not only the others, but even the typically aloof Bairumo's expression shifted dramatically. He was the first to leap away, hastily evading, followed by the others who, pale with fear, abandoned their assault on Chu Ci and hastened their escape. The destructive potential of this single-use soul device was terrifying, once unleashed. Even high-ranking soul masters could fall victim to its lethal strike, let alone themselves. Murong Hao was indeed a madman. All individuals, without a moment's pause, exerted their utmost spiritual energy to flee at an astonishing speed, propelling themselves like meteors to a distance exceeding 100 miles. This frantic escape was prompted by Murong Hao's invocation of the formidable Thunderbolt, a high-tier, one-time-use soul artifact, which contained an abundant reservoir of power. The unleashed lightning was not something that dissipated instantaneously. It relentlessly pursued its targets for miles, inflicting injuries upon Zhang-Yi and his companions until it was finally satisfied. Had they faltered even for a moment, it would not merely have resulted in injuries. It is likely that none present would have survived to leave this mountainous region. After summoning the Thunderbolt, Murong Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, appearing no better off than those being relentlessly struck by the lightning. The use of such a one-time high-tier soul artifact exacted a toll on his own spiritual energy and essence, leaving him severely weakened. Were it not for his awareness of Chu Ci's character and the fact that he stood by his side, he would not have dared to employ such a perilous move that harmed both the enemy and himself. With a pale complexion, Murong Hao reached for the 4 sword blossoms, declaring, Chu Ci, I am but a hair's breadth away from achieving 8/10 sword intent. If I can refine this century-old sword blossom, I can effortlessly break through to that level. This particular blossom is crucial for me. I shall take it, and the rest will be yours, if you agree. Of course, I understand this may seem somewhat unfair to you. Once we are out of this predicament, I will make amends. No need. Let us proceed as you propose. Chu Ci replied without haggling, agreeing readily. Their bond had matured into friendship, rendering such disputes trivial. Murong Hao, unable to voice his gratitude further, simply gazed at Chu Ci with a heartfelt thank you. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, and the weak are devoured by the strong, Murong Hao had not encountered someone with Chu Ci's temperament in a long time. Though he appeared cold on the surface, he possessed a deep-rooted kindness within, coupled with exceptional talent yet devoid of arrogance. I shall absorb these 3 younger blossoms first, as they are easier to assimilate. You may guard me, and then you can absorb yours while I protect you in turn. Agreed. The essence of the Chu Ci is inherently broader than that of others, making the absorption of the sword flower remarkably effortless. Moreover, with the presence of the divine dragon space, which is a significant consumer of energy, the process is further facilitated. Among the three sword flowers, the oldest of which is just over 40 years, nearly half of their energy has been absorbed by the divine dragon space. Thus, Chu Ci's speed in refining the sword flowers is astonishing. Initially, it took Chu Ci merely 3 minutes to refine the first 30-year-old sword flower, a pace so swift that it nearly left Murong Hao in awe. This was precisely why Chu Ci proposed to absorb first, and Murong Hao readily consented. In the span of merely half a cup of hot tea, Chu Ci completely refined and absorbed all 3 sword flowers. He then rose, consumed several healing elixirs, and began to protect Murong Hao. Murong Hao, weakened by the backlash of his soul power, found himself in a frail state, and Chu Ci, too, was not unscathed from external attacks, sharing a similar plight of injury. Fortunately, Chu Ci had not sustained damage to his internal organs or meridians. Thus his recovery was relatively straightforward. Their mutual protection was originally a precaution, yet unexpectedly, it effectively thwarted the schemes of certain malicious individuals. Those who had been repelled by Murong Hao's formidable soul weapon were initially reluctant to engage further, but upon reflection, they realized that Chu Ci was significantly wounded under their assault, and Murong Hao, having unleashed such a devastating weapon, would undoubtedly suffer a backlash, likely leaving him in a severely injured state as well. If they were to return and execute a surprise attack, they could seize the benefits for themselves, 4 sword flowers instead of merely 1. The more they pondered, the more convinced they became, leading them to swallow a few healing sacred medicines before hastily returning towards the mountain. Each of them was resolute. At this juncture, faced with the allure of such a precious treasure, who would still heed their dwindling conscience? Even Bai Rumo, who typically preferred solitude, turned back to follow Zhang Yi and the others towards the mountains. They were convinced that the golden light emanating from Chu Ci was a manifestation of his own blood and vitality being expended, leading them to believe that both he and Murong Hao must be utterly weakened. Did they not realize that even a mere soul master could easily dispatch them? Such an opportunity to gain benefits without effort would be foolish to ignore. With their resolve solidified, the group moved swiftly, returning to their previous location in scarcely half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. In the midst of aiding Murong Hao in his protective stance, Chu Ci gently closed his eyes to heal his wounds. He sensed several rapid approaches. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Initially, he believed that as fellow disciples of the inner sect, they would not resort to lethal measures. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhang Yi and the others had indeed returned to deliver the final blow. What a remarkable prodigy! What esteemed brothers of the inner sect! Meanwhile, Murong Hao sat cross-legged, diligently refining and absorbing the sword flower. The sword flower, aged over a century, was far more complex to assimilate than the 3 sword flowers of a mere 40 years that Chu Ci had previously absorbed. At this critical juncture of breakthrough, Murong Hao could not afford to be disturbed. As the others arrived, they beheld the sword flower in Murong Hao's palm, gradually withering, with only 3 petals remaining. One of the petals had already dulled in color, clearly indicating that it was nearly consumed, a prime opportunity for an ambush. Chu Ci, Bai Rumo, and the others were taken aback to see Chu Ci standing unscathed beside Murong Hao. Nevertheless, given that Murong Hao required protection, even an unharmed Chu Ci was not a match for their numbers. You see the situation as it stands? I advise you to voluntarily surrender all the sword flowers. As fellow inner sect disciples, we shan't resort to extreme measures. Let us consider this matter resolved, shall we? The Chu Ci let out a few cold laughs. Are you blind or foolish? Chapter 59, Murong Hao's Breakthrough. With a dismissive gesture, Chu Ci questioned, which of your eyes perceived that the sword blossom has been placed into our storage? We each absorbed one directly on the spot. From where could you possibly have obtained a sword blossom? Now, only a tiny fragment remains, which I presume you do not covet. Even if you were to eliminate the 2 of us, you would gain nothing of value. Huh. So, are you truly intending to oppose us? To take on 4 of us single-handedly? Have you lost your mind? Bai Rumo spoke coldly. Chu Ci's gaze was icy and piercing, a striking contrast to Bai Rumo, who he initially believed to be a noble scion of a corrupt world. To his astonishment, he discovered that even Bai Rumo had succumbed to the moral decay of others. For ninth-level soul masters had united solely to bully him alone. Could they truly utter such words without a shred of shame? Their bravado was nothing but empty bravado. Zhang Yi sneered. Chu Ci, since you fear not death, brace yourself for what is to come. You have squandered your chance. Do not blame us for disregarding the bonds of brotherhood in the face of your demise. As he spoke, Zhang Yi was the first to strike, his right hand forming a palm as he unleashed a powerful blow. The palm technique he practiced was of the highest yellow grade. With this strike, a surge of soul energy coalesced into a colossal palm print, hurtling toward Chu Ci. Following closely behind were Bairumo, Zhao Qinyuan, and Sun.The, all launching their assaults in unison. While Zhang Yi and his companions were formidable, Bairumo, despite his seemingly frail appearance, was the strongest among them. His prowess not to be underestimated. Each of them wielded their ultimate techniques against Chu Ci, whose countenance grew grave. This was the first true crisis he had encountered since entering the world. Each adversary was a pinnacle ninth-level soul master, and now, united. Their intent was unmistakable, to eliminate Chu Ci with utmost swiftness. Had it not been for Murong Hao, Chu Ci could have retreated immediately, leveraging his speed to escape. However, with Murong Hao at his back, evasion was no longer an option. Chu Ci's expression darkened as the spiritual energy within surged forth with remarkable intensity. With no hint of hesitation, he summoned once more the formidable technique known as Weak Water 3000. In that moment, Chu Ci found himself grateful that he had not ceased his cultivation within the mystic tower, continually advancing with remarkable speed. This technique, a synthesis of various soul arts, served as a powerful offensive and defensive maneuver, proving invaluable at this critical juncture. As Weak Water 3000 was unleashed, it not only repelled the attacks from the four adversaries led by Bairumo, but also left delicate traces of injury upon them, as ethereal strands of rain wove through their forms, imparting a subtle yet persistent essence of sword intent that coursed within their bodies. In the midst of the torment inflicted by the subtle sword intent upon Bairumo and his companions, Chu Ci skillfully evaded their strikes using the wind chase technique, capitalizing on their momentary vulnerability. Throughout this period, Chu Ci's mastery of the five elements technique and the illusory dream had seen significant enhancement, elevating his spiritual power to new heights. The oppressive sword intent within the mountains became notably less burdensome for him. While Bairumo and his allies endured both the internal torment of Chu Ci's sword intent and the external weight of the surrounding sword pressure, rendering their situation increasingly perilous. In that fleeting moment, Chu Ci astonishingly managed to halt all four of them. How swift he is! How does he maintain such speed within these mountains? Have you all noticed? Our spiritual energy is nearly depleted, yet this fellow Chu Ci seems to possess an inexhaustible reservoir akin to a vast ocean. Showing no signs of fatigue, this lad has undoubtedly concealed his true strength. Damn it, we were careless. Why does the sword intent suppression hold no sway over Chu Ci? The expressions on their faces burned with embarrassment, as if they had been dealt a series of stinging slaps. They had initially arrived here brimming with confidence, only to discover that their opponent had hidden his capabilities. The four of them were utterly incapable of subduing Chu Ci alone. Such humiliation was unbearable. If we do not eliminate him today, he may ascend to even greater heights in the future, and it will be too late. Zhang Yi's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he shouted in anger. The group's bloodlust surged as they launched another assault, determined to bring Chu Ci to his demise. Yet, Chu Ci's speed surged once more. Increasing by over 30%, he moved with ghostly swiftness, seamlessly shifting from beside Bairumo to standing directly before Zhang Yi in the blink of an eye. With another deft maneuver, he evaded an incoming attack, his wooden sword unwavering in his grip as his spiritual power surged. He swung down at Sun.The with a decisive strike. Dragon Flameblade. A fiery dragon appeared to coil around the wooden sword, unleashing a torrential assault. The dragon, fierce and ablaze, became Sun.The's final vision before he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, lifeless and unresponsive. Chu Ci, undeterred, pressed on to confront the next adversary. When faced with a multitude of attackers, his singular strategy was to evade their strikes while focusing on eliminating one target at a time, gradually diminishing their numbers. Though this method may seem simplistic, it proved effective. Regardless of the approach, if it yields results, it is indeed a good strategy. Chu Ci's spiritual energy appeared boundless, as he unleashed an array of formidable techniques, even managing to deploy the seemingly energy-intensive Weak Water 3000 repeatedly, much to the dismay of all his opponents. Sun.The, the weakest among them, was severely injured and sent flying, part strength, part fortune. However, the others would not fall so easily. Despite multiple relentless assaults, Chu Ci was unable to significantly wound any of Zhang Yi's trio. However, he remained unperturbed, for he had no need to slay Zhang Yi and the others one by one. He merely had to hold them off momentarily until Murong Hao completed the fusion and absorption of the sword flower. Moments later, a resounding surge of sword intent erupted from Murong Hao, radiating outward and ascending into the skies, swiftly suppressing the soul power and sword intent of all present. It was evident that Murong Hao had not only successfully refined the sword flower, but had also transcended to the 8th level of sword intent, making him the most formidable in comprehension of sword intent among all those gathered. Seeking death, Murong Hao's eyes snapped open, and with a swift motion, he brandished the jade bone fan in his right hand. Everyone, except for Chu Ci, was astonished and instinctively recoiled from the profound sword intent emanating from the fan. It is known that sword intent typically requires various swords as conduits. Weapons like this fan are incapable of harboring sword intent. Yet, Murong Hao, having broken through to the 8th level of sword intent, could emanate potent sword intent even through a fan, demonstrating his formidable prowess. As the jade bone fan circled in the air before returning to Murong Hao's grasp, this ornamental fan finally unveiled its lethal intent and power. In the next instant, the fan visibly elongated, transforming directly into a jade bone sword. Such a transformable weapon was indeed a novelty. No wonder Murong Hao's weapon had remained unseen until now, as it had been concealed in the guise of a fan. In terms of soul power, Murong Hao was somewhat inferior to Bai Ruming. However, within the confines of the mysterious tower, all individuals, save for Chu Ci, matched each other in strength, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of soul masters. Bai Ruming's experience and mastery over soul power merely surpassed that of others by a slight margin. Nonetheless, Murong Hao's sword intent now sufficed to dominate everyone, allowing him to thrive in this vast mountain range filled with sword intent. A chilling murderous intent graced Murong Hao's visage. While he was absorbed in refining the sword flower, he was still cognizant of the external circumstances. In this critical moment, these individuals disregarded any semblance of camaraderie and attacked outright. Were it not for Chu Ci's unwavering loyalty and resistance, Murong Hao might have met his demise here. With a cold smirk, Murong Hao launched the jade bone sword towards the opposing group without hesitation. A formidable wave of sword intent surged forth, akin to an overwhelming ocean, crashing upon them. Even Bai Ruming, the strongest among them, found himself immobilized under the oppressive weight of the sword intent, unable to condense his own soul power. Is this the nature of sword intent as suppression? Bai Ruming was struck with an inexplicable dread. The disparity between Murong Hao's newly attained 8th level sword intent and his own 7th level was stark, instilling within him an insurmountable sense of helplessness. Chapter 60. Continuous slayings. The tide of sword intent surged forth, bearing terrifying might towards Bai Ruming. In this critical moment between life and death, an unwillingness to succumb to fate surged within Bai Ruming, compelling him to unleash a fierce roar. His entire soul force erupted, breaking free from the overpowering dread. As he summoned his weapon to defend himself, had he not found himself in this valley imbued with the essence of swordsmanship, it is unlikely he would have faced such a dire defeat. Fortunately, his final surge of energy allowed him to preserve his life. Boom! The essence of the sword howled. The long sword in Bai Ruming's grasp shattered inch by inch, and his body was violently propelled outward, crashing to the ground with a thud. Struggling, he raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His frail condition only seemed to complement the sight of him spitting blood. It was evident that he could no longer remain in this mysterious tower. Staying any longer would spell his doom. With his left hand, he reached for the life-preserving talisman bestowed upon him by the elder, intending to activate it and escape the tower. However, it was clear that while he sought to flee, others were determined not to let Bai Ruming go. Chu Ci had not forgotten the principle of seizing the opportunity to strike when one is vulnerable. It was not merely Bai Ruming and a few others who understood this concept. Chu Ci comprehended it even more profoundly. The weak waters flowed abundantly. A myriad of silken raindrops reappeared, enveloping Bai Ruming in an instant. Before he could utter a scream of despair, the fierce intent of the sword instantly rent his body into a heap of flesh. This prodigious talent, ranked 7th on the Intersect Soul Power list, met his demise within the Mystic Tower, falling to a newcomer who had only recently entered the inner sect. The others, Zhang Yi and Zhao Qianyuan, who had been cast aside, witnessed this scene with their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. You actually killed by Ramo. Flee at once. The audacious youth, Chu Ci, dared to pierce the heavens, and astonishingly, he is slain by Ru Mo. Was it not a mere blink of an eye for them to commit such acts of murder? Now, finding themselves at a disadvantage, if they do not flee at this moment, then when will they? At this instant, Zhang Yi and his companions were truly struck by fear, instinctively unleashing their agility to hastily escape. Yet, how could Morong Hao and Chu Ci allow them to go unpunished for their previous ruthless actions? Both took swift action, their current combat prowess being quite formidable. In the midst of the unfolding chaos, Chu Ci set his sights on Zhang Yi, while Morong Hao pursued Zhao Qianyuan with relentless intent. With a flicker of sword intent slicing through the air, in the blink of an eye, both Zhang Yi and Zhao Qianyuan were slain on the spot. Only the weakest among them, sun.The, managed to escape. This was not due to any deliberate leniency on the part of the others, but rather because sun.The, possessing the least strength, had always been cautious, choosing to remain at the rear during the skirmishes for survival. When the sudden ambush from Chu Ci and Morong Hao unfolded, the instinctive response of the others was to flee the mountain range. However, upon recognizing the perilous situation, sun.The opted to utilize the life-saving talisman bestowed upon him by the Elder Steward, infusing it with his soul power. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. By the time Chu Ci noticed and swung his sword, it was too late. He struck nothing but empty air. One cannot help but commend sun.The for his audacity in forsaking a rare opportunity within the mysterious tower to ensure his own survival. Ultimately, it is wise to refrain from pursuing a desperate foe. There is no need to sacrifice this rare chance for the sake of a mere minion. Unfazed by sun.The's escape, the two resumed their search for the sword flowers amidst the mountains. With the absence of competition and obstruction from others, they collected 2 more batches, totaling 4 sword flowers over the next 3 days. In a remarkable turn of events, Chu Ci acquired 2 blossoms of considerable age, while Morong Hao selected 2 relatively younger ones. Through the refinement of these sword blossoms, Chu Ci's sword intent naturally surged to an impressive 8 points. The leap from 7 to 8 points in sword intent undoubtedly represents a significant enhancement. Furthermore, Chu Ci sensed that his own strength had ascended to the pinnacle of a 9th-level soul master, tantalizingly close to breaking through the barrier into the realm of soul masters. Should he manage to achieve this breakthrough, Chu Ci harbored confidence that, even without the empowering capabilities of the mysterious tower, he would possess the strength to contend with those at the soul master level. Chu Ci, I understand now why they are so fixated on you. Your rate of cultivation is astonishing, almost monstrous. Morong Hao, typically a self-assured individual who never measured friendships by strength, had always believed that no one could surpass his own talent. Even if someone could, he thought, it would merely be a matter of longevity, as he would eventually catch up. Little did he anticipate that the friend he had formed through whimsy and shared character would possess an innate ability that far surpassed his own. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Yet, upon comparison, the small sense of superiority Morong Hao harbored vanished entirely. Initially, both hoped to absorb enough sword blossoms before departing. But to their surprise, both achieved a breakthrough to 8 points in sword intent. For Morong Hao, the transition was almost effortless, as he was already on the cusp of this accomplishment, and the absorption of a century-old sword blossom made it a natural progression. However, Chu Ci had primarily absorbed blossoms of ordinary age, yet he too transcended to 8 points. Such comprehension of sword intent was indeed formidable. Now that they had attained such formidable prowess, with their consecutive breakthroughs in sword intent, they were more than equipped to handle most imminent threats. With this newfound strength, why not venture into the next illusory realm? Morong Hao was aware that this particular illusory world connected to another, rich with potential opportunities. Initially, he had thought Chu Ci would not break through so swiftly, hence had not planned to explore the next realm. But now that both had indeed surpassed their limits, there was no harm in exploring the next illusory world. Their combined strength was now at its peak. Although the spirit puppet guarding the passage of this illusory realm was formidable, it could not withstand the relentless assault from the two, and within mere moments, it was obliterated under the barrage of 8-point sword intent. Upon entering the next illusory world, they found it starkly different from the lush greenery and towering trees of the 6th realm, as well as from the mountainous landscape of the previous sword blossom world. This surreal little world appeared exceedingly desolate, with the somber sky shrouded in gloom and the howling winds reminiscent of anguished spirits. The two individuals tread cautiously for a while, only to behold a vast expanse of graves. However, unlike any other burial grounds, these were adorned with an array of swords, some opulent, others antiquated, some decayed, and others pristine, each unique in its own right. Upon witnessing this extensive graveyard, Chu Ci was momentarily taken aback, while Mu Ronghao's eyes sparkled with excitement. How wonderful! To our astonishment, we have stumbled upon the resting place of the departed. The resting place of the departed? What does that entail? Chu Ci furrowed her brows, as the sound seemed ominous. However, Mu Ronghao wore an expression of sheer excitement. Enthusiastically, he elucidated the origins of the burial ground. The 3,000 realms are in constant flux. It is said that any disciple within the Xiantai can only traverse a maximum of 9 illusory realms, with the opportunities growing ever greater as one progresses. This burial ground is precisely the illusory realm that the disciples of the Qian sword sect yearn to enter. I never imagined that I, Mu Ronghao, would be so fortunate. Not only reaching the sword flower realm, but also arriving at the burial ground. All right, Mu Rong, calm down. You have yet to explain what this burial ground truly is. Mu Ronghao, visibly thrilled, replied, "Forgive my exuberance. I became quite carried away. This burial ground, in fact, bears another name." Another name? What is it? The Land of Fallen Swords. Chapter 61, The Burial Ground. For this burial ground harbors the remains of formidable sword cultivators, as well as the essence of their treasured swords. The swords, mourning the loss of their masters, have either chosen to decay alongside their owners or silently await the arrival of the next destined one, to impart the swordsmanship that their masters wish to pass on. It is said that this illusory realm was originally the resting place for the powerful beings of the Soul King realm. During a cataclysmic war 30,000 years ago, a fierce battle erupted here among a group of Soul King sword cultivators, resulting in countless casualties, including many prodigious talents. Each era boasts its own legends, and out of compassion, the ancestors of the Qian sword sect could not bear to see their bones left unburied. Thus, they gathered their swords and remains, laying them to rest here. Some swords chose to decay alongside their masters, while others inherited their consciousness, seeking the next fated individual to carry on their legacy. At this juncture, Mu Ronghao recalled an amusing anecdote. Initially, this burial ground was not renowned. When individuals entered and discovered a graveyard, they assumed a great peril awaited. Yet no danger ever emerged, only a lack of opportunity. Gradually, everyone began to avoid this realm, deeming it merely a graveyard, referring to it dismissively as that burial site. It was not until a certain youth entered, and a sword soared forth, landing in his embrace, that the burial ground truly garnered its reputation. Since then, nearly every disciple of the sword sect has longed for the day they could enter this realm and acquire a treasured sword. With a contemplative air, Chu Ci gazed upon the graves scattered before him. Among them, some were grand, resembling ordinary tombs, while others were merely small mounds of earth. Yet, without exception, each grave bore a distinct sword planted atop it, creating an oddly captivating scene. Through Chu Ci's perception, although these swords appeared haphazardly thrust into the ground, even an individual of the soul sect level would find it impossible to forcibly extract them. In fact, attempting such an act might lead to their own demise at the hands of these blades. These exquisite swords served to guard the remains of their owners, whose bones, in turn, accompanied the swords in an alternate form. Soul artifacts possess spirit, and humans are bound by emotion. Indeed, we have arrived at this peculiar microcosm. Here, the perils are few, yet the opportunities are equally limited. Many who traverse this realm often return empty-handed. It is not we who select the swords, but rather, the swords that choose us. Should you find yourself drawn to a particular sword, simply manifest your sword intent and demonstrate your comprehension of the principles of swordsmanship. Once the swords sense whether you are a fated individual or one they wish to select, they shall soar forth. With a thoughtful nod, Chu Ci understood. "Allow me to demonstrate," he said, as Mu Ronghao raised an eyebrow and smiled, resembling a flamboyant peacock. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, he summoned his jade-bone sword. A gentle swing emitted a resonant hum, a sound characteristic of a high-quality blade. Although Mu Ronghao often appeared carefree and frivolous, resembling a dandy, the moment he grasped the sword, an aura of lethal intent radiated from him, akin to a blade polished to a gleaming finish, exuding a palpable menace. With a 10-step kill and a 100-mile chase, aptly described Mu Ronghao's prowess. He eschewed extravagant sword dances, instead unleashing a signature killing move of his own, a single strike that cleaved through the air. In the midst of the clash of sword wills, Chu Ci beheld dozens of swords, resonating and vibrating above the mounds, soaring toward Mu Ronghao, and then hovering serenely before him, awaiting his selection. Dozens of swords recognized their master. "Brother Mu Rong, your skills are commendable." A smile graced Chu Ci's lips as he praised. Mu Ronghao cast a glance at Chu Ci, an air of smugness in his gaze. "Though there are dozens of swords, I can only choose one." His pride was not born of arrogance, but rather an acknowledgement that, given Chu Ci's extraordinary talent, he too could evoke such a response. He merely enjoyed a moment of precedence. Before him hovered an array of swords, each unique in its design. Mu Ronghao understood that his selection would not solely depend on the sword's grade. Even what appeared to be a mediocre sword in this burial ground could transform into an exceptional weapon beyond the suan.The. Thus, his choice was guided by instinct, seeking the sword that resonated with him. Ultimately, he settled on a blade that resembled pure white jade, and with a deft motion of his right hand, it soared into his grasp. With a subtle shake of his head and a faint smile, Chu Ci remarked, "Once again, it is the white jade sword, dear Muro. If my memory serves me correctly, the sword manifested from your jade fan is indeed the white jade sword, is it not?" Mu Ronghao nodded in affirmation. While that may be true, the two swords differ significantly. Although the previous jade bone sword was crafted from white jade, its quality pales in comparison to the one I now possess. Once I emerge from the Mystic Tower, I shall refine this sword into the jade bone fan, allowing for a seamless transformation between the two. As he spoke, Mu Ronghao drew forth a drop of blood from his heart, letting it fall into the white jade sword. In an instant, after absorbing his essence, the sword, which had previously shimmered with brilliance, underwent a profound metamorphosis, revealing an even more exquisite luster. "Excellent." Mu Ronghao tenderly caressed the resplendent white jade sword, his joy unmistakable. He was genuinely elated to have entered this sacred resting place, the Mystic Tower, where among the myriad of small worlds, the sword flower captivated him, along with this burial ground. The burial ground, in fact, lay atop the sword flower. Yet its rarity made it elusive, while he possessed the green jade plate, granting him direct access to the realm of the sword flower. He had initially believed that it would take numerous visits to the Mystic Tower to be fortunate enough to reach this burial ground. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate that this time, both of his grand aspirations would be fulfilled. Stowing the white jade sword into his storage space, Mu Ronghao did not forget his dear brother. "Come now, Chu Ci, unveil your sword intent. You truly deserve a fine sword. I feel quite indignant on your behalf." Considering that Chu Ci appeared to come from a modest background and had faced past adversities, Mu Ronghao refrained from elaborating further, fearing he might inadvertently touch upon his brother's painful memories, and instead urged him to begin his sword dance. In this burial ground, the quest for a worthy sword was of utmost importance. A true man must honor his own strength. As for matters of lineage and personal wealth, they were mere trifles. True power was the essence of significance. The notion that Chu Ci might emit sword intent without eliciting a response never crossed Mu Ronghao's mind. Given Chu Ci's capabilities and his profound understanding of the sword path, such an awkward scenario was simply impossible. In the moment when Chu Ci brandished his wooden sword, Mu Ronghao hastily interrupted, Wait. I almost overlooked this matter. The selection of the sword's master is a significant affair. How can you casually wield a mere wooden sword?" Chapter 62, The Sword Selection. In the realm of the suan.The, is it not the case that everything is fundamentally rooted in the essence of wooden swords, thereby preventing the emergence of inequitable circumstances? My dear friend, you are indeed exceedingly sincere. Although such regulations exist to avert unfairness, over time, in any endeavor, individuals will invariably discover loopholes. The spiritual treasures unearthed within the suan.The can indeed be transported back into its confines. Thus, one merely needs to amalgamate the materials acquired from within the suan.The with other ingredients to forge soul weapons or to apply the materials from the suan.The for concealment, thus enabling their return to the suan.The. For instance, my very own lifebone jade fan was smuggled in here after being cloaked with a unique powdered substance sourced from the suan.The. With a contemplative nod, Chu Ci signified his understanding. In truth, he had already surmised this upon witnessing others wielding weapons beyond the wooden sword. Mu Ronghao retrieved a mid-grade yellow tier spirit sword from his storage space. While it could not compare to the flowing cloud sword that Chu Ci had previously wielded, it was certainly a marked improvement over the wooden sword. Brother Morong, Chu Ci refrained from accepting the sword and instead posed a question. Are these treasured swords meant to select individuals, not to gauge our sword intent and comprehension of the sword path? Does it truly matter whether one wields a wooden sword or a spirit sword? Ah, you stubborn blockhead. Though he jested, there was an undeniable truth in his words. This burial ground was indeed a rare treasure trove. It was sheer fortune that the two of them had stumbled upon it so naturally. A sense of ritual was in order. Let us not trivialize these revered swords with your wooden sword. With a sense of resignation, Chu Ci could only smile faintly as he accepted the sole weapon sword handed to him by Morong Hao. As the spiritual blade was unsheathed, Chu Ci wielded the long sword and swiftly slashed it through the air, producing a resonant sound of the sword's emergence, infused with vigorous sword intent and soul power. Morong Hao silently praised him, eagerly anticipating Chu Ci's subsequent performance. However, to his astonishment, after a brief flourish with the sword, Chu Ci sheathed it with a decisive clang. Morong Hao was utterly bewildered. What just happened? Was that it? He nearly seized Chu Ci by the shoulders, shaking him vigorously to rattle some sense into him. Chu Ci, are you jesting with me? Do you realize where we are? This is a sacred burial ground. We have stumbled upon such a rare treasure in this miniature world. And you merely brandished the sword once? Even an 8-year-old would display more seriousness than you. Morong Hao was genuinely anxious for Chu Ci. This was an exceptional opportunity. Gaining the recognition of a sword in this burial ground was tantamount to acquiring a priceless weapon. Moreover, most swords here possessed a legacy, once acknowledged. With a stroke of fortune, one might even elevate their comprehension of swordsmanship significantly. Who would have thought that Chu Ci would treat it so casually? Did he not grasp the magnitude of the opportunity he was squandering? Chu Ci, quickly, perform a few more moves. Showcase your grand techniques. The one with the rain of blades and that fiery dragon summon. Hurry and reveal them. Do not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. In the realm of the Chu Ci, a dark line of tension permeates the air. There is no need for haste. Most swords possess an inherent understanding of their essence. And simplifying complexity is indeed the most prudent approach. This method also serves to discern which sword truly resonates with one's spirit. However, your earnestness is rather striking. Showcasing a few more techniques would undoubtedly attract a greater number of swords, thus expanding your options to determine which one is superior. Fear not, that is ample. Observing Chu Ci's nonchalant demeanor, Morong Hao, though anxious, could only sigh in resignation, realizing that his impatience was futile. After all, the emperor's calmness does not hasten the eunuch's worries. What purpose does his anxiety serve? Unexpectedly, just a few breaths later, the swords in the vicinity began to tremble. Thousands of swords vibrated in unison, soaring from their graves to encircle the two men, forming circle after circle, a dazzling display that overwhelmed the senses. To be precise, these swords revolved around Chu Ci as their focal point. At that moment, Morong Hao's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had previously heard tales of a particularly renowned senior brother within the inner sect, a genius in the sword path. Yet that individual had only managed to attract the attention of 78 swords during his own trial. The sight of thousands of swords competing for selection was beyond Morong Hao's wildest imaginations. How remarkable you are, Chu Ci, he exclaimed after regaining his composure, swallowing hard as he gazed at Chu Ci in disbelief. The cacophony of swords clamoring for attention was nothing short of extraordinary. This spectacle was enough for Morong Hao to boast about for a lifetime. Naturally, Morong Hao himself was already a prodigy in the realm of sword intent, but encountering Chu Ci, who consistently surpassed him, evoked not jealousy, but rather a sense of camaraderie among heroes. Thus, I am most eager to see which sword you shall choose, Chu Ci. With thousands of exquisite swords on display, goodness, if it were my turn, I would be utterly overwhelmed. Furthermore, selecting such a sword cannot rely solely on its appearance. Some may show signs of ancient rust and wear, appearing nearly on the brink of decay, while others emanate a robust sword intent and legacy. It truly hinges on fate. If one merely judges by appearance and grade, how could they ever select the finest or most suitable sword? This one is splendid. Its cold gleam radiates ambition. Unmistakably a blade of fierce determination, Morong Hao remarked. Ah, this one is also commendable. Its frost forms the blade, its body is icy and pure. Clearly a weapon of superior quality. However, it does not quite align with your attributes. In truth, those seemingly unremarkable. Ancient swords are often more likely to harbor exceptional soul techniques and legacies. With a little refinement in the forge, they could emerge as new and formidable weapons. Never dismiss a sword simply because of its unappealing appearance, Morong continued to offer his insights. The verses of Chu Ci bring forth a quiet chuckle. Rest assured, I shall not choose a sword based on its appearance or quality. I am one who embraces fate. Upon concluding his words, in order to alleviate Morong's concerns for him, Chu Ci resolutely closed his eyes. He began to emanate his sword intent and soul power, enveloping all the swords suspended in midair that resonated with him, meticulously attuning to the one that was most compatible with his essence. Suddenly, with a resonant hum, an exquisitely crafted sword, ancient in design yet refined in elegance, leapt forth from the multitude of blades and positioned itself directly within the palm of Chu Ci's hand. Chu Ci was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the spiritual sword had recognized its master. The remarkable aspect was that such a magnificent sword had fallen into Chu Ci's hands. Yet none of the other sentient swords expressed any discontent. He opened his eyes wide. Holding the sword aloft, Chu Ci gently drew forth this extraordinary blade, its hilt adorned with intricate patterns of black and gold, exuding an aura of cool elegance and striking allure. As the sword was unsheathed, a formidable and oppressive sword intent emanated from it, radiating outward with an undeniable force that even caused Mu Ronghao to stagger back a few steps. A magnificent sword. Mu Ronghao gazed at Chu Ci with eager anticipation, longing for a demonstration of the weapon's prowess and fierce energy. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noticed several conspicuous cracks marring the surface of the sword, which, despite their presence, continued to exude an overwhelming aura of power and menace. Remarkable. The ability to emanate such formidable pressure while bearing cracks is indeed extraordinary. Alas, these fissures signified irreparable damage, indicating that restoration was beyond reach. It had to be relinquished. Before Mu Ronghao could voice his concerns, Chu Ci, seemingly oblivious, pressed forth a drop of his own blood onto the sword, thus completing the bond of allegiance. Chapter 63. The Sword of Seasons. Mu Ronghao was utterly bewildered. You are binding yourself to this sword already? Surely, you must reconsider. Amongst thousands of swords, you choose one with cracks? Everyone knows that repairing a cracked sword is an arduous endeavor, especially for someone like Chu Ci, who lacks familial support. The resources necessary for such restoration are scarce, and success often hinges on luck. Why did you not let me finish? This sword may appear striking, but it bears multiple fine cracks. The challenge of mending these fissures is immense. You have come to this sacred resting place only to select such a flawed relic. Chu Ci caressed the intricate patterns upon the blade, feeling an intrinsic bond with the sword. He could sense the exhilaration it imparted. Enough, Brother Morong, he declared. The bond is forged, and there is no need for further discourse. I have grown fond of this sword, and I shall find a way to mend its fractures. With circumstances irrevocably set, Morong realized that lamenting was futile. He could only exhale a sigh. What can I possibly say to you? Alas, having stumbled upon this hallowed resting place, he had hoped for fortuitous fortune, only to discover that Chu Ci had unwittingly chosen a cursed relic. Oh well, he resigned, as his previously buoyant spirits evaporated in an instant. Chu Ci gently traced the intricate patterns engraved upon the sword, and through the bond of recognition, he discerned that this blade bore a poetic name, the Sword of Seasons and Years. Upon binding, Chu Ci could sense the sword intent and soul power of its previous master. Although the reasons for that master's demise remained a mystery, it was evident that they were a formidable practitioner of swordsmanship, surpassing even the realm of soul kings. The Sword of Seasons and Years holds the power to command the spring's bloom, the summer's warmth, the autumn's harvest, and the winter's snow, embodying the cyclic nature of the seasons. However, this sword, now marred with cracks, was unable to manifest its sword intent. Should the sword be fully restored, and should Chu Ci master and seamlessly integrate the seasonal principles it contained, executing the transformations of the seasons would become effortless. Yet, attaining such a pinnacle is no small feat. Even the sword's former owner had not reached that level, achieving merely a modest mastery of the seasonal transformations within a limited domain. Moreover, while the seasonal principles may initially appear innocuous, they are, in fact, the very forces that govern life itself. The seasons represent the immutable power of nature. The foundational transformations of the seasons demonstrated the extraordinary abilities of its wielder. Most reassuringly for Chu Ci, The Sword of Seasons and Years could be upgraded in accordance with its Master-S capabilities, requiring only the infusion of rare materials for its enhancement. This sword had already attained a mid-grade status within the Earth rank, having accompanied its master on their journey. Even though it currently languished at a mid-grade level within the mysterious rank due to its fissures and the ravages of time among the inner disciples, this sword would undoubtedly rank among the finest. Regrettably, the presence of several cracks rendered the Sword of Seasons and Years incapable of unleashing its true sword intent or channeling soul power, relegating it to the status of a mere ornament, a charming decorative piece. Only when Chu Ci mends the fissures can the sword's formidable prowess be revealed. Of course, it could also continue to undergo refinement and upgrading. Each of them had acquired a treasured sword, while Murong Hao lamented that his brother had suffered a considerable loss. He recognized that this was Chu Ci's choice, and he felt powerless to voice any objection. Well, although you possess a sword that cannot be wielded, its remarkable heritage ensures that even in its damaged state, it retains a mid-grade status in the mysterious rank. Let us absorb its essence. Murong Hao sat cross-legged, placing the white jade sword upon his knees. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light emanated from the sword, piercing into his brow. This was the innate soul technique and sword art bestowed by the spiritual blade. Chu Ci settled into a cross-legged position, the Sword of the Four Seasons. Resting between his knees, emanated a radiant light that penetrated his brow. The principles of the four seasons govern the emergence of spring, the blossoming of flowers, the descent of rain, and the fall of snow, embodying the cyclical nature of the seasons. This resonates profoundly with the laws of life. The arrival of spring signifies the revival of all living things, a vibrant tableau of nature's rebirth, aligning harmoniously with the five elements technique he had previously cultivated. The five elements technique, derived from the interplay of creation and destruction among the five elements, inherently embodies themes of cyclical renewal and vitality. Thus, the principles of the four seasons seamlessly intertwine with his practice, rendering Chu Ci increasingly adept in his cultivation. The five elements are intricately linked to the four seasons, reflecting the perpetual changes and transformations inherent in all things. The essence of heaven and earth converges into unity, divided into yin and yang, delineated into the four seasons, and distinguished into the five elements. Seated cross-legged, Chu Ci absorbed the principles and soul techniques imparted by the Sword of the Four Seasons, immersing himself for a full 2 days and nights. By the dawn of the second day, Murong Hao had already awakened to watch over Chu Ci. He was perplexed by the nature of the sword techniques and soul skills that Chu Ci had acquired. As he remained in a profound trance for such an extended duration without movement, Murong Hao toyed with the white jade sword in his hand, contemplating that once they emerged from the Xian Tower, he would have the family procure a superior spiritual treasure and a skilled artifacts master to merge the jade fan and jade sword into a new jade bone sword. At present, Murong Hao's prowess and sword intent had reached an impressive 8.5 points, which elucidated why so many sought the burial ground. Should one discover a sword that acknowledges them as its master within the burial ground? The understanding gained from the sword's innate soul techniques would undoubtedly elevate their own sword intent further. Had the cultivation of sword intent not been so arduous, the sword blossoms would not have been so fiercely contested in the previous small world. This journey to the Xian Tower had proven immensely fruitful. With a significant enhancement in strength, and the notoriously difficult sword intent had ascended to 8.5 points. Upon returning home, resources would undoubtedly be more favorably directed towards him. Although Murong Hao was already regarded as the most promising prodigy within his family, who would not desire to grow stronger and wield greater influence over the family's decisions. The stronger he became, the clearer Murong Hao envisioned his future path. While lost in thought, he sensed a surge of soul energy around him, emanating from Chu Ci, who radiated waves of soul power. Murong Hao instinctively glanced at the cracked sword resting by Chu Ci's knee. With his keen sight, he observed a crack in the long sword, which astonishingly vanished into thin air, restoring itself. How could this be? Without undergoing refinement or the addition of any spiritual treasures, this crack had miraculously healed? It was truly astonishing. Simultaneously, the sword intent surrounding Chu Ci surged dramatically, erupting skyward like a volcanic explosion. Yet, this explosive release was fleeting. It burst forth only to return to Chu Ci in the next moment. The fluctuations of sword intent on Chu Ci began to rise at a visibly accelerated pace. Within mere moments, his sword intent soared from 8 to the pinnacle of 8. Murong Hao's jaw dropped in astonishment. This, The speed was simply extraordinary. If one were to claim mastery over a battered sword, and through the understanding of its soul techniques and sword intent, experience a rapid enhancement in their own sword intent, then Morong Hao would gladly accept the bond with such a talismanic blade. Initially, he believed he had reached the pinnacle and was prepared to relish in the moment once Chu Ci awoke. However, in the next instant, the barrier of Chu Ci's 8/10 sword intent was shattered, propelling his sword intent directly to the realm of 9/10. Morong Hao drew in a sharp breath. How could it be that in such a brief period, after merely a few days of attaining 8/10 sword intent, Chu Ci experienced yet another breakthrough, ascending to 9/10? It is well known that as one advances, the cultivation and comprehension of sword intent becomes increasingly arduous. Transitioning from 8/10 to 9/10 sword intent is a feat that some may spend their entire lives striving for without success. Yet, in just a matter of days, Chu Ci leapt from 8/10 to 9/10 sword intent. What extraordinary genius and prodigious insight he possesses. From this moment on, should anyone dare to claim superiority in the comprehension of intersect sword intent, Morong Hao would no longer wish to bear that title. Previously, he had worried about potential retribution from others once they exited the intersect. Despite his ability to protect Chu Ci, there would inevitably be moments when his vigilance waned. Now, with Chu Ci's sword intent having reached 9/10, Morong Hao could finally breathe easy. 9/10 sword intent is undoubtedly the pinnacle within the intersect. Even though his soul power has yet to catch up with the pace of sword intent cultivation, with Chu Ci's soul techniques and that enigmatic agility, a counterattack is not beyond the realm of possibility. In the next moment, Chu Ci abruptly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance illuminating them, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Morong Hao vaguely recalled that when Chu Ci entered the intersect, he was barely 15 years of age. Now, counting the days, he was still not yet 15 and a half. To achieve such an understanding of 9/10 sword intent at such a tender age is remarkable. This level of comprehension is worthy of a direct disciple. Splendid work, Chu Ci. You have comprehended 9/10 sword intent. It has only been a few months since you entered the intersect, and yet you have reached such a prodigious level in sword intent. Once we leave the Xian Tower, Hong Yuan and the others will undoubtedly think twice before attempting any further actions against you. With a gentle smile, Chu Ci felt an immense gratitude towards Morong Hao for his watchful care. Although this burial ground could be deemed safe, free from ambush, the sincerity with which Morong Hao offered his support deeply moved Chu Ci. Rest assured, I hold little regard for Hong Yuan and his ilk. Their attempts to harm me are far from feasible at this stage. Morong Hao playfully punched him on the shoulder. You, my friend, are rather arrogant, are you not? Having just grasped the essence of the 9th sword intent, you already carry yourself with such pride. Are you not concerned that I might harbor envy? I am well aware of the character of my brother Morong, Chu Ci replied. During our journey to the Xian Tower, I initially intended to traverse alone. Yet, arriving in this miniature world, endowed with my current strength and opportunities, I owe much to your assistance. Without you, I would likely have retreated after my 6th small world. Though Morong Hao was often self-assured and relished compliments, he felt somewhat uneasy receiving such earnest praise and gratitude from Chu Ci. Enough of that, he said. This is merely a mutual benefit. Had I not included you, I would never have reached this level alone. I doubt I could have even approached the Swordflower Mountains. Our success is a product of our collaboration. Brother Morong, you are genuine and sincere. While I had little desire to forge friendships within the intersect, encountering a friend like you is indeed a privilege. Henceforth, you shall be my first true friend in the Qian sword sect. Over time, Morong Hao had come to understand that Chu Ci was not one to easily let others into his heart. His willingness to acknowledge their friendship was a significant step forward. Morong Hao silently patted Chu Ci on the shoulder. Enough of this idle chatter. My strength is evident, and venturing into the next illusory small world will undoubtedly pose considerable risks. With only a few days remaining until the 100-day mark, I shall remain here for 2 days before departing. However, now that you have comprehended the 9th sword intent, I believe you should venture into the next illusory small world and test your mettle. Chu Ci nodded, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, this is my intention. He had previously absorbed an excessive amount of the essence of sword blossoms, causing his own sword intent to exist in a somewhat inflated state. However, having now comprehended the seasonal principles and sword intent from the Sword of Seasons, his own sword intent had stabilized and laid a solid foundation once more. The mysterious tower had now elevated him to the pinnacle of a high-ranking soul master, and he would not squander this rare opportunity to enhance his strength. If the tower could only subject him to 9 illusory realms at most, he had already traversed 8, leaving only the 9th illusory realm ahead. Following the prior pattern, the further one progressed, the greater the opportunities that awaited. Having come this far, Chu Ci was determined to explore this final illusory realm. Naturally, it would be splendid to encounter some fortuitous event. However, should circumstances become dire, he possessed a life-preserving talisman. If he truly found himself unable to contend with the challenges ahead, he could simply channel his soul power and exit the tower. Moreover, he believed his agility and speed would allow him to evade any fatal blows from his adversaries. After bidding farewell to Murong Hao, 2 hours later, Chu Ci discovered a passage leading to the next small world within this realm, successfully vanquishing the spirit puppets guarding the passage and obtaining a rather rare spiritual material. As Chu Ci stepped into the 9th realm of illusion, he anticipated either a desolate wasteland or a grand spectacle upon opening his eyes. To his astonishment, the scene that greeted him was one of bustling activity. The vibrant sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, revealing that he found himself in a lively and prosperous city. Had he not been assured that his spiritual power remained at the pinnacle of a soul master and that the season's year sword lay safely within his dragon space, he might have believed he had exited the mystic tower altogether. "Hey there, sir. Freshly steamed buns, piping hot. Young master, would you care for some wontons? Miss, come take a look. We have the finest rouge and powder here." With a slight furrow of his brow, Chu Ci appeared outwardly relaxed. Yet internally he remained acutely vigilant as he scrutinized the throngs of people traversing the city. Strangely, upon his meticulous observation, he discovered that every individual within the city possessed not a trace of soul power, rendering them ordinary mortals. How could such unremarkable beings thrive in a city so resplendent? In this era where soul practitioners reign supreme, the inability to awaken a martial soul signifies an eternal existence as a commoner, relegated to the most menial occupations in this world. Yet, before him, numerous individuals devoid of soul power donned attire that seemed far removed from that of the lower classes. What could account for this anomaly? Even in the most affluent regions of the spirit continent, such a tranquil and harmonious locale appeared implausible. Chu Ci vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Yet to his astonishment, no matter how intently he scrutinized, he could discern not a trace of soul power. The entire city emanated an absence of celestial energy. It was akin to a parallel realm, serene and beautiful. There were no conflicts or bloodshed, nor was there a hierarchy dictated by soul power or perceived strength. Even the frail and feeble elder could maintain his humble stall, living a blissful and harmonious life. Chu Ci exhaled softly, fully aware that all around him was but an illusion, a mere construct of this miniature world. Yet, the tranquility enveloping him evoked a long-forgotten sense of comfort, allowing him to revel in the serene ambience. With the wooden sword hung at his waist, he refrained from tapping into his storage space, wishing not to disturb the peace of this quaint realm. "Boss, I would like a bowl of beef noodles," Chu Ci requested as he settled into the noodle shop, patiently awaiting the arrival of his dish. Currently, Chu Ci finds himself profoundly unfamiliar with this small world. He is at a loss as to how to seize opportunities within it. Even though he was a deity in his previous life, at this moment, he feels somewhat helpless. If it were merely a matter of fighting and killing to seize treasures, Chu Ci would excel. However, in such a tranquil setting, he feels somewhat at a loss. Yet, he perceives that this serene atmosphere is not a guise for conspiracy, but rather a manifestation of true peace, cultivated over a significant period by its inhabitants. Thus, he resolves to embrace the situation, recognizing that he has several days at his disposal, and there is no need for haste. Chapter 65, The Contest for Treasures. As Chu Ci settled down, he overheard the murmurs from the neighboring table. Look, yet another outsider from the outer city. Why do they keep sending these outsiders every so often? It is truly exasperating. Have you forgotten? Decades ago, when that outsider came, he indiscriminately slaughtered an entire street. How terrifying. When will the city lord prohibit these outsiders from entering? Oh dear, you mustn't speak so carelessly. Be wary of offending someone. I have heard that the madman responsible for that massacre was provoked merely by a single insult and retaliated with a sword, claiming an entire street. It was utterly horrifying. Yet, we cannot generalize. Take, for instance, the outsider who arrived a decade ago. He was remarkable. My neighbor's granddaughter fell gravely ill, and the physician declared there was no hope. However, This outsider possessed exceptional medical skills and miraculously saved her life. Listening to the conversation of a few individuals at the neighboring table, Chu Ci came to comprehend the meaning behind Muronghao's earlier words. The world within the Xian Tower would indeed transform with the entrance of inner disciples. For these inner disciples, this realm is merely a fleeting illusion, an inconsequential world, yet, for the inhabitants of this petite universe, it is their stark reality. The so-called madman who had allegedly wreaked havoc on the streets must be one of the inner disciples undergoing trials in this illusory world. Most inner disciples, proud and ambitious, are certainly not ordinary. Those who gain access to the Xian Tower's realm hold themselves in high regard, often looking down upon the common folk devoid of soul power. Naturally, they would seek to vent their frustrations through violence when insulted. As for the person who saved the little granddaughter of Yao Shirwui, it is likely that they employed some potent elixir or alternative healing methods to restore life. This situation piqued Chu Ci's interest. Furthermore, he discerned that the passage of time in this small world differs significantly from that outside the Xian Tower, flowing at a considerably slower pace. The soul sorcerer who performed the rescue may not possess a benevolent heart. They might be seeking clues to unravel the array for their own benefit. Chu Ci has always been remarkably patient. After listening to the discussions at the neighboring table, he finally received his bowl of beef noodles. Sated and refreshed, he sought refuge in a quaint that caught his eye. Fortunately, Chu Ci still possessed a considerable sum of silver, had he drawn upon his soul crystal stones. The bewildered townsfolk, whether real or illusions, might not have recognized the difference. The Chu Ci resided here for 5 days, and through meticulous observation during this period, it became evident to Chu Ci that this world is indeed tangible and authentic. Were it merely an illusion, it would not possess such vividness. From the minutiae of grass and trees to the grand affairs of national power struggles, Chu Ci could discern traces of existence in every aspect. Chu Ci has begun to suspect that this might be a projection of a parallel world, or perhaps he has genuinely entered the realm of a parallel universe. Young master, I have noticed that you have been staying at the inn these past few days without venturing out. The city has been quite lively lately. Will you not go and take a look? The innkeeper enthusiastically set the meal before Chu Ci, continuing, recently, the Chiu family has organized a martial arts competition with treasures at stake. Many young gentlemen who practice martial arts have attended. I see you often carry a sword. It would be delightful for you to join the revelry, as there are indeed many valuable items to be found. Having worked at the inn for over a decade, the innkeeper had encountered various outsiders before, but they often carried an air of arrogance, as if they were above the local folk. In contrast, this young master Chu Ci was quite agreeable, prompting the innkeeper to be more amiable and share insights about the happenings in the city. Observing Chu Ci spending his days in solitude at the inn, indulging in food and rest, the innkeeper felt he might be rather bored. In truth, Chu Ci was not idle at the inn. He devoted himself to cultivation daily. He discovered that although this world lacked spiritual energy, his efforts in cultivation yielded unexpectedly fruitful results, flowing smoothly as if a dragon had entered the sea. After all, this was the final illusory realm for his experience. It would be a pity if there were no rewards to be found. However, Chu Ci's meridians were naturally broader than others, rendering him less concerned about such trifling assistance. What intrigued him more was the potential opportunities that might arise within this small world. Very well, after my meal, I shall go and take a look. Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, Chu Ci's mind stirred, and he responded calmly. The Chu Ci itself does not require the mundane sustenance of this earthly realm. However, it is not one to suppress its desires. In the course of life, one naturally seeks to indulge in exquisite delicacies, savor fine wines, and appreciate beauty. It would not relinquish its cravings over minor obstacles. Indeed, the grains of the world may present certain impurities for one's cultivation. Yet a small investment of time to expel those impurities is a trivial endeavor. Even after consuming earthly fare for a century, a single cleansing pill could remedy all. As for restraining one's appetites, once the meal was finished, Chu Ci did not carry his flowing cloud sword. Before his departure, Muronghao's had bestowed upon him some precious medicinal powder. As he entered the passageway, Chu Ci adorned the flowing cloud sword with the powder, rendering it ready for use. However, at that moment, he chose not to wield this soul weapon. Instead, he retrieved the newly acquired Seasons of Time sword. Although this sword remained a fractured relic, incapable of channeling soul power, it was still an ordinary weapon, thus not an affront to the common folk of this world. Having lingered here for so long, The martial competition for treasures was a rather novel affair, and Chu Ci believed that fortune would likely favor him within this contest. Upon arriving at the arena, he found it surrounded by throngs of spectators, yet he immediately spotted the radiant jade pendant upon the prize platform. The brilliance emanating from the pendant was invisible to the others, but Chu Ci discerned the light within, recognizing it as spirit. Such a substance is exceedingly rare in the lower realms. Even in his previous life, prior to ascension to divinity, he had scarcely encountered treasures of this caliber. Spirit can directly awaken consciousness in inanimate objects. For example, soul weapons or one's innate soul weapon can be imbued with spirit, thereby granting them sentience. Typically, the path to cultivating a weapon's spirit is fraught with difficulty. Only when the master attains a certain level of cultivation will the innate weapon evolve, gradually absorbing various heavenly materials to give birth to its spirit. Alternatively, some malevolent cultivators resort to the heinous act of slaughtering the innocent, forcibly imprisoning souls within their weapons. However, this method of creating a weapon spirit is not only cruel, but also inhumane, widely despised by most cultivators. And the spirits thus created lack the purity of those that arise naturally. The jade pendant upon the arena, capable of directly channeling spirit into soul weapons, is far more precious, a veritable treasure that is priceless and exceedingly rare. Yet, to the assembled crowd, it appeared merely as a fine jade pendant, casually placed in the first prize slot. The Chu Ci would not be foolish enough to simply rush in and seize what they desire as if it were a trivial matter. The establishment of this illusory miniature world could not possibly be so simplistic. Since it is a reward for achieving first place, then I shall strive to attain that very first position. After confidently registering for the competition, Chu Ci began to engage in fierce contests with hundreds of challengers. The arena's material remained a mystery. Upon stepping onto it, Chu Ci found his soul power rendered ineffective, forcing him to rely solely on the most fundamental techniques. Chapter 66. Victory, however, this did not deter Chu Ci. As a high-ranking divine king, even without utilizing any soul power, his vast experience and knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even without employing soul techniques, his mastery of martial arts and swordplay positioned him as an unparalleled expert. Yet, once on the arena, Chu Ci realized that although the inhabitants of this world lacked soul power, they wielded external techniques with remarkable purity. Even someone with his skills found certain encounters challenging. Fortunately, it was not a free-for-all, as dozens of opponents converged upon him. Even with his extraordinary experience and understanding, he might have struggled to withstand their assault. The tournament adhered to a standard format of one-on-one matches. Victors advanced while the vanquished retreated. After 3 days of combat, Chu Ci successfully entered the top 10 finalists, inching closer to the coveted first prize. Over 6 battles in 3 days, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this fighting style honed his mastery of the sword to a more intricate level, truly reaching a state of meticulous precision. Devoid of soul power and techniques, Chu Ci uncovered a different realm of swordsmanship. Realizing that several martial artists could contend with practitioners at levels 5 or 6 solely through their exquisite swordplay, as their agility and martial prowess far exceeded those of external body refinement practitioners. Among the final 10 contenders, none possessed less than 6 points of sword intent. Perhaps it was precisely because of the absence of soul power that this world valued martial strength and swordsmanship, resulting in a purer comprehension of sword intent. Despite the inability to utilize soul power, Chu Ci exerted considerable effort and ultimately advanced to the championship battle. This world indeed harbored a unique charm. Sword practitioners devoid of soul power could grasp 8 or 9 points of sword intent. Standing on the championship stage, Chu Ci suddenly realized the opportunities this small world presented. It was not merely the potential for spiritual rewards, but also a profound understanding and expansive insight into the art of the sword. Impressive, young man. I did not expect those from the outer city to be devoid of talent. Facing Chu Ci in the championship duel was a youthful gentleman with striking features, whose calloused right hand attested to years of diligent sword practice, hailing from a family steeped in martial traditions. You are quite courteous. Chu Ci nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the implications behind the young man's words. It was merely a reflection on the disciples who had previously ventured to the sun.The for training. Upon entering this realm, they found themselves unable to harness their soul power, rendering their swordsmanship inferior to that of the locals. To those from this world, it appeared as though each outsider bore a fine sword, yet when it came to actual combat in the arena, They resembled novices just beginning to learn the art of the sword. After all, beyond the sun.The. Once one had reached the 9th level of body refinement and activated their martial soul, nearly all practitioners relied on their soul techniques and power for combat. The days of relying solely on agility and weaponry for sparring had long since faded into obscurity. The two began their fierce contest for the championship. Although the young man had honed his swordplay to an exquisite simplicity, Chu Ci was no ordinary individual. His keen perception and insight were remarkable, bolstered by the rigorous training within the divine dragon space, which had endowed him with exceptional physical prowess. While in terms of sheer sword techniques, Chu Ci might not yet match the young man. His wealth of experience often allowed him to navigate perilous situations and, at times, even turn his opponent's moves to his own advantage. What extraordinary skill the youth displayed, had he not just executed the famous Ping Sha Luoyin technique of the Yu family. Although it lacked the spirit of the original, his ability to learn was truly impressive. With a serene demeanor, Chu Ci swiftly retreated 2 steps to evade the gleaming sword strike from the young man, then leaped into the air. The seasons and years sword in his hand moved like an exquisitely agile spirit snake, lunging towards his opponent. Clearly, the young man was no novice. Having fought through numerous adversaries to reach the ultimate championship battle, his skills ranked among the elite of the younger generation within this miniature world. Faced with Chu Ci's swift and precise strike, resembling the sharpness of an antelope's horn, the youth's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his sword horizontally, successfully blocking Chu Ci's assault. And the 2 blades clashed, emitting a resounding metallic ring. The 2 combatants moved with remarkable speed, their figures dancing like startled swans, exchanging blows in a flurry that captivated the audience below. Suddenly, Chu Ci unleashed a powerful thrust. Through numerous trials in the dragon space, even without drawing upon his soul energy, his physical prowess surpassed that of the young man before him. Though his sword technique might have waned slightly, the advantage of endurance began to manifest as time progressed. In a prolonged struggle, mere attrition could lead to his opponent's defeat. However, Chu Ci clearly preferred a more honorable victory over his rival. Noticing a gap in the young man's footwork, Chu Ci's eyes sparkled with determination as he struck with precision, landing a blow on the youth's shoulder. This marked the first injury in their fierce exchange. Often, such a minor wound could alter the course of the battle, particularly when it struck the right shoulder, the one wielding the sword. With the right shoulder injured, the young man's swordplay would inevitably become somewhat sluggish. In mere moments, Chu Ci deftly disarmed his opponent, sending the young man's sword clattering to the ground. With a flourish, the seasons and years sword now rested against the youth's neck. The crowd erupted in applause, while the young man, clutching his wounded shoulder, maintained an air of composure, calmly acknowledging, "You have won." I concede. Chu Ci harbors a profound admiration for the youth, recognizing the arduous journey he undertook to achieve such prowess in a world devoid of spiritual energy. It is evident that the young man is a prodigious talent. Even in defeat, he remains unperturbed and composed, reflecting the strength of his character. Haha. An elderly gentleman, adorned in brocade, stroked his beard thoughtfully, gazing at Chu Ci and the youth on the stage with genuine appreciation. Truly, they are exceptional young talents. Gentlemen, step forth to claim your prizes. The top 3 shall receive gifts. Although they may be but trifles, they nonetheless signify a token of recognition. With a delicate touch of her toes, Chu Ci gracefully ascended into the air, landing effortlessly upon the platform, while the other 2 competitors advanced, clutching their respective rewards as they departed. The Chu Ci does not concern itself with other embellishments, but is particularly pleased with the spirit contained within the jade pendant. After the rewards were bestowed, the esteemed Qiu Yuanwei, who organized this contest for treasure, graciously hosted a sumptuous feast for all the talented youths participating in the competition, even arranging a lavish banquet at the largest local tavern that lasted for 2 consecutive days. Chu Ci greatly cherished the ambience of this world. Thus, after obtaining what he desired, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he immersed himself in the lively atmosphere for a couple of days, savoring the local customs and culture before contemplating his departure. Just as he was preparing to leave, a sudden commotion erupted outside the inn, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. As Chu Ci approached the window and pushed it open, he cast a sidelong glance outside, only to behold the once vibrant scene now diminished. All the vendors were hurriedly packing their wares, while the sound of galloping hooves echoed as troop after troop of soldiers marched forth, an endless line making their way beyond the city gates. With a slight furrow in his brow, Chu Ci descended the stairs to inquire about the situation. The once cheerful innkeeper now wore a visage of distress. "Young master, it would be wise for you to leave promptly. This is a matter concerning our town. You ought to depart unaccompanied. You cannot wade through this murky water. What exactly is happening?" The innkeeper sighed. "Monsters have appeared beyond the city limits, impervious to death and injury. This affliction is not confined to our locale. Other towns are experiencing the same plight. Since you hail from an outer city, it is best that you hasten your departure. Pray, tell me more." "If other towns are similarly afflicted, I have nowhere to escape," Chu Ci replied. "No, you can indeed leave. You are from the outer city." The innkeeper scratched his head, perplexed by his own conviction. Chapter 67. The National Guardian Beast Indeed. Such monsters have emerged in every town, and even if this young master were to depart, it seems there would be nowhere safe to go. Yet, why did he feel that Chu Ci could escape? The innkeeper found himself in a quandary, while Chu Ci, observing the innkeeper's troubled demeanor, felt a complex turmoil within his own heart. This world was unnervingly vivid. "Very well, I shall venture outside the city on my own." As Chu Ci turned to leave, the young attendant could not even stop him, exclaiming, "Alas, young master, to go is to court death." The Chu Ci paid no heed to the clamoring behind, and swiftly made its way outside the city. Indeed, it beheld a contingent of soldiers encamped beyond the city walls, confronting the so-called monsters described by the innkeeper. To its astonishment, these creatures were none other than soul beasts. Chu Ci furrowed his brow, pondering the impossibility of the situation. How could this world be devoid of even a trace of soul energy? From whence do the soul beasts emerge? It is no wonder that the innkeeper remarked they cannot be slain nor harmed. The hides of these soul beasts are remarkably resilient. Especially, what ordinary weapon could possibly inflict injury upon them? "Hey, you there." "Yes, I'm referring to you." The soldiers on the periphery caught sight of Chu Ci, their faces flashing with anger. Were they aware of the perilous nature of this endeavor? Were they truly willing to risk their lives? They ought to retreat at once. With a furrowed brow, Chu Ci remained unperturbed by the soldiers' words, understanding that they stemmed from a desire to protect the citizens within the city walls. However, he perceived that the soldiers did not exhibit the demeanor befitting a calamity. Rather, they seemed almost accustomed to it. "I merely wish to see if I can offer assistance," he stated. The soldier glanced at the sword at Chu Ci's waist, and his expression shifted. "You hail from the outer city?" Having grown accustomed to this designation in recent days, Chu Ci nodded in affirmation. "What a stroke of misfortune!" The soldier spat disdainfully upon the ground, his countenance darkening further. "Why is it that every time those from the outer city arrive, these monsters emerge to wreak havoc?" Chu Ci found himself at a loss for words. Having surmised that this was a consequence of the world's design, whenever inner sect disciples ventured into the realm of the Xian Tower for training, they inevitably encountered various tribulations. The inner disciples fared somewhat better, for when faced with insurmountable challenges, they could invoke talismans to exit the Xian Tower, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath for the inhabitants of this world. Whether this realm was an illusion or reality, Chu Ci perceived each individual as flesh and blood, rendering him incapable of remaining indifferent. Chu Ci paid no heed to the soldier's harsh words, instead stepping forward to join the ranks tasked with vanquishing the soul beasts. Fortunately, within this illusory realm, there existed only a suppression of soul power upon the stage, allowing Chu Ci to wield his own abilities with ease on the battlefield. The soldiers, who were on the brink of collapse, found the tide of war dramatically shifted with Chu Ci's arrival, leading to a resounding victory within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, obliterating the vexatious monsters that plagued them. After the battle had concluded, the previously abrasive soldier approached Chu Ci, bowing respectfully. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. I was merely overwhelmed with emotion. Our injuries are of little consequence. Yet if these monsters had breached the city and harmed the innocent citizens, we would have truly faced dire consequences. I regret my earlier words, and I understand that the blame does not lie with you." As Chu Ci seized the opportunity to inquire about the situation, he pondered the nature of these monstrous beings. Could they truly be exterminated? Being an outsider, it is understandable that you are unaware of the circumstances. Ever since the sudden demise of our nation's guardian beast 8 centuries ago, these creatures have inexplicably emerged, periodically disturbing our borders. Alas, it is best to move on. We must organize ourselves and offer assistance to other towns. As an outsider, it would be wise for you to depart at your earliest convenience. With a furrowed brow, Chu Ci found himself perplexed by the situation. How was it that the resolution of one issue only seemed to unveil a multitude of others? What, pray tell, is this divine beast of the nation? And why did it meet its demise 8 centuries ago? As Chu Ci was lost in thought, a sudden sound of slicing air emerged from behind him. With heightened senses, he swiftly sidestepped the impending attack. However, his assailant, brandishing a dagger, lunged at him once more with ferocity. Chu Ci's gaze turned icy as he raised his foot, delivering a powerful kick that sent the attacker sprawling. The youth, evidently consumed by rage, tumbled several meters before rising, baring his teeth, and charging at Chu Ci again, heedless of the consequences. Fortunately, the commotion attracted the attention of several soldiers who quickly intervened. "Shaolin, have you lost your mind? Calm down," one of them shouted. "I cannot calm down," the boy known as Shaolin retorted, his eyes fixed on Chu Ci as if he were the embodiment of his father's nemesis. With a cold gaze, Chu Ci observed him. This was his inaugural visit to the mysterious tower world, thus the animosity harbored by the young and could not be directed at him personally. It must stem from his identity as an outsider. The denizens of the outer city. It appeared that the misdeeds of those inner sect disciples of your had resurfaced. Outsiders. Outsiders. If you do not belong to this city, then what compels you to come here? You bring forth calamity after calamity, only to depart without consequence. Your hands are stained with blood. Your wickedness is boundless. It was, after all, the outsiders who slaughtered my grandfather and father. Moreover, it was the outsiders who collectively annihilated our nation's guardian beast. Nearby soldiers hastily covered Youngin's mouth, warning him, "You must not speak such reckless words." Youngin struggled, exclaiming, "I am not. It was the outsiders who killed." The Chu Ci is clear. It appears to be clues and treasures obtained by former inner disciples upon their entry into this world, which ultimately led them to confront the national guardian beast. Subsequently, they collaborated to slay this formidable creature. As a result of the ensuing butterfly effect, the current situation has evolved into periodic assaults by soul beasts. I shall investigate further. With a decisive phrase, Chu Ci took flight, departing without a word of his intentions or his destination. From that moment forth, he was never seen again within the city. Harnessing his soul power and employing the swift wind-chasing technique, he swiftly arrived at the capital, seeking the resting place of the nation's guardian beast. Upon encountering the sepulchre of this revered creature, Chu Ci was profoundly shaken, for within lay a dragon, remarkably preserved in its corporeal form, a true and authentic Jiaolong. Though the tomb was vigilantly guarded by formidable martial artists, Chu Ci deftly evaded their scrutiny with a mere flicker of concealment and entered the grand tomb, where he beheld the dragon's remains. To label it merely as a corpse would be a misnomer. Through his keen observations, Chu Ci discerned that the dragon seemed to have been abruptly deprived of its vitality, yet its body remained intact, its blood coursing as if it were still alive. Untouched by decay or stiffness, it appeared that should its life force and consciousness be restored, this magnificent creature could once again soar through the skies. As Chu Ci regarded the colossal remains of the Jiaolong, a sudden brilliance emanated from the dragon's space, and in an instant, an urgent yearning surged into his mind, as if imploring him to absorb and consume the dragon. It was clear that by doing so, the dragon space would ascend to new heights. Yet, in a rare moment of hesitation, Chu Ci refrained from hastily incorporating the Jiaolong into his realm, for he sensed that the spirit he had recently acquired shared an insatiable longing for this dragon's essence. Upon a fleeting thought, the heart of the Chu Ci stirred, and as if drawn by an unseen force, the jade pendant was grasped in hand. Within the confines of the pendant, a spirit began to swirl and, from the void, transformed into the semblance of a diminutive dragon. The head of this ethereal dragon eagerly directed itself towards the location of the dragon's corpse. Chapter 68, Exiting the Tower. As Chu Ci caressed the jade pendant in his hand, a fierce internal struggle ensued. If he were to absorb the corpse of the dragon into his divine dragon space, he pondered the potential transformations that might occur with his dragon token. Conversely, should he infuse the essence obtained from this miniature world into the body of the dragon, it would undoubtedly revive, regaining its intelligence and becoming the guardian beast of this realm, thereby liberating its inhabitants from the incessant fears of soul beast disturbances. Yet, on what grounds should he proceed? This was merely an illusory realm conjured by the mystic tower, a place for trials that may not even hold any truth. What significance did the sentiments of others hold in this context? even if he were to resurrect this guardian beast. Future inner disciples undergoing trials in the mystic tower would inevitably encounter their own tribulations. On the other hand, if he could indeed absorb the dragon's corpse into his divine dragon space, it would surely bring him substantial benefits. However, what if this dragon's corpse were merely a figment of the illusion? In that case, he would not only forfeit the faith of the people in this world, but also suffer a great loss himself. Yet, the dragon token should possess the discernment to differentiate between the illusory and the genuine. If the dragon's corpse were real, then surely the inhabitants of this miniature world must be real as well. The Chu Ci is a source of great anguish, as my heart is embroiled in an internal struggle, torn between celestial and earthly concerns. Alas, in a sudden act of fervor, Chu Ci shattered the jade pendant in his grasp, liberating the spirit ensnared within. With a mastery over his soul force, he directed the spirit into the lifeless carcass of the flood dragon. Should he absorb the essence of this dragon, he could not help but reflect upon the myriad experiences he had endured within this diminutive realm. Plagued by the fear that a mere fleeting thought of his own might have wrought ruin upon countless lives within this world. In the pursuit of cultivation, one seeks only to remain true to the heart. As the spirit entered the dragon's form, the previously inert creature's eyes burst open with sudden vitality, revealing golden orbs that radiated a terrifying power capable of annihilation. In that instant, the soul beasts that had been wreaking havoc across the realm vanished entirely, as if the guardian flood dragon had awakened once more. Yet, in the very next moment, the dragon's eyes fell shut again, descending back into stillness. With a furrowed brow, Chu Ci extended his hand to channel a stream of soul energy into the body of the dragon. He discovered that the creature was merely in a state of recuperation. After all, the spirit contained within the jade pendant was not particularly potent. Even after being infused into the immense dragon's form, it merely served to temporarily awaken the beast's colossal physique. It required a period of quiet cultivation and gradual strengthening to once again traverse the skies, truly revitalizing the dragon's formidable vitality and power. The verses of Chu Ci brushed against the dragon's crown. This is all I can accomplish. Practitioners of the path seek to remain true to their hearts. Since spirit is acquired in this realm, I bestow it upon you, the guardian of this world. Let it be known that I have merely come here for a fleeting visit. As Chu Ci concluded his words and turned to depart, a radiant golden light emerged from within the body of the dragon and descended directly into the center of Chu Ci's brow. Simultaneously, a profound voice resonated within his mind, proclaiming, "Your benevolence shall exchange for my divine light." The boon bestowed by the dragon, a blessing of luminescence, served to aid practitioners in evading the malevolent forces of the heart, proving immensely beneficial on the path of cultivation. This gift was imbued with a substantial influx of energy. Chu Ci's cultivation level surged as if years of soul power were being seamlessly infused into him, escalating at a visibly rapid pace. In mere moments, he effortlessly broke through barriers and ascended into the realm of soul masters. Concurrently, his understanding of sword intent also flourished, as the holy light granted by the dragon had an immediate and profound impact, propelling Chu Ci's comprehension of sword intent to perfection, thus transforming him into a true wielder of the first transformation of sword intent. Sword intent, 9 transformations. Only by attaining the first transformation of sword intent can one genuinely be regarded as having comprehended the essence of the sword, thus embarking on the true journey of the sword path. For the denizens of the vast continent of the western frontier, a practitioner who has grasped the first transformation of sword intent is already capable of establishing a sect and taking on disciples. However, for Chu Ci, a divine king from the higher realms, this was merely the threshold. There remained ample opportunity for further advancement. True fortune in this ephemeral realm arises from the principles of sacrifice and gain. A radiant smile graced the corners of Chu Ci's lips. With fortune in hand and matters concluded satisfactorily, he did not hesitate to infuse his soul power into the talisman before emerging from the mystic tower. Upon exiting, Chu Ci was finally enveloped by a profound sense of groundedness. Although his experiences in the 9th illusory realm had offered him an alternative way of life, it was this familiar land that instilled in him a deeper sense of security. As the radiant light dissipated from the realm of the Zuant Tower, Chu Ci beheld a multitude of individuals, their expressions a tapestry of complexity, gazing intently upon him. Upon encountering the gazes filled with hatred, nostalgia, and admiration, Chu Ci found himself momentarily bewildered. He swiftly approached the most familiar figure, Morong Hao, and inquired, Brother Morong, what is the meaning of this? After each individual has completed their trials within the mystic tower, why do they linger here? Could it be that they are all waiting specifically for him? In the realm of the Chu Ci, one cannot help but ponder how one's social standing has improved so remarkably. What could be the reason? Unbeknownst to you, our sect has not witnessed anyone successfully navigating through all 9 small illusionary worlds in a single trial for over a century. Thus, the esteemed elders have come to observe your progress, dear Chu. To my astonishment, you have traversed the Zuant Tower longer than any of us. Morong Hao remarked with a smirk. Merely luck, nothing more. Chu, you remain ever so humble. Dongfang Han could scarcely conceal the bitterness gleaming in his eyes. Yet he could only grit his teeth and remain rooted in place, daunted to approach. For he had never anticipated that someone would successfully conquer all 9 small worlds, and that the individual achieving the most remarkable feat in the sect's inner disciples over the past century would be none other than Chu Ci, whom he had initially deemed a worthless failure. It is well known that those who endure all 9 illusionary worlds within the Zuant Tower and emerge successfully are invariably cultivated with utmost care by the Qian Sword sect. Such individuals are destined to be paragons, possessing the true essence of swordsmanship. Dongfang Han and others had initially planned to diminish Chu Ci's arrogance upon his emergence. For within the Zuant Tower, their soul powers had been elevated to the pinnacle of high-level soul masters, and even if Chu Ci were to briefly harness that power, upon exiting the tower, their true cultivation levels would revert, rendering someone like Chu Ci a mere weakling, easily subdued. Yet, to their astonishment, Chu Ci had indeed traversed all 9 illusionary worlds, setting a new record for the sect in a century. Now, even if they dared to act, they refrained. For Chu Ci's status had transformed. He would be meticulously nurtured by the sect, and no one could harm him. Moreover, prior to his emergence, they had learned that Chu Ci had been favored by the esteemed elder Xuanji, who had facilitated his entrance into the tower. With such a powerful figure backing him, their hands were effectively tied. This left Dongfang Han and his companions feeling utterly distressed. At that moment, Elder Xuanji wore a benevolent smile. None present had ever witnessed such warmth from him. Those unaware might mistake him for a kindly old man enjoying a game of chess in the shade. How splendid it is that our Qian Sword sect has produced another disciple who has successfully traversed all 9 illusionary worlds. A disciple possessing true sword intent. Truly deserving of my admiration, as I have always esteemed you, my pupil. Chu Ci, adorned with 3 glaring question marks above his head, wondered what on earth he meant by that. Could he possibly be referring to him? Indeed, the excited Morong Hao patted Chu Ci on the shoulder. Chu Ci? This is Elder Xuanji. He wishes to take you as his disciple. Shouldn't you bow and pay your respects? What? Morong Hao was even more anxious than Chu Ci himself. Come on, have you lost your senses from joy? Hurry, call him master. Understanding the situation, Chu Ci furrowed her brow and spoke softly, I do not wish to. Chapter 69. Refusal. Those present initially anticipated that Chu Ci would jubilantly kneel and accept the master's teachings. To their utter astonishment, she outright rejected the esteemed elder's invitation to take her as a disciple. Everyone stared at her as if she were a fool. Only a few, including Dongfang Han and Hong Yuan, had their eyes suddenly alight with realization. Should Chu Ci offend the venerable elder Xuanji, even her accomplishments in overcoming the trials of the Xiantai would not guarantee her future significance. At that moment, they could strike her down at will. Have you lost your mind? Morong Hao was nearly beside himself with panic. This was Elder Xuanji, the mightiest and most protective of the elders within the Qian Sword sect. Not only would being under his tutelage grant her access to unparalleled cultivation treasures, but the guidance and wisdom he could impart were irreplaceable by any external teachings. Moreover, with such a powerful figure shielding her, no one would dare to bully her again. The Chu Ci remains indifferent to so-called guidance and experience. As a sovereign deity reborn into this realm, he possesses an acute awareness of what is most befitting for himself. The so-called experience of others pales in comparison to his own. Even if this elderly man were to seek him as a mentor, Chu Ci would still ponder the matter carefully. As for being bullied, Chu Ci turned to Morong Hao and asked, Have you given any thought to what has become of those who dared to bully me? Morong Hao replied, Indeed, who could possibly intimidate him? Even defeating opponents of a higher rank is a trivial matter for him. Bai Romak, who stands 7th in the inner sect rankings, has already fallen to him, let alone others. Dongfang Han glanced at the expression of the elder Xuanji and then deliberately resumed the previous topic. Chu Ci, what do you truly mean by this? The elder Xuanji personally offered to take you as a disciple, and yet you chose to decline? Chu Ci cast a glance at the subtly stirring Dongfang Han, coldly retorting, what business is it of yours? Have I refused you? Stand up and bark like a dog if you must. This is a grave disrespect towards the elders. Dongfang Han exclaimed, exasperated. The Chu Ci chose to disregard such a foolish individual, turning instead to the esteemed elder of the Xuanji. He surmised that this elder had likely facilitated his entry into the Zuant Tower through some clandestine means. Regardless of the underlying reasons, it was evident that this individual had extended a helping hand, providing him with a significant advantage. The Book of Songs would never lack in conscience. How could you send me to the Xian'ai without my consent? What is this about the Grand Elder of Xuanji? Before the Chu Ci was referred to by others in this manner, I surmised that this must indeed be the name. The enigmatic and profound Xuanji nodded slightly, asking, are you truly unwilling to place yourself under my tutelage? Are you aware of what you relinquish with this decision? Faced with the overwhelming presence of the Grand Elder of the Qian Sword Sect, the others were rendered silent, paralyzed by the weight of his authority. Yet, Chu Ci conversed as if with an ordinary friend, engaging in a lively exchange, exhibiting no signs of trepidation. Regardless of what I may lose, it matters not. For I am certain of my purpose. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in bringing me to the Xian Tower, and in due time, I shall express my gratitude in a substantial manner. Xuanji regarded Chu Ci with a cold gaze, as the atmospheric pressure around them continued to diminish. The onlookers anticipated Chu Ci's imminent downfall, when suddenly, Xuanji erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha! Excellent. You truly are the person I have deemed worthy. Your temperament mirrors that of my youth. The Grand Elder, with a twinkle in his eye, looked at Chu Ci and inquired, what if I insist on taking you as my disciple? With a shrug, Chu Ci lamented, there is little I can do, after all. I have only just stepped into the realm of soul masters. I cannot resist this fate, so I shall accept my role as a disciple. As the situation took a sudden turn, Dongfang Han could not help but interject, Elder Xuanji, among your direct disciples, there has never been a weak soul master. How will others perceive this? How can we maintain respect? Elder Xuanji cast a disdainful glance at Dongfang Han, fully aware of the intricate dynamics among these younger generations. What others think is of no consequence. Do I, Xuanji, need to seek their approval? He scoffed, stating, besides, given Chu Ci's innate talent and his comprehension of true sword intent, who among the inner disciples possesses such a gift and understanding of the sword path? If anyone does, let them step forward and challenge him. Dongfang Han ground his teeth, ultimately choosing silence. Elder Xuanji's temper was notorious, and even he dared not provoke the elder's wrath. With no dissenting voices remaining, Elder Xuanji was not in a hurry to take Chu Ci as his disciple. As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. I shall not impose a master-disciple bond. Let us see how this unfolds. However, since you have traversed the 9 minor realms of the Xian Tower, you are indeed worthy of the title of a direct disciple. Yet, your soul power is somewhat lacking, and your reluctance to become my disciple is noted. Elder Xuanji stroked his chin, then retrieved a jade token from his storage pouch and tossed it to Chu Ci. In that case, you shall be directly elevated to the position of an elder of affairs, aside from the sect master and a few of us old fellows, and perhaps some respect from the 9 Peaks masters. You need not concern yourself with others. Henceforth, you will be responsible for the opening and closing of the Fuyuan secret realm. Once Elder Xuanji's proclamation echoed in the air, not only the disciples present, but even the several overseeing elder of affairs knelt immediately. Elder, you must reconsider. Please do not act impulsively. The position of elder of affairs is not one just anyone can hold. Indeed, Elder Xuanji, how can a mere novice assume such a significant role? This is utterly unacceptable. Although there are several elders of affairs in the sword sect, it is inconceivable to entrust such a weighty responsibility to a mere novice, let alone the elder responsible for the Fuyuan secret realm, which holds substantial power. The opening and closing of the secret realm falls under the elder's purview, and any astute disciple knows to curry favor with the elder managing the realm to secure a place for themselves. This is undeniably a prime opportunity, and to bestow it upon an inexperienced youth, how can the others accept this? Furthermore, it would not reflect well if word spread. A novice as an elder of affairs in a grand sect? The shame would be unbearable in the presence of the attending elders. Each and every one of them knelt fervently, hoping that Elder Su Nujizi would swiftly retract his notion. Yet, Ci, observing the sea of kneeling figures before him, found his irritation only intensifying. When had he ever allowed others to dictate his actions so brazenly? He delivered a swift kick to the nearest elder, sending the unfortunate soul sprawling 5 meters away. However, this elder dared not rise, remaining prostrated on the ground, silenced and unwilling to offer further counsel. When had his words become so ineffectual? The FUN's secret realm was under his purview. Was it truly inappropriate for him to appoint an elder to oversee its management? Yet, several distant elders remained discontent. For the position of elder was typically reserved for the inner sect's most distinguished disciples or those who had made significant contributions to the sect. Chu Ci, regardless of his qualifications or prowess, fell woefully short of these standards. Naturally, dissent would arise against him. Should he falter, it would be spoken of later. sun.The felt no urgency, nor did Chu Ci. Why were they so anxious? Chapter 70. Becoming an elder upon sun.The's proclamation, confusion swept through the assembly, leaving many puzzled as to whether he was aiding or undermining Chu Ci. Given Chu Ci's age and abilities, his elevation to such a conspicuous position would undoubtedly incite envy from various quarters. One could easily foresee that in the ensuing period, Chu Ci would face not merely challenges, but potentially persecution of a more severe nature. Could it be that Elder sun.The harbored resentment towards Chu Ci for outright declining to become his disciple, thus cunningly laying a trap to orchestrate his downfall? Yet, that seemed improbable. sun.The was not typically of such a disposition. The assembly pondered in bewilderment, but for the moment, no one dared to contest the matter further. Chu Ci contentedly tucked the jade pendant away, observing the crowd's fervent scramble and discontent. Where the hatred and jealousy evident in Dongfang Han and Hong Yuan's eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing, the knows that this jade pendant must indeed be a remarkable treasure. A name that evokes the promise of countless hidden riches, is certainly a place where has made a fortuitous choice. As for standing at a height that does not correspond to one's current strength and being looked down upon, what of it? The benefits are undeniably grasped firmly in one's hands, and those who wish to bring him down must first demonstrate their own capabilities. Soul practitioners inherently contend with fate and defy the heavens to survive over the long term. Strength is paramount, is utterly indifferent to the schemes and tricks of malevolent spirits. What a bold young man you are, unafraid in the slightest. In the presence of a multitude kneeling in submission, Chu Ci stood tall and unwavering, displaying no inclination to succumb to the expectations of the masses. The notion of fear has never found a place in my lexicon. When faced with soldiers, one must stand firm, and when confronted with water, one must seek to contain it. Now that this so-called fount of fortune has been grasped, there exists no rationale for relinquishing it. The gaze of the Grand Elder Xuanji upon Chu Ci bore a depth of significance. It appears I have not misjudged you. Your brilliance shines forth, and your spirit is resolute. I shall observe how far you can advance. Brace yourself to confront the impending storms. I eagerly anticipate the moment of your ascendance. Xuanji then bestowed upon Chu Ci a talisman, stating that should the tempest prove overwhelming and retreat become impossible, he should tear asunder this talisman, and his master shall come to his aid. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci could not help but smile. He understood the implications of Xianji's words. If, during this period, he were to be attacked, framed, or assassinated, and he could no longer endure the pressure, he would tear apart this talisman. At that moment, it would signify Chu Ci's submission, his choice to become Xianji's disciple. Rest assured, perhaps in the future I too may ascend to the rank of a venerable elder like you, or even surpass you. As for being your disciple, let us reconsider. Though young, his bravado was considerable. Xianji glanced around at the others, but said nothing, merely flicking his sleeves and departing. He had already entrusted his escape route to Chu Ci. Whether or not he could seize this opportunity depended solely on Chu Ci himself. The newly initiated disciples, having barely entered the inner sect, experienced their first foray into the Xiantai, traversing 9 miniature worlds in a single breath. Upon their successful return, they were directly elevated to the position of sect elder, a meteoric rise that would undoubtedly incite envy among others. In truth, Xianji himself was uncertain how long Chu Ci could withstand such pressure. Moreover, this old child was torn between his desire for Chu Ci to yield and become his disciple, and his hope for Chu Ci to retain his pride, emerging as a singularly exceptional genius. While others were oblivious to Xianji's conflicting thoughts, once he had departed, The other elders did not regard Chu Ci with kindness. After all, following the sect leader's allocation of the Fuyuan secret realm to Xinji a century prior, the other elders had been surreptitiously coveting this advantageous territory. Although all actions ostensibly served the sect, controlling a secret realm conferred a certain prestige, along with numerous clandestine benefits. The most apparent advantage was the enhancement of cultivation resources. Attaining the elder status itself marked a qualitative leap in such resources, and if one were to oversee a secret realm, the daily tributes and flattery from the disciples would be inexhaustible. Dongfang Han brushed the dust from his knees and shot a sinister smile at Chu Ci, saying, "I shall see how long you can maintain that smile. As long as I can outlast you, that is all that matters." Chu Ci and Murong Hao departed from the vicinity, ignoring the convoluted thoughts of others. In essence, those with hearts as narrow as the point of a needle are destined to harbor jealousy. Even if you remain inactive, their resentment will simmer regardless. Conversely, individuals with an expansive mindset, who focus solely on their own affairs, will not bear grudges, even if confronted with conflict at their ancestors' graves. However, Murong Hao possesses a far more intricate mindset than Chu Ci imagines. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, as one who has navigated the challenges within his family, his thoughts are considerably more complex. The involvement of the Grand Elder Xuanji is a matter shrouded in uncertainty, its implications difficult to ascertain. Why is it so hard to define? Chu Ci inquired, placing an arm around his shoulder. Murong, you often appear to be so carefree. Why then, in this moment? Do you seem hesitant and caught in a dilemma? Murong Hao shot him an annoyed glance, unable to suppress a playful punch. You rascal! Whom do you think I am troubled for? If it weren't for your incessant focus on cultivation, your inability to keep secrets would not put me in this position. The Grand Elder Xuanji is an enigma. It is unclear whether he is friend or foe. If he harbors malicious intent, I cannot be certain you will be able to handle it. Fear not, Chu Ci reassured. I perceive the Grand Elder Xuanji to possess a dignified countenance. He seems amenable, unlike those of dubious character. Murong Hao found himself both amused and exasperated by Chu Ci's tone for the Grand Elder Xuanji. One of the 6 most esteemed elders of the Qian sword sect was being likened to a junior by Chu Ci's words. Chu Ci, why do you speak with such an air of maturity? Awkwardly touched the tip of his nose, inadvertently recalling his former identity. In light of his previous status as a deity in the celestial realm, the title of Grand Elder of the Sword Sect, bestowed by the esteemed sun.The Supreme Elder, seemed utterly trivial. I must say, if sun.The Supreme Elder truly harbored no ill intentions, why would he suddenly appoint you as the elder in charge? While it is true that this new position brings numerous advantages, the accompanying threats and malice are equally formidable. You, a mere novice disciple, have transitioned straight from the mystic tower to the role of elder. It is rather conspicuous. One cannot help but wonder whether sun.The Supreme Elder truly values your talent or harbors resentment towards you. Murong, my brother, you appear quite aged, likely due to overthinking. In this life, the path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. Without diligent self-improvement, how can one hope to succeed? Since the jade pendant has fortuitously come into my possession, I see no reason to relinquish it. Do not be anxious. You may feel aged, but I, on the other hand, am in my prime, handsome and charming, thriving in the bloom of youth. In the realm of the Chu Ci, I ask, amidst my lengthy discourse, did you only discern the remark regarding your lack of beauty? Chapter 71, Multiple Perspectives. The two individuals, emboldened in their demeanor, exchanged a few words, casting aside any looming threats. Meanwhile, others retreated to their respective abodes, plotting how to eliminate Chu Ci, the proverbial thorn in their sides. Within a student's dwelling, a youth with striking features tended to Dongfang Han's wounds. After his excursion to the Xiantai, rather than gaining any advantage, he found himself severely injured by Chu Ci. The youth, filled with compassion, remarked, I have told you, whether one enters or refrains is a matter of personal fate. Why then provoke Chu Ci? I am simply incensed. It was originally your quota, yet at the last moment, it was usurped by that well-connected individual. How can I endure this? This youth was none other than Xu Fan, a close friend whom Dongfang Han had defended. They had both entered the Qian sword sect together, and their bond had flourished in the inner sanctum, akin to brothers. If not more so, Chu Ci's brilliance draws envy, and some may wish him harm. You ought to refrain from entangling yourself in such murky waters. Dongfang Han, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, are we to simply tolerate this? As Shu Fan toyed with a jade ring on his finger, a warm smile graced his face, evoking an undeniable sense of familiarity. Consider the one above. By Rumak, slain by Chu Ci and the Xiantai, will Bai Ryu not seek vengeance? Let us await the outcome. If even Bai Ryu cannot contend with him, then our involvement would be tantamount to courting death. At that moment, Bai Ryu, the subject of their conversation, had indeed learned of her brother's demise. My lord, the soul lamp of young Master Bai has extinguished. Our investigations reveal that the perpetrator is the newly appointed elder Chu Ci. Bai Ryu, clad in ethereal white, exuding an otherworldly aura, with silver hair and striking features, appeared akin to a scholarly scion. Yet, her words dripped with malice. Fool! The seventh-ranked inner disciple was slain by a mere newcomer. Such disgrace to the Bai family cannot be tolerated. The subordinate kneeling before her broke into a cold sweat, aware of the rivalry between the two young masters. Uncertain whether to feign ignorance or take action against Chu Ci, a mere fledgling in the soul master stage dares to overshadow me, usurping my position as elder. Bai Ryu hurled her brush with a chilling intent. Send someone to eliminate him. I do not wish to hear of his existence in the coming month. Yes, the demise of Bai Rumak was a small consolation, removing a contender for the position of family head. Yet, Bai Ryu would not allow anyone to steal her thunder as the foremost disciple. In the forest, a tree that stands tall will inevitably attract the wind. The crisp sound of birdsong echoed as an ethereal fire phoenix circled the bamboo grove before vanishing into thin air. Standing still, Chung Fengla performed a flourish with her sword and sheathed it with grace. Alas, the young lady's soul technique has truly reached an unparalleled level of mastery, appearing entirely natural. Dressed in a sleek martial arts attire, Chung Feng casually wiped her beloved sword and inquired nonchalantly, "What is the situation over there?" This was due to Chu Ci's rigorous training within the Xian Tower, where he traversed 9 miniature worlds and attained genuine sword intent. Consequently, the esteemed Elder Xuanji made an exceptional decision to appoint him as an Elder of Affairs. Chung Feng paused in her actions of polishing her sword, struck by the revelation of true sword intent. Even Morong Hao, renowned within the inner sect for his comprehension of the sword path, had yet to grasp the genuine sword intent. How could that impudent newcomer manage to achieve such a feat? The chill in Chung Feng's gaze deepened. This young man could not be allowed to remain. What of being an Elder of Affairs? Before reaching the Fuyuan secret realm, he must be eliminated. As Chu Ci did not report to the Fuyuan secret realm, even if later pursued by the esteemed Elder Xuanji, they could easily feign ignorance, for after all, his name was not inscribed on the jade tablet. Chu Ci was killed before reaching the Fuyuan secret realm, thus it was not their concern. Even if everyone was aware of the truth, they would have to silently endure the bitter consequences. Chung Feng cast a cold glance at his subordinates. It was imperative to eliminate the target before his arrival at the secret realm. I do not wish to hear of any failures. Yes, we shall not disappoint the young lady's orders. Is it truly possible that Chu Ci emerged alive from the Xiantai? Remarkable indeed. Ouyang Pingyu, resembling a scholarly youth, perused the scroll before him. At first glance, one might assume he was a delicate scholar, avoiding even the slightest disturbance to the earth. However, who could have guessed that Ouyang Pingyu had previously dispatched Su Yunkai to eliminate Chu Ci? After all, he had extended an olive branch to Chu Ci, only for that young man to reject it outright. Unable to utilize him, the only option left was to eliminate him. Regrettably, the fool Su Yunkai could not even manage this simple task. Not only did he fail to kill Chu Ci, but he was also ultimately slain by that supposedly weakling. Go and kill Chu Ci. In 5 days, I expect to see his head. Otherwise, it will be your head instead. Ouyang Pingyu commanded, his tone nonchalant as he continued to read. A respectful reply echoed in the air, yet no figure was visible. Swish, swish, swish. The myriad sword lights danced like silver threads, striking the falling leaves with precision, each leaf meeting its mark. This level of analytical precision and mastery over spiritual power indicated a peak Grand Soul Master. The young girl, clad in a robe of fiery red, sheathed her sword with a huff. The elder steward of the Fuyuan secret realm? A mere brat? Humph. I knew that old man Xuanji favored males over females. I shall see what charm a newly inducted brat possesses that even the esteemed Xuanji holds in such regard. Having departed from the Mystic Tower for merely half a day, news of Chu Ci's remarkable achievement, successfully traversing 9 miniature worlds upon his inaugural entry into the tower, followed by his exceptional promotion to Elder Deacon by the esteemed Elder Xuanji, thereby assuming control of the fortune source secret realm, spread like wildfire, eliciting a spectrum of emotions from joy to concern among the populace. It is evident that Chu Ci will undoubtedly attract considerable attention on his forthcoming journey. However, he remains unfazed, having endured the tempestuous trials of his past life. The skirmishes within the Crimson Flame Sword sect seem trivial to him, akin to mere childish play. As for the jade pendant associated with the fortune source secret realm, serving as the key to its entrance, Chu Ci has securely placed it within his dragon space, as he finds storage rings and bags somewhat unreliable. Individuals with greater soul power can easily access them. Thus, the dragon token and its accompanying space offer a more secure alternative. For safekeeping, Chu Ci routinely stores significant items within his dragon space. Now that he has ascended to the role of Elder Deacon and assumes responsibility for the fortune source secret realm, Chu Ci is prepared to fulfill his duties and make his presence known, ensuring others recognize him as a figure of authority. However, before he could embark on this endeavor, he was summoned to the Hall of Rewards and Punishments by another Elder Deacon. Chapter 72. The Hall of Rewards and Punishments. The Hall of Rewards and Punishments is a designated establishment within the Crimson Flame Sword sect, instituted to uphold discipline. Any individual who disrespects the sect or contravenes its regulations is brought forth to face judgment in this chamber. As Chu Ci gazed upon the vividly carved ferocious beasts adorning either side, it seemed as if they could break free from their stony confines at any moment, poised to snap off a human head. Yet, upon observing these sculptures, Chu Ci felt no fear whatsoever. He strode boldly forward, earning a moment of admiration from the elder attendant who had escorted him. Previous visitors to this place had typically been overwhelmed with terror, their faces betraying a facade of forced composure. However, Chu Ci appeared genuinely indifferent. Upon entering the inner hall, Chu Ci beheld sun.The kneeling to one side, and it dawned on him why he had come to this hall of rewards and punishments, likely due to the revelation of his involvement in the killing of a fellow disciple within the Xian Tower. Yet what of it? Chu Ci felt he had committed no wrongdoing. When others sought to take his life, was it not justifiable to retaliate in self-defense? The Hall of Rewards and Punishments was overseen by one of the elder attendants, among whom the esteemed leaders of the Qian Sword sect, the 6 revered elders, and the elusive sect master were the most prominent. Following them, the peak masters held significant authority, and only then did the elder attendants rank below. The number of elder attendants was considerable, yet their power varied. Those wielding greater authority commanded more respect, while those tasked merely with guarding the entrance or attending to the daily needs of inner disciples held lesser status. The elder who presided over the Hall of Rewards and Punishments possessed considerable power, almost on par with the less formidable peak masters. Since his arrival at the Qian Sword sect, Chu Ci had been informed that the master of the hall was reputed to be upright and powerful, one of the 6 revered elders and a favored disciple of Elder Qingfeng. Elder Qingfeng was known for her benevolence, embodying a gentle demeanor that seemed incapable of harming even a rabbit, which starkly contrasted with the overall atmosphere of the Qian Sword sect. Nonetheless, the inner disciples held great affection for her. Ironically, Elder Qingfeng's first and most capable disciple turned out to be Wan Zhao, the stern and unyielding master of the Hall of Rewards and Punishments, who executed his duties with relentless efficiency. Chu Ci inclined his head towards Wan Zhao, greeting him. "I am Chu Ci. I trust you are well, Brother Wancher." sun.The, kneeling on the ground, cast a glance at Chu Ci, questioning, "Brother?" "The hall master is the chief elder, the one in charge of this Hall of Rewards and Punishments. What kind of relationship do you think you have? Your words are misguided. Before long, I shall take up my post in the Fuyuan secret realm, and I too shall be an elder. What is wrong with calling you brother?" Chu Ci retorted, "Indeed, it is you who, upon encountering this elder, fails to extend a greeting. Such a lack of courtesy is truly remarkable." "Enough." Wan Zhao, disinclined to engage in idle banter, swiftly moved to the crux of the matter. "Chu Ci," he said, sun.The claims you have slain fellow disciples within the Xiantai. Do you acknowledge your punishment?" "I do not," Chu Ci replied, his heart steady and his demeanor unfazed as he wove a web of falsehoods. "I, Chu Ci, have diligently traversed the realms within the Xiantai, slaying numerous soul puppets and soul beasts, yet I have never harmed a fellow disciple." "Which disciple is sun.The referring to?" "You speak with reckless abandon. All who perished within the Xiantai and did not emerge were slain by your hand. How dare you present yourself as a paragon of virtue?" sun.The cried out, his voice rising in indignation. Chu Ci deliberately adopted a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "Alas, brother sun.The, your words have saddened me greatly. Are you not painting me as a merciless fiend, a killer devoid of conscience? Who would believe that all those who perished within the Xiantai were at my hands? When I first entered, I was merely a soul warrior, barely grasping the powers bestowed upon me by the Xiantai, the peak strength of a 7th-level soul master. How could I have possibly slain so many? Who would take such a claim seriously?" sun.The, incensed, rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Ci with indignation. "How can you lie so brazenly, without a flicker of remorse? If you were indeed so feeble, how could you have successfully traversed 9 miniature worlds in succession? Even Bairumo met his demise within the Xiantai. It is common knowledge that the challenges within the Xiantai intensify with each subsequent world. Yet you claim to be weak after conquering 9. Oh, so the worlds within the Xiantai grow stronger the more one enters? I do not quite perceive it that way. Perhaps I was simply fortunate. I am a person naturally blessed with good fortune." "Fortune? Chu Ci, do not dare to feign ignorance. Will you boldly swear by the heavens that Bairumo, Zhao Qianyuan, and the others were not slain by your hand?" Chu Ci cast a disdainful glance at him, exclaiming how utterly unreasonable he was. "What right do you have to demand such an oath at the very outset? Do you possess any evidence?" Within the Zhunt Tower, there are numerous formidable experts, including Bairumo, who is a master of the 7th inner sect. How could a mere new disciple, incapable of harnessing even the peak power of a 7th-level soul master, possibly be capable of vanquishing them all? You portray me as if I were an extraordinary genius, a mantle I am ill-equipped to bear." sun.The had never encountered such unabashed audacity. He shamelessly extolled his own virtues while cleverly evading suspicion. "Do not think for a moment that your attempts to muddle the waters will allow you to escape unscathed, for the palace master sees through all with keen insight. The Zhunt Tower is not devoid of clues. Unraveling the identity of those responsible for the demise of our fellow disciples is a task far simpler than you presume." With a raised eyebrow, Chu Ci realized that the Xian Tower was not entirely sealed off as he had believed. Instead, it provided a pathway to uncover leads. However, to avoid being deceived by sun.The, he turned to Wan Zhao, inquiring if his senior brother had anything to add. Wan Zhao cast a meaningful glance at Chu Ci. It was the first time he had encountered someone in the punishment hall who seemed so at ease, almost as if it were their own home. Moreover, Chu Ci had firmly grasped the reins of conversation. This was a reflection within the Xian Tower. Wan Zhao conjured a crystal sphere, infusing it with soul power, which effortlessly revealed the scene of Chu Ci slaying Bairumo and the others within the tower, to prevent internecine strife among disciples. The Xian Tower possessed such a mechanism for recording events. Bairumo and his companions were ruthless in their attempt to kill Chu Ci because they believed he had no one to protect him. They thought that even if they took his life, no one would bother to report to the punishment hall over a mere newcomer, thus risking the ire of powerful families. This was the very reason they dared to act so violently. Upon witnessing this irrefutable evidence, sun.The felt as though he had seized a significant advantage. Do you see? Do you see, Chu Ci? The evidence is overwhelming. What excuse do you have now? You have harmed your fellow disciples. A habitual killer. Hall Master, you must flay Chu Ci alive, strip him of his soul power, and expel him from the sect. Despite such intimidation, Chu Ci displayed no signs of distress. "Oh, so it turns out I was slaying senior brother Bai and the others? What a grave sin this is. Especially since I believed it to be an illusion at the time. I thought senior brother Bai, being such a gentleman, along with senior brother Zhao and the others, were all loving and supportive fellow disciples. How could they possibly conspire to take my life? I was convinced that this must be an illusion meant to test me, which is why I retaliated. After I had slain them, I became even more certain that it was a mere illusion, for how could I, an insignificant newcomer, easily defeat such formidable figures renowned on the inner sect's soul power rankings? Who would have imagined it was real? This is truly astonishing. I believe it can only be seen as an accidental act on my part. How can I be accused of deliberately slaughtering my fellow disciples? I refuse to accept such a charge." Chapter 73. Safe and sound. sun.The could hardly fathom that in such a dire situation, Chu Ci could still twist black into white and red into green. Bah, what nonsense about illusions. Your act of killing them is indisputable. With a shrug, Chu Ci expressed, "I never claimed to seek escape from my culpability. I am merely curious as to why senior brother Bai and the others wish to take my life. Are we not brothers of the same sect? Did our school not vow to cherish and love one another, forbidding fratricide? If they aim to slay me, am I not entitled to resist? His final inquiry was directed at Wang Zhao, conveying a singular notion. Regardless of whether this is an illusion, his actions are defensive, not offensive. Initially, he had no intention to strike. It was by Ru Mo and his companions who harbored murderous intent first, prompting Chu Ci to retaliate. Who can be blamed for his lack of strength? Wang Zhao retracted the crystal ball, having observed the entire sequence of events. Chu Ci's character is indeed upright. He repays enmity with enmity and injustice with justice, eschewing acts of ingratitude or retaliation with kindness. This aligns well with Wang Zhao's temperament. The intent of Ru Mo and the others to attack a fellow disciple is unforgivable. Although Chu Ci's defense escalated to lethal retaliation, this too cannot be overlooked, resulting in the confiscation of resources allocated to the inner disciples for 2 months. Sun.The appeared utterly astonished. With a resigned sigh, Chu Ci lamented, "Alas, in this world, those of us lacking familial connections are often at a disadvantage. I shall endure this for now, hoping that brother Sun.The will spare me in the future." Sun.The was utterly taken aback. He could hardly fathom that a grown man could be so shameless, so brazenly hypocritical, to take advantage of a situation and yet feign innocence. The deduction of resources for disciples within the past 2 months had no impact on Chu Ci whatsoever. He had ascended to the position of elder steward. In a few days, upon reporting to the Fuyuan secret realm, the resources allocated to elder stewards would be distributed, not to mention that he possessed the key to the secret realm. Numerous disciples would undoubtedly seek his favor, and even the slightest opportunity would yield enough income from the gray areas to satisfy Chu Ci's needs. Sun.The could not help but interject, "Your Excellency, does this not seem unjust? We're speaking of lives here. Can we simply dismiss this? Are you not the epitome of fairness? How can you conduct affairs in such a manner?" Wang Zhao's expression darkened as he cast a cold glance at Sun.The. "Are you instructing me on how to manage matters? I would not dare, but I merely feel this is somewhat inequitable." "Equitable?" Wang Zhao scoffed, "for individuals attacking one. And after being countered, they come to me seeking fairness? Is it not a tad too late for that?" As Chu Ci feigned nonchalance, he exclaimed, "Oh, please cease the commotion. Do not quarrel on my behalf. Brother Sun.The, you too should focus on your cultivation and strive to enhance your strength, rather than offending others for the sake of irrelevant matters. They have merely lost their lives, while I have sacrificed 2 months' worth of intersect resources." Sun.The felt utterly exasperated by this shameless individual. Meanwhile, Wang Zhao, who was typically stoic, could not suppress a hint of amusement. He had not anticipated that this newly appointed elder steward would prove to be quite entertaining. His words could indeed serve as a weapon. "Ahem. Since the matter has been established, you may disperse. The Hall of Rewards and Punishments is not a place for idlers to loiter." "Understood, Brother Wang." Without further ado, Chu Ci departed, leaving an indignant Sun.The struggling to condemn him. Before Sun.The could articulate his grievances, Wang Zhao interjected, "Sun.The, the outside world perceives me as just and impartial. Hence, I shall inquire from the standpoint of fairness. If Chu Ci is supported by a prominent family and is a legitimate elder steward, would you still beseech me for justice, demanding that he face consequences? Can you claim that your intentions are devoid of any selfish motives? Can you genuinely assert that Chu Ci's actions were driven by a bloodthirsty nature? Both of us recognize that Chu Ci's actions were merely acts of self-preservation, and moreover, they were a manifestation of karmic retribution. Rumo and his companions invited their own demise through their murderous intent." Sun.The opened his mouth to protest, but found himself at a loss for words. However, Bai and his brothers are renowned disciples on the inner sect's soul power rankings. Their loss is indeed regrettable. Yet, who can be blamed for this? Should we hold accountable those innocent of wrongdoing for the transgressions of the deceased? Unbeknownst to Chu Ci, Wang Zhao had spoken in his defense. Wang Zhao is known for his fairness, yet he is not devoid of reason. He does not rigidly adhere to rules without understanding. Were he such a person, he would not have attained his current position. The news of Chu Ci's summons to the Hall of Rewards and Punishments spread among those with ulterior motives, and many became aware of it. What is the Hall of Rewards and Punishments, you may ask? Once one enters, few emerge unscathed. Thus, when onlookers saw Chu Ci exit shortly thereafter, unscathed and seemingly in good spirits, it completely shattered their preconceived notions. How could this be? Chu Ci emerged without even a single reprimand. Not long ago, Brother Wang had transgressed the sect's regulations, and even with the support of a peak master, he was still cast into the confinement mountain. How then did Chu Ci emerge unscathed? It was truly astonishing. The Hallmaster did not appear to be one who would show favoritism. As for other matters, I cannot say, but I am certain that the individual known as Chu Ci is far from ordinary. He possesses a complete mastery of sword intent and has been swiftly appointed by the Grand Elder as the elder in charge of the Fuyuan secret realm. Moreover, he entered the Hall of Rewards and Punishments unscathed. Truly remarkable. You also neglected to mention one crucial point: his remarkable ability to incite animosity. With so many families eyeing him covetously, he continues to thrive amidst their scrutiny, demonstrating skills that undoubtedly surpass our own. Perhaps he has even secured numerous hidden cards. Enough of this analysis. His prowess is his own affair. Let us diligently focus on our cultivation instead. Comparing ourselves to others only breeds despair. After disregarding the opinions of others, Chu Ci bid farewell to Murong Hao and proceeded to collect his robe from the elder in charge of resource distribution. Junior brother Chu, the elder called out, clearly intending to foster a closer relationship. After all, there exists a hierarchy among the elders, and someone like Chu Ci, who commands a domain of his own, is not easily courted. Thus, even though the elder perceived that Chu Ci's strength was inferior to his own, he remained exceptionally amiable. Here, junior brother, this is your robe along with your identity badge. The robe, specially tailored for the elders, was adorned with intricate formations capable of withstanding an assault from a peak-level 7th grade soul master. Additionally, it incorporated defensive formations and various subtle mechanisms to repel dust. The artistry of embedding these formations within the embroidery was a testament to meticulous craftsmanship, rendering it a priceless treasure in the outside world. Chapter 74. Moonbud. To intricately weave so many formations in a coherent manner without interference required considerable skill. The identity badge, naturally, represented the elder's status, akin to a type of work identification. Moreover, as an elder, one was entitled to receive 10 medium-grade soul crystal stones each month, whereas a true disciple only received a mere 100 low-grade soul crystal stones in the same period. Notably, a single medium-grade soul crystal could be exchanged for 100 low-grade crystals. This clearly illustrates the remarkable benefits afforded to the elders. Moreover, there exists a plethora of concealed benefits, such as the unrestricted access to any book in the library and the jade slips, free from any limitations. One can also acquire a riding spirit beast from the resource hall when venturing outdoors or to certain locations, with the option to reclaim it in case of any losses. The conveniences afforded to the elder stewards have indeed been significantly relaxed. It is no wonder that everyone aspires to ascend the ranks. The higher one climbs, the better the resources become. Furthermore, for someone in a position akin to Chu Ci, who wields considerable power and controls the opening of a secret realm, the so-called monthly distribution of soul crystal stones pales in comparison. After all, at this juncture, soul crystal stones hold little significance for Chu Ci, as he possesses the key to unlock the secret realm. At that point, gifts could be bestowed upon him by anyone, or he might simply reserve a spot for himself each time, thus reaping substantial rewards in soul crystal stones. Besides, Chu Ci is not lacking in wealth at all. Whether it be soul crystal stones or worldly riches, his reserves are quite ample. Even if a day comes when he finds himself short of funds, he could easily refine a few bottles of elixirs for auction. After collecting his monthly allocation, Chu Ci proceeded to obtain a wind wolf spirit beast, renowned for its ability to travel vast distances at remarkable speed. Despite the presence of Xiao He, his flying spirit beast, one should not forego such a complimentary offering distributed by the sect. Mounted upon the wind wolf, Chu Ci set his course towards the Fuyuan secret realm. After all, the resources of the Qian sword sect are not limited to the immediate vicinity. Were they confined to nearby areas, how could they possibly sustain a multitude of disciples? Only after the ancestors and elders of the sect discovered and subsequently refined and controlled a secret realm would it be deemed a resource for the sect, with designated personnel to oversee it. The Fuyuan secret realm, to which he was now journeying, was somewhat distant. Each expedition required the sect to prepare numerous flying spiritual tools to transport many disciples to the realm. However, this time, as Chu Ci traveled alone, his journey was considerably expedited, and after tirelessly riding the wind wolf for 40,000 miles, he was met with a vast canyon that obstructed his path. The canyon was exceedingly wide, its depths shrouded in darkness, while the surrounding vegetation was so dense that it appeared blackish-green, emanating an ominous aura. The Chu Ci is not troubled by personal struggles. Rather, it perceives that the relentless pursuit has persisted for 4 consecutive days and nights. If there is no respite, it is indifferent to its own plight. However, it fears that the wind wolf beast may meet its demise here, exhausted to death. Chu Ci gently caressed the soft fur of the wind wolf beast and retrieved some various flavored feed from his spatial pouch to nourish it. This specialized feed was developed by the Beastmaster sect to facilitate the rearing of spiritual beasts, and most of these creatures had a fondness for it. Typically, the feed available within the sect for these spiritual beasts was either sourced from their own hunts or procured directly from the Beastmaster sect. After all, during journeys, it was impractical to allow spiritual beasts to hunt for themselves, as it would waste valuable time. Thus, carrying some of this assorted feed was essential. A sudden, eerie breeze swept through, yet Chu Ci remained undistracted, diligently feeding his spiritual beast. In the next moment, a flash of light illuminated the scene as Chu Ci summoned the beast back into the Beastmaster space. With a swift motion, he evaded a streak of sword light, revealing that the spot where he had stood was now left in utter disarray. Chu Ci, I have been waiting for you for quite some time, a voice remarked. Waiting for what? To take my life? If you are weary of living, then do us both a favor and hang yourself. Do not keep coming to me. Even killing is exhausting work. Chu Ci surveyed his assailant, noting the pallor of his complexion and the ashen hue of his hair, which exuded an atmosphere of morbid lethargy. Strangely, his eyes bore an eerie shade of crimson. Observing the recent attack, he noted that the sword light, upon striking the ground, released a noxious miasma, revealing that this individual practiced a rather dubious form of soul technique. Such a sharp tongue. One can only wonder if, upon your demise, you shall retain such eloquence in the halls of Yama. However, there is no need for your concern. Perhaps it would be more prudent for you to descend and inquire on my behalf. The figure of Chu Ci, weary of inquiring about his master's identity, resignedly accepted that he had offended numerous individuals, knowing the culprit would serve no purpose, for with one defeated, another would arise, and as the adage goes, one must meet force with force and obstacles with determination. But hold on, for the fate of Chu Ci has already been claimed by my master. As these words lingered in the air, another man materialized, exuding an aura akin to a sharp sword. Had he remained silent, none would have discerned that he had been waiting there for quite some time. It is indeed astonishing how many adversaries Chu Ci has accumulated. No wonder it is said that he has garnered considerable enmity. I have truly witnessed it myself. Another figure emerged, shrouded tightly in dark garments, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether they were male or female, yet their voice was unmistakably hoarse. Chu Ci couldn't help but stifle a yawn. Could you all come out together? It seemed they had all conspired, one after another, without any mishaps. Quite a feat, indeed. Suddenly, a bright and melodious female voice broke the silence, unable to contain her laughter. Since the voice has emerged, I might as well step forward, she declared. I've long heard that you, Chu Ci, possess a sharp tongue. I never imagined it to be true. How amusing. As the final girl revealed herself, the expressions of the others instantly shifted. Yuya the steward. Chu Ci gazed upon the girl known as the Moonbud Steward, whose crescent-shaped eyes and arched brows exuded a charming allure. Her hair was swept up into a high ponytail, bestowing her with an air of efficiency and poise. However, her demeanor and expressions suggested a personality akin to that of a radiant sun. Adorning her ponytail was a silver ornament shaped like a moonbud, strikingly beautiful and vibrant. To the unknowing observer, she might easily be mistaken for a young princess of royal lineage. Yet, those familiar with her presence dared not meet her gaze directly. In the realm of stewards, regardless of gender, merit prevailed, and Moonbud was a distinguished disciple of the esteemed elder sun.The, possessing formidable skills. Her swordsmanship was honed to perfection, and her cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of an 8th-level soul master, rendering her strength immeasurable. Collectively, the 3 assailants present could not hope to match her prowess. As Moonbud made her entrance, a wave of trepidation washed over the 3 pursuers, leaving them hesitantly contemplating their next move. After all, Chu Ci was also under the tutelage of Elder sun.The, although he had declined the Elder's offer of apprenticeship. He was nonetheless elevated by sun.The's guidance. In this context, Moonbud and Chu Ci could be considered part of the same faction. What would happen if they intervened and were thwarted by the steward Moonbud? 3 against 1 would hardly suffice to challenge her. It would be tantamount to courting death. Amidst their internal conflict, Moonbud casually settled herself to one side, idly toying with the tassel of her sword. Do not mind me. You may continue your skirmish. I shall not involve myself. Yet, despite her nonchalance, the others remained hesitant. What was this apparent display of a senior sister assisting her junior brother? Were they merely to serve as her whetstone? The Chu Ci has triumphed, yet they must perish. They are hastening to extinguish Chu Ci's life, while the senior sister stands forth to ensure their demise. Are they not treating them as mere playthings? The group exchanged glances and subsequently departed. Although this gorge serves as an ideal location for ambushes and a fitting place for disposing of corpses, with Yuya present, they found it impossible to act. However, time is on their side. They do not believe that Yuya, as a senior elder burdened with numerous responsibilities, can consistently guard Chu Ci. Convinced they have discerned Yuya's intentions for being here, they dared not linger and swiftly took their leave. Yuya, on the other hand, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. How was it that her presence here inadvertently shielded this young man? Hey, she exclaimed, her brows furrowed as she stood boldly before Chu Ci, declaring, I did not come here to protect you. Since those fools have ceased to trouble you, I have come to trouble you myself. Chu Ci chuckled softly, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Very well, he nodded, speaking in a calm tone. This is due to the fact that I sense no murderous intent from you. It was evident that this individual was unlike the previous group. They were not here to take his life, regardless of the circumstances. The retreat of the others was attributed to this girl before him, a fact that Chu Ci, despite his reluctance, had to acknowledge. As Chu Ci displayed his amiable demeanor, Yuya found herself at a loss for how to instigate trouble. Initially, she had envisioned confronting an especially irritating young man and resorting to a physical altercation to alleviate her frustration. However, Chu Ci's handsome features and charming demeanor were unexpectedly agreeable, complicating her intentions. Do you know who I am? Chu Ci chuckled softly, shaking her head in uncertainty. I am one of the elders in the sect. My master is Xianji. This time, the fortunate source secret realm was supposed to be mine. Now, you should understand why I have come to trouble you. Understanding dawned on Chu Ci as she listened to Yuya, yet she remained unperturbed, a smile gracing her face, exuding an amiable demeanor. Why not seek trouble with Elder Xianji instead of me? Must you even ask? I cannot possibly contend with him. That old man. He promised me the fortunate source secret realm, only to turn around and bestow it upon you, an unknown brat. Yuya assessed Chu Ci's abilities, noting that she had only just reached the soul master stage, perplexed at what that old man could have seen in her. Perhaps he noticed my exceptional comprehension. Although I have just entered the soul master stage, my future holds great promise. How amusing it is to witness oneself boast so shamelessly for the first time, she thought. With a graceful motion of her right hand, a long sword emanating a faint blue glow appeared in her grasp. Listen here, brat, I won't bully you. I shall suppress my realm to match yours, and we shall engage in a duel. Otherwise, it would be me taking advantage of you. A faint smile played on Chu Ci's lips. Yuya raised an eyebrow, her expression turning stern. What do you mean? Do you look down upon women? No. My remarks are not directed at you, but rather at everyone. I believe that regardless of gender, anyone at my level cannot surpass me. Yuya couldn't help but laugh, revealing her small, white canine teeth. You're quite audacious. Despite her words, Yuya chose to suppress her realm to match Chu Ci's level, launching herself forward. From the very moment she entered the sect, she was hailed as the prodigious daughter, excelling in swordsmanship and soul skills beyond her male counterparts. Having grown up within the sect, she had encountered numerous prodigies, which led her to set high standards for herself. She remained curious about Xianji's reasoning in selecting such a newly initiated inner disciple for the position of elder. As she drew her sword, the blade radiated a compelling aura, its sword intent reflecting the formidable pressure she emitted, even while suppressing her power to match Chu Ci's stage. This underscored that her confidence and ability to intimidate others stemmed entirely from her own strength. Receive my 3 strikes, and that shall deem you qualified. In that moment, Yuya emanated an astonishing sharpness, akin to an unsheathed divine sword. Very well, Chu Ci replied with a calm smile. Noticing Chu Ci's nonchalance, Yuya's irritation flared. Her delicate face hardened, and with a flick of her wrist, the sword in her hand sang, the sound echoing as the sword energy sliced through the air. In the next instant, a dazzling beam of sword light surged toward Chu Ci. The verses of Chu Ci stirred. in his hand. The flowing cloud sword moved with an elegance that belied its speed, slicing upward with a graceful arc, though it appeared unhurried. The sword's descent was akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, precisely striking the tip of the crescent moon sword. A resounding clash echoed in the air. Both figures retreated a step in unison. "Ah, quite impressive, young lad." A flicker of admiration glimmered in Yuya's eyes. The second strike, blazing flames. With a clear and resonant command, she harnessed the pinnacle of her first-level soul master power, unleashing it with fervor. From the treasured sword in her grasp, a terrifying beam of sword light surged forth, accompanied by a torrent of searing heat, resembling a colossal serpent of flames as it surged towards Chu Ci. If the first strike had seen Yuya holding back slightly, this time, she unleashed her full strength without reservation, though she remained mindful of her restraint at the peak of the first-level soul master realm. In truth, while it appeared that a formidable opponent might match her in cultivation, the insight and experience of a true expert vastly surpassed that of a lower realm practitioner. Yuya believed that by controlling her cultivation to match Chu Ci's, she could easily overpower him. Yet, Chu Ci was not like others. The experience and knowledge of a divine king from the upper realm far eclipsed that of Yuya. In the face of Yuya's more ferocious and potent attack, infused with overwhelming soul power, Chu Ci maintained a serene demeanor. The flowing cloud sword in his hand moved like a gentle breeze, gliding effortlessly without disturbing a single cloud, as its ethereal intent seamlessly sliced through the encroaching inferno serpent. With a sizzling sound, the fiery serpent was cleaved in two, passing harmlessly on either side of Chu Ci's form. In the next instant, Chu Ci surged forward, propelled by the wind. With a swift motion, he lunged ahead, his sword piercing the air. The clash of blades resonated, and with a deft flip, Yuya retreated several paces, a small tear appearing on her left shoulder. The balance of victory hung in the air. Had this been a true duel, the outcome would have been far graver. With her shoulder pierced and blood flowing freely. Yet Yuya was not one to shy away from defeat. She sheathed her treasured sword, her gaze upon Chu Ci filled with complexity. "Well done, young lad. I recall when I was a soul master, I challenged opponents 2 or 3 realms above me. You faced me without a hint of fear, and in merely 2 exchanges, you gained the upper hand. It seems that old Xiankong is not yet blind to talent." Despite winning the clash, Chu Ci felt no overwhelming joy. "Had you not restrained your power, I doubt I would have survived even a single strike." Yuya dismissed the notion with nonchalance. "What does it matter? If I did not hold back, that would be the true injustice of victory." Chu Ci could not agree with her perspective. Your own soul power has been cultivated through diligent practice, not through theft or deceit. The prowess you possess today is a testament to your own efforts and the passage of time. Even in victory, there is honor. Upon hearing his words, Yuya regarded Chu Ci with increasing admiration, for his sentiments resonated deeply within her. In her encounters with some inner disciples who challenged her authority, she often heard the refrain that her strength stemmed from her superior rank and her master, Xiankong, which supposedly afforded her countless resources. Such remarks incited a deep-seated frustration within her. She longed to cast those naysayers into oblivion. What if resources were at her disposal? They were still earned, still exchanged for hard work. Had she simply consumed elixirs to reach her current stature? She rose before dawn daily to hone her soul skills and sword techniques. Far from the ease they suggested, a chorus of voices unaware of the toil behind her triumphs. "You are quite commendable. I acknowledge you as my junior brother." In a moment of resignation, Chu Ci reflected on how the temperament of the moonlit bud bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a female friend he had known in a past life. It was hardly appropriate to refer to him as a junior disciple, for I had never consented to become the disciple of Elder Xuanji. Upon hearing this, the moonlit bud, as Xuanji's disciple, couldn't help but smile. "Excellent. Do maintain that spirit, Junior. I truly appreciate someone who does not bow to the whims of that old curmudgeon." But why still call him Junior? After ascertaining this young disciple's identity, strength, and character, the moonlit bud felt quite satisfied with Chu Ci and had no intention of causing trouble. "In that case, I shall refrain from saying more. I have my own matters to attend to." From her storage space, she produced a jade pendant. "Since this is our first meeting, I have no grand gifts to offer. But here is a token of our introduction. It contains a trace of my soul power. Should anyone trouble you, simply shatter it to deal with them." With that, she took flight without waiting for Chu Ci's refusal. Chu Ci gazed at that striking figure with a sense of helplessness, reflecting on the capricious nature of fate. Chapter 76. Arrival at Sanfu City. At present, Chu Ci's dragon god space was filled with numerous jade pendants, augmenting his arsenal of life-preserving measures and hidden cards. However, he believed that the day he would need to resort to these safeguards would never come, for he considered himself to be far from inept. After lingering for a moment, Chu Ci resolved to proceed further. The vast canyon posed little challenge. He summoned the 5 elements technique, causing several vines to ascend from the ground. As they intertwined, a magnificent bridge was swiftly constructed. Were there others present, they would undoubtedly marvel at the bridge woven from vines, questioning how many years it would take for such a masterpiece to form. They would be incredulous that such a bridge could be created in mere moments by the sole power of a single individual. Upon mounting the back of the wind wolf beast, Chu Ci gently patted its neck and urged, "Let us be on our way and travel swiftly." The wind wolf let out a howl towards the heavens before striding towards the bridge woven from vines. Below lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Yet neither Chu Ci nor the wind wolf harbored any fear as they hastily traversed the vine bridge, reaching the opposite side to continue their pursuit of destiny. However, along this journey, Chu Ci became acutely aware of the animosity he had inadvertently drawn upon himself. It was not merely the two groups frightened away by the moonlit crescent that sought his demise. After crossing the Grand Canyon, not even 200 miles had passed before a figure obstructed their path. It was a man clad in green. Chu Ci, if you lack the capability, do not aspire to be the vanguard, the steward of the fortune's secret realm. You may as well seek your next life for that role. The green-clad man chuckled darkly, akin to a wolf poised to devour. Just based on you? A hint of disdain flickered at the corner of Chu Ci's mouth. Killing you is more than sufficient. The green-clad man, dismissive of further conversation, drew forth a superior-grade yellow-tier sword. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, his right hand slicing through the air, unleashing 2 beams of sword light aimed directly at Chu Ci's arms. He was a peak-level 6th-tier soul master, surpassing Chu Ci by 5 minor realms. With sheer soul power alone, he rendered Chu Ci immobile. To the green-clad man, even if Chu Ci had comprehended the full essence of the first transition of sword intent, he would still be no match. His intent was to first cripple Chu Ci's arms, subject him to humiliation, and then proceed to execute him. As the sword of the green-clad man descended, within the depths of Chu Ci's gaze lay a chilling intent to kill. In a fleeting moment, like the breeze caressing the willow, the 2 swift beams of sword light unexpectedly sliced through the air, striking nothing but emptiness. The man clad in green was taken aback, attempting to retreat and change his tactics, but it was already too late. A beam of sword light erupted before him. The green-clad man felt a sharp pain in his neck. With a soft hiss, a jet of blood erupted forth. His trachea and carotid artery severed. Blood gushed forth as he fell, his eyes reflecting a mixture of 3 parts unwillingness and 7 parts terror. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate that Chu Ci's agility, footwork, and swordplay would be executed with such swiftness. He had yet to fully unleash his true strength before being vanquished by Chu Ci in an instant. After a few breaths, Chu Ci glanced at the storage pouch in his hand, furrowing his brow. A 6th-level soul master, yet so impoverished. Well, it's better than having nothing. He stowed the contents into his storage realm and leapt onto the wind wolf beast, departing swiftly. In the following days, Chu Ci effortlessly dispatched 3 more groups of pursuers, and the journey became somewhat tranquil. 3 days later, just as he was nearing his destination, he was once again intercepted. "Chu Ci, I have finally awaited your arrival," a middle-aged man exclaimed as he leaped forward. To Chu Ci's astonishment, an adversary emerged at the last moment. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "Must you sycophants approach one at a time? Are you all so ashamed that you resemble subterranean rodents?" The middle-aged man appeared somewhat bewildered. He understood the term sycophant, but subterranean rodent, what did that mean? Was he being insulted? Why linger? Aren't you the sycophant who came to assassinate me? Hurry up, I am pressed for time. I shall facilitate your journey to the afterlife. The middle-aged assassin had never encountered such a scenario. Each previous target had been a refined gentleman, and none had possessed such a sharp tongue. Facing imminent death and still exhibiting bravado, "Since you wish for a swift demise, I shall oblige," the enraged man bellowed, brandishing his long sword as he lunged towards Chu Ci. With a gesture of his left hand, Chu Ci formed a seal, even neglecting to draw his own flowing cloud sword. opting instead to conjure a shield of soul energy to withstand the onslaught. The sword light unleashed by the middle-aged man struck towards Chu Ci, only to be met by the formidable soul energy shield, which prompted a roar of frustration from the man. He channeled his soul energy fervently into the sword, intensifying the brilliance of the blade, causing the shield to tremble precariously. Then, with a soft crack, the soul energy shield shattered. Yet before the middle-aged man could press on, the flowing cloud sword was drawn with a resounding clang, releasing an ominous aura of sword intent. A light crack echoed as the precious sword in the man's grasp was cleaved in two. This was not due to the inferiority of the man's sword, nor its lack of quality. Rather, Chu Ci's sword intent had transcended that of an ordinary high-grade yellow-tier sword. Even if he wielded merely a wooden sword, he could effortlessly sever the yellow-tier spirit sword in the man's hand. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to take his life. With a deft twist of his wrist, Chu Ci unleashed a dazzling blade of light that danced like a resplendent firework, soaring through the air. With a swift motion, blood erupted, and the head of the middle-aged man was sent spiraling away, propelled by Chu Ci's sweeping sword. Task accomplished. With a swift motion, Chu Ci removed the storage bag from his left hand, casting a glance at the severed bodies on the ground before mounting the wind wolf beast and resuming his journey towards the Fuyuan secret realm. Now just a short distance away. Moments later, Chu Ci successfully arrived at the Fuyuan secret realm. Contrary to expectations, the realm was nestled within a bustling town rather than a secluded valley, surrounded by the imposing black stones of the town's fortifications. Upon entering, he was greeted by the grand inscription of three bold characters, sun.The city. As this would soon become his territory, Chu Ci had conducted thorough inquiries prior to his arrival. sun.The city, it was said, had once been the home of three formidable beings, each of whom, upon joining a sect, ascended to the ranks of soul kings and above, thus earning the town its illustrious name. Furthermore, the discovery of the Fuyuan secret realm at the summit of sun.The mountain only served to deepen the town's belief in its own sanctity as a blessed paradise. Indeed, sun.The city lived up to its reputation. Upon entering, Chu Ci could feel the abundant spiritual energy permeating the air, rendering it far more conducive to cultivation than other locales. No wonder the vendors here exuded vitality. Even the ordinary residents, without deliberate practice, enjoyed longevity in this vibrant environment. Instead of foolishly wandering in search of a location, Chu Ci produced his elder's token and infused it with his soul energy. His identity had already been registered at the headquarters of the Qian Sword sect, so as soon as he activated the token, the lord of the city would be notified. As expected, within the span of less than half a joss stick's time, a rotund middle-aged man approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chu Ci, I could tell at a glance that you are the esteemed elder, he exclaimed, panting slightly from his hurried approach. You truly possess an extraordinary demeanor, a striking presence amidst the crowd. Enough with the flattery, Chu Ci replied, gesturing to his distinctive elder's robe. Is my attire not sufficient to announce my status? Upon observing the demeanor of the stout middle-aged man, Chu Ci discerned that he could not possibly be the city lord. As a steward overseeing the Fuyuan cave, it was rather audacious of the city lord to disregard him and send a subordinate in his stead. Clearly, the city lord harbored some resentment towards him. Previously, Chu Ci would have remained amiable, but after being harried by a band of assassins along the journey, he was eager to vent his frustrations. And who better to target than the city lord? Esteemed steward, our city lord has graciously arranged a separate residence for you, the middle-aged man began. A separate residence? Chu Ci scoffed. Am I some prized concubine to be tucked away in a gilded cage? Take me to the city lord's abode. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat bewildered. Observing Chu Ci's refined exterior, he was taken aback by the brigand-like tone that emerged. Lead the way, Chu Ci urged, giving him a gentle push. After all, it was imperative to meet the city lord upon his arrival. The city lord of sun.The city was also a delegate from the Qian Sword sect, and it seemed he had truly begun to regard himself as the legitimate ruler of the city over time. Sweating profusely, the middle-aged man could only comply and escort Chu Ci to the city lord's residence. Meanwhile, the city lord, indulging in the attentions of his concubines, hardly regarded the newly arrived elder steward. With a delicate wife nestled in his arms, he savored a dew-kissed grape she offered him. My lord, shall you truly neglect that steward today? After all, he is an elder sent by the sect. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to overlook him? Humph, the city lord replied, swallowing the grape while caressing the soft face of his concubine. What do you know? I toiled diligently here, managing all affairs of sun.The city with utmost precision. I oversee the entrance to the secret realm atop sun.The mountain with great care. Suddenly, they send a mere boy to act as elder steward. Is this not an obvious attempt to gild his reputation at my expense? How could I possibly acknowledge him? Chapter 77. The guardian array despite the city lord's words. The slender concubine lay languidly in his embrace, feigning helplessness, though she felt a hint of trepidation. What are you afraid of? He asked. I have my connections. And I've learned that this steward is merely a fledgling soul master, pathetically weak, just a boy who hasn't even matured yet. What is there to fear? Have you seen him? How can you assert he hasn't matured? Chu Ci, initially intending to kick down a door to make a statement, found the city lord lounging in the garden, indulging in debauchery. Without a door to kick, he was left with no choice but to approach directly. Chu Ci? Upon catching sight of the ceremonial robe and the brazen demeanor, the city lord immediately recognized him as the newly appointed elder steward. Chu Ci cast a glance at the city lord, whose physique surpassed even that of his own rotund steward, and then surveyed the throng of fluttering beauties surrounding him, all of whom were but unsightly distractions. Begone, he commanded. With a cold glance from Chu Ci, the throng of courtesans surrounding the city lord immediately scattered. Who could predict whether these cultivators, in their frenzy, might even resort to violence against them? It was prudent to distance oneself from such a perilous situation. The city lord, feeling his dignity affronted, assumed this was merely a display of power by Chu Ci. Straightening his attire, he declared, "Humph, Chu Ci. Though you hold the esteemed position of elder steward, you cannot so audaciously intrude upon my domain." Your domain? Chu Ci's expression darkened as he strode forward. The city lord, startled by Chu Ci's sudden, frigid aura, instinctively retreated a few steps, fearing that the awakened steward might strike. Tension coiled within him, bracing for confrontation. Yet, all that Chu Ci did was kick over the stone table before him. What pretense of authority do you display in my presence? I am your superior, overseeing the entirety of sun.The mountain and sun.The city, along with the surrounding towns. Who do you believe yourself to be? The Book of Songs will not engage in superficial pleasantries, nor will it resort to cunning schemes. Chu Ci has come here to assert his authority. As the esteemed elder in charge, his purpose is merely to make his presence known and oversee the territories that fall under his jurisdiction. Surely, he does not intend to play the role of a subordinate. An elder typically governs a vast area, especially in regions far removed from the sect. To outsiders, Chu Ci may seem to merely oversee the activation of the Fuyuan secret realm. However, in truth, the towns surrounding the secret realm are all under his command. Otherwise, why would so many envy him? Merely possessing the key to the gate would not provoke such jealousy. It is because a significant expanse of territory lies within his dominion. With authority in hand, he embodies the essence of a diligent steward, compelling many to ingratiate themselves with him. Although Lord Zhao of sun.The city may not boast extraordinary talents or capabilities, his years of experience in this locale are not without merit. It is audacious for a fledgling steward to attempt to intimidate him. Thus, he will not hold back. With a clap of his hands, a dozen shadowy guardians at the soul master level materialize around him. These are the fruits of years of cultivation by the Lord. With such protection, the stout Lord Zhao, resembling a plump sphere, finds his confidence restored, his legs steady, and his heart untroubled. Chu Ci, he thinks, in this remote place, do not harbor grand ambitions. Obey, and I shall ensure you receive more than mere scraps. The Lord's decision to have his steward greet Chu Ci is not born of a desire for enmity. Rather, it is a calculated display of power. Should he truly offend Chu Ci, and the sect were to send a more formidable steward in the future, he would find himself in a precarious situation. This rare opportunity to handle someone of such limited strength must not be squandered. With proper manipulation, sun.The city could entirely become his domain. However, it is evident that Chu Ci will not be easily subdued. Is there a desire for rebellion in the air? Chu Ci produced his elder token and the sect's insignia, both of which were met with unwavering compliance. Array activate. The token represented not merely his identity. Every elder in charge of their respective domains possessed hidden formations. This token also signified the formation's authorization for the elder. As Chu Ci's voice resonated, a diminutive formation materialized beneath his feet. In sun.The city, particularly with the presence of the Fuyuan secret realm. Such a pivotal location was safeguarded by an immense protective array encompassing the entirety of Sanfu Mountain and the city itself. As long as Chu Ci presented the elder token governing this territory, the formation would autonomously fragment, creating a smaller array to ensure the safety of the elder and to mount a counterattack. The formation shimmered with a soft blue light, enveloping Chu Ci and the City Lord within its protective embrace. Chu Ci gazed coldly at City Lord Zhao and remarked, "City Lord Zhao, have you lingered here for so many years that your mind has grown rusty? Have you forgotten that this is the domain of the sect, and I am an appointed elder dispatched for this purpose? Do you truly believe the sect would permit me to traverse so casually? Otherwise, why would those assassins not lie in wait within Sanfu City to eliminate me? It is precisely because this city is under my jurisdiction that each elder's patrolled territory is fortified with grand formations specifically laid out by the sect, crafted by formidable figures at least of the soul sect level. Such formations are not to be trifled with lightly. This precaution is to deter those who, having served the sect for an extended period, develop unscrupulous thoughts, imagining they could dominate alone, particularly to guard against individuals like the City Lord of Sanfu. You, City Lord Zhao, with your mind clouded by greed, despite cultivating in this blessed land for many years, have merely attained the pinnacle of a 9th-level soul master. Yet, upon witnessing the activation of this formation, he felt his soul power abruptly diminish by half. He had heard of this formation before, but had long forgotten its existence. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the City Lord exclaimed, "Chu Ci, I am the City Lord appointed by the sect. Nothing has transpired yet. Should you dare to harm me, the sect will surely hold you accountable." The poet of the Chu Ci raised his hands in exasperation, replying, "Look at what you are saying. I have no intention of taking any action against you." The City Lord, aware that today's affair could not simply be resolved, cast a glance at the others, prompting them to hastily depart. The presence of Chu Ci did not hinder them. They were merely a group of individuals seeking sustenance, and he did not wish to impose upon anyone. As for Chu, he was not merely Chu Ci, but rather a person of responsibility. Even if we were to engage in a friendly exchange, it should not escalate to the level of employing a formation. Having long heard of your prodigious reputation, the immediate invocation of such a tactic feels somewhat akin to winning without a battle. I am inclined to embrace such a straightforward solution. Why should I exert myself needlessly to contend with you? Chu Ci is not one to resort to violence as the sole means of resolution. Given that the sect has devised this formation, it is only prudent for Chu Ci to make full use of it. Otherwise, it would be foolish to forego an easy method in favor of exhausting oneself in futile combat. Upon the conclusion of the formation, the lord of the city felt a resurgence of his soul power, and his once corpulent body became remarkably light. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the lord chuckled nervously. "Esteemed steward, each time this formation is activated, it inevitably draws attention from the sect, making it rather challenging to draft reports or provide explanations. Surely, we can find a way to amicably resolve this matter between ourselves, rather than allowing it to escalate into an unpleasant spectacle." Chapter 78. The young master with a cold smile, Chu Ci remarked, where were you when it mattered? It's too late to speak sweetly now." He had no intention of reconciling with the other party. Gazing upon the stout face of Lord Zhao, Chu Ci spoke in an icy tone, "Regardless of your inner thoughts, the fact remains that Sanfu City is now under my dominion. Manage yourself and your subordinates well. If you can manage to deceive me into leaving, then I shall concede your cleverness. However, should I witness any actions that displease me during this time, do not blame me for implementing drastic measures." Though the words of Chu Ci may seem stern, the City Lord, having navigated the complexities of life for decades, possesses a keen understanding of human nature. Albeit lacking in innate talent, he discerns a hint of leniency in Chu Ci's words and breathes a sigh of relief, contemplating that it is merely a matter of retreating for a time, which poses no issue. Most of the presiding elders only linger here briefly before returning to their sects. It is unlikely that they would remain indefinitely, after which he would continue his reign as the Mountain Lord. "Oh dear, esteemed elder, what words are these? We are all dispatched by the sect. We are family and need not create such a spectacle, regardless of the circumstances." The current state of affairs between the two has stabilized, albeit precariously. Through the recent events, the City Lord realizes that Chu Ci is not the rash, inexperienced youth he had initially perceived, while Chu Ci, for the time being, refrains from exacting retribution, waiting patiently for the city lord to reveal his own missteps. Originally, the room prepared for Chu Ci was merely a modest courtyard, far inferior to the lavish accommodations of his cherished wife and concubines. However, it has become clear that such a small abode would no longer suffice to placate Chu Ci. Thus, with utmost respect, he promptly relocates Chu Ci to the main residence of the city lord's estate, even offering him the finest chamber, ensuring that the servants attend to this esteemed elder's comfort with the highest regard. Evidently, this is also a subtle attempt to demonstrate to Chu Ci the luxurious lifestyle of a local despot, hoping that he will soon succumb to the allure of such opulence, allowing both of them to maintain their grip on power as local sovereigns. Chu Ci had no intention of seeking trouble. Rather, he wished to pass his time in peace. However, scarcely had he settled in for a couple of days when trouble unexpectedly knocked at his door. One day, while he was diligently practicing in his room, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. As the ethereal essence of the Chu Ci was released, I effortlessly beheld a scene unfolding not far from my abode. For young maidens, each resembling a servant, gracefully carried trays adorned with an array of treasures, elixirs, and divine delicacies. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air, halting the steps of these young ladies. Who are these girls? I have never seen you around the estate before. The speaker was none other than the young master of the city lord's manor, his unsteady gait betraying his recent escapades in the realms of indulgence. Having been thoroughly drained of vitality, these maidens were newly acquired attendants for Lord Zhao, each one delicate and strikingly beautiful, specifically chosen to captivate and entice Chu Ci, thereby ensnaring him and the lord in a web of intrigue. Consequently, the young master had indeed never encountered them before. Although these maidens had recently been brought to the manor, they had already heard tales of the young master's notorious lechery, causing them to lower their gazes in modesty. The foremost maiden, possessing a modicum of courage, slightly bent her knee and offered a curtsy, in response to the young master's inquiry. We have just been purchased by the lord to attend to Chu Ci. In the realm of ancient poetry, a young master furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling a certain individual mentioned by his father, reportedly dispatched from a sect. This individual was still younger than him, merely a lad yet to fully mature. The young master remained indifferent, casting a cursory glance at the treasures arrayed upon the trays held by the maidens, before beckoning to his entourage, his loyal retainers of several years. They understood his intent immediately, hastening to reclaim the trays from the maiden's grasp. What a mere child he was. It would be a shame for such exquisite items to be wasted on him. Clearly, they were destined for our young master. He was the future lord of the city, and it was only fitting that these resources be allocated to him. However, the leading maiden attempted to voice her objections, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside by the retainer, who scolded her for her incessant prattling. The young master was showing her a modicum of respect. Before the retainer could finish his tirade, the young master delivered a sharp slap, sending him stumbling away in shock. Clutching his face in bewilderment, the retainer felt aggrieved, for he had merely been following the young master's orders. Why strike me? He lamented. Who permitted you to lay hands on others? I, Zhao Tianyu, have always held a deep disdain for such brutish behavior. The retainer, still dazed, questioned, Young master, are you truly the same person I once knew? It was then he observed Zhao Tianyu extending a hand to assist the fallen maiden, and the realization dawned upon him. The young master was once again pursuing romantic interests. Displaying a semblance of cleverness, the retainer raised his hand and pretended to slap himself, exclaiming in a flurry of apologies, it was entirely the fault of a lowly servant. I was merely caught up in the moment, young master. Zhao Tianyu, however, paid him no heed, instead drawing the lovely maiden closer, ostensibly to assist her, yet inadvertently embracing her in his arms. Oh dear beauty, have you sustained an injury? Allow me to see. The enchanting maiden struggled to extricate herself, exclaiming, Young master, please understand, these treasures are intended for the esteemed steward. Zhao Tianyu, displaying a distinct lack of patience, abandoned any pretense of being a gallant protector. My dear, let me assure you, serving me is far superior to attending to that tedious steward. The entire sun.The city belongs to my father, the city lord, and as his legitimate heir, it will naturally belong to me as well. If you were to align yourself with me, what is it that you desire that I would not provide? Why settle for being a mere servant? The young master continued to assert his dominance, declaring that they had been purchased and brought forth